come early.
Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got get away from the top speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit! You got barbecue back there.
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGM with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And hot damn, here we are, week 10 already of the college football season. Welcome in to BetMGMU alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. Make sure you're watching the show on YouTube. Search for the BetMGM Network. You know you can take us in podcast form wherever you're going, whatever you're doing. Just search for BetMGMU, and always on the BetMGM Network every weekend, getting you ready for everything going on across the college football landscape this week. A few big games to talk about, some ranked matchups in the SEC. Of course, there's always a couple of those every weekend. A big one in the Big 12 late Saturday night. We might even get to an interesting one in the ACC, plus the playoff numbers. Those are bouncing around. What's the potential bracket look like right now? What's it projected to be? And what bets would we make in that regard? But it's a weekly thing now. We got to talk about the coaching carousel because there's a new opening, and this one is a big one. Is it necessarily the most attractive one? That is a great question. But Brian Kelly is out at LSU after a little more than 3 years on the job. Of course, LSU, a terrible, ugly home loss to the Aggies last weekend, 49-25, outscored 4 touchdowns to 1 in the second half. And Brian Kelly and his family will now head back to wherever Brian Kelly calls home. It won't be in Baton Rouge. The buyout approximately $54 million, one of the largest in college football history. We'll see how LSU and the state of Louisiana decide to pay for it. One guy who was not happy about the idea of how they're going to do all that in one of the most sideways press conferences ever, Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry talking about it in the midst of, I don't know, I think he was talking about food stamps and stuff and the government shutdown, and all of a sudden Brian Kelly came up.
No. I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select it before I let him do it. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach.
I only got the most Louisiana-sounding governor of all Louisiana-sounding governors. Jeff Landry, there was something about a Board of Supervisors, I think. There was a lot in just about 9 seconds there, John. Before that, you could have very easily told me that LSU would be the most attractive opening of all the big school openings that we've got. LSU, Penn State, Florida. And I'd be like, yeah, sure, it's LSU. And after that, I go, wait a second now. I'm going to have to indirectly work for that guy, right? What is the most attractive job on this very ugly coaching carousel then, if it's not LSU, because you got to worry about the governor, Jeff Landry, breathing down your neck?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is a disincentive, that you're, wading into those political waters. Like I don't want to have to like talk to the governor of Louisiana if I lose a top 25 matchup,
Right.
But I would say it is slightly better than Florida. I think they have the same problems. I do, because the expectations are so high that if you don't win a championship, you're going to get fired. But I do think that because of LSU's more recent history and proven ability to do that than Florida's, I would give them the edge. But I don't think it's Penn State because, Penn State's going to be expected to beat Ohio State. And if you don't beat Ohio State, you get fired. And it's really, really freaking hard to beat Ohio State. No, by the way, Indiana's there and Oregon is there. So I think it's LSU by a very, very thin margin. But all of these jobs kind of have the same problem. It's just who has the best resources and ability to sort of overcome the challenges. And I think that's still probably LSU.
Yeah, this is a weird LSU is a weird one because when I was in college and I was in Tennessee from 97 to 02, LSU was like an afterthought. The entire SEC West was an afterthought. Ole Miss stunk, Bama stunk, LSU stunk. Arkansas had they had a day, nothing great, right? But it doesn't make sense that they were bad. They were all bad for that stretch. I don't know that Florida's not the best job. I always thought my random thought was that Florida and Texas were the two best jobs because neither program had to leave the state to sign a single national championship caliber team. They could have just stayed in state, got the best players from their state, and they were instantly national title contenders. That's how I looked at it. But LSU, everybody from Louisiana goes to LSU. If you're a good player, you don't leave. So that's probably why it is the best. I think Florida's right there. But you're right. I think they all have the same and a lot of the same problems. Like Penn State, their problem is going to be in-state recruiting. They don't have enough. There's not enough great in-state players. There's a lot
Right.
in Pennsylvania, but it's not Florida. It's not Georgia. It's not Texas. And Florida's problem is something's gone wrong there for the last 15 years. For whatever reason, since Urban Meyer, they can't get out of their own way. They're great in basketball. They do great in baseball, right? They do all these sports they do really well in. For whatever reason, football is falling behind. The one thing that should never fall behind in the state of Florida has fallen behind, and I don't get it.
Well, I would chalk that up to, you made a good point, Choppy. Late 90s, half the SEC, I think you could fairly call garbage, right? And the SEC has built themselves off the back of these massive TV deals over the course of the last 10, 15, 20 years to become the preeminent conference in college football by a head. They're out there ahead of the Big Ten right now. And so it is so much more competitive in the SEC. Great players from all over the country go to the SEC. You don't just have to be from the South. And I think it's made the conference as a whole much more competitive. And I think you could easily argue Florida hasn't kept up with that. The days of Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, and that was it, are no more in the SEC. You got 8, 9 programs that it feels like are going to compete on an annual basis. And then you start to throw a Vanderbilt in there, right? You start to throw other programs because the NIL ability. You bring in Texas and Oklahoma, and I think Florida has failed to keep up with the Joneses, John, in the SEC. And I don't know if it's so much them taking a step back. It's just the rest of the SEC has moved forward to join them and surpass them over the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, I think that is exactly right. And obviously, the issue becomes is that the perception from the fan base and the boosters involved probably does not mirror that. So when you walk into a job where the perception is already distorted about this, again, it's a freaking amazing job. Okay, LSU's if we're talking about strip away everything, LSU's an amazing job, Penn State's an amazing job, Florida's an amazing job, but you want coaches to come to that job from other head coaching spots, right? You don't want to hire an assistant. You want to hire somebody that's already proven, that's already done it or doing it somewhere. And I think where you lose people like that, like a Lane Kiffin, right? Where you lose people like that is that you guys can't agree on what's possible at that job anymore or what a fair expectation is at that job anymore. You haven't quite accepted that the parity in the sport has never been greater. You think no matter what, we should always be elite. We should always be beating Ohio State. And I get it because the investment is there. The investment is crazy, but the investment's crazy everywhere. The playing field is level. And I don't think for the most part, the powers that be at these jobs accept that. And so that's why Lane could very well stay at Ole Miss, for example. I don't know that he will. I don't have any information on that, but he could stay at Ole Miss. And maybe some people will be shocked by that. Not me. I will not be shocked by that at all.
Wouldn't surprise me if he stayed. I think he should stay. You go to LSU. Brian Kelly was the first coach at LSU since Jerry DiNardo to not win a title. That's it. That's a long time. It's a long
Yeah.
time. And when you go to Florida, you're expected to do what Spurrier and Urban did. Like the pressure at these places is just so high, and it's so unrealistic. And I don't care where you are. I mean, Ole Miss probably has it best because they're like, all right, you know what? We want to win, we expect to win, but we're not like we're not crazy. The other places are crazy.
Yeah,
We're
that's
not
the
we're
irony
not
of this
crazy
thing, Choppy, is that in a world where the playing field is being leveled even more than ever before, and there's so much more parity, these are three jobs where the expectations are of the highest magnitude outside of maybe Ohio State, right? And Alabama. I mean, these are
right.
places where they want you in the national championship conversation every year, whether it makes sense or not, whether you've been bypassed by the rest of the conference like Florida, whether you've got a mountain to climb that you just haven't been able to over the last decade and a half, like Penn State. You're going to have to get through Ohio State and Oregon and Signetti at Indiana and Michigan in good years where they're up. And then at LSU, where, like you said, the last three head coaches have all won national championships. And so the playing field is finding itself more level than ever because of NIL. And whoever fills these jobs, whoever it's going to be, and it's not going to be Matt Rule at Penn State, just signing an extension in the last couple of days at Nebraska. It's not going to be Kurt Signetti getting poached. I would tend to agree with you guys. It's probably not Lane Kiffin. Why would you jump to one of those spots when you can get paid at Ole Miss and you've got a playoff caliber roster at your feet? So it becomes more and more pressure at these three jobs in particular, with probably less and less of a chance to pay off on expectations.
Yeah. Do you imagine if Vandy makes the college playoff before Florida? or before LSU? You're the AD, the school president. How do you look at you have to do an inventory of your organization, of your athletic department. If Vanderbilt, very possible, they're like 2 wins away. They're 2 road wins away. Very possible. If Vanderbilt makes the college playoff before Florida or LSU, you're the chancellor, you're the AD. You have to do a complete reconstruction.
Yeah, and this is what opens it up to who wants these jobs. And look, you put enough money in front of somebody, they'll say yes. But I think, like I'm getting texts from people as a Penn State alum. Oh, what about Elko? Why would Mike Elko right now leave College Station to go to Penn State other than several large suitcases filled with cash? I mean, that's it. So, if you're in an established spot, I think this coaching cycle, we're going to see a lot of coordinators maybe. Hartline is a realistic expectation maybe for Penn State. You're going to see a lot of group of 5 guys maybe jump at an opportunity. But I don't know if any of those names, John, really light it up at these 3 places in particular that we're talking about.
Oh, they're not, but that's the guy that you're going to be able to get now. I mean, that's your Alex Golishes, your Ryan Silverfields, your John Summeralls, those guys, right? Like, and I, for the most part, the success rate of those guys jumping from the American to the group of 5, or to the Power 4, is not great. Like the example that I can think of right now, that the only one that I can think of that like it's a true started in the American and made the jump, right? Didn't start as a power, then dropped down and got back. I'm talking about a guy that started the American and jumped up. Is RJ's coach, Josh Heupel. He was at UCF and then he got hired by Tennessee, and he's obviously done a really good job at Tennessee. But Tom Herman got fired at Texas. Mike Norvell is going to get fired at Florida State. Justin Fuente got fired at Virginia Tech. We could go down the list here, of guys that came from the American. So I do think there will be a hesitation on this, but it's like, what are your options? I mean, you want sitting head coaches with experience. You're not getting SEC to SEC anymore. I think those days are over.
I could see Elko doing it though. I really could. I really could see Elko. His rotation schedule is Texas and LSU every year. Yeah, that's starting next year. That's a tough. I mean, you got to factor in. You're at least splitting those. And A&M is never They've always been snake bit. They've always been snake bit. I could see it. I don't think it's likely, but I could see it.
We'll see where the coaching carousel turns next. As I mentioned, Matt Rule signed an extension at Nebraska. He'll be in Lincoln through 2032, at least according to the terms of that contract. We've got games to talk about, though, and how are we going to bet them? 2 big ones in the SEC, 1 late night in the Big 12 that could affect the CFP picture for that conference. We get into all those next right here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Some of our best bets for the weekend coming up in about 15, 20 minutes from now. Plus, we'll take a look at the updated CFP numbers. Who do we like, especially for some of those spots that are considered on the bubble? Are there some numbers out there that we would like to bet, given the value that may or may not exist on some of those teams? But we got some big matchups to preview this weekend. Let's dive into the biggest ones of Week 10 around college football. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. Don't forget, you can always download us in podcast form. Just search for BetMGMU. Let's start in Austin. Vandy, Texas, noon Eastern, 11 Central kick on Saturday. This is strength against strength, John. This is the 10th ranked defense in the country. Texas, 14.6 points a game is all they're giving up. This is the 12th ranked offense in the country. Vandy scoring better than 38 points a game. Texas had to storm back to take care of Mississippi State last week. That was a week after an upset loss at Kentucky. Vandy ground out that win over Missouri, although the Tigers were without their starting quarterback for the bulk of that game. One interesting number here that I think is worth considering: Steve Sarkisian, 21-3 at home with the Horns since 2022. And this is their first true home game against a power conference opponent, John. They had the Red River rivalry against Oklahoma, which counted as a home game. But other than that, I think the last team they played at home was Sam Houston State. So does this give them a chance to sort of find their equilibrium going back to Austin and getting a Vandy team that, like I said, had to kind of grind out that win over Missouri?
Yeah, I mean, obviously what Vandy has done has just been, and Diego Pavia, I mean, it's been one of the greatest stories in college football. There is no question about that. What I would argue is that the majority of it has been in Nashville, right? I mean, which is true of a lot of teams. But I mean, they go to Alabama, they got handled at Alabama, beat LSU, which fired Brian Kelly a couple weeks later, and is now out of the top 25. And like you said, grinded it out against Missouri at home. I mean, I think it's a great story, but I think the market is probably, their sniffer is probably on the right track here with Texas. I mean, it's not a bet that I would like run to make, but my guess is directionally it will be correct. We're waiting on that breakout game from Arch. Maybe this is the week.
If he plays, that's like, or how well he plays, because the concussion protocol, right. I should say, it's how well. And that's the thing, it's always scary because, you're not usually, let's just look at the NFL. You're not usually in concussion protocol 48 hours before the game. You're either out of it, you're out of protocol, or you're not playing at that point. So, what happens there is still up in the air. I kind of agree with you, though. I mean, a lot of their numbers and a lot of their schedule has come at home. They did win at South Carolina. We all know how that team has been altered since then. They did win at Virginia Tech. We know what's gone on since then at Va-Tech. So I don't really know what to make of Vandy. I think Vandy clearly should be, I shouldn't say clearly, but they should be the underdog here. They probably should be the underdog of the remaining road games, the favorites of the remaining home games. That's the way it is for most teams. The road has become the great equalizer. They did not play well at Alabama. I don't know that the offense is going to play tremendous here. Texas has got a really good defense. I think the under, I could absolutely be talked into the under on this one as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was my first look on this one, also sitting somewhere in the 45 to 46.5 range, especially with Texas's defense. I think they will be a big equalizer in this one. I think it does sit within a field goal either way. You made a good point, Choppy, about Vanderbilt having two big road games left, not just in Austin this weekend, but then the final week of the season, they go to Knoxville to take on your Vols. In between now and then, they got Auburn, a bye week in Kentucky. So there is the opportunity here for Vandy, and we'll get to playoff odds, like I said, in about 15 minutes or so. But there is an opportunity here for Vandy to make that final game of the year in Knoxville sort of a de facto playoff game, right? Winner is in, loser is out. We'll see what happens with Tennessee, and we'll get into them as they host Oklahoma here in just a minute. But this is a massive game for Vanderbilt to prove that they legit belong in this CFP conversation, going to Austin as 2.5-point dogs. Again, might be a part of our best bets before we wrap up the show here in just a couple of minutes. Oklahoma, Tennessee, I just mentioned this game, John. This one has a total sitting somewhere in the 56 range, 55, 56. Tennessee's failed to hang at least 34 points just once, and that was on the road in Tuscaloosa 2 weeks ago. They're averaging better than 45.5 points a game. You can see why when you look at their early season non-conference schedule, but the offense has kept it up. Second most points in the FBS. This is the Oklahoma defense, though. Again, strength against strength in this matchup as well. Are they maybe the defensive version of Tennessee? Because that's what they're riding on right now. Everything is on the Sooners' defense, especially since John Mateer has looked human at best the last couple of weeks since returning from hand surgery. Just 2 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions. They all came in that first game back. But the big difference here, I think, John, the turnover differential. Oklahoma -6 this year. That's 117th in the country. Tennessee +5 is a top 25 mark in turnover differential. Maybe that's the difference. If John Mateer comes out and looks like himself again, like he did early in the season, that could be the key to Oklahoma upsetting Tennessee on the road in Knoxville. But it's a field goal game, and I think this goes the way of Tennessee's offense. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I love the over. I do think this is just going to be a high octane game. I mean, I think Aguilar has shown that, you know, he's a legitimate passer in this offense. It's been a great fit between coach and quarterback, and I don't mind an Oklahoma fade. I mean, I really don't. I have not really been that impressed with them whatsoever the last couple of weeks. Maybe Mateer's coming back too early. You know, that performance against Texas was just downright embarrassing. You know, they were 5-6 point favorites against Ole Miss, so they seem like they are definitely trending in the wrong direction. So I don't mind a fade of Oklahoma here whatsoever either.
I am on the over as well. Look, Tennessee could score on just about anybody, especially at home. That they're a different track meet at home, but there are some 7-on-7 teams in Texas that could score on Tennessee's defense. That is the reality. That is an awful defense. You could throw on them all day. You could throw on Oklahoma's defense. You know, the back end, they stopped the run pretty well, but I think this thing has got a lot of points written all over. If this thing is not in the 60s total, I'd be surprised. You know, so I like the over this one. The side of this, I would probably lean Tennessee just because they're at home, but I never have any faith. You can't. I don't think you can trust either one of these teams, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it sets up interesting the schedule. I keep focusing on that because we will talk playoff numbers in the final segment here in a couple minutes. But Oklahoma is going to get a chance to lick their wounds a little bit, regardless of what happens in Knoxville. They'll get a bye week, but then congratulations, you get to go to Tuscaloosa, and Alabama is rolling, and then they wrap up at home against Missouri and LSU. So, look, every game is a must-win for Oklahoma at this point if they want to stay in the playoff conversation. We'll see if their defense can carry them to it and if Mateer can look better. Tennessee, on the other hand, after this one, they'll get a bye week, and then it's New Mexico State at home before they go to Florida and then host Vanderbilt again in what may be a de facto win and you're in kind of game in the final week of the regular season for the Vols. Massive game in the Big 12 because the Big 12 is still wide open. This one will kick late around 10:15 Eastern, 8:15 Mountain Time. Let's give some love to the Mountain Time zone. Why not? Utah hosting Cincinnati, a massive game for the top of the Big 12. Utah, 5th in the country. They are averaging 267 yards a game on the ground. Looks like they're going to get Devin Dampier back for this one as well. They're scoring a ton. Top 15, I want to say 11th in the country, almost 39 points a game. Doing it really by converting a lot of third downs, 54%. Cincinnati can score as well, but they're just 128th, John, in time of possession. They count on a lot of big plays. Utah will do the exact opposite. They'll want to possess the ball, grind it out. I mentioned the rushing numbers. Total sits at 55.5, I believe it is, in that neighborhood. And Utah favored in this one. the home field advantage is a big one. We've talked about the altitude before, anywhere from 8.5 all the way out to 10, John.
I like Cincinnati at 10. I mean, I know that there were a lot of sharps that played Utah 7, but 7 and 10 are two different numbers. I just like this Cincinnati offense. I do. I think they can find a way to. I know Utah is coming off that beat down in Colorado, but that Colorado program is an absolute disaster. I mean, it's been, and I know there's a lot of stuff going on, health issues with Coach Prime and things like that, but they have not adjusted to the post-Shador era well at all. So I don't necessarily put a ton of stock into the margin in that one. I think the Cincinnati team is good. I mean, I liked them in the Big 12. We talked about their odds last week. I liked them as a long shot. I'll take the 10 here and kind of play my odds with that. I mean, I think they can find a way to, keep this close within one score. So I'm going to take the Bearcats in that offense.
Man, I don't hate the 10. I don't hate taking the 10 with Cincinnati. One thing that scares me though is that these Utah teams, man, when they get you at home, they boat race you. It is a sight to see. It really is. It doesn't matter if it's BYU or Utah. Hell, Utah State might even do it. I don't know. But it's that is one thing that would scare me and scare me away from taking a team. I don't know. I can't think of I don't think Cincinnati's been here like ever. So
Nope.
It sounds like it just would be a complete new situation for them. So I would probably, I don't hate taking the 10 with Cincinnati, but if I was going to pick, I'd probably go the Utah route.
Yeah, it is the first ever meeting between these two programs. So the Bearcats have definitely never been out to Utah to face the Utes. I keep, again, referencing schedules after this one. It'll be a bye week for Utah. I don't know if there's a way they work, unless things get really squirrely with the top 4 teams in the Big 12. You got BYU and Cincy, both undefeated in conference. You got Texas Tech and Houston, each with 1 loss. I don't see Utah worming their way into the Big 12 championship game, but it's the Big 12. Literally anything can happen any given week, so nobody's really ever out of it, maybe. It still is, I think, a one-bid league, as I've mentioned a couple times this year. But an opportunity, I think, here for BYU, definitely, to Cincinnati to stake their claim as the team right there with BYU, and maybe those two end up bound for the Big 12 title game. Let's talk about that other one-bid league, because there is a game that I think is worth talking about in the ACC. It's a noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central kick between Miami and SMU. Canes favored anywhere from 10.5 to 12.5, depending on where you find it. Their defense has been suffocating this year, allowing just 270 total yards per game, only 87 on the ground, and only 14 points a week. SMU has struggled to run the ball. I don't imagine they get it going against Miami. They're coming off an ugly loss at Wake Forest. But the 3 weeks before that, they put up a total of 100 points against Syracuse, Stanford, and Clemson, for what it's worth. I don't know about you, John. I'm still trying to get over the 4 INT game for Carson Beck against Louisville and figure out if that was an apparition or if that's a sign maybe of things to come. Maybe it doesn't come against SMU, but they are on the road in this spot, Miami, trying to avoid another speed bump here on their way to presumably a playoff spot.
An apparition, like a ghost? You mean aberration?
Big words.
You mean
aberration?
aberration?
You mean aberration, not an apparition.
You don't mean apparition?
Did I say apparition?
Yeah, you said apparition, yeah. And it's Halloween. It is Halloween, man.
That's what I was doing.
Hey, he was seeing
trying to make a
apparition.
Halloween reference.
That's the.
I'm just
you're
not
exactly
busting
right.
my balls and talk about the game, John.
There you go.
That's why. Hey, it's not easy to attempt big words on this show. All right, that's what happens. But no, he was seeing apparition.
I got to stop and consider whether you two are actually going to understand them or not, and then I get confused and use the wrong word anyway.
No, blame the victim.
I'm not.
Blame the victim. But no, I mean, I actually, weirdly enough, watched the entire SMU Wake Forest game, and I think it might be the worst college football game I've ever seen. I mean, I honestly, just go look at the highlights. It'll be a 2-minute video. Neither team, I think there was like 8 combined turnovers. Neither team could score a touchdown. I mean, and you're talking about teams that were getting inside the 10-yard line and act like they, it was like their first time. Remember when your first time, you were putting it down. You didn't know what you were doing. That's how they looked, right? And so I look.
Unfortunately, this didn't end as quickly as that did.
No,
Okay.
exactly. No, this continues.
Wow.
Against all odds. I can't take SMU. I can't take. They have no clue what they're doing. I'd have to lay it with Miami.
Yeah, you watched that whole game. Rhett Lashley did not watch that whole game. I guarantee you that. He turned the tape off.
Crazy.
Dude, so Chris, you said this is maybe a one-bid league. If Miami, Miami's going to steal a bid here. Because if Virginia and Georgia Tech win out, they're going to go to the ACC championship game. And then Miami, what's going to be an 11-1 team that gets left out? They're going to steal a bid. So, if you're a bubble Big Ten SEC team, you better hope Miami loses or Virginia loses. That's what you really need to hope for. Or Georgia Tech loses and loses again. It could be squirrely for them, but SMU's not very good. Not very good right now. And that's surprising because this was a playoff team last year.
We'll talk about some of those teams that could be bid stealers, to use a March Madness terminology there, and whether those apparitions or aberrations exist in the college football playoff picture. We'll tell you some of the numbers that we like the value on for teams that might make, might miss, and give you some of our best bets for the weekend as well. Coming up next, right here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back into BetMGM-U, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, always available in podcast form as well, wherever you get your audio. Just search for BetMGM-U alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy. I'm Chris Mack. We'll get you our favorite bets of Week 10 in the college football world in just a couple of moments. Maybe a little pizza money parlay from Choppy as well. And just set the table for what's going to go down this weekend, because it is the last one before we get the first set of college football playoff rankings on Tuesday. All kinds of different projections out there. I looked up USA Today. I looked up Heather Dinich and ESPN, Joel Klatt, Fox Sports, CBS. And you get the same common theme. The top two teams in the Big Ten and the SEC have those four spots right now that would get by. So you're talking Indiana, Ohio State, Alabama, Texas A&M. Things start to open up when we look at that next set of teams, the teams that may host games on campus the first weekend of the college football playoff. You see a lot of Georgia, though. You see a lot of Ole Miss and Oregon. And then, a little sprinkling of Georgia Tech, Texas Tech, BYU, Miami in there definitely in a couple spots. And then you really get to the bubble teams in the 9 through 12 spots in all of these projections, John. That's where we're talking about Vanderbilt, Tennessee, who I mentioned may have an elimination game the final week of the regular season. That's where you start to see your American teams. I should ask for your expertise, Mr. American Conference, on South Florida, Tulane, North Texas, and, of course, your Memphis Tigers. Actually, let's start there. Let's start with the American Conference, because that looks like it's going to give us our group of five representative. Tulane right now, plus 250 to make the playoff. Then you get South Florida at 350, North Texas at 4-1, and Memphis at 550. How does the American shape up with just 4 weeks left in the regular season?
I mean, just based on those prices, I don't know how Memphis is plus 550. I mean, that just doesn't really make any sense to me, because if they win out, they are in, and they will host the thing. Now, you could say, well, will they win out? Great question. I don't know. I mean, they do play Tulane, but it's at home. They do play Navy, but it's at home. They just beat South Florida, who is the class of the league, or at least was before last week. So I think if I'm betting that market, it would be Memphis plus 550, because they're going to host the game. If they're in there, they're going to host the game, and Memphis does not lose at home. So I don't necessarily understand I don't think Tulane has been that dominant this year. I mean, they're good like they always are, but I don't think they're this team I don't think they're as good as South Florida, who Memphis just beat. So I mean, I'd be on Memphis in the plus 500 range for sure, because if they're in the American Championship, the odds are it's going to be in Memphis, which is a huge advantage.
Yeah, for me, in order to place a bet on one of these kind of long shots, air quotes, they've got to control their destiny. All right. I actually like Virginia. It's set plus 750, 760. If they win out, they're in the ACC championship game against right now Georgia Tech, and then that's not Georgia Tech's not unbeatable. That's not an unwinnable game. And with those kind of odds, those are very favorable. That's a very good number of all these teams. That's a pretty solid number at plus 760 to make it. So I kind of like the Virginia angle. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's going to happen, but I could talk myself into it, just because they do control some of that destiny. Just keep winning.
Yeah,
just keep winning.
They still got a trip to Duke in a couple weeks, and they do have the rivalry game to wrap things up against the Hokies.
And the Cal game this week, that's out west.
Yeah.
That could bite them. They haven't played great football. They've gotten a little lucky.
There are a couple teams from the ACC headed out west. We talked about Miami going to SMU, but I think Pitt's headed to Stanford as well on a really big number too. I'm going to say it's like 14 or something. But both of those teams in the ACC headed out west, I would kind of pump the brakes on this week in particular. I love Georgia Tech. I know they're beatable, but I think as far as the landscape of the ACC is concerned, you give me Haynes King over just about any other quarterback in that conference right now, and I really like Georgia Tech. And I mentioned my concerns about Carson Beck, which I've had going all the way back to the beginning of the year, and how he's been very reliant on his receivers making plays for him. If they do, and you brought this up a couple minutes ago, Choppy, if the ACC does steal a bid, for example, right? Let's talk about Georgia Tech and Miami both going, or maybe it's Virginia and Miami, or whatever the case may be. I'm curious who you think they steal it from. Notre Dame is in a spot where if they just run the table, they presumably will get in. A lot of these projections have them in, even if it is as a 10 or 11 seed, because they're expected to run the table and get in. They are minus 300 to make the playoffs right now. That tells you what Vegas thinks of Notre Dame getting in, plus 240 to miss. What are our thoughts on Notre Dame, John? And do they maybe have the most to lose if the ACC does steal a bid and get a second team in here?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like I don't know. I mean, Notre Dame is a team that kind of just keeps on chugging, and I do think you have to respect that. But I don't know. I mean, is the quarterback play good enough? Is it something that I can count on in a high leverage game? I mean, I think he's a fighter and he's got some moxie to him, but I don't know. At 10-1, it feels like a premium on this Notre Dame team. So I would not really have any interest in it.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, let's say Notre Dame is 10-2. Let's say Texas wins out, beats Georgia on the road. They'd be 10-2. Georgia would be 10-2. Say Tennessee wins out, they're 10-2. You've already got Ole Miss, A&M, and Bama. They're already going to be in.
Yeah.
Now you're just stacking resumes. And don't think for a second that the name on the front of the jersey doesn't matter.
Well,
but the thing is, those are all like Texas, Tennessee, Georgia. Those are big programs. It's not like you got a TCU in there who got screwed out a decade ago.
And they're all going to have big wins on their resume too, right? Because the one thing about Notre Dame is they may not have any massive wins on their conference. The two losses that they would presumably have would be two decent losses, right? Miami and Texas A&M, and Miami's on the road. So they're not going to get crushed for their losses. I just don't know, and this has been the question we've had about them since they lost those two games to open the season. Do they have enough on the schedule to have the wins to stack up against anybody in the SEC if it gets to that scenario that you're talking about, Choppy, where you got 6 2-loss or better SEC teams?
Yeah, I mean, look, Texas would have maybe the best win if they were to win at Georgia. It's a good win. Georgia's would have a win at Tennessee. Tennessee wouldn't have a win on that level. They would have Oklahoma and Vandy. That's not on that level, though. Notre Dame doesn't have an elite win. You're going to have to go down this. I mean, that's interesting because you could come up with a scenario where you have half a dozen SEC teams, maybe 7, that have 2 losses. It's a lot.
And if there's 7, somebody's getting left out, no doubt. They're not putting 7 SEC teams into the playoff. Tennessee's still
6 in either. They're not putting 6 in either. I don't think.
I don't think it's likely. I think it's an outside possibility. The way you just set it up with all those 2-loss teams, and if it's Notre Dame, I don't know. I think that's a possibility. I want to go back to Tennessee for a second real quick. They are 3-1 to make the playoff, Choppy. We just got done talking about them against Oklahoma this weekend and how they have sort of a de facto playoff game possibly against Vanderbilt, but it's in Knoxville the final week of the regular season. They got a trip to Florida in there. I don't think that trips them up, but Tennessee at 3-1. You betting that?
Is this your first time dealing with Tennessee? you think that they're just going to go into Florida and win that game?
I wanted to reel you in.
Did you not see that South Carolina game with Hendon Hooker and Connor Stallions on the sideline? You didn't see that? You saw that. You know better than that. You know better than that. This team will let you down. They will let you down. But no, I mean, look, seriously, like they do probably control their own destiny. Win out, you're probably in. And they're going to be favored in every game. There's not a whole lot of things that you could really. They're going to be favored against. They're favored against OU. They're going to be favored against Vandy, and they'll be favored against Florida. So yeah, I think that's a fair bet. That's a if it was 4-1, I would probably definitely jump on it. But 3-1, yeah, that's good. Let's do it. I'm
there
in.
You go.
I'll take that odds right now.
I got you to talk yourself into it. I like that. Best bets for Week 10 this weekend. John, what do you got? What's on your board for this week?
We're going to go to UNLV. We're going to take the over 61.5 UNLV in New Mexico. This is just because UNLV wins every game in the 30s. And New Mexico is kind of the same. Like they can score 30 to 40 every game. UNLV's off a bye, but I don't think this is going to fundamentally change anything about the way they play. They don't have a great defense and they score a lot of points. They have to every week. So I will take 61.5. Anything in the low 60s with UNLV tends to be good.
All right, RJ is the king of the pizza money parlays. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next payday. So use that Parlay Boost token inside your BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay this weekend and every weekend inside the BetMGM app. Choppy, what you got?
All right, I got Indiana minus 22 on the road at Maryland. Georgia minus 7 against Florida. And give me Cal money line over Virginia.
Ooh, okay. You just talked up Virginia, and now you're betting against them.
Listen, I will talk myself in and out of everything.
Of just about anything.
Doesn't matter.
I got some looks for this weekend as well. I think Cincinnati, Utah goes under 54.5. I think Utah grinds that game to a halt, especially at altitude. I don't know if I like a side, but I think I like it to be ugly. Tennessee, I'll lay the field goal at home against Oklahoma. Make John Mateer show me that he is back on track. I still don't know if he is. I mentioned earlier, I really like Georgia Tech this year, minus 5.5 at NC State. And then I'll throw a little Texas Tech laying a touchdown at K-State as well for the Red Raiders to keep it rolling. We will be back next weekend to break it all down, including the first set of CFP rankings for you. For our producer, Zach Kroll, for John Martin, for RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Your college football game day has come early.
Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got get away from the cut speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit. You got barbecue back there.
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGMU with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And hot damn, here we are, week 10 already of the college football season. Welcome in to BetMGMU alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. Make sure you're watching the show on YouTube. Search for the BetMGM Network. You know you can take us in podcast form wherever you're going, whatever you're doing. Just search for BetMGMU, and always on the BetMGM Network every weekend, getting you ready for everything going on across the college football landscape this week. A few big games to talk about, some ranked matchups in the SEC. Of course, there's always a couple of those every weekend. A big one in the Big 12 late Saturday night. We might even get to an interesting one in the ACC, plus the playoff numbers. Those are bouncing around. What's the potential bracket look like right now? What's it projected to be? And what bets would we make in that regard? But it's a weekly thing now. We got to talk about the coaching carousel because there's a new opening, and this one is a big one. Is it necessarily the most attractive one? That is a great question. But Brian Kelly is out at LSU after a little more than 3 years on the job. Of course, LSU, a terrible, ugly home loss to the Aggies last weekend, 49-25, outscored 4 touchdowns to 1 in the second half. And Brian Kelly and his family will now head back to wherever Brian Kelly calls home. It won't be in Baton Rouge. The buyout, approximately $54 million, one of the largest in college football history. We'll see how LSU and the state of Louisiana decide to pay for it. One guy who was not happy about the idea of how they're going to do all that in one of the most sideways press conferences ever, Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry talking about it in the midst of, I don't know, I think he was talking about food stamps and stuff and the government shutdown, and all of a sudden Brian Kelly came up.
No. I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select it before I let him do it. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach.
I only got the most Louisiana-sounding governor of all Louisiana-sounding governors. Jeff Landry, there was something about a Board of Supervisors, I think. There was a lot in just about 9 seconds there, John. Before that, you could have very easily told me that LSU would be the most attractive opening of all the big school openings that we've got. LSU, Penn State, Florida. And I'd be like, yeah, sure, it's LSU. And after that, I go, wait a second now. I'm going to have to indirectly work for that guy, right? What is the most attractive job on this very ugly coaching carousel then, if it's not LSU, because you got to worry about the governor, Jeff Landry, breathing down your neck?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is a disincentive, that you're, wading into those political waters. Like I don't want to have to like talk to the governor of Louisiana if I lose a top 25 matchup,
Right.
But I would say it is slightly better than Florida. I think they have the same problems. I do, because the expectations are so high that if you don't win a championship, you're going to get fired. But I do think that because of LSU's more recent history and proven ability to do that than Florida's, I would give them the edge. But I don't think it's Penn State because, Penn State's going to be expected to beat Ohio State. And if you don't beat Ohio State, you get fired. And it's really, really freaking hard to beat Ohio State. No, by the way, Indiana's there and Oregon is there. So I think it's LSU by a very, very thin margin. But all of these jobs kind of have the same problem. It's just who has the best resources and ability to sort of overcome the challenges. And I think that's still probably LSU.
Yeah, this is a weird LSU is a weird one because when I was in college and I was in Tennessee from 97 to 02, LSU was like an afterthought. The entire SEC West was an afterthought. Ole Miss stunk, Bama stunk, LSU stunk. Arkansas they had a day, nothing great, right? But it doesn't make sense that they were bad. They were all bad for that stretch. I don't know that Florida's not the best job. I always thought my random thought was that Florida and Texas were the two best jobs because neither program had to leave the state to sign a single national championship caliber team. They could have just stayed in state, got the best players from their state, and they were instantly national title contenders. That's how I looked at it. But LSU, I mean, everybody from Louisiana goes to LSU. If you're a good player, you don't leave. So that's probably why it is the best. I think Florida's right there. But you're right. I mean, I think they all have the same and a lot of the same problems. Like Penn State, their problem is going to be in-state recruiting. They don't have enough. There's not enough great in-state players. There's a lot
Right.
in Pennsylvania, but it's not Florida. It's not Georgia. It's not Texas. And Florida's problem is something's gone wrong there for the last 15 years. For whatever reason, since Urban Meyer, they can't get out of their own way. They're great in basketball. They do great in baseball, right? They do all these sports they do really well in. For whatever reason, football is like falling behind. The one thing that should never fall behind in the state of Florida has fallen behind, and I don't get it.
Well, I would chalk that up to, you made a good point, Choppy. Late 90s, half the SEC, I think you could fairly call garbage, right? And the SEC has built themselves off the back of these massive TV deals over the course of the last 10, 15, 20 years to become the preeminent conference in college football by a head. They're out there ahead of the Big Ten right now. And so it is so much more competitive in the SEC. Great players from all over the country go to the SEC. You don't just have to be from the South. And I think it's made the conference as a whole much more competitive. And I think you could easily argue Florida hasn't kept up with that. The days of Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, and that was it, are no more in the SEC. You got 8, 9 programs that it feels like are going to compete on an annual basis. And then you start to throw a Vanderbilt in there, right? You start to throw other programs because the NIL ability. You bring in Texas and Oklahoma, and I think Florida has failed to keep up with the Joneses, John, in the SEC. And I don't know if it's so much them taking a step back. It's just the rest of the SEC has moved forward to join them and surpass them over the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is exactly right. And obviously, the issue becomes is that the perception from the fan base and the boosters involved probably does not mirror that. So when you walk into a job where the perception is already distorted about this, again, it's a freaking amazing job. Okay, like LSU's if we're talking about strip away everything, LSU's an amazing job, Penn State's an amazing job, Florida's an amazing job, but you want coaches to come to that job from other head coaching spots, right? You don't want to hire an assistant. You want to hire somebody that's already proven, that's already done it or doing it somewhere. And I think where you lose people like that, like Lane Kiffin, right? Where you lose people like that is that you guys can't agree on what's possible at that job anymore or what a fair expectation is at that job anymore. Like you haven't quite accepted that the parity in the sport has never been greater. Like you think no matter what, we should always be elite. We should always be beating Ohio State. And I get it because the investment is there. The investment is crazy, but the investment's crazy everywhere. The playing field is level. And I don't think for the most part, the powers that be at these jobs accept that. And so that's why Lane could very well stay at Ole Miss, for example. I don't know that he will. I don't have any information on that, but he could stay at Ole Miss. And maybe some people will be shocked by that. Not me. I will not be shocked by that at all.
Wouldn't surprise me if he stayed. I think he should stay. You go to LSU. Brian Kelly was the first coach at LSU since Jerry DiNardo to not win a title. That's it. I mean, that's a long time. It's a long
Yeah.
time. And when you go to Florida, you're expected to do what Spurrier and Urban did. Like the pressure at these places is just so high, and it's so unrealistic. And I don't care where you are. I mean, Ole Miss probably has it best because they're like, all right, you know what? We want to win, we expect to win, but we're not like we're not crazy. The other places are crazy.
Yeah,
We're
that's
not
the
we're
irony
not
of this
crazy
thing,
enough.
Choppy, is that in a world where the playing field is being leveled even more than ever before, and there's so much more parity, these are three jobs where the expectations are of the highest magnitude outside of maybe Ohio State, right? And Alabama. I mean, these are
Right.
places where they want you in the national championship conversation every year, whether it makes sense or not, whether you've been bypassed by the rest of the conference like Florida, whether you've got a mountain to climb that you just haven't been able to over the last decade and a half, like Penn State. You're going to have to get through Ohio State and Oregon and Signetti at Indiana and Michigan in good years where they're up. And then at LSU, where, like you said, the last three head coaches have all won national championships. And so the playing field is finding itself more level than ever because of
Yeah.
NIL. And whoever fills these jobs, whoever it's going to be, and it's not going to be Matt Rule at Penn State, just signing an extension in the last couple of days at Nebraska. It's not going to be Kurt Signetti getting poached. I would tend to agree with you guys. It's probably not Lane Kiffin. Why would you jump to one of those spots when you can get paid at Ole Miss and you've got a playoff caliber roster at your feet? So it becomes more and more pressure at these three jobs in particular, with probably less and less of a chance to pay off on expectations.
Yeah. Do you imagine if Vandy makes the college playoff before Florida? Or before LSU? You're the AD, the school president. How do you look at you have to do an inventory of your organization, of your athletic department. If Vanderbilt, very possible, they're like 2 wins away. They're 2 road wins away. Very possible. If Vanderbilt makes the college playoff before Florida or LSU, you're the chancellor, you're the AD. You have to do a complete reconstruction.
Yeah, and this is what opens it up to who wants these jobs. And look, you put enough money in front of somebody, they'll say yes. But I think, like I'm getting texts from people as a Penn State alum. Oh, what about Elko? Why would Mike Elko right now leave College Station to go to Penn State other than several large suitcases filled with cash? I mean, that's it. So, if you're in an established spot, I think this coaching cycle, we're going to see a lot of coordinators maybe. Heartline is a realistic expectation maybe for Penn State. You're going to see a lot of group of 5 guys maybe jump at an opportunity. But I don't know if any of those names, John, really light it up at these 3 places in particular that we're talking about.
Oh, they're not, but that's the guy that you're going to be able to get now. I mean, that's your Alex Golishes, your Ryan Silverfields, your John Summeralls, those guys, right? Like, and I, for the most part, the success rate of those guys jumping from the American to the group of 5, or to the Power 4, is not great. Like, the example that I can think of right now, that the only one that I can think of that, like, it's a true started in the American and made the jump, right? Didn't start as a power, then dropped down and got back. I'm talking about a guy that started the American and jumped up. Is RJ's coach, Josh Heupel. He was at UCF and then he got hired by Tennessee, and he's obviously done a really good job at Tennessee. But Tom Herman got fired at Texas. Mike Norvell is going to get fired at Florida State. Justin Fuente got fired at Virginia Tech. We could go down the list here, of guys that came from the American. So I do think there will be a hesitation on this, but it's like, what are your options? I mean, you want sitting head coaches with experience. You're not getting SEC to SEC anymore. I think those days are over.
I could see Elko doing it, though. I really could. I really could see Elko. His rotation schedule is Texas and LSU every year. Yeah, that's starting next year. That's a tough. I mean, you got to factor in. You're at least splitting those, and A&M is never they've always been snake bit. They've always been snake bit. I could see it. I don't think it's likely, but I could see it.
We'll see where the coaching carousel turns next. As I mentioned, Matt Rule signed an extension at Nebraska. He'll be in Lincoln through 2032, at least according to the terms of that contract. We've got games to talk about, though, and how are we going to bet them? 2 big ones in the SEC, 1 late night in the Big 12 that could affect the CFP picture for that conference. We get into all those next right here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGMU on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Some of our best bets for the weekend coming up in about 15, 20 minutes from now. Plus, we'll take a look at the updated CFP numbers. Who do we like, especially for some of those spots that are considered on the bubble? Are there some numbers out there that we would like to bet, given the value that may or may not exist on some of those teams? But we got some big matchups to preview this weekend. Let's dive into the biggest ones of Week 10 around college football. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. Don't forget, you can always download us in podcast form. Just search for BetMGMU. Let's start in Austin. Vandy, Texas, noon Eastern, 11 Central kick on Saturday. This is strength against strength, John. This is the 10th ranked defense in the country. Texas, 14.6 points a game is all they're giving up. This is the 12th ranked offense in the country. Vandy scoring better than 38 points a game. Texas had to storm back to take care of Mississippi State last week. That was a week after an upset loss at Kentucky. Vandy ground out that win over Missouri, although the Tigers were without their starting quarterback for the bulk of that game. One interesting number here that I think is worth considering: Steve Sarkisian, 21-3 at home with the Horns since 2022. And this is their first true home game against a power conference opponent, John. They had the Red River rivalry against Oklahoma, which counted as a home game. But other than that, I think the last team they played at home was Sam Houston State. So does this give them a chance to sort of find their equilibrium going back to Austin and getting a Vandy team that, like I said, had to kind of grind out that win over Missouri?
Yeah, I mean, obviously what Vandy has done has just been, and Diego Pavia, I mean, it's been one of the greatest stories in college football. There is no question about that. What I would argue is that the majority of it has been in Nashville, right? I mean, which is true of a lot of teams. But I mean, they go to Alabama, they got handled at Alabama, beat LSU, which fired Brian Kelly a couple weeks later, and is now out of the top 25. And like you said, grinded it out against Missouri at home. I mean, I think it's a great story, but I think the market is probably, their sniffer is probably on the right track here with Texas. I mean, it's not a bet that I would like run to make, but my guess is directionally it will be correct. We're waiting on that breakout game from Arch. Maybe this is the week.
If he plays, that's like, or how well he plays, because the concussion protocol, right. I should say, right. It's how well. And that's the thing, it's always scary because, you're not usually, let's just look at the NFL. You're not usually in concussion protocol 48 hours before the game. You're either out of it, you're out of protocol, or you're not playing at that point. So, what happens there is still up in the air. I kind of agree with you, though. I mean, a lot of Vandy's, a lot of their numbers and a lot of their schedule has come at home. They did win at South Carolina. We all know how that team has been altered since then. They did win at Virginia Tech. We know what's gone on since then at Va-Tech. So I don't really know what to make of Vandy. I think Vandy clearly should be, I shouldn't say clearly, but they should be the underdog here. They probably should be the underdog of the remaining road games, the favorites of the remaining home games. That's the way it is for most teams. The road has become the great equalizer. They did not play well at Alabama. I don't know that the offense is going to play tremendous here. Texas has got a really good defense. I think the under, I could absolutely be talked into the under on this one as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was my first look on this one, also sitting somewhere in the 45 to 46.5 range, especially with Texas's defense. I think they will be a big equalizer in this one. I think it does sit within a field goal either way. You made a good point, Choppy, about Vanderbilt having two big road games left, not just in Austin this weekend, but then the final week of the season, they go to Knoxville to take on your Vols. In between now and then, they got Auburn, a bye week in Kentucky. So there is the opportunity here for Vandy, and we'll get to playoff odds, like I said, in about 15 minutes or so. But there is an opportunity here for Vandy to make that final game of the year in Knoxville sort of a de facto playoff game, right? Winner is in, loser is out. We'll see what happens with Tennessee, and we'll get into them as they host Oklahoma here in just a minute. But this is a massive game for Vanderbilt to prove that they legit belong in this CFP conversation. Going to Austin as 2.5-point dogs. Again, might be a part of our best bets before we wrap up the show here in just a couple of minutes. Oklahoma, Tennessee, I just mentioned this game, John. This one has a total sitting somewhere in the 56 range, 55, 56. Tennessee's failed to hang at least 34 points just once, and that was on the road in Tuscaloosa 2 weeks ago. They're averaging better than 45.5 points a game. You can see why when you look at their early season non-conference schedule, but the offense has kept it up. Second most points in the FBS. This is the Oklahoma defense, though. Again, strength against strength in this matchup as well. Are they maybe the defensive version of Tennessee? Because that's what they're riding on right now. Everything is on the Sooners' defense, especially since John Mateer has looked human at best the last couple of weeks since returning from hand surgery. Just 2 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions. They all came in that first game back. But the big difference here, I think, John, the turnover differential. Oklahoma -6 this year. That's 117th in the country. Tennessee +5 is a top 25 mark in turnover differential. Maybe that's the difference. If John Mateer comes out and looks like himself again, like he did early in the season, that could be the key to Oklahoma upsetting Tennessee on the road in Knoxville. But it's a field goal game, and I think this goes the way of Tennessee's offense. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I love the over. I do think this is just going to be a high octane game. I mean, I think Aguilar's shown that, you know, he's a legitimate passer in this offense. It's been a great fit between coach and quarterback, and I don't mind an Oklahoma fade. I mean, I really don't. I have not really been that impressed with them whatsoever the last couple of weeks. Maybe Mateer's coming back too early. You know, that performance against Texas was just downright embarrassing. You know, they were 5-6 point favorites against Ole Miss, so they seem like they are definitely trending in the wrong direction. So I don't mind a fade of Oklahoma here whatsoever either.
I am on the over as well. Look, Tennessee could score on just about anybody, especially at home. That they're a different track meet at home, but there are some 7-on-7 teams in Texas that could score on Tennessee's defense. That is the reality. That is an awful defense. You could throw on them all day. You could throw on Oklahoma's defense. You know, the back end, they stopped the run pretty well, but I think this thing has got a lot of points written all over it. This thing is not in the 60s total. I'd be surprised. You know, so I like the over this one. The side of this, I would probably lean Tennessee just because they're at home, but I never have any faith. You can't. I don't think you can trust either one of these teams, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it sets up interesting the schedule. I keep focusing on that because we will talk playoff numbers in the final segment here in a couple minutes. But Oklahoma is going to get a chance to lick their wounds a little bit, regardless of what happens in Knoxville. They'll get a bye week, but then congratulations, you get to go to Tuscaloosa and Alabama is rolling, and then they wrap up at home against Missouri and LSU. So, look, every game is a must-win for Oklahoma at this point if they want to stay in the playoff conversation. We'll see if their defense can carry them to it and if Mateer can look better. Tennessee, on the other hand, after this one, they'll get a bye week, and then it's New Mexico State at home before they go to Florida and then host Vanderbilt again in what may be a de facto win and you're in kind of game in the final week of the regular season for the Vols. Massive game in the Big 12 because the Big 12 is still wide open. This one will kick late around 10:15 Eastern, 8:15 Mountain Time. Let's give some love to the Mountain Time zone. Why not? Utah hosting Cincinnati, a massive game for the top of the Big 12. Utah, 5th in the country. They are averaging 267 yards a game on the ground. Looks like they're going to get Devin Dampier back for this one as well. They're scoring a ton. Top 15, I want to say 11th in the country, almost 39 points a game. Doing it really by converting a lot of third downs, 54%. Cincinnati can score as well, but they're just 128th, John, in time of possession. They count on a lot of big plays. Utah will do the exact opposite. They'll want to possess the ball, grind it out. I mentioned the rushing numbers. Total sits at 55.5, I believe it is, in that neighborhood. And Utah favored in this one. the home field advantage is a big one. We've talked about the altitude before, anywhere from 8.5 all the way out to 10, John.
I like Cincinnati at 10. I mean, I know that there were a lot of sharps that played Utah 7, but 7 and 10 are two different numbers. I just like this Cincinnati offense. I do. I think they can find a way to – I know Utah is coming off that beat down in Colorado, but that Colorado program is an absolute disaster. I mean, it's been – and I know there's a lot of stuff going on, health issues with Coach Prime and things like that, but they have not adjusted to the post-Shador era well at all. So I don't necessarily put a ton of stock into the margin in that one. I think the Cincinnati team is good. I mean, I like them in the Big 12. We talked about their odds last week. I like them as a long shot. I'll take the 10 here and kind of play my odds with that. I mean, I think they can find a way to, keep this close within one score. So I'm going to take the Bearcats in that offense.
Man, I don't hate the 10. I don't hate taking the 10 with Cincinnati. One thing that scares me though is that these Utah teams, man, when they get you at home, they boat race you. It is a sight to see. It really is. It doesn't matter if it's BYU or Utah. Hell, Utah State might even do it. I don't know. But it's that is one thing that would scare me and scare me away from taking a team. I don't know. I can't think of I don't think Cincinnati's been here like ever. So
Nope.
It sounds like it just would be a complete new situation for them. So I would probably, I don't hate taking the 10 with Cincinnati, but if I was going to pick, I'd probably go the Utah route.
Yeah, it is the first ever meeting between these two programs. So the Bearcats have definitely never been out to Utah to face the Utes. I keep, again, referencing schedules after this one. It'll be a bye week for Utah. I don't know if there's a way they work unless things get really squirrely with the top 4 teams in the Big 12. You got BYU and Cincy both undefeated in conference. You got Texas Tech and Houston, each with 1 loss. I don't see Utah worming their way into the Big 12 championship game, but it's the Big 12. Literally anything can happen any given week, so nobody's really ever out of it, maybe. It still is, I think, a one-bid league, as I've mentioned a couple times this year. But an opportunity, I think, here for BYU, definitely, to Cincinnati to stake their claim as the team right there with BYU, and maybe those two end up bound for the Big 12 title game. Let's talk about that other one-bid league, because there is a game that I think is worth talking about in the ACC. It's a noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central kick between Miami and SMU. Canes favored anywhere from 10.5 to 12.5, depending on where you find it. Their defense has been suffocating this year, allowing just 270 total yards per game, only 87 on the ground, and only 14 points a week. SMU has struggled to run the ball. I don't imagine they get it going against Miami. They're coming off an ugly loss at Wake Forest. But the 3 weeks before that, they put up a total of 100 points against Syracuse, Stanford, and Clemson, for what it's worth. I don't know about you, John. I'm still trying to get over the 4 INT game for Carson Beck against Louisville and figure out if that was an apparition or if that's a sign maybe of things to come. Maybe it doesn't come against SMU, but they are on the road in this spot, Miami, trying to avoid another speed bump here on their way to presumably a playoff spot.
An apparition, like a ghost? You mean aberration? You mean
aberration? You mean aberration, not an apparition.
You don't mean apparition?
Did I say apparition?
Yeah, you said apparition, yeah. It is Halloween. It is Halloween, man.
That's what I was doing.
Hey, he was seeing
trying to
apparition.
make a Halloween reference.
Why don't you
stop busting my balls and talk about the game, John?
There you go.
That's why, hey, it's not easy to attempt big words on this show, all right? That's what happens. But no, he was seeing apparition.
I got to stop and consider whether you two are actually going to understand him or not, and then I get confused and use the wrong word anyway.
Blame the victim.
I'm not.
Blame the victim. But no, I mean, I actually, weirdly enough, watched the entire SMU Wake Forest game, and I think it might be the worst college football game I've ever seen. I mean, I honestly, just go look at the highlights. It'll be a 2-minute video. Neither team, I think there was like 8 combined turnovers. Neither team could score a touchdown. I mean, and you're talking about teams that were getting inside the 10-yard line and act like they, it's like their first time, maybe when your first time, you were putting it down, you didn't know what you were doing. That's how they looked. Right. And so I look.
Unfortunately, this didn't end as quickly as that did.
No,
game.
exactly. No, this continues.
Wow.
Against all odds. I can't take SMU. I can't take. They have no clue what they're doing. I'd have to lay it with Miami.
Yeah, you watched that whole game. Rhett Lashley did not watch that whole game. I guarantee you that. He turned the tape off.
Crazy.
Dude, so Chris, you said this is maybe a one-bid league. If Miami, Miami's going to steal a bid here. Because if Virginia and Georgia Tech win out, they're going to go to the ACC championship game. And then Miami, what's going to be an 11-1 team that gets left out? Like, they're going to steal a bid. So, like, if you're a bubble Big Ten SEC team, you better hope Miami loses or Virginia loses. That's what you really need to hope for. Or Georgia Tech loses and loses again. It could be squirrely for them, but this is SMU's not very good. Not very good right now. And that's surprising because this was a playoff team last year.
We'll talk about some of those teams that could be bid stealers, to use a March Madness terminology there, and whether those apparitions or aberrations exist in the college football playoff picture. We'll tell you some of the numbers that we like the value on for teams that might make, might miss, and give you some of our best bets for the weekend as well. Coming up next, right here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back into BetMGM-U, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, always available in podcast form as well, wherever you get your audio. Just search for BetMGM-U alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy. I'm Chris Mack. We'll get you our favorite bets of Week 10 in the college football world in just a couple of moments. Maybe a little pizza money parlay from Choppy as well. And just set the table for what's going to go down this weekend, because it is the last one before we get the first set of college football playoff rankings on Tuesday. All kinds of different projections out there. I looked up USA Today. I looked up Heather Dinich and ESPN, Joel Klatt, Fox Sports, CBS. And you get the same common theme. The top two teams in the Big Ten and the SEC have those 4 spots right now that would get by. So you're talking Indiana, Ohio State, Alabama, Texas A&M. Things start to open up when we look at that next set of teams, the teams that may host games on campus the first weekend of the college football playoff. You see a lot of Georgia, though. You see a lot of Ole Miss and Oregon. And then, a little sprinkling of Georgia Tech, Texas Tech, BYU, Miami in there definitely in a couple spots. And then you really get to the bubble teams in the 9 through 12 spots in all of these projections, John. That's where we're talking about Vanderbilt, Tennessee, who I mentioned may have an elimination game the final week of the regular season. That's where you start to see your American teams. I should ask for your expertise, Mr. American Conference, on South Florida, Tulane, North Texas, and, of course, your Memphis Tigers. Actually, let's start there. Let's start with the American Conference, because that looks like it's going to give us our group of 5 representative. Tulane right now plus 250 to make the playoff. Then you get South Florida at 350, North Texas at 4-1, and Memphis at 550. How does the American shape up with just 4 weeks left in the regular season?
I mean, just based on those prices, I don't know how Memphis is plus 550. I mean, that just doesn't really make any sense to me, because if they win out, they are in, and they will host the thing. Now, you could say, well, will they win out? Great question. I don't know. I mean, they do play Tulane, but it's at home. They do play Navy, but it's at home. But they just beat South Florida, who is the class of the league, or at least was before last week. So I think if I'm betting that market, it would be Memphis plus 550, because they're going to host the game. If they're in there, they're going to host the game, and Memphis does not lose at home. So I don't necessarily understand I don't think Tulane has been that dominant this year. I mean, they're good like they always are, but I don't think they're this team I don't think they're as good as South Florida, who Memphis just beat. So, I mean, I'd be on Memphis in the plus 500 range for sure, because if they're in the American Championship, the odds are it's going to be in Memphis, which is a huge advantage.
Yeah, for me, in order to place a bet on one of these kind of long shots, air quotes, they've got to control their destiny. All right. I actually like Virginia. It's plus 750, 760. If they win out, they're in the ACC championship game against right now Georgia Tech, and then that's not Georgia Tech's not unbeatable. That's not an unwinnable game. And with those kind of odds, those are very favorable. That's a very good number of all these teams. That's a pretty solid number at plus 760 to make it. So I kind of like the Virginia angle. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's going to happen, but I could talk myself into it, just because they do control some of that destiny. Just keep winning.
Yeah,
just keep winning.
They still got a trip to Duke in a couple weeks, and they do have the rivalry game to wrap things up against the Hokies.
The Cal game this week, that's out west. Yeah. That could bite them. They haven't played great football. They've gotten a little lucky.
There are a couple teams from the ACC headed out west. We talked about Miami going to SMU, but I think Pitt's headed to Stanford as well on a really big number too. I'm going to say it's like 14 or something. But both of those teams in the ACC headed out west, I would kind of pump the brakes on this week in particular. I love Georgia Tech. I know they're beatable, but I think as far as the landscape of the ACC is concerned, you give me Haynes King over just about any other quarterback in that conference right now, and I really like Georgia Tech. And I mentioned my concerns about Carson Beck, which I've had going all the way back to the beginning of the year, and how he's been very reliant on his receivers making plays for him. If they do, and you brought this up a couple minutes ago, Choppy, if the ACC does steal a bid, for example, right? Let's talk about Georgia Tech and Miami both going, or maybe it's Virginia and Miami, or whatever the case may be. I'm curious who you think they steal it from. Notre Dame is in a spot where if they just run the table, they presumably will get in. A lot of these projections have them in, even if it is as a 10 or 11 seed, because they're expected to run the table and get in. They are minus 300 to make the playoffs right now. That tells you what Vegas thinks of Notre Dame getting in, plus 240 to miss. What are our thoughts on Notre Dame, John? And do they maybe have the most to lose if the ACC does steal a bid and get a second team in here?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like I don't know. I mean, Notre Dame is a team that kind of just keeps on chugging, and I do think you have to respect that. But I don't know. I mean, is the quarterback play good enough? Is it something that I can count on in a high leverage game? I mean, I think he's a fighter and he's got some moxie to him, but I don't know. At 10-1, it feels like a premium on this Notre Dame team. So I would not really have any interest in it.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, let's say Notre Dame is 10-2. Let's say Texas wins out, beats Georgia on the road. They'd be 10-2. Georgia would be 10-2. Say Tennessee wins out, they're 10-2. You've already got Ole Miss, A&M, and Bama. They're already going to be in.
Yeah.
Now you're just stacking resumes. And don't think for a second that the name on the front of the jersey doesn't matter.
Well,
but the thing is, those are all like Texas, Tennessee, Georgia. Those are big programs. It's not like you got a TCU in there who got screwed out a decade ago.
And they're all going to have big wins on their resume too, right? Because the one thing about Notre Dame is they may not have any massive wins on their conference. The two losses that they would presumably have would be two decent losses, right? Miami and Texas A&M, and Miami's on the road. So they're not going to get crushed for their losses. I just don't know, and this has been the question we've had about them since they lost those two games to open the season. Do they have enough on the schedule to have the wins to stack up against anybody in the SEC if it gets to that scenario that you're talking about, Choppy, where you got 6 2-loss or better SEC teams?
Yeah, I mean, look, Texas would have maybe the best win if they were to win at Georgia. It's a good win. Georgia's would have a win at Tennessee. Tennessee wouldn't have a win on that level. They would have Oklahoma and Vandy. That's not on that level, though. Notre Dame doesn't have an elite win. You're going to have to go down this. I mean, that's interesting because you could go up with a scenario where you have half a dozen SEC teams, maybe 7, that have 2 losses. It's a lot. And
if there's 7, somebody's getting left out, no doubt. They're not putting 7 SEC teams into the playoff. Tennessee's still
6 in either. They're not putting 6 in either. I don't think.
I don't think it's likely. I think it's an outside possibility. The way you just set it up with all those 2-loss teams, and if it's Notre Dame, I don't know. I think that's a possibility. I want to go back to Tennessee for a second real quick. They are 3-1 to make the playoff, Choppy. We just got done talking about them against Oklahoma this weekend and how they have sort of a de facto playoff game possibly against Vanderbilt, but it's in Knoxville the final week of the regular season. They got a trip to Florida in there. I don't think that trips them up, but Tennessee at 3-1. You betting that?
Is this your first time dealing with Tennessee? you think that they're just going to go into Florida and win that game?
I wanted to reel you in.
Did you not see that South Carolina game with Hendon Hooker and Connor Stallions on the sideline? You didn't see that? You saw that. You know better than that. You know better than that. This team will let you down. They will let you down. But no, I mean, look, seriously, like they do probably control their own destiny. Win out, you're probably in. And they're going to be favored in every game. There's not a whole lot of things that you could really. They're going to be favored against. They're favored against OU. They're going to be favored against Vandy, and they'll be favored against Florida. So yeah, I think that's a fair bet. That's a if it was 4-1, I would probably definitely jump on it. But 3-1, yeah, that's good. Let's do it.
There
in.
you go.
I'll take that odds right now.
I got you to talk yourself into it. I like that. Best bets for Week 10 this weekend. John, what do you got? What's on your board for this week?
We're going to go to UNLV. We're going to take the over 61.5, UNLV in New Mexico. This is just because UNLV wins every game in the 30s. And New Mexico is kind of the same. Like they can score 30 to 40 every game. UNLV's off a bye, but I don't think this is going to fundamentally change anything about the way they play. They don't have a great defense and they score a lot of points. They have to every week. So I will take 61.5. Anything in the low 60s with UNLV tends to be good.
All right, RJ is the king of the pizza money parlays. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next payday. So use that parlay boost token inside your BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay this weekend and every weekend inside the BetMGM app. Choppy, what you got?
All right, I got Indiana minus 22 on the road at Maryland. Georgia minus 7 against Florida. And give me Cal money line over Virginia.
Ooh, okay. You just talked up Virginia, and now you're betting against them.
Listen, I will talk myself in and out of everything.
Of just about anything.
Doesn't matter.
I got some looks for this weekend as well. I think Cincinnati, Utah goes under 54.5. I think Utah grinds that game to a halt, especially at altitude. I don't know if I like a side, but I think I like it to be ugly. Tennessee, I'll lay the field goal at home against Oklahoma. Make John Mateer show me that he is back on track. I still don't know if he is. I mentioned earlier, I really like Georgia Tech this year, minus 5.5 at NC State. And then I'll throw a little Texas Tech laying a touchdown at K-State as well for the Red Raiders to keep it rolling. We will be back next weekend to break it all down, including the first set of CFP rankings for you. For our producer, Zach Kroll, for John Martin, for RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. The playbook is set and the coffee is hot.
So I like that 10-1 national championship price, and I don't hate betting them to win the Big Ten.
Grab your foam fingers, put on your team colors, and fire up the grills.
Want to pass that or smash it?
This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Tailgate Kickoff, happy Saturday morning, Saturday, November 1st. Hopefully everybody had a safe, enjoyable, and fun Halloween night. Last night went trick-or-treating with my son for the first time, which is actually hard. Well, first time since he was 4 years old, because usually I do the night show on the BetMGM network. But shout out to management for giving me the night off last night. We went trick-or-treating. My son, who doesn't like horror movies or scary movies, went as Jason Voorhees. Usually he goes as a WWE wrestler or a hockey player. This year wanted to go as a serial killer. So fun night, feeling good, no hangover. We just got the coffee. We have not ingested any coffee yet. So if I say anything stupid in the first segment, it's not my fault. I blame it on, I'm a little sleepy like the rest of us, but we're going to find some winners in the world of college football. Hard to believe it's week 10 of the season. The season just kind of flying by. It's been a weird year. A lot of teams that I hyped up coming into the season, some teams that I played futures on, like Penn State, have been a complete disaster. Same thing with Clemson. And let's actually start with Clemson today and go out to that game. Coming up, noon kickoff, Clemson at home today at Memorial Stadium out in Clemson, South Carolina. They are now 3.5-point favorites, minus 105, the best price if you want to back the favorite at home today. Duke, they're catching 3.5. Minus 105 is the best price that you could get currently on the Blue Devils to stay close. If you think they're going to win that game outright, Duke is plus 145 on the money line. Clemson, just to win the game, minus 162. The total, if you like the over, the best number and price you could get, 54.5, minus 109 to the over. And if you want to come in on the under, 55.5 is the best number that you could get right now, but it is juice, minus 115. These are two teams. Now, Duke has been more profitable for me this year, but Clemson, I had high expectations for, like the rest of us. With Cade Klubnik coming back behind center, I thought that there was a good chance. Maybe he might be the number one overall pick, or at least the first quarterback taken in the draft after what he did last year, over 40 total touchdowns. Clemson made the college football playoff last year. They won double-digit games after a little bit of a slow start. And they've been a complete disaster, in my opinion, at least for me. I could not lay 3.5 with Clemson, even at home with this team. My bet here would be Duke catching more than a field goal. The problem with Duke is, they've had some big wins this season, don't get me wrong, but there's been a couple spots. The Illinois game, last time I bet them, last week, where they march up and down the field. They'll outgain their opponent. I love Darian Mensah. There's a reason why they paid him $8 million, $4.1 million or whatever it is to play quarterback for them this year. But they march up the field, they get into the green zone, the red zone, they get the ball first and goal, and then what do? They turn it over. Every single week that I bet Duke. So for me, with the number, I think there's a little value with Duke on the road, catching 3.5. I think they might win this game outright at plus 145. But I'm staying away from that one. So no play, but the lean there would be the Blue Devils. I do have a play on this one, maybe the marquee game of the noon slate at least, Eastern time, of course. Number 9, Vandy on the road, taking on number 20, Texas. And Texas has been a little bit of a disappointment just because they came in this season, preseason number 1 overall. They lose week 1, tough matchup to Ohio State. And you say, well, it's only going to get better, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And it really hasn't. And I know most of the blame has fallen on Arch Manning because he hasn't really lived up to the hype. But, man, he has no time in the pocket. Pass protection has been a real issue for Texas. And that was my concern coming into the season. The offensive line, and can they establish a ground game? Who is going to be their leading rusher? And it's been Arch. Arch has been the offense. He's been their leading rusher. So that's been the issue for Texas. That said, though, I'm going to fade Vandy today. I do like Texas in this game. I bet Texas on the money line a little bit earlier this week, minus 115. The money line price is up to minus 150. That's the best number I'm seeing right now. If you want to bet them on the spread, they're 3.5-point favorites now. Plus 105 is the best price that you could get. You could also get a juice 3, minus 115. If you like Vandy, you could get Vandy at 3.5 juiced, or you could take Vandy to cover the field goal plus 3 at even money. If Vandy wins, they likely just need to win 2 of their final 3 games against Auburn, Kentucky, and Tennessee to clinch their first playoff berth and the best season in school history. Texas most likely needs to win out, obviously, right? They have their losses for the year. I like this game. Desperation spot for Texas. And like I said, Texas's offensive line, that's been the issue. But the good thing for them is their defense, man. Their defense is elite. They're 5th nationally right now in EPA per play on the defensive side of the ball. They're number 6 at PFF in defensive grade, and they're really good up front. They're one of 3 teams actually right now in the nation that's inside the top 10 in both run defense grade, where they're 5th, and pass rush grade, where they're 10th. I mean, they got studs on the defensive side of the ball. We're going to be watching them all next year and the year after on Sundays. Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill Jr., Ethan Burke. So they're really, really stout, really good up front. What does Vandy want to do? They want to run the football. I mean, Diego Pavia has been really good this year. They win this game. They make the playoff. He's most likely your Heisman, or at least in New York, obviously, for the ceremony. Passing grade, top 10 in the country. But where they want to beat you is explosive plays and his legs. And Texas's defense, I don't think they're going to give up many explosives, man. So if Vandy on standard downs is only hitting them with like 3-4 yard runs, I don't know that Vandy's going to score enough points to win this game outright or cover. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. I would only bet the under here. In fact, you know what? I will play a little under, some pizza money, under 46.5, minus 105 you could find right now. I'll go under, and I like Texas. Like I said, Diego Pavia has been great. The skill position players for Vandy, really damn good. But the issue with Vandy, there's only one on the offensive side of the ball, and it's their offensive line. Right now, they have the 8th lowest graded offensive line in the Power 4 with a 59.5 grade. They have the 5th worst pass blocking grade in the same category, and they're just above average right now if you're looking at the run game. 62nd nationally in run blocking grade. In fact, Jordan White is the only starting offensive lineman for Vandy that has a plus grade, a 60-plus grade this season. Also, in pass protection, like I said, Diego can make the throws, but if you go back to the Missouri game, I was on Missouri last week, and I still will argue that that was the right side. If Bo Prabula doesn't get hurt in that game, I mean, that's where you knew. You're like, I'm screwed in this one, man, because I'm on the right side. I don't think they're going to be able to hit explosive plays against this Missouri D. And Missouri's pass rush got pressure all day long on Piava. In fact, on Diego. In fact, he had a 49 passing grade only. And he's been really good, actually. You know, when he's been under pressure, 27th under pressure. But last week didn't look so good, and I think Texas's defensive line is better than Missouri's. I think Texas is going to get a ton of pressure, and I think they're going to limit the explosive plays. Then it just comes down to, can Texas score enough points to cover if you want to lay the 3.5, or score enough points just to win the game outright? Arch Manning got beat up. Does look like he's going to play. He is going to play. He's their leading rusher right now. This is Texas's issue. Like I said, they're 100th in the nation right now in rushing grade as a unit. They're bottom 15 in yards per carry, yards after contact. So let's see if they can get the ground game going. It's going to have to be somebody other than Arch today, whether it's Wisner, Baxter, Gibson. I think they win this game. I'll go 21-17 Texas. So I like the favorite here, and I do like the under. Another game that seemed a lot better on paper coming into the season. I mean, Miami's lived up to the hype. They're number 10 in the country. They're on the road. Tricky spot today against SMU, and I do see a lot of love for SMU. As far as the content creators, I've seen a lot of people on social media that like SMU. I don't know if I could do it, though. Let's see. Best number. In fact, at 12.5, I understood the love for SMU. Now that it's down to 10, I get it. I don't love the spot for Miami on the road, but I think Miami's the better football team. They suffered their first loss of the season a couple weeks ago. We were on Louisville in that game, on that Friday night game. And the reason I like Louisville is I said they're going to be able to get pressure on Carson Beck. And that's the only way that you could affect Carson Beck, man, because with a clean pocket, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the country. But if you get pressure, that's when you get all of those turnover-worthy plays. And that's what we saw in that game. He threw 4 interceptions. The matchup to watch here, I think, is going to be SMU's offense, going against Miami's pass rush. That's why I like Miami in this game. Reuben Bain Jr. from Miami, I keep joking that he should be the Heisman. I think that price is like 150 to 1. He's not going to be the Heisman. But if I had the number 1 overall pick, I would take him. He's top 10 against the run, and he's top 10 against the pass. So let's see. SMU has they've been one of the better teams in the country at protecting the quarterback. Their pass blocking grade is second, only to Oregon in the country. 4 of their 5 starters on the offensive line have at least an 80 pass blocking grade. So if they could protect Kevin Jennings, he can make enough plays in the pocket. He's going to make some plays with his legs. Maybe SMU stays close. Maybe they're live in this game, but I'm going to go with Miami here. I think their offense will find enough success. I do know that SMU's pass rush is legit, so if they get pressure again on Carson Beck, maybe they pull off the upset. If you think SMU could win this game outright, BetMGM right now has them plus 310 on the money line, Miami minus 390. Best price again on the Hurricanes on the road, 9.5, but it's juiced. Best price on SMU right now, plus 10.5. So money coming in on SMU. We'll see if that's the right side. All right, so we got to do Clemson. Penn State, Ohio State was supposed to be the marquee game of the day. The problem is Penn State's no good. They're 3-4 this season. James Franklin has been fired. Drew Aller is out for the season. But I do think that this is going to be the best defense that Ohio State has seen since week 1 against Texas. And that's why I think there's some money coming in, not only on the under, but some money coming in on the dog. Now, the way look ahead probably would have been a pick, right? I actually, if I was going to bet this game in July or August, would have bet Penn State because I really like Penn State coming into the season. But they're one of those teams, obviously, that let me down. I want to make the case for them just because the number is so big, and it's been a disastrous season where your head coach has been fired. So I was thinking maybe for Penn State, this is their Super Bowl. Let's show up and at least play this game competitive. And I think their defense is going to show up and keep it competitive at least for a half. The worry would be Ohio State pulling away late. Ohio State on the offensive side of the ball, loaded at the wide receiver position like they always are. But they might have the best quarterback in the nation in Julian Sayin. He's looked like the 5-star that we thought that he was going to be. He's lived up to the hype. He looks like the real deal. He looks better than Will Howard did last season. Julian Sayin's awesome, especially if you protect him. And then the defense, I didn't know about the Matt Patricia hire just because of how it ended in the NFL, but what a great hire. Probably the steal of the college football offseason, man. I mean, I love what they're doing right now with their safeties. It helps that Caleb Downs is the best safety in college football in the nation. But Patricia has been an excellent hire. I hope he doesn't get a head coaching gig because I think he's better suited as a defensive coordinator, especially at the college level. But the Buckeyes are the real deal. They look like the best team in the country. But there is money coming in on Penn State. The spread was 20.5 a couple days ago. We're down to 18.5 now. And the total opened at 50.5 down to 44.5. If I had to bet the game, I'm going to stay away. I would take the dog. I would take the points here with Penn State. I might go first half spread instead. And I'd probably still, even at 44.5, bet the under. I think this is going to be maybe like a 21-13 type game. We'll see. Maybe I'm giving Penn State way too much credit and they just get the doors blown off them. We'll see. Buffalo on the road catching 2.5 against Bowling Green. Bowling Green actually took a little bit of money. They opened as a 1.5-point favorite. If we got to 3, I would actually bet Buffalo. Total has not moved, 43.5, and that's where we stand right now. Has not moved a tad, so nothing there for me. Scrolling down, Army opened as a 1.5-point favorite. That's where they stand right now on the road taking on Air Force. The total money coming in on the under, obviously 2 service academies. That would be my look. It went from 49.5 down to 48.5. I still think that there's some meat on that bone right there. Rutgers, Illinois. Give me Rutgers to cover the 13.5. I like Rutgers' offense. Super efficient at times. The problem has been their defense. Illinois is now a 5-3 football team. Coming into the year, they were getting a lot of playoff hype. I went under on their win total. That's looking pretty good right now. I think Rutgers keeps this game close on the road. I'll take the 13.5. I also do agree with the move on the total. I would only bet the over here. Open at 60.5. Out to 62.5 right now. Juice, though, minus 115 to the over. UAB, UConn. UAB is an 11.5-point dog in that game. No movement. Total open at 64.5. Under money came in. It's now 62.5. I would take the under in that game. And I like UConn as an 11.5-point favorite. No bet for me, though. And then Baylor at home. Opens as a 4.5-point favorite. I bet UCF gave that out on our show on Monday. I like UCF to keep this game close, maybe even win outright. The money line price is plus 136, but money came in on them. They're down to 3. I still like Central Florida at +3, but I liked it better, obviously, at 4.5. Total in the game, 59.5. Money coming in on the over, I agree with that. It opened at 58.5 up to 59.5. Two really efficient offenses. Baylor with Sawyer Robertson, one of the better quarterbacks in the country. But I think Central Florida is live today, so still like them at +3. Rounding out the noon slate, just 2 games to get to. West Virginia is a 13.5-point dog against Houston. Total 48.5. I like the under. It went from 49.5 to 48.5. And then Navy, North Texas. We got a good one. Navy 7-0, North Texas 7-1. We'll actually hit this on the other end. Tailgate kickoff, Ryan.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Let's get back to Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we got through every single game in the early slate except for one, and I added that during the commercial break. So let me add that here to my tracker. My favorite bet of the early slate, I think today is a great day. I was going to say to sit on the couch and watch college football, but I don't know that I could sit on the couch today and watch college football. Might have to go out for the games. If you have YouTube TV, clock's a ticking. YouTube TV, ESPN, Disney, whoever there is to blame, just please, for the love of God, I don't want to go out into public today with all these bets. I want to sit on my couch. I want to order a pizza, kick the feet up, and I want to watch college football on my television sets. Multiple games. I want to pick my games. I want to be able to pause and rewind when I want to. I don't want to have to go out and have people chirping in my ear during these games. Chompers, we call them. So hopefully we get something resolved here. I keep refreshing every single 5 minutes on Twitter to see if YouTube TV is tweeted. They haven't tweeted in a long, long time. I need an update. I need my games today. I do have the ESPN app. Guess that maybe that works. The one I care about, obviously, is Vandy and Texas. I'm on Texas in that game. Like I said, I bet the money line early this week, minus 115. I would still take it at minus 150, even though that's expensive. I would take Texas minus 3 juiced. 3.5 is kind of pushing it because all Vandy does is cover, but I don't think this is a great spot today for Vandy. I don't think they're going to be able to win this game outright or cover without hitting explosives, and I don't think Texas is going to give up many explosives. All right, the one I left off on is one of the bigger games of the day, actually, kind of flying under the radar. You got Navy going against North Texas, and you got my cousin, Blake Horvath, for Navy, who came into the season as a dark horse Heisman candidate. And we know what Navy's going to want to do today. Although the offense is much different than it was 10, 20 years ago, they're still going to want to pound the rock. And that's where North Texas has struggled on the defensive side of the ball a little bit. So Blake Horvath has 806 rushing yards. He has 12 rushing touchdowns, the most among all quarterbacks in the FBS. And I don't know that North Texas is going to be able to just stack the box, put 8 in the box, because he's also right now top 20 in passing grade. He's at number 16 right now. 83.0 is his grade. He has 7 big-time throws, only 2 turnover-worthy plays. Now, this is going to be one of the best teams, the best team that he's seen so far this season. But he's been solid with his arm. They've been solid with their ground game. And right now, North Texas's run defense is 100th. Outside the top 100 in yards per attempt allowed, 5.2. So if Navy's able to run the ball 5-6 yards per pop, eat clock, I think they could stay within the number. Best price you could get right now is +6. I'm actually going to stay away from the side and the total, and I'm going to go with the team total here on Navy. I pulled this up during the break. 28.5 minus 115. So there's only been one game this season where they haven't scored at least 30 points. I think they're going to hit a ton of explosive plays with that run game. Like I just said, North Texas outside the top 100 defending the run. So I'm going to go Navy over 28.5 minus 115 is the best price I'm seeing. And if I were to bet the game, I would take Navy. I would take the points. +6 is the best price that I'm seeing right now on the board. +6 minus 108. If you like North Texas, -6 minus 112 is the best price you're getting. Total in the game 66.5. Earlier this week on the look ahead, I bet Iowa State. I think this is just a stay away now, though, at 7.5. Arizona State announces that Sam Leavitt, their starting quarterback, is going to miss the rest of the season. Tough blow for them. Iowa State's back home. I know they've been a little bit shaky on the defensive side of the ball this year, but I like Rocco Beck. I think he makes enough plays in this game. I would lay it still if I had to bet the game at the current price. Total under money coming in. I agree with that. 50.5 down to 49.5. Nothing there for me. All right. Afternoon window, we got Temple catching 5.5 at home. I like Temple. I like this Temple team. I think they cover. I think they might win this game outright against East Carolina. If you like Temple to pull off the upset, best price you could get +185 right now. East Carolina on the money line -225. Looking at the total, some money comes in on the under. The opener was 58.5. Total down now to 57.5, -110 both ways. Louisville, right now, 6-1 on the season, number 16 in the country. I love Braum, the head coach. I like the defense. I like the defensive side of the ball. That pass rush is legit. They have one of the better wins, beating an undefeated Miami team a couple weeks ago on a Friday night. Now they're on the road taking on Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech's been playing much better ball. Drones has looked much better throwing the football, much more comfortable. He's always been a solid dual threat quarterback. He's actually healthy, which helps. Virginia Tech catching 10. Total in the game has not moved, 53.5. Virginia Tech did take a little bit of money. The opener was 11.5. I would agree with that. I think they keep this game close, but I think Louisville wins the game. New Mexico on the road today, 4-point dogs. UNLV laying 4 at home. New Mexico actually took some money, which I agree with. Went from 5.5 down to 4. I didn't bet the game. Total 64.5 was the open. I like the under there, but now we're down to 61.5. It would still be under or pass as far as the total for me. Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns on the road today. It's been not so great this season. 2-6 is their record. They're 3.5-point dogs against South Alabama, who's also 2-6. Money coming in on the Raging Cajuns. I get it. How do you expect South Alabama to win this game by margin? I have no play on it. If I did, it would be the total, which opened at 54.5 down to 52.5. I would still bet the under there. 3:30 p.m. Notre Dame, even with those 2 losses, number 12 in the country. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I've heard people say Notre Dame shouldn't be in the college football playoff, even if they finish 10-2. Notre Dame's always going to be in the college football playoff if they finish 10-2. And I mean, I agree that their 2 signature games this season were both losses. They do have the win over USC, but you kick off the season losing to Miami. Granted, that game was on the road, and CJ Carr was a freshman making his first start in hostile territory against a really good defense. And then they lose to A&M, but A&M's a good freaking football team. I faded them again last week with LSU. Big mistake. They're undefeated right now. If I were to bet this game, Notre Dame opened as a 27.5-point favorite. That number's out to 31.5. I don't know how you bet Boston College. I know that's a big number, but what a mess of a year. They're 1-7, even at home. It would be Notre Dame or pass. I agree with the move. The total went from 57.5 down to 55.5. I like that. I think Notre Dame's going to run the ball today. The problem is, though, Jeremiah Love is a walking explosive play. So if he takes a couple to the house, this could get out of hand. But I think what Notre Dame does is they go up early in this game, and then they take their foot off the gas in the second half. Run the ball. I don't think that Boston College is going to be able to move the ball. Even though Notre Dame's defense, not your typical Notre Dame defense, it has been better the last couple of weeks. The first 2 weeks of the season was a mess, but the last couple of weeks they've been much better tackling. So I would probably bet the under there if I were to do anything at 55.5. Indiana, I keep thinking maybe there will be a letdown spot for Indiana. I don't think it's coming this year. They open as 16.5-point favorites. That number's out to 21, taking on Maryland. Total in the game, 50.5. Indiana's the real deal. They're number 2 in the country. Fernando Mendoza looks like one of the better quarterbacks in the nation. He's going to be a first-round pick. I love their skill position players, and I don't think their defense gets enough attention. They're top 10 in the nation, and on the defensive side of the ball, I really like what they do with their safeties. They confuse the hell out of opposing quarterbacks. 21's a big number. I think it's a little bit of a I would see some value as far as the number if you're looking at the power ratings on Maryland at home, but I'm not betting against Indiana. It would be Indiana or pass. As far as the total, money coming in on the under, it opened at 52.5, down to 50.5 right now. Minnesota, now that we're down to 3.5, I'm going to bet Minnesota here. I liked Michigan State coming into the season. I really like Jonathan Smith as a head coach. I like Aiden Childs. I think he's exciting. I think he's only going to continue to get better. Sometimes make some questionable decisions with the football. But Michigan State's all beat up. They're on the road here. Give me Minnesota at 3.5. Moneyline price is -180. The total in the game is 44.5. Minnesota at home. I like them today. 3:30 p.m. kickoff. Also at 3:30, we get Boise State at home. They're 17.5-point favorites. The total in the game, money comes in on the under from 51.5 down to 49.5. No play for me there. If I were to do anything, it would just be the under. I like Boise State, but not at 17.5. Pittsburgh, 14-point favorites on the road against Stanford. I like Pittsburgh today. I need one more win from Pittsburgh, and they go over on the win total that we gave out on the first episode of the show this year. 51.5 is the total. Stanford's had some nice wins, though. Stanford wins today, they go over their win total. Or if they win the rest of the year, their win total was 3.5 year one for Frank Reich. And they've been more competitive. They have the outright win over Florida State as 17.5-point dogs a couple weeks ago. But even at home, I don't like this spot against Pitt. I think this is a bad matchup. It would be Pitt or pass for me. Texas Tech, 7.5-point favorites on the road against Kansas State. Total in the game all the way down to 51.5. The open, before the season was 60.5. I like Kansas State to cover here. It's 7.5. If it's 6.5, I like Texas Tech to win this game by a touchdown. Maybe this is a backdoor situation, but I like Kansas State, even though they haven't been the team that I thought they were going to be coming into the year. I did take a stab on them winning the Big 12. I took a stab on Avery Johnson to win the Heisman. Turns out he still can't throw the football. But I think they'll be able to make enough plays on the offensive side of the ball. I think this is going to be a lower scoring game. So I kind of like the dog at home and the under. So Kansas State plus 7.5 is a bet. And I'll bet the under 51.5 as well. Old Dominion on the road, they take some money. They open at 14 up to 16.5 right now against Louisiana Monroe. That would be my look too, but I don't want to lay a big number there. Total's interesting. It opened at 53.5 out to 55.5. So some over money coming in there, which I agree with. Liberty at home today. They open as a 2.5-point favorite. That's out to 3.5. I do like Liberty today. Total 52.5 is a stay away for me. Western Kentucky's laying a huge number against New Mexico State. 8.5, the current number. Money coming in on New Mexico State from the open. It was 10. Now we're down to 8.5. Total 53.5, nothing there for me. I'll take the dog, desperate Florida team. This is pretty much their Super Bowl. Most likely a new coaching staff coming in, obviously, or definitely a new coaching staff coming in. They're hoping to get Lane Kiffin. LSU's hoping to get Lane. Ole Miss is hoping just to keep Lane. Give me Florida to cover, even though you want to talk about, man, a disappointing season. People love DJ Lagway coming into the year, and I just didn't really understand the hype. DJ Lagway has more interceptions and more turnover-worthy plays than he does touchdown passes or big-time throws. But in the Swamp rivalry game, I think Florida is going to muddy this thing up, make it dirty, and keep this close enough against Georgia. Georgia on the look-ahead was a 9.5-point favorite. This is down to 7, so money comes in on Florida. I would want 7.5, 8 with the Gators, but I do think they're the side in this game. I think the under is also the side in this game. It goes from 51.5 down to 50.5, minus 110. I like the under. Virginia, one more win for Virginia, and I go over the win total. There were 6.5s out there, but they were juice, so I took the 7.5 plus money. They're a 7-1 football team. They're right outside the college football playoff right now, top 15 in the country. But I kind of like this spot for Cal catching 6. The open was 4. We're out to 6 right now. Give me Cal to cover. I like Virginia to win, but they're minus 230 on the money line. If you like Cal to pull off the upset, you could get plus 195. That totals 52.5. Western Michigan opens as a 6-point favorite. They're down to 5.5. Money coming in on Central Michigan. Total took some money into the over yesterday, 41.5 to 42.5. I kind of like the over there as well. Arkansas, I bet today at 4.5, as gross as that is. I think they win this game by a touchdown. It opened at 3.5, taking on Mississippi State. Mississippi State has been super competitive this season. They've won me a lot of money, but how many more heartbreaks can they go through here, right? Like last week, they lose in overtime to Texas in a game that they should have won, 45 to 38. The week before that, they lose to Florida on the road in the Swamp, 23 to 21. Week before that, they get their asses kicked by A&M, 31 to 9. But the week before that, they lose in overtime to Tennessee, another game they should have won, 41 to 34. So it's hard to pick yourself back up off the mat after that, man. So I am actually going to lay it today with Arkansas. The problem with Arkansas, man, I like Taylon Green. They could score points. They just can't get stops. And their losses this year, they're giving up more than 40 points per game. But I think this game's going to be a shootout, and I think they'll pull away late, and I think that they win this game by margin, or at least by a touchdown. So give me Arkansas at 4.5. And the money came in today on the under, 67.5 down to 66.5. I could only bet the over there, though. Last game to get to in the afternoon slate, Kansas, a 24.5-point favorite, which seems crazy until you realize they're playing Oklahoma State, who earlier this year fired Mike Gundy. They're a 1-7 football team. I'm not laying 24.5, though, with the Jayhawks. My look would actually be on the under in this game. It opened at 55.5, down to 54.5. The best price you could get right now, minus 105. But nothing there for me officially, no bet. So what I got so far, Texas, I like today against Vandy at home. I like Cal. catching 6 against UVA. Money coming in on UVA. I don't agree with, so I'll take Cal to cover. I'll lay the 4.5 with Arkansas at home against Mississippi State. And then I got 3 bets to go in the primetime slate that we'll save for the other end here as we wrap up the show. But I'd say my favorite bet so far of the day that we've placed, Texas, even with a beat-up Arch Manning, even though we had fake rumors that Steve Sarkisian was looking for a NFL job, which turns out that's not true. And who's hiring Sark after this season? Nobody. So that's what we like. Texas, Arkansas laying 4.5. We give out the next 3 bets when we come back. It's the tailgate kickoff presented by BetMGM.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app.
Obliterates Penn State.
Uh-oh.
This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff. Open up the BetMGM app and get ready for Ryan's college football best bets. Make it legendary.
When you hear the generic version of regulators, you know it's time to wrap up the show. Shout out to the good people over at Starbucks. Look, you rock. Although my wife got the coffee and her name's on it, Amanda, so maybe they were telling her that she rocks. Maybe I just suck. We'll see. We'll see how the bets go today. We like Texas. We love Texas. I'm going to bring on our executive producer. Guy's been killing it for the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. I forget how long we've even been doing this show. David Dykstra, Double D. Double D's a Penn State fan. Coming into the year, I was a Penn State fan because I had a lot of money invested in Penn State this year. They let me down. Winning the Big Ten is not going to happen. Double D, I want to get your opinion on this game, though, because I'm talking myself into something. So I like Penn State to cover today. I liked it a lot more at 20.5. I still kind of like them at 18.5. I feel like for them, this is their Super Bowl. I do think their defense is going to play hard, and I like their defense. And I think on the offensive side of the ball, you got to pull out everything, man. Trick plays, flea flickers, gadget-type plays, everything that Andy Kotelnicki has in the bag. But that wasn't what I wanted to ask you about. The first half total, 22.5. I kind of like the under here, man. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. I know how good Julian Sayin and that Ohio State offense are. They don't have a weakness, really. But like I said, I think Penn State's defense is going to show up. I think that number should be 21. What do you think about that? First half under, or you think that's a dumb bet?
I actually really like that number. Yeah. To me, this this is two primetime defenses. I mean, you got Matt Patricia, Jim Knowles going back to Ohio State for the first time, wanting to prove that his defense is that good. The problem with Jim Knowles' defense is that it takes 3 years to take effect for guys to learn the system. That's been part of the problem. The big problem with the Penn State defense is they don't have their general anymore. Tony Rojas getting injured was a huge loss for Penn State this year. But once again, I don't think Sand has seen the pressure that Penn State's going to bring today. He's definitely not gone up against a secondary like Penn State's this year. I would put Penn State, Ohio State secondaries 1 and 2 in the Big Ten. So, listen, at the end of the day, I think you're right. I think Penn State throws everything plus the kitchen sink at Ohio State. I could see it very easily being like a 17-3 or maybe a 13-3 at half kind of game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm right there with you.
All right. Favorite bet or bet or two? What are your favorite bets of the day?
My favorite bet of the day is Indiana covering the 21.5 at Maryland. Listen, at the end of the day, Cignetti has been all gas, no brakes, and he's had 2 games where it's been close. Oregon for obvious reasons, and then he had to play in Iowa where everybody knows Iowa's just one of those places where things can go sideways for big-time teams. He has not let off the gas all year long. Love it, love it, love it. Another one that I really like, let's go to the later slate. I actually really, and I don't understand this at all. Florida State only getting 10.5 at home versus Wake Forest is what are we doing? What's going on? I'm all over Florida State. They might have the 10.5 by halftime. That's how bad Wake Forest is.
Yeah, man. I have to stay away from Florida State because I hate them right now, but I don't hate that look. I like that call. All right, Double D. I like those looks.
One more. Georgia Tech -5.5 at NC State. It makes no sense to me either. Georgia Tech's looked phenomenal. I think they're one of the most underrated teams in college football right now and aren't getting talked about enough. And neither is Brent Key for any of these open positions. It's ridiculous. He's on my short list for Penn State. I would love to see him at Penn State.
Yeah, dude. I totally agree. Him, Summerall. I mean, that's why I laugh when we bring up some of these names. I mean, I know everybody wants Lane, and I would want Lane too. But unless you're Florida or LSU, you don't got a shot at Lane, right? And then when people were bringing up Cignetti, like Cignetti is staying at Indiana, obviously. Matt Rule staying at Nebraska. I don't even know, like, the Matt Rule hype. Like, could we get a signature win from you at Nebraska, bro? It's been like 10 years since you had a signature win. This Nebraska team is really pissing me off. That said, I bet them tonight.
I did not. Once again, Matt Rule. Let's bring him back home. Yeah. No. James Franklin 2.0. No, thanks. I was so happy when I saw he got the extension.
You got lucky.
Like, good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal. Let's go.
Yeah, you got lucky. All right, thanks, Double D. Double D producing the show today. I'll throw out a couple more bets. And that's what I love about college football too, man, is with these coaches, all it takes is like one guy to get canned, and all of a sudden, like a job opens up, and then you're making more money. Right? Then it's like, no, stay Lane. Here's more money. Stay Matt Rule, even though you haven't really done a whole lot the first couple of years here at Nebraska. Here's an extension because we don't want you leaving for Penn State. It's awesome. You don't even have to do anything. All right, let's get to, if you're just tuning in, we bet Texas. I am going to add that. I'm going to go under 22.5 in the Ohio State-Penn State game. So under 22.5, -105. Texas. I like Cal +6 against UVA. I'm laying 4.5 with Arkansas. I'm going against Double D only because I'm going to continue to fade Georgia Tech. I'm just a psychopath like that. Best number you can get right now is on NC State. I'm going to take it at home. I think eventually there's going to be a let-up spot for Georgia Tech. Maybe it is tonight, 7:30 p.m. at Wayne Day Family Field at Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh, North Carolina. Give me NC State +6. One of my favorite bets tonight, everybody that came on our show this week was hyping up Tennessee. Take Tennessee right now, 3-1 to make the college football playoff. You know who's not going to do that? Me. Because you know who's losing tonight? Tennessee. Not only do I like Oklahoma to cover the 3, I like Oklahoma on the money line. So John Mateer hasn't looked very good the last couple weeks. The reason why? He came back from an injury on his throwing hand that required surgery. Since he's come back, he has a 36.4 passing grade, which is the worst mark among all college quarterbacks right now in the Power 4. In fact, he has 8 turnover-worthy plays. 1 big-time throw the last 3 weeks. They stepped up in class. They're playing tougher teams. He's got one hand. But now he's another week healthier, and I know how good the Tennessee run defense is. And I know how good the Tennessee pass rush is. But you know where they struggle? Their pass defense. Their secondary, if you look at the last 3 weeks, has a 50.4 grade, which is the second worst in all of college football. They've given up at least 31 points now to Tennessee, to Alabama, Tennessee has, Kentucky, and Arkansas. So Arkansas, Kentucky, and Alabama have all hung 31 points on Tennessee. I think John Mateer has his best game in over a month. Also, Tennessee had a 46.5 coverage grade in their loss to Georgia earlier this week. They're without Jermod McCoy, who's going to be a top 20 pick. So I think Mateer and that Oklahoma offense will find enough success. Then it comes down to Oklahoma's defense, their pass rush. If you look at the overall metrics, the overall numbers, still one of the better defenses in the country. They're top 20 in pass rush grade. The problem is, though, man, the last couple weeks, they've really struggled to get pressure on the quarterback. If you don't get pressure on Joey Aguilar, he's going to pick you apart. Right now, he's 5th in the nation from a clean pocket. He has a 92 passing grade. You get pressure on him, he dips outside the top 50. The issue with Oklahoma, top 20 overall in pass rush overall this season, but the last 3 games, 1 sack. They had 1 sack only in their loss to Texas and Ole Miss. But if they get after the quarterback, I think they're going to win this game outright. I love Oklahoma tonight, so I will take the 3. And I also don't hate a little money line sprinkle. Right now, you could get them, pulls it up, plus 124. So plus 3, plus 125 actually at BetMGM. My correction. So Oklahoma for me, the Fighting Mateers. No fear, Mateer bounces back today. I already said it. I like Nebraska, but I like Nebraska at 6.5. I don't love them at 4.5. Nebraska's let me down multiple times this season. The Michigan game still stings me. But USC has to make this trip to Memorial Stadium tonight in Lincoln, Nebraska. I think, man, the reason I like Nebraska to cover, and I could be wrong, this could be the game that I'm just way, way, way off on. I think the way that they keep this game close is if they're able to run the ball. Dylan Raiola has been all right this season, right? But USC's secondary is really damn good. Top 21 right now in coverage grade. They have one of the better safety duos in the country with Fitzgerald and with Ramsey. Both are going to be NFL studs. But their run defense is outside the top 110. They're 114th right now in run defense, and they're 104th in rushing yards before contact. They're giving up 1.9. So I think the key to this game is going to be not Dylan Raiola, who's going to be cosplaying, pretending to be Pat Mahomes. It's going to be Emmett Johnson, who's been awesome. He's 5th among all running backs in the country. He's got 44 missed tackles. He's got 837 rushing yards, 24 explosive runs, which is tied with Jeremiah Love for 3rd among all running backs in the country. Dylan Raiola, 113th in passing grade, 4 straight games with a 60 passing grade. But I think they're going to take the ball out of his hands, run the rock tonight, keep this game close enough. I think USC wins by a field goal. I'm going to say, we'll go 31-28. So I'm going to take the points here with Nebraska. Like I said, though, I liked it a lot more at 6.5. Still a play, though, at 4.5 for me. That would be my side. So that's what I got today. Texas on the money line. The first half under in Ohio State, Penn State, you could get it 22.5 minus 105. I'm going to take a stab on Penn State to cover. Small bet, though, at plus 18.5. I should have grabbed the 20.5 earlier this week. I didn't think money would come in on them. I like Cal plus 6 against UVA. Now that we went from 4 to 6, you're getting a full touchdown. Arkansas laying 4.5 at home today against Mississippi State. It's going to be gross. Cover your eyes if you're going to bet that game, but I do think they win it by at least 6 points. I'm going to take NC State plus 6 against Georgia Tech, probably my Dumbo bet of the day that'll come back to haunt me. I love Oklahoma tonight, plus 3 against Tennessee. Tennessee's way too hyped for me. What have they covered? 1 out of their last 5 games, too? And then Nebraska, I bet them at 6.5. Still like them at 4.5. Enjoy the games today. Have a safe, happy November 1st. If you're still celebrating Halloween, have an enjoyable evening, and hopefully these bets hits because I need all the money I could get. Tailgate kickoff, back next week, maybe.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Your weekend sports conversation continues with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on Countdown 2, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network.
All right, here we go. It is Countdown 2, another great Saturday on BetMGM Network. Alex Gold here. John Martin, he's filling in for Grant Paulson today. It's good to have you, man. Grant was in Kansas City last week. I don't know what happened. I thought we had a good time. And the week after he comes to Kansas City to watch his Commanders lose to the Chiefs, he's not on the show. So I appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's probably it was such a beatdown that he probably needs the week. So I respect his taking off for sure.
Yeah, we had a great time. Grant, I'm sure, will be back in the next week or so. It's been a while since John and I did a show together. This will be fun to get his perspective on where things are at on the NFL slate. We'll get to some NBA, too, around 10:40. We're a couple weeks into this NBA season. We're going to look at the Sixth Man of the Year market, MVP market, Rookie of the Year. And then you sent me something even this morning. Perhaps one of the league's bigger superstars is unhappy 2 weeks into the year. And what could that mean for that particular franchise as well as some potential trade talk. So we'll get to that. But I have to start, man, with World Series Game 6 last night, and we get ourselves a Game 7 tonight. So last night, the Dodgers, of course, backs against the wall, down 3-2 in Toronto. They take the game 3-1. A little drama there in the ninth inning required them escaping some trouble. They had to pull out Sasaki and go to Tyler Glasnow. Now, he's still going to be available tonight, it sounds like, because he only needed 3 pitches to get the final 3 outs, including one where, Addison Barger completely screwed up on the base pass there that allowed them to get him and a throw behind him at second base. But what I love about this, a couple things. If you were paying attention to the betting markets prior to the game yesterday, I talked about this locally. If you were a believer in the Dodgers coming back and winning Game 6 and obviously ultimately winning the whole thing, which would be tonight, then the MVP market was the best bet to me you could have made. Because yesterday at BetMGM, the Dodgers were 2-1 to win the World Series. Shohei was plus 250 to win MVP. Well, now you fast forward, and of course tonight the Dodgers are minus 140, the Blue Jays are plus 120, and if you take a look over in the MVP market, Shohei's minus 105. So once again, Shohei, if you believe the Dodgers are winning, you should be betting the MVP market, not the money line, right? Because does anybody think that the Dodgers win the World Series and it's not going to be Shohei Ohtani as the MVP?
Right. No, it seems like that's not possible. So I will say, like, every sharp that I follow on social media that I have a relationship with, like, they have been piling and piling and piling into the Dodgers. I think they lost game 1. So it was minus 110 after that first loss. So they took positions on Dodgers minus 110. They took positions on Dodgers 2-1, like you said, going into game 6. So it feels like, my guess is the books really need an upset tonight because
I would
it's probably
say so.
been nothing but Dodgers money.
Yeah, I would say so. Now, if the Blue Jays win, Vladdy Jr., of course, the favorite in the MVP market right now, plus 130 on the Blue Jays side of things. But how amazing is this for sports? And you and I have talked, like, you don't claim to be the biggest baseball guy, but I know you can appreciate this, that it's a Game 7, number one. But also, of course, on the biggest stage, we have the best player in the world pitching tonight. Shohei Ohtani is slated to be the starter. Initially, Dave Roberts said he wasn't quite sure, and then later on in the evening, we learned that it, in fact, is going to be Shohei. Now, it's all hands on deck. If he gets in trouble early, of course, everybody's available. This is go home, lose or go home. So, or win or go home, I'm sorry. So, I think Shohei Ohtani getting this stage is awesome for the sport. Like, you say what you will about the dynamics of payrolls in baseball and the Dodgers, not that the Blue Jays aren't exactly spending a ton of money either. Of course they are. But I love that we get this moment for the sport tonight. It's also maybe not the best college football slate. So for those of you that normally would say, well, I can't miss this college football game. Game 7 tonight, man. I'm locked into this tonight with Shohei Ohtani on the mound.
Well, I can't even watch college football anyway because I got YouTube TV. So
we can get to that later, man. If you want, we can get into that mess.
But yes, I mean, no, I think the best thing about this entire World Series has just been the fact that it has been greatness just personified over and over and over again from Shohei Ohtani. Like, it's not that often in any sport that you see the best player in the championship actually doing, things that, we expect great players to do. Like, he's not underperforming. We're not talking about how they need more from Shohei. Like, he's delivering in every single way, and he's got a chance to put it on ice tonight on the mound. I mean, that's that is, there's not a lot in sports you could compare that to. I think we maybe had a little bit of technical difficulty here with Alex. We're going to try to come back and get that figured out here on Countdown 2. Oh, got it. We're going to continue to try to get Alex back on. But yes, look, the reality of the situation is that, whether it's, the NBA Final Series, whether it's, the World Series, we want, simply the best players to deliver in these moments. And, Shohei has absolutely done that. He's willing this team back, in this World Series. And, look, you had him 2-1 there after Game 5, and you got a chance to close it out tonight. I think we have Alex back. Welcome back, friend.
Yeah, technical difficulties, unfortunately, already right out of the gate, which is a great start on a Saturday. But I appreciate you continuing the conversation there a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for Game 7 tonight. Do you think there's any path in the MVP market, though, tonight for – let's go on the Blue Jays side, because I know it sounds like you and I both think the Dodgers are winning tonight in a Game 7. But let's say the Blue Jays do win, and what a story that would be for Canada and for that organization. Vladdy's the favorite at plus 130. After that, there is no, the next closest odds, you got to go to Addison Barger, for example, at 35-1. I mean, this is kind of narrowed down to two players, right? Do you think there's any way anybody else can get themselves in the conversation? I mean, I guess if we have a classic tonight and you tell me that, Alejandro Kirk hits 3 home runs or something, and including a walk-off game winner, I mean, it has to be, craziness like that, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be something crazy. I mean, I think it's narrowed down to those two, and it should. I mean, they have been the best players for both both these teams in this World Series, and again, it is a great story with Vladdy Jr. too. I mean, continuing that legacy and growing into the player that he's become. But yeah, I don't foresee really any path for anybody else to get this award tonight. If the Dodgers win, it's going to be Shohei, and if the Blue Jays win, it'll be Vladdy Jr. for sure.
We can maybe get back into this a little bit later on in the show, but I want to go to Thursday Night Football and what we saw. There's a lot of ramifications out of that game in the NFL. The Ravens, of course, got it done 28-6 against the Miami Dolphins down in Miami. Let's start with Baltimore, because this team 2 weeks ago was 1-5. They had a bye week, and Lamar, of course, was injured. They come out of the bye last week, and it was Snoop Huntley who got the job done, get them to 2-5. Now they sit at 3-5. The Steelers, meanwhile, have lost a couple in a row. Pittsburgh gets the Colts on Sunday, and we can talk about that game later on when we do our whip around throughout the Week 9 slate. But a lot of people would assume, perhaps, that the Colts are going to win that game against Pittsburgh. And so it could be a Ravens team that is only one behind in the win column, at least, of the Pittsburgh Steelers all of a sudden in the AFC North. You can see the odds if you're watching on YouTube right now over at BetMGM for Baltimore to miss the playoffs, plus 130, to get to the wild card round, plus 280, divisional round, plus 370. And they now continue to be favorites, of course, to win the AFC North. Are you bought back in on the Ravens, at least to win the division? I'm not even saying you think they're right back to being a Super Bowl contender. Maybe you do. But to me, unless the Steelers pull off a pretty sizable upset on Sunday against Indy, I think the Ravens are going to end up winning this division. The Steelers' defense is absolutely horrendous, and they're in free fall mode.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it was telling that, even throughout the slump, that they were still, minus to win that division, which I think is much less about Baltimore than it is the quality of that division. Cincinnati's got quarterback problems. Obviously, the defense is just terrible. Pittsburgh, we don't really believe Pittsburgh, right? I mean, we all saw that second half against Green Bay. And then, Cleveland is an absolute disaster. So it was telling that they, even through all the slumps, they were still, minus. I think that's where I would be with Baltimore. I mean, I think they can win a bad division, but I don't think this Lamar is going to be able to carry this defense. I think that's the issue. You usually associate the Baltimore Ravens with not just a great offense and a great offensive unit, but also really stout defense. And they've just lost so many guys, right? They've lost so many guys to injury. Matabuke there on the interior. I think that's been a huge loss for them. They'll do enough to win the division. They'll make the playoffs, which I think in a year like this is probably commendable given everything that they've been through from an injury standpoint. But I do not envision them or see them as a contender despite that.
So they're minus 165 to win the North. The Steelers still sitting there at 2-1. Actually, some value on the Steelers if you think, hey, no. Mike Tomlin, they'll get this thing corrected. Aaron Rodgers is still playing at a pretty high level. I think the trade deadline is honestly, if any divisional race could swing, the trade deadline could swing a divisional race, I actually think it's the AFC North. We know the deadline is Tuesday afternoon, and I think the Ravens are going to have to go trade for an edge rusher or two. Perhaps it's a couple guys that they just played down in Miami, whether it's Jalen Phillips or Bradley Chubb. And I think the Steelers need some safety help. I know they made a small move earlier in the week. There's also rumors, of course, about them going out and acquiring a wide receiver. We can maybe talk some trade deadline and some of the odds on certain guys to land in certain places and whether or not trades will happen. A lot of times at the deadline, it's more noise leading up, and then we're all disappointed come trade deadline because we remember this is not the NBA. This is not Major League Baseball, and teams don't trade many key pieces in the middle of an NFL season. But I want to see what each of these teams do, because depending on what the Ravens don't do, or if you believe like the Steelers are winning Sunday, if you're someone that's backing them to beat the Colts, well then you should be all over the Steelers at 2-1 to win the North. Now I believe the Colts are winning this game. I believe Indy, last check, -3 against Pittsburgh. I do think Indy will keep winning and get to 8-1, I guess it'll be, and part of this unbelievable season that they are having there with Daniel Jones and company. But Baltimore is in a position where they get to 9 wins. That might win this division. What do you think the number is to win this division? Because we were doing the math on win totals a couple weeks ago and trying to find that path for Baltimore to get to 10, and it was really tough. But I don't know if they have to get to 10. I think if they get to 10, it's not even close. It's to me that they're winning this division. Can they win it with 9? Do you think Pittsburgh can stabilize enough to where you got to get to 10 or 11?
I don't really think so. Because I mean, if you look at the way that they have been winning, they should have lost to the Jets in week 1. First of all, it took a 60-yarder from Chris Boswell to get that one off. And then, I mean, look, they got to play Indy this weekend, like you said. They got to go to L.A. They got to go to Chicago. They got to play the Bills. They got to go to Baltimore. They got to go to Detroit. I mean, how many wins are we talking about here? I mean, Bengals at home is 1, so that would get you to 5. You're going to be an underdog in Chicago. 6 against the Dolphins, 7 against the Browns. I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, even 8 is going to be interesting, in this division, to be honest. I don't see a lot of wins in the future. Now, maybe Tomlin has a game or two where, he pulls it off. We know he's capable of doing that as an underdog. It would not be the first time, and it's not going to be the last. But just sort of, looking out at the landscape, I don't really see that many gimmies for Pittsburgh just looking out. So I think 9 is a certainty, and I would even maybe entertain 8. You'll have some tiebreakers.
Now on the flip side, how about Miami? So they dropped to 2-7. They have been in kind of free fall mode for a while. There's been multiple weeks where everybody thought Mike McDaniel would get fired. Now, yesterday, there's reports out of Miami that they are not going to fire him in season. Now, that can always change if something else happens. But as of now, they expect to retain him at least through the season. They do fire their longtime general manager there, and Chris Greer. So that's how they're moving forward toward the trade deadline. The interim GM will be making decisions as it relates to the deadline. And I think very clearly Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips absolutely should be on the move. Why wouldn't you at this point if you're the Dolphins? I think Jalen Waddle's an interesting name to watch. I know they don't want to trade him, but you get the right offer, they should be listening. Mike McDaniel, if he was going to get fired, this would have been the week, the mini buy and all that. They're just in such a weird spot. I think Mike McDaniel's a hell of an offensive coordinator. I think his vibe, impressors, and all that, when you're winning, that whole attitude and everything, everybody thinks it's cool and all this. This is what happens, unfortunately, when you're not winning. All of a sudden now people are super critical of how you have really always been. I don't think Mike McDaniel has changed. This is who he was when they were winning. Now it stands out. We all know how this works, unfortunately, for coaches. But this is a Tua problem. Who else is getting more out of Tua than Mike McDaniel? And I'm not advocating that Mike McDaniel should keep his job if they end up with 4 wins. No, you got to move on. But who are they bringing in that's going to get more out of Tua? I don't think there is anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you saw 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, where he goes public with, calling out guys for being late to meetings and things like that. And I don't even know if he had addressed the locker room about that at that point. I mean, he actually, took some criticism for going public with that. It definitely does. It does seem like Tua's tenure in Miami is really the one that's running its course. So, yeah, I think that's clean the whole slate. You want to give Mike McDaniel a shot, with another quarterback if you're really that convincing the guy. That makes sense, but I think Tua is the one that's definitely on the outs.
All right, up next, I want to talk about one of the biggest games on the Week 9 slate. Bills, Chiefs, AFC East, AFC West, MVP implications. Next here on Countdown 2.
You're listening to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary. From kickoff to final whistle, your Saturday mornings belong to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
Alex Gold, John Martin, he's filling in for Grant Paulson. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll talk about the NBA. Couple weeks into this season, take a look at a few of the markets. Also some drama in Memphis. Some comments that were very interesting from John Morant. John is based in Memphis, so we'll get his perspective on the situation there. And could that lead to perhaps even a trade down the road? So we'll get to that in just a bit. But you're already frustrated about it. We haven't even got into the conversation yet.
This don't ever work out in Memphis's favor when these things happen. Okay, I've been living here my whole life, and anytime a superstar gets traded from that franchise, it always works really well for the team that gets the superstar, but it never really works well for the Grizz. So I'm dreading that.
We'll talk some hoops here in 20 minutes. Now, the biggest game on the NFL slate tomorrow afternoon, 4:25 Eastern kick up in Orchard Park. Chiefs, Bills, a lot of implications with this. Let's just start with the spread in this game, and then there's certainly divisional conference MVP impact here. But the Chiefs' latest number at BetMGM, 2-point favorites on the road at Buffalo, money line -135, +115 on the Bills side of thing, total 52.5. We've seen these teams play basically twice a year for the last 5 or 6 years, John. I mean, they are no strangers, same coaching staffs for the most part. Obviously, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes have played some incredible games against each other, whether it's regular season or postseason. But the regular season has typically gone Josh Allen's way, 4-1 record, and the reverse in the postseason. We know he has not beaten Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in the postseason. And so normally you would say, all right, well, how much do the regular season matchup matter? But this is a unique spot for both teams, don't you think? I mean, this is an AFC East that has a Patriots team with already one in the bag against Buffalo.
Yep.
They already are up on them. The Chiefs are chasing the Broncos and the Chargers, and they already have 3 losses. So I think this is the biggest regular season matchup that they have actually had since maybe like the first or second one when we didn't know how many years we were going to see this thing.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. The dynamic really more specifically for the Chiefs is so different just because, their margin of error is already slimmer in November than we're used to it being. Now, who the Chiefs were in the first 4 weeks of the season versus who they are now, I think as everybody has found out, is very different. But I do think they have to approach these games. I mean, I think it's kind of like they approached it in years past, like an NBA team might, right? Like, oh, it's a regular season game. Like, we'll see this team again. It's not really the end of our season if we lose this game in the regular season. And as you point out, like Josh Allen has never beaten Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. So I think they feel very comfortable about, that arrangement. But this is very different. I mean, Kansas City, for all intents and purposes, is going to have to play the rest of the season like it's the playoffs. I mean, they can drop 1 or 2 here or there, but you can't really have that mentality, and they seem to definitely not have that mentality. I would basically, I'll put it like this, Alex. I would only bet the Chiefs in every game the rest of the way. I think they're the best team in the NFL right now. I think they're going to win another Super Bowl. I think there's still value even at +400, +450, whatever it is right now. I honestly, when I look out the NFL, I don't even see a close second. That may be controversial, people, but I just think with what you've heard about the Chiefs, getting Rashee Rice back, the defense is obviously as strong as ever. Could be better against the run, but we can trust that unit in the playoffs. I don't see a team beating them in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. I think they're going to roll here.
As it pertains to this Sunday, this is the first time the Chiefs in the series against Buffalo are going up against a Bills defense that is not that great, like to say the least, to put it kindly. And then you add in the Ed Oliver injury this week. He's done. They have some other injuries in the secondary. We'll have to keep an eye on the injury report heading in to Sunday. And that's my thing. This is not about Josh. I know Josh Allen's going to play at a very high level. James Cook is a stud. We know that, although, as you pointed out, the Chiefs have actually held some of the top backs in check they faced this year. Derrick Henry did not go off. Saquon did not go off. ETN did not go off. Gibbs, et cetera. We can keep going. So they've actually done decent. Their issue has been quarterbacks in their legs, and we all know Josh Allen is the best at that on these read options and design runs. So that, to me, is the path for Buffalo in this game, is that the Chiefs defense has one of their worst performances, and Josh Allen and the Bills can score on just about every possession. And then that the Bills defense has to put together, I think, their best performance of the season, because I think they're up against the Chiefs in this matchup defensively, because not only what the Chiefs have been doing offensively, you mentioned Rashee Rice being back. They of course have Travis Kelce going again. Patrick Mahomes is locked in and playing his best football in about 2 or 3 years. He's got 250 yards and 3 touchdowns at least in 4 of his last 5 games. He hasn't done that since 2021. So the reason why I do like Kansas City in this matchup is truly the defense for Buffalo, I think, can be exposed. They've allowed, with the exception of Andy Dalton in Carolina last week, that's the exception.
Right.
Other than that, everybody else has moved the ball on them and stayed in games. And so I think -2, like 1.5 -2 is probably about right. I don't think Kansas City is going to go in there and blow out the Bills, but I will say their offense has the firepower to, like, Josh Allen does need his A game, I think, to actually keep this close, but I'm banking on the fact that he probably will have his A game.
Yeah, I mean, he will, because like there's no alternative for the Bills to be competitive. So he's going to have to be at that level just for them to have a chance in this game. But I just go back to what, and I remember when he said it, when Chris Collinsworth said on Sunday Night Football, maybe it was against the Giants. I can't remember exactly who the game was, but he said that people he's talked to inside the Kansas City building, and this was before Rashee Rice came back, they like this team better than last year. And obviously I know you look at – yeah. And I think, and they were so amped for the return of Rashee Rice. And it's just like that has given a whole new dynamic, because we haven't seen a full year of Rashee Rice in quite some time, right? So I think people maybe have forgotten outside of Kansas City, but he definitely he modernizes it, man. He modernizes the offense. Mahomes is running probably more than he would like to, I would guess, at this point in the season. But it's just like if you have a willing runner in Mahomes, you have the downfield threat with not just Rashee Rice, but also Xavier Worthy. Travis Kelce is playing very good football right now. I guess you would say the only question is left tackle. I mean, and that's a big position, but Moore has stepped up and played, I think, overall pretty well in the absence of Simmons. So I'm looking for soft spots here, Alex. I'm looking for, all right, how do you get the Chiefs? This feels like Kansas City at the peak of their powers now that we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the season, and it's going to be very, very difficult for not just the Bills but anyone to beat them.
Yeah, if there's one thing defensively, it's still they're not the best at getting sacks. That's not a strength of theirs. Chris Jones gets double teamed. George Karlaftis is really the only other guy that can get after the quarterback. They're probably going to have to make a trade at the deadline to try to add an edge rusher, as they really haven't had that third piece on the defensive line. And so that would be one thing to keep an eye on. If Josh Allen, again, it's weird because I've kind of conceded that I think the Bills offensively will probably move the football, even though the Chiefs defense has been pretty darn good. It is just all about, I think they can't afford many empty possessions, because the Bills defense, to me, is not going to be able to stop the Chiefs. And so that's what it's more. This has nothing to do with the Bills offense for me. Although I will say downfield threats, they don't really have one. Keon Coleman's been a disappointment. So yeah. We'll see. Now, as we take a look at the divisional odds, like for me, the AFC East and the AFC West, really interesting right now. The Bills are the favorites still in the East at -155. Patriots +125. We don't need to talk about the Dolphins or the Jets. And the Patriots, to me, are for real. Like I've bought in. I know they got a tough one against Atlanta. They're like 5-point favorites, I think it is, and I'm not sold on Atlanta, certainly after last week's performance. But I'm a believer in Drake May. I think he's a real deal, and I wonder what they do at the trade deadline to help out that offense a bit more. They're not going to have Ramondre Stevenson this weekend, but I don't think that's a long-term injury. The Bills lose this game, let's say. The AFC East is legit in jeopardy. And by the way, it applies to both the Chiefs and the Bills here. The loser, and suddenly your divisional race is very much in jeopardy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the Patriots is the thing for me. It's like, how real do you even need to be against the schedule that the Patriots have the rest of the way?
Oh, soft as heck.
I mean, it's like they, I really think that's going to be the challenge with them, when it comes time, because I do think they're going to be in the playoffs just, as a function of that. Like at some point, Alex, we're going to have to like make come down with a verdict on them, like in the playoffs. Are we betting the Patriots in the playoffs? Like, what are we doing with this team? Like, how do you sift through? No, I think Mike Vrabel is an extremely good coach at elevating. He comes into situations, gets the best out of the guys. I think you've seen like they've traded quote unquote good players out of that organization this year. I know they just sent out Duggar to Pittsburgh. So, they are, they have a way of doing things and it seems to be working. But I think if the Bills lose this game, the Patriots are going to be tough to catch just because that schedule is so soft. So, and they've already obviously got the win over the Bills earlier in the year. So I think they're going to have the inside track if the Bills lose this game.
Yeah, this game is about, to me, the loser is out of the number 1 seed conversation. To me, there's too much ground to make up. You won't get to the right win total, especially with what Indy and the Patriots, as you mentioned, are doing. Division gets really, really tricky. I agree with your assessment on the Patriots schedule. For Kansas City in the West, it's not just the Broncos, it's also the Chargers. Now, I think the Broncos are the better football team there compared to the Chargers. I thought that before the season started. I know people still have some questions about Bo Nix in the offense. He can look terrible for 3 quarters, and then in a fourth quarter, he looks like an MVP type quarterback. And that defense is no joke. Pat Surtain is out right now. He'll be back, but it's significant because they do have Kansas City out of the bye week here in 2 weeks. And so I think that division is a Chiefs-Broncos conversation, and you start to distance yourself a little bit if you're Denver, if Kansas City loses. But they still have 2 games against Denver and a game against the Chargers, whereas the Patriots already dropped theirs, or the Bills already dropped theirs to the Patriots. So I think there's a little more wiggle room on the KC end only because you got 2 head-to-head matchups. If you beat the Broncos in both of those, you can make up ground just like that. So that's why I don't think it's devastating there. Now, there's other markets for those that are trying to bet over at BetMGM that this game tomorrow could play a role, and that's the MVP market. Taking a look at the latest MVP odds at BetMGM, Patrick Mahomes has been the favorite for the last couple of weeks. Josh Allen still has the second best odds to win MVP. Let me get the latest numbers right in front of me for MVP, where Josh Allen is sitting there at plus 350. Drake May, anywhere from 5.5 to 1 to 7.5 to 1. It just kind of depends on where you look. You know how their overreaction will be. If Josh Allen looks amazing and wins, all of a sudden he's probably the favorite Sunday night. If Patrick Mahomes looks good, he stays the favorite, and Drake May might surpass Josh Allen. That might be the quick overreaction. I don't think this game eliminates anybody. I'm just saying where I think the market will go based on performance.
No, there's no question about that. Mahomes is a guy, it's kind of like LeBron. Like, you could give the MVP award to Mahomes every single year because, like, you take him off the Chiefs. I mean, yes, they will be solid defensively, and Andy Reid is still there, but you're not coming close to doing what you're doing without Patrick Mahomes. So I do think he is the rightful favorite. He has done this with, before 3 weeks ago, it was Tyquan Thornton and Juju Smith-Schuster back from the dead. I mean, it is amazing how it does not matter. Now, you could say the same about Josh Allen. You could say the same that, like, who's he throwing to? Like, he's got his tight ends. They run heavy personnel. I get that, but my goodness, like, how have they not gotten that guy a real receiver at this point? He had one in Stephon Diggs a few years ago, but they have not replaced him. So, but yeah, I do think if Mahomes does this, he will go to minus. He right now he's plus, and if he wins this game, he will go to minus. I don't know that Josh Allen will flip to a favorite if they win, but as you often say, Alex, if you do like the Bills in this game and you want to grab a little bit of value, plus 350 is probably the better bet there because those odds will come way down if the Bills win this game.
Drake May's the one that is kind of interesting to watch and his rise in the MVP market. And you said it a few minutes ago, the schedule. The schedule should allow them to put up some impressive numbers to keep winning football games. And I think Drake May's in this thing till the end. I still find it hard to believe that he wins MVP, as in he ends up having a better year than both Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. That's the thing. Like, if Josh Allen and Mahomes stay healthy and they don't miss games, maybe he leapfrogs one of them, and even at the end of the year, MVP voting, he ends up finishing ahead of Allen or ahead of Mahomes. But is he really going to finish ahead of both? That is hard for me to fathom, even with voters that love the news story and the news storyline and narrative and everything like that.
If they win, and they could, because, again, I would implore you to look at that schedule. If they win 13 games, which is possible, I think it's going to be that's going to be really interesting because, like, if he's putting up these huge numbers and this Patriots team has won 13 games. It's going to be hard to deny that in some ways, but I do think you'll have some voters who are like, look, anybody would have gone 13-4 against that schedule. So I do think he will have his doubters just because of the softness, but it is going to be tough to deny a quarterback who's got 13 wins that award. There's no question about it.
Yeah, one of the first criteria, win your division, too. So Allen and May they'll already eliminate each other, whoever ends up not winning the AFC East. He's John Martin. I'm Alex Gold. Let's go to the NBA. Coming up next, we have two guys with the same odds atop the MVP market. I want to dive into that. The Rookie of the Year race is more interesting already, maybe than we thought it would be, with Cooper Flagg and a name that maybe not as many people were talking about a few weeks ago. That's coming up right here on Countdown 2.
Saturday mornings start here with Countdown 2 on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold. Back in just a moment. Your weekend sports conversation continues with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on Countdown 2, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network.
Alex Gold, John Martin with you. We'll get to some college football. Maybe not the best slate on paper, but some great betting opportunities still in college football. We'll get to that in about 20 minutes or so. Also, in the next hour, we'll go game by game, week 9, NFL slate, rapid fire, our thoughts on how to bet some of these games. We will do that in just a bit. But let's talk a little NBA. We'll get to the drama in Memphis, a team that you covered there and where you're located in just a second. But the MVP market, we're just early. It's very early, couple weeks into the season, but we've already seen a little bit of an adjustment in the market. Right now at BetMGM, you got SGA and Victor Wembanyama sitting there as the two co-favorites, plus 240. You got Luka at 5-1, Jokic at 5.5-1, and then we can talk maybe about some value that you think still exists on the board further down with someone like Giannis. But look, the Thunder are 6-0. The Spurs are 5-0. Wemby looks exactly how you could dream if you were someone out there with an MVP ticket preseason. If you're someone that's a big Spurs fan, I mean, he looks sensational coming back from the blood clot issue. Great to see him back on the floor. And then SGA just keeps doing what he's done now for a couple years here. This is what the market probably should be at this point with co-favorites. Do you think anybody between those two have the edge, though, seeing what we've seen so far?
I would, I watched the whole Spurs Heat game on, I guess it was Wednesday or Thursday. It was Thursday night. And, I hadn't watched a ton of the Spurs up to that point, but the aliens have arrived. The aliens have arrived in San Antonio, and they are about to abduct, not probably just a playoff spot, but yes, probably some awards as well. I mean, Wemby is so big that he goaltends. Like, he goaltends and gets away with it. Like, because these officials just give him the benefit of the doubt. I've never seen I think he had at least 2 goaltends against the Heat. And they didn't call it. They didn't review it because they just assumed because he's so big. Yeah, he probably got that before it was, at the apex. He probably got his hands on that. So, I think he finished with like 28, 8 and 7 and 6 blocks. I mean, it was just like one of the best basketball games that you could like humanly play. And it was just a Thursday night in the regular season for him. I think his defensive prowess will, that's I think what's going to maybe separate him a little bit from SGA here. I mean, SGA has been great. He has been, and I think that's the key difference with the Thunder, that when, 2 years ago when the Celtics won the championship after hitting their head on the ceiling for so long in the Eastern Conference Finals and even the finals, it felt like the next season they kind of exhaled, like they just took a breath, and they were good last year, but they weren't anywhere close to what they were in terms of greatness the year before that. The Thunder have not exhaled. Like, they want more. They are not content with just one championship, and they've got a lot of injuries. Chet's been out, J-Dub's been out, and Shea has been willing this team. So look, he's rightful, as a co-favorite here. There's no question about that. And he's always been a guy that is healthy. He's always been a guy that, can play, 70 games a year. But I do think there's going to be this Wembanyama fetish that will drive voters to vote for him. Obviously, if you believe in the Spurs, which I tend to believe in the Spurs. De'Aaron Fox isn't even out there yet in their role. So I think Wembanyama is going to be there until the end. There's no doubt.
I think you're correct about like the fascination with Wemby. I've considered getting league pass. I'm in a market that we don't have an NBA team, right? So unless it's a national game, I don't really watch. And so I've talked to some friends here in town. We've all thought about splitting so we could just watch Spurs games, like, because he's a freak. We as you said, he's an alien. We haven't seen anything like this, and at this level, and even as Amir, our producer, points out, like, he's also the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year. That seems like almost a layup at this point, that he's going to end up being Defensive Player of the Year in the league. We'll see if he's, again, we're presuming health, like any of these things with any of these players,
right,
any of these markets. He's minus 250, but I think you're right. The defensive part will give him an edge if he keeps up these numbers. Right now, he's averaging 31 points, 13.8 boards, 4.8 blocks on 60% shooting through the first 4. This was for 4 games. I guess I don't know what the updated numbers are after the game the other night to get him to 5-0, but like, that's just insane stuff. So I think fans will.
These TikTok edits, right? I'm on TikTok because I'm a 16-year-old in a 34-year-old's body, and like, I get these. My algorithm gives me like these edits of Wembanyama just like hitting 35-footers from three with these crazy sound effects. It's like, what do you do, man? Like, what do you do with this guy? Like, you have to hope that he gets hurt because you cannot possibly guard him in any respectable way one-on-one. I mean, it's a real nightmare.
Then the Rookie of the Year market, we know Cooper Flagg, a heavy favorite preseason. He's still the favorite right now, plus 100, even money. Then VJ Edgecombe, the big climber in the first 2 weeks there in Philadelphia, the Baylor grad, plus 125. And then you got Dylan Harper and others way further back there at 18-1. This is fun for me to watch. I've talked about, I don't know if I mentioned it to you, Grant knows, when it comes to Rookie of the Year stuff in baseball and in NBA, I love it because I'm super invested in sports cards, and that industry has blown up. And you can play the prospect game on the baseball side, and Topps basketball just came out, and so everybody's collecting. And Edgecombe is one of the hottest cards right now, and so it's allowed me to kind of learn more about these younger players in the league. And Edgecombe, because of what he's done, and it's shown here in the Rookie of the Year market, him and Cooper Flagg are the two hottest cards for any rookie.
Yeah, I actually think there's decent value on Cooper Flagg right now because I mean this is peak for VJ Edgecombe. Not that I would think that he won't be a good NBA player. I think he will. I mean his athleticism and explosiveness is pretty undeniable at this point. But Jared McCain is about to come back for the Philadelphia 76ers, and I'm a big believer in McCain, and it's just like there's that's the way it works. His usage will come down. I assume, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I assume that over the course of a season, Embiid's usage will increase. He's been playing limited minutes right now. So, obviously if you bet VJ Edgecombe before the season, like, congrats, great bet. Like the fact that he's sitting here, right there at the top with Cooper Flagg. But I do think Cooper Flagg, as he's kind of playing out of position right now as if he's forced to play out of position because of the injuries that the Mavs have. As those get figured out, I think he will settle in. Defensively, his floor is so high, and he's done. Like I was watching the Raptors game last Sunday. He had this, dunk over somebody from the Raptors. It's like you just know that is in him any given night in the NBA. So I do think his stardom will eventually, take over and carry him. But yeah, right now there's no question that VJ Edgecombe has been the best rookie overall since the season started. But we're a weekend. It's a long season.
Very true. Yeah, if you're wondering further down the board, Dylan Harper 18-1, Trey Johnson there with the Wizards 25-1. You go even further down, Cedric Coward and Ace Bailey all the way at 40-1 on the BetMGM odds board. All right, you're in Memphis, of course, home of the Grizzlies, and we were talking before the show. You sent me a link. Some interesting comments from Ja Morant. What's going on in Memphis right now with Morant and with that team?
Yeah, so last night Lakers came to town as part of the NBA Cup, tournament on Amazon Prime, and I don't know how many people were, I don't know if they were trick or treating or whatever they were doing at their Halloween parties, but Ja Morant was essentially a no-show. Had a season low 8 points in 31 minutes. In a 117-112 loss to the Lakers. Generally looked pretty disengaged at the end. I think he maybe had one bucket in the second half. It was either 2 points or none. I mean, just totally a non-factor in the second half of that loss. And after the game, he sounded extremely frustrated about the situation. We've got the audio. Take a listen.
What went wrong for you today?
Go ask the coaching staff.
Do you feel like, there was anything you could do differently, I guess?
You go ask them. They had a whole spiel in here, so.
From the outside, and the outside may be wrong, but from the outside, it didn't look like you had your usual energy tonight.
Go ask the coaching staff why.
Okay. You feel like you should play more?
Go ask the coaching staff. Should I play more or not?
What could have been done different to get a different outcome other than asking the coaching staff?
According to them, probably don't play me, honestly. That's what basically the message was after, so it's cool.
The coaching staff message was it?
It's cool, bro.
We good? You didn't have anything physically wrong in terms of illness or anything?
Oh, no,
you were under the
I'm
weather.
fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right.
Yeah. So that was weird. Ja has a reputation. I watch him every night. He has he's what I would call a very mercurial superstar, right? Like he wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's great. when he's at his best. It's great. He plays with passion. He's engaged. Like, he gets the fans going. He's box office. But there's another side to Ja, and we got that side last night. Couldn't have been less interested in the game. I've heard bad things, Alex. I've heard bad things. I don't want to say exactly what I've heard, but I've heard that it is not good right now between Ja and the Grizz. Now, this is the NBA. It's a different league. You're never going to hear it. Yeah. If Patrick Mahomes has a problem with Andy Reid, right, he's not coming out in the locker room and saying, "Go ask the coach that," right? Like, he's just not going to do that. So the NBA is a different league in that regard. But I think clearly it's a new coaching staff in Memphis this year. And it sounds like the superstar and the coaching staff are not on the same page. And if they want to make this thing work, they're going to have to make this thing work. They're going to have to get together. So it does not sound good for Ja Morant and the Grizz 6 games in, which is crazy because 2 nights ago, he hit a game winner against the Suns. I mean, it's crazy how quickly this stuff shifts in the NBA.
And as bad as the audio sounded there, if you're a Grizzly fan, what you just said, though, about don't forget how quickly the emotions can change for anybody, certainly a star player, a star athlete. All of a sudden, if the team starts winning and he starts performing well, then a lot of this smooths out. But where it's dangerous, and you know this, they're in Memphis, what if this team starts a big slide here in the next week or so? Then everything compounds and it reaches a boiling point. Even more than where we're at. And that's where it gets dangerous if you're worried about what's the long-term future look like for him. Now, I always, in these spots, to me, I side with the player in terms of I got to make the player happy. Like, he's too talented. I understand there's a lot of baggage and everything out there at this point with Ja Morant, but if I'm the new coaching staff, I got to make this work. I got to connect to him in some way. He's the star player. We're not going anywhere without him.
No, and that's true. He's the box office for the Grizzlies. Like, he gets people's butts and seats, and it's they've never had a player of that caliber. But this could get ugly because, as you point out, that schedule is about to get really tough. So I hate to say it, there could be a superstar maybe on the way out in the next few months.
Up next on Countdown 2, let's talk some college football. Some of the games kicking off in about an hour. Also, a look at the Heisman race right here on BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary. From kickoff to final whistle, your Saturday mornings belong to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
Back here on the Infinity Sports Network, Alex Gold. I got John Martin filling in for Grant Paulson today. We'll get to the Week 9 NFL slate rapid fire. We'll go game by game, working through our favorite bets and how we think some of these NFL games are going to go coming up in about 20 minutes or so. But we got college football, man, kicking off in about an hour in the SEC. Vandy and Texas. Obviously, we got Penn State, Ohio State as well. Big noon kickoff, although that one is expected to be an ugly one today with the spread sitting around 18.5, 19.5 points. But Vandy and Texas is a game that's on ABC, which, okay, all right, what's wrong with that? You were talking earlier in the show. You're frustrated. I can hear it in your voice, and I'm frustrated too. There's a lot of people watching and listening today that might have to pivot, might have to go with the old digital antenna, indoor antenna, to try to pick up ABC. These carriage disputes between every provider. This is not unique to YouTube TV and Disney and ESPN. This happens multiple times a year now, man. And so you can't watch games on ESPN and ABC this weekend if you're someone with YouTube TV.
Yeah, it's if I ever go into politics, I'm gonna run on like carriage disputes somehow. That's gonna be like one of my major points, because I tweeted about this the other night when it went dark, and it's my most viral tweet ever. Like, I've tweeted for 16 years, and this was the one that went the most viral about, how YouTube TV, when it came out, when it, launched, was only, $39.99 a month, and it had everything. It used to have even regional sports networks, which was like amazing. And now it's double that cost with no regional sports networks, and now no ESPN or ABC or Disney or anything. So it's paying double for even less. And I think people are absolutely sick of it. Now, I understand that this is not just a YouTube TV problem. I understand that this is this is a rights fee thing. This is an ESPN thing, and there's certainly a conflict, right? They want to get people to download that ESPN app so that they can jack up the price of that someday. Like, we know how this stuff works, but I do think the consumer, streaming 10 years ago felt like the utopia. Finally we can get away from cable, and we can kind of just we can save some money and get out of these contracts. But what has ended up happening, as Alex, is that we now have to have 8 different services to get NFL, to get NBA, to get college football, and it's just become basically the same thing at the same cost, and people are just fed up, man. So I'm gonna when I launch my political campaign, that's gonna be make cable great again. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Look, you're right. I mean, essentially now people are like, can we just get it all bundled together in one thing? Yeah, it's called cable. By the way, it does still exist. I don't know what the going rate is these days, but you can still get cable. I don't know exactly what that costs. I haven't looked. Look, I'm a YouTube TV guy, and I think we know how this will go. I don't, in a week or so, they'll probably come to an agreement or a temporary agreement, and we'll all be good to go. But then in a few months, you're right, we're going to see probably a rate increase or something like that. It's just unfortunate, and I think people are fed up with it. But you gotta navigate that today, man, as you try to watch a little college football. Let's start with Vandy, number 9 in the country, at number 20, Texas there in Austin. Texas up to 3-point favorites. I've seen 2 throughout the week. It just kind of depends on where you're shopping around at. The total 46.5. Diego Pavia, we'll get into the Heisman stuff. He's a legit Heisman threat here. Vandy, legitimate college football playoff opportunity for them with the big win last week against Mizzou in what was basically a play-out game for the college football playoff. Are you surprised Vandy's a dog here? These are 2 teams that on one hand, you got Vandy can run the ball well. You've got Texas that is great against the run. You've got a lot of areas where these teams are strength versus strength, and so something's got to give. And I understand Texas is the home team here, but I like Vandy in this spot. I'm a big believer in what Diego Pavia has done. I think they've already shown, they've gone up against Alabama. They've played Mizzou. They've played some of these tough teams already this season. And then Arch Manning, while he's cleared for the game, he went through concussion protocol and all that. It's not exactly like he's been lighting the world on fire.
No, look, I don't have anything on this game. I guess, you asked me, am I surprised Vandy's a dog? And I guess I would say probably not, because if you made this game a pick, right? If you just, because I think that's if we're just saying like what is the absolute fairest number it could be based on what these teams have done, you would certainly never say Vandy should be favored on the road at Texas. So if you wanted to say pick 'em, right? Who's betting Vandy at pick 'em? I mean, most of the money is going to be on Texas, right? So, you get it out to 3. You're gonna balance your sheet a little bit here. I guess if I was to poke holes, and that's kind of what we do, right? We poke holes. If I was going to poke holes in Vandy, I would say, all right, fine. You beat an LSU team that fired Brian Kelly 2 weeks afterward. You did beat the hell out of them. Like, that was no fluke. That was not nearly as close as the final score indicated, but they were a dumpster fire. Then you beat a Missouri team at home. You haven't really shown that you're the same team away from Nashville. And now you're going into Texas with a great defense. Arch is going to play. Like you said, who knows how good he will be, but it will be the starting quarterback. So I understand the market taking this to 3. I do not want to lay 3. I do not want to fade Diego Pavia in this Vanderbilt team, but I understand why the number has gone to where it's gone.
Yeah, I can't wait for this game. I actually think this is by far the best game of the day. I know we're going to get to Oklahoma and Tennessee, but I think this could be the best game of the day in terms of what we see from both quarterbacks. I know I'm questioning Arch Manning, but I still think there's also a chance that he raises his level a little bit in this game. And Diego Pavia, we know what he's capable of doing. So I'm excited. In Vandy, do you agree? If Vandy wins this one, there's not necessarily a guarantee, but their percentage for the CFP probably goes up to 75%, 80%.
Yeah, because LSU was ranked when they played that game. Obviously, Missouri was ranked, winning at Texas. I mean, they're putting together, a pretty impenetrable resume here. It would take a lot, it feels like, down the stretch for them to choke that away, which is like, I think this is just a great thing for college football. Like, I know this is a story about an SEC team, but Vanderbilt is like, nobody actually took them seriously as an SEC team until like this year, the last 2 years. Clark Lee took over a very, very difficult job. And I think what it is showing you, and this should serve as hope in my view, what it is showing you is that if you invest and if you have a good coaching staff and if you have buy-in and you have NIL, you can turn your program into a real contender. Like, it doesn't have to be the old days where it's just Ohio State, Texas, and LSU and USC. And like, you can build your own program. Now, again, you need to be in the power structure. You can't do that at Tulsa. But if you have rev share, if you have NIL, and again, you have a booster group that's committed to doing it, then you can make your program, what you want it to be. And I think we're seeing that with Vandy.
The NIL has definitely opened that up. I'm with you. If you're a Power 4 school and you've got the resources there, you really can compete. Look what's going on in Indiana, obviously, and what Cignetti's been able to do. My only question with Vandy, the difference would be, and Grant and I talked about this a week or two ago, what Indiana is doing feels way more sustainable, not just because investment, but I've already seen Cignetti this is his second quarterback, right? Like, if Mendoza was not there last year. Whereas Vandy, Diego Pavia was there last year, obviously got them. I think they won 7 games a year ago. They're already at 7 this year. I think he's a hell of a coach, but if I were him, I would be way less likely to think I could stay at Vandy and keep this going versus Cignetti. I think it is more sustainable. If I'm Clark Lee and LSU offers me, or Florida, I think I have to take that way more seriously than Cignetti did. There's still academic restrictions at Vanderbilt as well. It's a hell of a school, of course, there. Great. I mean, you got Nashville, which is a great recruiting spot to have in your backyard, and everything from hey, man, this is a pretty cool place to go to college. But I just wonder if it's sustainable that could Clark Lee continue to get the same talent coming into a place like Vandy.
No, that's a great call. I mean, that, you're probably right. I mean, if he's being honest with himself, am I going to be able to find the next Diego Pavia? Because here's the thing, like, Diego Pavia is not, by the letter of the law, not law, because by law he is able to play, but by NCAA
20th year,
like by NCAA rules, he's not supposed to be playing right now. His career is supposed to be over. Only because he challenged that legally is he on the field. So no, I think that's true. I would wonder, like, Penn State, right? Because that to me is a job that on paper everybody thinks is so great. I think it's a damn difficult job, even though the resources are there, even though the money and the fan support is there, because we know you can win 9-10 games there, but if you don't beat Ohio State, your ass is grass. So I think that's going to be a tougher job to fill, because who thinks like, oh yeah, I'll beat Ohio State every year? Like nobody thinks that. Maybe Clark Lee's crazy enough to do that. It seems like it would be a guy like that as opposed to, a Lane Kiffin type or, the best of the rest type.
While we're on the coaching topic, the news earlier this week, Matt Rule at Nebraska signing an extension. There is a $15 million buyout, which is not nothing, and I think it means that he's not leaving this year, but it's also not a dollar amount to me that prevents him from like ever leaving. That makes sense.
Right.
I think he will stay at Nebraska for this coaching cycle. Props to Nebraska for taking care of that. There was a lot of the Penn State rumors. I don't think Matt Rule's leaving this year, and you don't want to be Nebraska looking for a coach in this cycle, given the openings that exist too. If you're Nebraska, you do not want to be in that same coaching cycle with a Penn State, LSU, and a Florida, for example. And those are just a couple of them that are available. I'm fascinated. I think the name to watch, other than, of course, Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss, and he seems to be at the top of everybody's list. And it sounds like he wants to wait this thing out, though, until the end of the year, with Ole Miss having real national title chances here in 2025. But Eli Drinkwitz at Mizzou, I think they better be working on an extension for him, or find out if he has interest in staying. Because if I'm LSU, if I'm Florida, and Ole Miss, if Lane Kiffin doesn't leave Ole Miss, that's a name to me that you could probably pry away. Mizzou has done a great job with some of their resources recently. They're still working on their stadium and everything, adding a new part, and their recruiting has been at next level with Eli. I think that's the name that if Lane Kiffin's out of the picture, Matt Rule's out of the picture, Eli maybe looks at Florida as an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Florida's kind of the same problem, though, right? Like, Florida thinks they should get Lane Kiffin. They think, like, our job is just so good, you can't possibly turn this down if you're Lane Kiffin. But it's like, yeah, actually, he can. You're going to have to go to that second tier. Eli Drinkwitz's done a good job. There was a time where, you're looking at him over there and you're like, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is going to work. But for the last 2 years, obviously, he's shown that he's the real deal. And I don't know, like, I don't know what his situation is at Missouri with NIL. I don't know what his situation, but I think if it's comparable, if he can get, more from his, ambassadors and things like that, I think you should always be very careful in 2025 about chasing those ghosts. And I get it, back in 2008, 2009, before the days of NIL, everybody was climbing that prestige ladder. It was like you just had, all right, I'm going to go to Appalachian State, then I'm going to go to Missouri, then I'm going to go to Florida. That was just obvious, right? Everybody was doing that. But I think the environment has changed so much now to where, again, you can make where you're at your destination. If you're happy, if you're comfortable, if your fans love you, if your president loves you, like, dude, get your money, get your bag there, get your money up there, and ride it out as long as you can.
I want to get to one of the other college games, a weaker slate, but still a game that's notable tonight, to say the least. Number 18, Oklahoma at number 14, Tennessee. Latest line for that game has Tennessee as a 3-point favorite. The total 55.5. It's a high total for a reason. If there's one thing about Tennessee, man, their defense has got some problems. We also just saw Oklahoma, who last week played Ole Miss. That game went over. We were on the over for that one. I think it was 56.5. Was where the total was set. I think this is another one, man. We go over here. That's my play in this game more than a side on Tennessee. I think while Tennessee probably wins, they're going to give up some points here. I think Mateer will look a lot better than he did last week against Ole Miss.
Yep, I agree. I think when you get into these college football teams that go so fast, that have so many plays per game, like Tennessee, like a South Florida, and of course that's Alex Golesh, who came from Tennessee and Josh Heupel's system. Like, I just think you're pretty much good to bet any over that starts with a 5. Like, I had over South Florida 58 last week with Memphis, and even after a pretty low scoring second quarter, it went over there late. So I just think if it starts with a 5 and you have these teams that are running top 5 tempos in the country, like, you're just never going to be too incorrect about that. So I would agree with the over here.
And then lastly, Cincinnati, Utah, late game tonight out west. There in Utah, number 24, Utah, 10.5-point favorites. The line went up from 9.5 earlier in the week. They're taking on Cincinnati. I like Cincinnati when I'm getting 10.5 points. I don't think they're going to win this game.
Yeah.
It's a tough environment out there, but their quarterback's in the Heisman conversation. I'm getting 10.5 points on the road. I like Cincy quite a bit here, actually, getting 10.5.
People are betting Utah like they know the final score or something. Like, what? I mean, it opened at 7. We crossed every possible key number, and we're out. I agree with you. Like, is Utah's, is the altitude and everything like that going to be that, off-putting for Cincinnati's offense? I mean, I guess maybe, but they have been awesome offensively every game this year, and I'll pay to see it. How's that? I'll pay to see Sorsby struggle. Give me 10.5. I'll believe it when I see it.
He's John Martin. I'm Alex Gold. We'll get to our best bets for the weekend before we get out of here later on this hour. But up next, let's start looking at Week 9. We already talked Chiefs-Bills. Let's go game by game over the next couple of segments here with our best bets in those games, how we think the narrative can change for each of these teams as well on the BetMGM Network.
Saturday mornings start here with Countdown 2 on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold, back in just a moment. Your weekend sports conversation continues with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on Countdown 2, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network.
Alex Gold with you. John Martin is alongside as he fills in for Grant Paulson today. All right, let's get into some NFL again. Week 9 gets going tomorrow, 1 Eastern time. We already had Thursday Night Football. We talked about the Ravens and the Dolphins, the trickle-down effect there. And last week, if you were a bettor, once again, and this is where the public did well, if you're all about betting favorites, it's been a hell of a 3-week run. Let me just throw a few trends out there. Now, it's going to come crashing down at some point. I don't know if it's this week or not, John. Eventually, I know it will. Favorites went 11-2, 84.6% against the spread last week. That was the best win percentage for favorites in a single week since December of 1985. And then if you go all the way back even further than that, since week 6, favorites are winning at a 76% clip. Not against the spread, just straight up. So it has been a heavy favorite stretch here. And so I'm sure a lot of people and their survivor pools, if they were just banking on big favorites carrying them through, it's worked out in a pretty decent way for them. There's been a few upsets on primetime on those Thursday games over the last couple weeks. But other than that, man, it's been all about favorites. Let's start, though, with the first game on the slate here. 1 o'clock Eastern, Vikings-Lions. 8.5-point favorites are the Lions. Total sitting at 48.5. J.J. McCarthy, John, gets the nod for the Vikes.
Yeah, I like the over. I played the over in this game. It was 56 last year with Darnold. Now, I know that J.J. McCarthy is significantly worse than Sam Darnold, but is he 8 points worse than Sam Darnold, like to a total? I don't think so. I think he brings a running component that he showed a little bit against the Bears early in the year, and plus we just know like they have weapons. They have Justin Jefferson. They have Jordan Addison. Darisaw is going to play. So I do like points in this one. I mean, Detroit could get to 40, on their own, as we well know. So I do like the over in this game. I think it's a tad low.
So I'm not betting a side either. This is not one of my favorite bets of the week. But I must say my issue with J.J. McCarthy is I've seen one good quarter, man. Like I've seen one good quarter. Right. We haven't seen a ton of football. In these final 8 or 9 weeks for him, I think if I'm the Vikings, it will determine whether or not I think I got to get back in the quarterback pool or at least bring in competition next year. So it's a huge stretch of games. Now, McCarthy is healthy now, so that obviously helps. They were playing with Carson Wentz, who not only was playing terribly, but we now know had major issue with his shoulder. I'm worried about that offensive line still, though. I mean, as much as it's easy to rag on, Carson Wentz, he didn't have much time the last couple of weeks back there. And so I don't think everything is fixed necessarily. And I know you're not saying it is either, but I worry that the Vikings can hang with the Lions here. So I would lean towards Detroit minus 8.5 because I think it could get ugly, but I'm not going to bet that particular game. All right. Bears,
I do think, by the way,
Bengals.
Carson Wentz, I mean, my God, you want to talk about every single time the camera panned to him. I mean, he was like just making the most excruciating face in the world. Like, good Lord, man. Like, if you don't want to play, just sit on the bench, bro.
Well, I think he's just in an immense amount of pain, and he had no choice but to keep going out there.
I guess
they had
that's
the
true.
Rookie out of Minnesota, that Brosmer kid or whatever, was their only other quarterback option. Bears, Bengals, 1 o'clock Eastern. Chicago, 2.5-point favorites. Total 51. Chicago's missing like 3 pieces of their secondary. Joe Flacco on the Cincy side was banged up during the week, although it looks like all is all right for him, at least from a health standpoint. Last check.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd have to take Bears here. Obviously, Bengals coming off of a excruciating loss to the Jets. They had no business losing, up 14 in the fourth. But I do think this is a prime spot for the Bears, who were, pretty bad against the Ravens the week before. They obviously signed Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So I do think, there could be a little bit of improvement defensively. It's a Bengals defense that if Caleb Williams can't have success against this Bengals defense, man, like we're going to have some problems. I know Swift is out. Not really worried about that. Monungai's been getting more snaps anyway the last few weeks. I think he'll be just fine. So I would lay the 2.5 here on the road. Is it my favorite bet of the week? No, but I do think that Bengals defense is so atrocious that if the Jets can do it, certainly Caleb Williams and this offense can do it.
I did like the 1-2 punch, though. Chicago kind of was building there with Monangai and Swift. And so to me, they do lose a little something there. I thought it was Ben Johnson trying to replicate, basically a poor man's version of Gibbs in Montgomery is what they were able to get going there. And so they lose that. But yeah, Cincinnati defensively is an absolute joke. They just are. And what happened last week against the Jets is the prime example of that. Their tackling stinks. Trey Hendrickson, of course, has been banged up and everything, I understand, but you got players on that team, another one requesting a trade. Logan Wilson did that a couple weeks ago on top of it. No matter what their offense does, we know if Joe Flacco is out there, he'll get the ball to Jamar Chase. They'll score, but they can't stop anybody. So this is actually the game where I like the over. You like the over in the last game. I like the over 51. I think both teams are scoring. I mean, Chicago's missing three big pieces. I mean, so as much as Cincy's defense is terrible, Chicago to me has got major problems in the secondary. Jamar Chase is going to run all over them, and have opportunities down the field. So I lean more towards the total. I'm kind of with you. If I had to bet it, I probably would take Chicago, but I'd rather just bet the over. All right, how about Carolina? Andy Dalton last week was the quarterback. Looked terrible for Carolina in a big loss to Buffalo. They're on the road at Green Bay. Packers 13.5-point favorites at BetMGM. The total is 44.5.
This is like a trademark NFL bet. It's like, why would I ever want to bet the Panthers? I mean, I know they're getting 13.5, but it's like, I feel like I'm supposed to, I for some reason, because, double-digit favorites in the NFL just generally are a terrible subset. Like the frequency that double-digit favorites in the NFL cover, especially this late in the season, is pretty rare. Packers obviously off of a hellacious second half against the Steelers there, where the Steelers couldn't do anything. I mean, Bryce Young is back, but so what? Like, I don't know. I guess I would probably just take the over here at 44.5. Like, I assume Bryce Young will be able to score, twice, and then the Packers with their offense getting Watson back, Josh Jacobs, can get in the end zone. So I would probably take an over 44.5 here. But this is just one of those NFL games where it's like I don't think I like anything, to be honest.
Right. Yeah, you start to get north of 12 points and you get into a little bit of fishy territory. And obviously, I do think with Bryce Young, they're a better football team than they are with Andy Dalton. Rico Dowdle, they're not messing around anymore, at least. They're saying, hey, no, he's the starter despite the contract we gave to Hubbard. He's the guy. So I do kind of like that. This is one of those where I'm not buying the half point in a game like this to get to 14. So I guess I'll stay away. But I would love to see if I could get 14 before kickoff without buying a half point. I would consider it. I would consider taking the plus 14 in that spot, at least set myself up where I can push if they lose by 2 touchdowns. But not a big fan of this game. Matt LaFleur, I will point out, just against the spread, 24-13, best mark against the spread of any head coach right now the last decade in the NFL. We keep going through the weekend slate, NFL Week 9. How about the Chargers and the Titans? The Chargers are 5-3, 9.5-point favorites at Tennessee, total 43.5. We've seen Tennessee, of course, with the 1 win on the year against Arizona. The Chargers are getting healthy, man. Chargers are getting healthier. Yeah. Joe Alt is back in the picture. Vidal has been very good as the backup running back. I like the Chargers even at minus 9.5 here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty easy to me. I think the Titans are just a dead fade. I would be comfortable if you just adopted a strategy every single week of fading the Titans at basically any number. I mean, that even goes back to last year. I mean, obviously different, quarterback now, but Cam Ward I'm waiting on a great game from him. I'm waiting on like just even a half where it's like, oh yeah, this is going to be a great career. Maybe that's impossible in the current conditions with the Titans. Maybe it's just not in the cards for anybody. But why would I want to take the Titans 9.5 here? I mean, I have no interest in it. I mean, like, I feel like you would have to get to, for me to entertain a Titans bet in 2025, and for anybody, I feel like it should be 17.5. That's when you'll start to get Titans money.
Well,
yes.
I mean, I would say, to your point, the Titans against the spread, here you go. Currently in the worst 50-game against the spread stretch in terms of win percentage since the 2016 Tennessee Titans. They are 9-30-1 against the spread in their last 40, 5-23-1 against the spread in their last 29 games. They haven't covered at home since November of last year. They're one of only 6 teams that have lost 10 consecutive home games against the spread. So, yeah,
that's because it's not a home field advantage. If you've never been to a Titans game, it's not a home field advantage whatsoever. Nashville is a very it's a transitory. I think it's probably the better word. Yes, exactly right. Like, you're going to have other fan bases that choose to come to Nashville. Like, oh, let's make this the trip this year, right? Like, every time I've ever been to a Raiders game in Nashville, it's been way more Raiders fans than Titans. So that's the other problem with that number is, like, they don't have a home field advantage like the Chiefs have, like the Packers have, like a lot of teams have, because there's just not one.
100% with you there. All right, keep moving along. This game I am fascinated by. I think it's one of the better games of the day. Falcons, Patriots in Foxborough. Patriots 5.5-point favorites. Over under 45 for this one. Drake May, a legit MVP candidate. No Ramondre Stevenson in this one. The Falcons, meanwhile, coming off a pathetic performance a week ago. Now, yes, it was Kirk Cousins, but I don't think that was about Kirk. Terrible game plan. They never got the run game going. Where are you at here? This has gone down to 5 at a couple of spots. I still like the Patriots. At whether it's 5.5 or 5, it's not a huge difference, obviously, when we're talking about a key number. It's not. So where are you at on this game? This one is the smell test for a lot of people. Like, what are we missing here? But the Falcons will have Michael Penix Jr. back.
Yeah, Drake London back as well. That was a key loss for them last week. But yeah, Kirk Cousins was the entire issue, and now you have the prescription. You know, entire issue is probably not fair, but I mean that was a mess from top to bottom.
I thought the play calling was terrible.
Yeah,
Zach Robinson, that was awful.
Bad. The receivers were there were constant miscommunications. You know, I'm not in those huddles, so I don't know, you know, who's saying what, but obviously Penix is a massive upgrade. It does feel like a buy low spot in Atlanta. You know, they did beat Buffalo.
Yep.
You know, I don't know what this number would have been 2 weeks ago after they beat the Bills. Probably would have been, you know, 2.5, 3. So you are getting, you know, 2.5 extra points. But I don't know. The Patriots are a tough team to fade right now. I think I would probably stay away from it. Maybe the under. I think, you know, you're going to see a stand-up effort from the Atlanta defense. You know, I could see this definitely staying under and being a low-scoring game.
Yeah, the key, we'll see what Robinson does on the ground against the Patriots, because I think we found very quickly, if you're able to build a little bit of a lead on Atlanta and they go away from Robinson, then it's big trouble for the Falcons. All right, 49ers, going to go to Mac Jones again, man. Another Mac Jones game here, it looks like. The Giants are 2.5-point dogs against the 49ers. The total is 48.5. We know no Cam Scatterbo, that devastating ankle foot injury. That was awful to see a week ago. The Giants getting 2.5 here. The 49ers last week were getting 1.5 on the road at Houston, and they were terrible. Do you think this is the spot where the 49ers get to their 6th win of the year?
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of been having to do this all year, right? Like, they've been kind of having to scheme their way to wins despite the injuries. And they are, I mean, they lost Fred Warner, obviously. They've lost, you know, Nick Bosa. But within that, outside of Purdy, they are healthier. Kittle is back. Pearsall is back. Jawan Jennings is back. I think this is a great spot to bet the 49ers, excuse me. I think Mac Jones is a capable quarterback when, you know, Shanahan is his play caller. I think they have enough playmakers here. Again, we're talking about a Giants team that doesn't have Malik Neighbors. They don't have Cam Scatterbo. Dable's had every opportunity in the world to show that he can turn this thing around, and I've yet to really see it. So I do think, even though it's, you know, cross country, got some injuries, I do think this is actually a really good scheme spot for the 49ers, and I think they can find their way to do this at 2.5.
Yeah, the travel part always, I think, is interesting in this particular game, though. That does worry me a little bit. It's now also, you know, another game without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner defensively, but I think Robert Saleh, you know, we'll be able to scheme this defense up to make life very difficult for Jackson Dart. I think the Scatterbo injury, I understand he was a rookie and wasn't this all-pro back or something, but they lost a lot there. Now they're back to their original starter in the season. You know, you've got Tracy, who's got experience, but also a history of fumbles. Devin Singletary there. My guess is there will be at least one fumble from that backfield today against the 49ers defense. and that's going to be a problem for the Giants. So I also like San Francisco -2.5 in this spot. The Brock Purdy thing, though, is like, man, the turf toe, it's one of those things. It's truly week to week, and it's an injury that is extremely painful. You hear guys talk about it all the time, but I mean, how many games Brock Purdy going to play this year? I mean, this is kind of crazy at this point for the 49ers, but credit Mac Jones. He's earning himself some money in the future. Somebody's going to be starting Mac Jones next year. I don't know who it is. Mac Jones will be starting for somebody in the NFL in 2026. Let's keep going through the NFL slate. We're about halfway through. Let's talk about that Steelers-Colts game next.
You're listening to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary. weekend sports conversation continues with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on Countdown 2, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network.
We'll hand out our best bet of the weekend before we get out of here in about 10 minutes or so. Alex Gold with you. John Martin is filling in for Grant Paulson. Thanks for hanging out with us. We're about 18 minutes away from kickoff of college football Saturday. We'll maybe have one of our bets surrounding that, but we're going to continue to go through the NFL slate. I forgot to ask you, though, I heard during one of the breaks, too, because I know you went upstairs for a second, I think, or whatever, or down the hall. Do you already have, like, the dad tax going on the Halloween candy of your kids? What's the tax these days?
You got the behind-the-scenes audio, huh? Yeah. Unfortunately, this is just a terrible time of year because, I always put on, like, 5 pounds that I don't need because, the kids just have candy. Yeah, I got some Skittles during the break, and my daughter is like on my case. Like, you have a whole bowl of candy. Like, you can't have all of this. Like, that's illegal. Okay. So yes, we're definitely enjoying. And I was part of that effort too. I was along for the ride. I deserve something, damn it.
That's right. I would agree with that. I was over with my nephews last night, and they were actually all very nice. They go, you can have one piece. I go, all right. I want to pick though. They were trying to offer me up some of the bad stuff. I said, no. I want the Reese's peanut butter cup. Thank you very much. I also want, I want some of the Sour Patch Kids. I don't want the Milk Duds or something like that. No, thank you. No,
exactly.
All right. Let's keep going through the NFL slate. Colts, Steelers. Colts 3.5-point favorites on the road there at Acrisure Field. Total 50.5. I've been called a Colts hater, and I probably have been a little bit of a Colts hater. I still am waiting for Daniel Jones and this thing to fall apart. What happens when Jonathan Taylor isn't having a great day rushing? Right now, though, Jonathan Taylor is putting up some unbelievable numbers. I still don't think he can win MVP, but that's not his fault. That's more of just how we've allowed the MVP award to become the Quarterback of the Year award. Do the Steelers, have anything here in this matchup? Because defensively, it's been abysmal for them. Rodgers has been actually fine offensively. This feels like a must-win game in a weird way. All of a sudden for Pittsburgh, they dropped to 4-4. They lose 3 in a row, and the Ravens are right behind, as we were discussing earlier. Do you think they can pull off an upset or at least cover the 3.5?
Yeah, I mean, I keep waiting on the Colts to come back down to earth. And they don't. I mean, they cover, they win. I mean, they've just been mechanical about this. With that being said, it does kind of feel like their first, I guess you could say, that win against the Chargers a couple of weeks ago was about as convincing as it gets. But if, again, to poke holes in it, that Chargers team was without Joe Alt. They were without another tackle on that starting offensive line. So a great win, but I could poke holes in it. Now you're going to Pittsburgh in like a desperation situation. I mean, we're going to find out. We're going to find out about the Steelers in this game. It feels like. I mean, if Tomlin can still reach that locker room, if Aaron Rodgers has anything left, this is a game they win. But I don't know that exists anymore. So I do think the Colts win the game. I'm not betting anything on this game, but I do think they're legitimate. I think there's, even if they lose this game, right? They've clearly shown that they're, a team to be reckoned with in the AFC.
I'm on Indy. I got them at 3 earlier in the week. It's up to 3.5. To me, I'm certainly either not betting the game or I'm taking Indy. I'm not betting against them at this point, the way they are rolling right now. The Colts 7-1 straight up, 6-2 against the spread, and they're covering by an average of 10.9 points per game. I mean, this has been a dominant stretch, and I do agree that their schedule hasn't been the toughest, but this is going to take a Mike Tomlin special. That's what this is going to take for this to be close enough for a cover. And by the way, very well could happen. I'm not buying it. I don't like their defense at all. I think the defense in Pittsburgh is atrocious, and they also had another injury in their secondary from their game last week. All right, we continue to go around. How about Denver? 1.5-point dogs on the road at Houston, over under 40. This is just like the Niners spot last week, man. San Francisco is getting 1.5 against Houston. You're saying, what am I missing here? And sure enough, the Texans won pretty comfortably outright. Do you view this the same way, or is this mispriced and you think Denver getting 1.5 is a mess bet?
Yeah, I mean, that was the best that we have seen CJ Stroud look in a long, long time last week. And like you said, it was like, I'm getting 3.5 with the 49ers here. How is that possible? They brought in another offensive lineman, open up the run game a little bit. I think that's probably real. And like you mentioned earlier, no Pat Surtain, Nico Collins back. Bo Nix's best performances have always been at home. And that's certainly the case this year. You think about the Bengals game, you think about the Dallas game, then of course against New York, that was, one of the worst defenses of the NFL. Houston is the best defense. They're playing well since they made some play calling switches. It's at home. The Broncos kind of been flying close to the sun, man. I mean, they're like Icarus, and I think this is the one where you fly a little bit too close, and the best defense in the NFL gets you.
So I'm on Denver here, and I know, again, it's a similar spot. Admittedly, I was on San Francisco last week, and so you can say, are you going to get bit again? But also, I don't –
a non-believer.
Yeah, look, I'm just not a believer in that offense. You're right. Stroud had his best game of the season. No question. Nico Collins without Pat Surtain, I think, it could be a scary matchup. I just don't think Houston has shown me enough that back-to-back weeks are going to put together a clean offensive performance. They're going to protect C.J. Stroud against that defensive front. Yeah, there's no Pat Surtain, but Benito and company, they sack quarterbacks at a higher rate than anybody in the NFL. They also give up the fewest sacks than anybody in the NFL. I like that. I'm getting a 1.5. I take the Broncos on the money line. I actually have a bet on them just to win outright in this game at plus 105 as well. All right, another game, Jags, Raiders. We go to the 4:05 afternoon slate, and then we'll skip around some other games that aren't going to maybe be as competitive. But Jags getting 2.5 points, or excuse me, favored by 2.5 points on the road here against the Raiders. Both teams coming off a bye week. Brian Thomas, need to get him going if you're Jacksonville. No Travis Hunter now. He's on the IR. Raiders and Geno Smith have just been atrocious, but they get Brock Bowers back on Sunday. This year's
yeah, I mean, it is. This has been such a disappointment this year, man. I mean, this is supposed to be a year where the culture changes. Pete Carroll comes in. You go get a real quarterback, who I thought was a real quarterback for the first time in a long time. And, I mean, it's like nothing changes. It's like you come and join this franchise. It's like a disease. You just get it, and you're going to be, bad. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to Geno. He looked great the last, 2 to 3 years, maybe more so 2 years ago than last year, but still you thought, there would be something in the tank here. I mean, I don't know why anybody would want to bet the Raiders at this point. Fine. Brock Bowers is back. I mean, what difference is that going to make? The scheme looks bad with Chip Kelly. The offensive line's banged up with no Colton Miller. Like, Genty's not really getting the running lanes. Like, I mean, this feels like an easy Jacksonville Jaguars bet to me. I mean, and it's down from 3, so maybe I'm missing something here. But the spot for the Raiders to get off the mat was like 3 weeks ago, and they've been embarrassed every week since.
Yeah, the only thing with Jacksonville I would say is Brian Thomas and Trevor Lawrence have just not been able to connect this season. Drops across the board. There were all the trade rumors, and I don't think they're going to trade them. Trade rumors about Brian Thomas Jr. in the last week or so. I'm with you on the Raiders. I thought the floor would have been raised a lot more with Pete Carroll. Geno's been terrible. Yes, it doesn't help that Bowers was out, and Jacoby Myers has been a pain in the you-know-what and wants to be traded and will be traded most likely come Monday or Tuesday. But I think this game is just an ugly football game. I would probably take the under. I think both teams make mistakes throughout. It's just a disgusting kind of football game that most people probably won't be watching unless they've got some money on the game. All right, let's get to Sunday Night Football. We skipped the Bills Chiefs game because we already spent a whole segment on them earlier in the show. I like Kansas City quite a bit, -2 on the road. But Sunday Night Football, Seattle at Washington. Jaden Daniels is back. The Commanders 3-5 all of a sudden. They're in the middle of a tough stretch. They could get to 3-7 if they're not careful. 3-point dogs, total 48. Is Jaden Daniels being back enough for you to take them with the 3?
No, absolutely not. I don't think this is a good football team. I mean, they lived on the right side of variance last year, getting all the way to the NFC Championship game, and it's flipped. It always does in the NFL. It always comes back. If you live life on the right side, you win one-score games, you get a historic amount of fourth down conversions. It always comes back the next year. It just does. This Seattle team is fun. They're good. They stopped the run. Sam Darnold's playing well. They have weapons in Jackson Smith and Jigba and that run game. So I will happily lay the 3 here. I know it's on the road, but I just don't think this Washington team is good. Jaden Daniels are not. I'm just not sold on them whatsoever.
Yeah, Bobby Wagner's looking old out there. I understand he's had a great career, great career, but looking old and can get exposed at times. I think Seattle is still one of the most undervalued teams in betting markets, and we're in week 9. I like them quite a bit at -3 in this spot. Jackson Smith and Jigba is a top 10 wide receiver in football, and that'll be consensus by the end of the year for those that are still hanging on to somebody else. All right, Cardinals, Cowboys, Monday Night Football. It's going to be Jacoby Brissett getting the start again. No Kyler Murray in this game. The Cowboys, 3-point favorites. Total is 53.5. The Cowboys got embarrassed by Denver last week, but I'm not going to say their defense. How about their offense? Can their offense do enough to give you the cover? Because defensively, I still think Jacoby Brissett will be able to carve them up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I just think you just need to stop worrying about that and just play the over, even at 53.5 with Brissett. I mean,
all right,
forget who wins the game. Like, this is just going to be touchdown every possession is what it feels like to me. I don't think either one of these teams is going to get a stop. So I'm on the over. I think it's going to be a pretty fun game to watch, and 53.5 feels low.
All right, John, before we get out of here, give me your best bet, whether it's college, whether it's the NFL.
This is one game I think I can watch on YouTube TV. New Mexico and UNLV over 62. UNLV scores 35 to 40 a game. It's how they have to win. They're out of a bye, but I don't think that's going to fundamentally change the way they play. I mean, they have to outscore teams. New Mexico can certainly score in the 30s and 40s as well. It's in Vegas. It's in Allegiant, in the Dome. Give me over 62.
I like it. 2 quick ones for me. One in college, Vandy +3 on the road at Texas. I'll take the 3 points in that spot. I think Vandy keeps on rolling and maybe even gets the outright win there in Austin. And then on the NFL front, I think you can tell from earlier in our conversation, I think this Bills defense is horrendous. I think Kansas City gets the road win, covers the 2 points. I think this is a 28-24 type of game at least in favor of Kansas City as they take on Josh Allen in the Bills. He's John Martin. I'm Alex Gold. Thanks for hanging out with us. You better go run to the bar, man, if you want to watch those games with your TV.
I'm on the way.
You better get over there. Grab some candy, go watch some football, and settle in. Hope you guys have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week here on Countdown 2.
You've been listening to Countdown 2. Coming up next on the BetMGM network is Inside the Betting Lines. Download the BetMGM app today and make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
are live, the lines are moving, and the action is non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that, Parker!
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And welcome in. Happy Week 10 college football season. Happy November as well. PJ Glasser alongside Rob Brown filling in for Paul Aspen today. We're with you guys for the next 4 hours up until 4 p.m. Eastern time here on the BetMGM Network. A lot to get into. Plenty of college football talk as Rob and I will break down all the big games on today's Saturday slate. We'll look at Week 9 in the NFL tomorrow. We got a lot of great matchups, including the Chiefs and the Bills. Get our thoughts on that. Matt Derrick is actually going to stop by in about an hour. We'll get his thoughts on Kansas City as they get ready for the Bills tomorrow. Tyler Drake is also going to join us at 2 p.m. Eastern time to talk Cowboys and Cardinals on Monday Night Football. And then, of course, Game 7 tonight, final baseball game of the year. Dodgers, Blue Jays, winner takes it all. We got Ohtani versus Scherzer on the mound. And as our guy Kenny in Chicago is telling me, first time since 2016, we have a Game 7 in the NBA Finals and a Game 7 in the World Series in the same year. So that's pretty cool. Can't wait for that. Going to be a great Saturday. Rob Brown, awesome to see you. How was your Halloween last night, sir? Did you have a nice time?
Good, buddy. Real good. Worked a hockey game for the local squad. Got out with a couple of buddies last night, dressed as the American Badass Undertaker. Went out, got a couple of nerds who realized who the costume was, felt good about my life there, and now we're back in the saddle in the noon slot on a Saturday with my guy, the Glass Man. How much better could my life be, partner?
Hopefully it's fantastic, Rob. It's great to see you, as always. I am excited for this noon slate that we have. I'm sure you're as equally fired up for this Vandy, Texas game because it's pretty much a playoff elimination game, you know? Vandy perhaps could still lose this game and maybe find a way to make their way into the playoff. But for Texas, especially with the fact that they still got Georgia upcoming in Athens, they still got A&M. This is a game that Texas has to win. So that game's getting ready to kick off. Miami and SMU should be a fun one today as well, Rob. How about it's November 1st, and this is the first time this year the Canes are playing a game outside the state of Florida. Every game they've played this year has been at home. They played the game at Florida State, and then they've already had both of their bye weeks. So interesting to see how the Canes handle being on the road today outside of the state of Florida. And then Penn State and Ohio State, a game that many of us thought would be one of the best before the season kicked off. Things have obviously not gone great for Penn State up to this point, but wouldn't it be something, Rob? Wouldn't it just be so college football for Penn State to have the year that they're having? Ohio State looking like the best team in the country. James Franklin is gone. And watch today be the game that maybe Penn State goes into Columbus and upsets Ohio State. Probably not going to happen, but I kind of think Penn State might play Ohio State pretty tough today. So those three games definitely have my eye on. But which game are you most excited for in this early window?
Listen, I would it be the most college football thing ever for Penn State to pull the upset Ohio State?
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely would, PJ Glasser. And like those are the games that we love the most about college football. It would also be nice if I hit the Powerball or if Jeff Bezos made a banking account error and like $1 billion ended up in my bank account, or like Sydney Sweeney said yes to a date with me. Like these are all wonderful fantasies, but some things just can't and won't happen, buddy. And we all know that.
Ohio State is 17.5-point favorite against Penn State. Total in the game is 44.5. Penn State's actually taken some money. That line has come down from 20.5 and now at 17.5. So there are some believers out there in Penn State today. Texas is also taking some money. They were a 1.5-point favorite earlier in the week, 2.5-point favorite for much in the week. Rob, as we get ready to kick that game off in about 5 minutes, Texas is going to close as a 3.5-point favorite against Vandy. Another one of these games, right, where I think the eye test, the resume would tell you that Vandy's probably the right side in this game, but people like Texas. This is their first home game since the end of September. They've been on the road. Their last 4 games have been away from Austin. You mix in some bye weeks in there as well. So back at home, Arch is officially ready to go. But now that we're getting 3.5, I mean, would you take Vandy or you still like Texas?
No, in fact, I'm actually glad to see that line go to 3.5 because I wanted Vanderbilt in this game, but at the 2.5, I didn't love it. And I basically said, listen, I'm going to ride this out. If it goes from 2.5 to 1.5, then I'll just take Vandy on the money line. If it goes from 2.5 to 3.5, then I'll take Vandy with the plus 3.5 and feel really, really good about that. And I'm glad it worked out because that's the play. This game is interesting to me, PJ Glasser, with Arch Manning, and even if he didn't go, it wouldn't have mattered. Somebody pointed out a stat to me earlier in this year, and it's kind of one of those stats that you've got to be willing to dive into some pretty specific spots to really get behind. On havoc plays, which are plays where the quarterback has less than 2.5 seconds before he is considered under pressure. On havoc plays created by the defensive line. So like it is only when a defensive end or nose tackler or tackle gets to the quarterback. Vanderbilt is the second best defensive line in the SEC right now, which says something to me. The fact that they are creating more pressure on quarterbacks than all but one other Southeastern Conference team jumps off the page. Well, let's look across the line. And what are the 2 weaknesses that the Texas Longhorns are showing on offense? They have an offensive line that a Texas beat writer described on my show earlier this week as, and I quote, leaky. And they have Arch Manning, who has not been dealing with pressure exceptionally well. Now, maybe he's a little more comfortable at home. Home is where they put up the 55 against, Sam Houston State or whoever it was back in week 4. But Texas has a problem with the offensive line. Their wide receivers aren't Matthew Golden. They do not create initial separation. They need a second to get there. And Arch Manning has been a little panicky with the football. So I like the defensive line for Vanderbilt to make this interesting. And we haven't even gotten to Diego Pavia, who lives and breathes for this type of game, right? Like that game against Mizzou last week was a game you could have seen Vandy losing. And all Diego did was go off for a couple of passing touchdowns, 1 rushing, and could have had another one. And on top of all that, man, I just love Clark Lee. I've told you before, PJ, I don't trust Steve Sarkisian. I do not have Steve Sarkisian in that upper echelon of college football coaches that a lot of people do. And I'm not saying that Clark Lee is there. I'm saying Clark Lee, of these 2 coaches, is the one that I trust will have his boys up, ready to roll, ready to knock the cover off the baseball, so to speak, today. I like Vanderbilt, and I like him at plus 3.5, and I'll probably even put just a tiny little sprinkle on the Vandy money line, too.
Rob, this is one of those games where the line is definitely telling you to bet Texas, especially now that we're at 3.5. But I think in college football, there are just certain teams where either the market just hasn't been right on them all year, or they're just not getting the proper respect, or they just find ways to win. Like BYU has been that team the last couple of years where I can't tell you how many games there's been, Rob, where the line's telling you to fade BYU, and then they end up winning the game outright. They end up covering the spread, and all the metrics every week tell you to fade them. It's time to jump off BYU, and they just find ways to take care of business. So I get that same vibe with Vandy. Missouri should have won that game last week. They dominated it, but Vandy they found ways, and they made the key plays at the end of the day to win that game, and that's what Texas is going to have to deal with today is Vandy more than likely isn't going to beat themselves. Texas is going to have to make the key plays in this game to win it. And I'm kind of with you. I mean, even though, again, that line is kind of daring you to take Vandy, I'd probably step into the trap, if anything. I think at 3.5 now, I think that would be a good buy on Vandy plus the points. Is that game getting ready to kick off from Austin between Texas and Vandy? So excited for that one. Rob, we were talking about that Miami-SMU game. Told you first game this year, Miami is playing outside the state of Florida. So the way that I decided to fade that was I took SMU in the first half, right? Miami, we've seen it the last couple games against Louisville and Stanford. They've really struggled in the first half. But they have figured out a way in the second half to get it going. And I think they can do that again today, where it's going to be ugly in the first half, but then I think in the second half they're going to get it going. As on the first play of the game, Texas breaks it for a long touchdown. So there you go. What a start for Texas right off the bat. If you like Vandy at plus 3.5, you're probably going to like him at plus 7.5 or whatever that opens up at. But I do like the SMU first half look because, Rob, I think Miami's going to struggle on the road today. That first game outside of the state, little sluggish. Carson Beck's never been a great guy on the road. So I do like that look today, taking SMU plus the points in the first half.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PJ and Rob's first We're on Opposite Sides of the Day. I'm shocked it took 10 minutes, but here we are.
Yeah.
I'm going the other way, and I'll tell you why. It's very simple. SMU has one of the worst 5 passing defenses in football. Like, you're right. Carson Beck has not been a great player on the road. But when you throw him out there against a bunch of sentient tackling dummies like the SMU passing defense, Carson Beck's going to be fine. Like, if this was... And I like Kevin Jennings. I like Rhett Lashley. I think SMU is going to be a player in the ACC for a number of years. Rhett Lashley is just a football dude, recruits well, etc. But unless they have found a way to like go get somebody else's defense to come out there and play for them, I think they're in trouble. And the reason I point that out is I go back to SMU's win at Clemson 2 weeks ago, and no Cade Klubnik in that game. Clemson trotted out their backup quarterback, Chris Vezina. Chris Vezina had been so bad in the spot play that he had leading up to his first start against SMU that there are Clemson fans here in my market about an hour north of that school going, our 2026 quarterback is not on the roster right now because this guy's not it. And not even from the standpoint of like, give Dabo a year to work with him and develop him, which, of course, the faith in that is probably to some degree gone because of the fact that Cade Klubnik was a Heisman Trophy potential, and the guy has obviously had a wildly disappointing season like his football team has. But I had Clemson fans saying, even with the year-off season of development, Chris Vezina is not it. And then Vezina went out there and looked like a star against SMU. And a lot of Clemson fans got really excited about, but I said to him, PJ, on Monday, I'm sorry, don't get excited about Christopher Vezina being the future, guys. SMU's passing defense is that big. And I agree, or is that bad? I agree with you that Beck is not anywhere near the amount of preseason hype that he was getting, not anywhere near the $4 million man he was being promoted as coming into this year. But against bad defenses, he's going to be fine. He didn't go 24-3 at Georgia because he's a nobody, right? So this is just a game, I think. You go out there, you throw the ball around a little bit. You saw what Miami's passing offense did to Florida State a few weeks ago, Peach. They're going to do the same thing to SMU. I've got Miami. I laid the 9.5, and to be honest, I'd have probably laid it at 10.5 too.
Yeah, I mean, that was another game. We've seen a bunch of games in this early window with a ton of line movement. The Penn State game, again, that jumped about 3 points. And this Miami game, too, Rob. I mean, they took a ton of money. They closed at 8.5. So a lot of people that like the Mustangs. The Canes right now have about a 4th and 2 on the SMU side of the field. It looks like Cristobal maybe will decide to go for it. So we'll see what happens there. Penn State and Ohio State underway. And Nittany Lions rip off a big 25-yard run to start their day. So we'll see, Rob. This Penn State game, again, it's going to be so interesting. We talked about it at the top. Would be so college football if they hang around and maybe shock the world today because they have nothing to lose. Coming in to this game the last 5-6 years, all the pressure has been on them and Franklin to get that big top 5 win, to finally beat Ohio State for the second time, and it hasn't been able to happen. But now they're kind of playing with house money in this game. But Ohio State's defense has been so good this year. Julian Sayin is one of the leaders right now to win the Heisman Trophy. So we'll see. Penn State can keep that game close. So those are the big 3 that we're monitoring. Also a big game in the group of 5 is North Texas and Navy. Right now, Navy, one of the few undefeated teams left in the country. Their schedule's really tough, though, down the stretch, including this game against North Texas. They're already down 7-0 in that one. Army and Air Force are battling today, as that is scoreless right now in the first quarter. You got UCF, Baylor, Duke, and Clemson, Rutgers, Illinois, West Virginia, and Houston. Some other games on the slate as well. So a lot to get to today in college football. When Rob and I come back, we'll look at some of the games in the 3:30 slate, including Indiana. They take their perfect record on the road to College Park to take on Maryland today. Georgia and Florida, as well as they renew their rivalry. And Texas Tech and Kansas State, maybe an interesting game today in Manhattan as well. So a lot to get to. We're just getting started inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown filling in today for Paul Aspen. We will be right back here on the BetMGM Network, Week 10 college football.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
What a start for Texas. They get a touchdown on the first play of the game, and then they force a turnover on Vandy's first possession of the game. So a 10-0 lead for the Longhorns. They just knocked in a field goal. They are now a 10.5-point favorite on the live line. Ohio State, their first drive of the game, they're marching down the field. They're in the red zone right now inside the 15-yard line against Penn State. West Virginia up 7-0 on Houston early in that game. Illinois and Rutgers are scoreless right now in Champaign. Duke up 7-0 on Clemson right now in just a tough season for Clemson. Baylor 7-0 over UCF. North Texas 7-0 over Navy. Rob, do you think it's been a worse season for Clemson fans or Penn State fans, you think?
Yes. Is C, all of the above an option? Listen, I put them on the same page because you're talking about two teams that came into this season with national championship aspirations, two teams that had head coaches that spent the offseason telling their fans, like, this is it, this is the squad, this is the team. Two teams that had a Heisman Trophy quarterback finalist that they thought starting at QB1. Two teams that you thought the schedule set up pretty favorably for to make a deep run. And two teams that obviously just aren't there, and I don't even know that you could argue, the loss to UCLA kind of started the downfall for Penn State. It's not like the losses for Clemson have been that much more, that much more quality or whatever word you want to use there. Look, Georgia Tech's a good team. Rob Brown's sitting on a ticket of like 20-something to 1 for Georgia Tech to make the playoffs this year. I really like that squad, but the loss to Syracuse won't stand for anything, right? The loss to SMU isn't going to be something that fans are going to go, oh, well, we got beat by a really good team. The only difference, obviously, is that with a couple of national championships in the cabinet and with 2 other appearances behind him, Dabo's not going anywhere. And Clemson fans now have to sit here and they've got to try to come to grips with either A, the era of Dabo has come to its conclusion, or B, Dabo's going to finally do something which would be against the character traits he's shown over the years, PJ, which is make some pretty massive changes to his coaching staff, get away from the absolute nepotism that has run that program for his entire time that he's been there, and see if you can get some guys that can develop some guys. Listen, I love the hire of Tom Allen to come down from Penn State. I really like the hire of Garrett Riley. But to be honest with you, I think both of those coordinators have been handcuffed because, again, look at Garrett Riley's offense that he ran, Page, when he was at TCU, and that team was like a top 5 team in every offensive metric. And then he shows up at Clemson, and what does the Clemson offense look like? The exact same as it did before he got there. Like, you can't convince me that Dabo Swinney's letting Garrett Riley run the show. Defensively, I got 3 or 4 guys on the defensive front 7 that are supposed to be NFL top 5 round draft picks. And that defense, it looks like it doesn't care. This is why, like, I came in today, I don't have $1 on Duke Clemson because I told Clemson fans, if your front 7 plays well, you'll contain Darian Mensah and Duke doesn't have a chance. But if your front 7 comes out and they're arm tackling and they look lazy and undisciplined like they have in some other games, Darian Mensah is going to go off on y'all today. And I'm not saying that's where we are early in the contest, but it certainly looks like it's on the table. So I don't know that either one of them, you could say it's more disappointing. I guess maybe Penn State, only because they now have to fill a coaching vacancy. And while I think in years gone by, Penn State would be a team that was pretty easy to pick whoever they want to pick to come fill that role. Peach, we've got 10 in-season openings right now. It's the most in all time. And LSU, despite the fact that their governor is turning that into an absolute bleep show around that program, the University of Florida, which has got as much cash as anybody else in the game, and the fact that Indiana was able to come up with a $96 million contract for Curt Cignetti, I don't think Penn State can just have whoever they want like years gone by, which means that this coaching search might put you in a spot where you have to go with an unsexy candidate. And at the end of the day, if nothing else, Clemson's going to still have a 2-time national championship winning coach and a 2-time runner-up at the helm. So, I mean, I guess you could make the argument as Penn State, not because of the season, but you could make the argument as Penn State because of what the coaching search is going to turn into, and I do not think it's going to be pretty for anybody.
No, I agree. I mean, we saw Matt Rule sign that extension with Nebraska a couple days ago. The Penn State one is so fascinating. I mean, LSU and Florida, Kiffin is definitely going to be the top choice for both of those programs at their schools. He's going to be the top domino this offseason. Rob, I kind of tend to think he's just going to stay in Oxford, which then would make everything really interesting. A name that isn't getting thrown around a lot right now that I think might take another job is Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. I would maybe keep an eye out for him, maybe taking another one of these jobs. So Sam Leavitt, his quarterback's going to be out the rest of this year. Arizona State, their season's pretty much toast at this point. But yeah, man, I mean, the coaching carousel, Florida State could still open up. I mean, we could still have a bunch more jobs potentially open up down the line. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. Robbie brought up Georgia Tech and the great season that they're having in the ACC. I mean, Virginia is another team that's having a terrific season. If the season ended today, it would be Virginia, Georgia Tech ACC title game, just like we all thought. They travel to Berkeley to take on Cal. UVA is a 5.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 52.5. You think Virginia can keep it going, Rob, for another week? Can they keep this fairy tale alive? Would you lay the points with them today against Cal, or did you ultimately stay away from that game?
Look, I'm all the way in on Virginia, predominantly because of Tony Elliott. Now, Tony Elliott's a football dude. And now he's not a football dude the way Brent Key is, where he's kind of got that. And I love Brent Key. This is said with, and I mean it, all the respect in the world. Brent Key's kind of that like meathead football guy, right? Offensive line when he played. Tony Elliott is a much more subdued football guy, but his players will lay like just whatever on the line for that guy. Tony Elliott he's a very nice guy, but he demands discipline. He's a very nice guy, but he demands focus. The boys get it for him. You're looking at a Virginia team that, like you said, preseason, I don't think there were any expectations for this team. Now we're looking at a team that is, again, are they blowing you off the page? No. But they are top 30 in EPA on offense. They're top 42 in EPA on defense. Those are better numbers than you'd think out of Virginia. I don't think Virginia is a threat. I don't think Virginia is a national champion. Honestly, I don't think Virginia is an ACC champ. If they get in, it would be a huge accomplishment for Elliott, but I think Georgia Tech is that much better. That being said, Cal is not good at all. Cal is 128th in EPA on standard downs. They're 120th in overall success rate. Like, it's just not a good team. Virginia minus 5.5 kind of stuns me because I think you could have set this line at minus 7.5, and I still think you'd have gotten some pretty good play on the Cavaliers. So 5.5 feels like I don't want to call it a layup bet, PJ Glasser, but it's about as close. Maybe it's more like a from distance finger roll bet. Like a little tougher, but I still feel pretty good about it.
I didn't end up betting anything in this game. Look, I mean, anytime you got to make these cross-country road trips, I always get worried laying points with the favorite. And with Virginia having the season that they are, the fact that they're undefeated in ACC play, I mean, they're going to get tripped up at some point, you would think. But Cal's been so inconsistent this season, and you just don't know which games are going to play well and which games they don't. So ultimately, I stayed away. I thought I was going to be on Cal in this game because I wanted to continue to fade Virginia, but I don't think I'm going to get there with Cal. So stayed away from that game. Georgia and Florida, world's largest outdoor cocktail party in Jacksonville, Georgia, 7-point favorite. The total in the game is 50.5. I actually took the over in this game, Rob, because Georgia's defense is not what we're accustomed to out of Kirby, and teams have been able to move the ball against them, and I think Lagway is going to be able to make some plays. And then on the other side, in the last 4 years in this matchup, Georgia's scored at least 34 points. So they've had some success against this Florida defense. Stockton has played very well in some of these big games. You look at Tennessee, Ole Miss. I mean, he played really well in those games. So I think he plays well again today. I think Florida's offense does some good things. And I took the over 50.5. Georgia, I'd probably look at them as like a money line parlay piece. You know, you parlay them with something else on the board. They're minus 285. I don't really want to lay the 7, but I took the total 50.5. Was there anything that you liked?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like I had a little bit of a lean towards Georgia. I think I would probably use them as a parlay piece. I like that call. You're looking at a Florida team that is in an interesting spot. They won 2 out of 3, including a beatdown of the Texas Longhorns. They went into the bye week. They fired Billy Napier. And from what I have been told by friends of mine who cover the Gators down in Florida, Billy Napier was a guy who the locker room didn't turn on him, but they also didn't love him either. He was just kind of the coach, right? Like he wasn't a dude like Brent Key where the players are going to lay it down for him. But he also wasn't Brian Kelly where he gets gone and Malik Neighbors is posting videos of himself literally kicking rocks as a message to Brian Kelly. It just is what it is. And so I asked those people to tell me a little bit about Florida's interim coach and what they were expecting, because you always wonder if you're going to get the interim coach bump, right? Like that's a thing that just happens is somebody steps up. It happened to Florida State a few years ago when they fired Willie Taggart and they elevated Odell Haggins, who had been a long-time assistant coach at Florida State. And Florida State looked the best they had looked coming out in game 1 for Odell. They sucked the rest of the ride, but that one game, they looked like a competent football team. So I don't know if you look at Florida, who now is not only obviously on the field trying to figure out what are we going to change with an interim coach, but there's distractions going off the field as well. I mean, I don't think it would be too much to assume that 18, 19, 20-year-old players in the locker room are watching all the drama play out with Lane Kiffin and with their head coaching spot and not, at least to some degree, thinking about the future. I don't know where I am with Florida. I'm confident in Georgia. I like Georgia. If this line was maybe the 6.5, I'd feel a little bit better. I saw it bounce to the 7.5 last minute. The full touchdown scares me. That being said, Georgia's a top 11 in EPA per play. They're top 20 in offensive success rates. And Florida's defense has been a question mark. They can go out there against Texas and hold them to nothing, and then they can go out there and get run off the field any given game. So I think Georgia's winning this game. I just don't love the 7.5. You could have probably talked me into it 6.5. Felt a lot better at 5.5. 7.5. I'm not quite there. I think I'm with you. I would use it as a parlay piece at best.
Yeah, that number just it feels right on the money. It feels like a 1-possession, 7-point game. I think Florida can keep it close in the first half. I think maybe they're worth a look in the first half, and it's going to be it is going to be interesting how they play in that first game without Napier. But yeah, that should be a good one today. Georgia favored by 7 over the Gators, total 50.5. Rob, the other game that caught my eye in that 3:30 window is going to be Texas Tech and Kansas State. Kansas State's been playing a lot better football, man. Their last 4 games, they have scored 34 points or more. They've been getting the offense humming. They're normally great as a home underdog. Texas Tech, their defense is elite, best in the Big 12, one of the best in the country. Their quarterback, Baron Morton, is going to be back after missing the last couple games, so maybe he's a little rusty to start. And then, Rob, maybe there's concern about a look ahead for Texas Tech a little bit because BYU, they host them next week. Game day implications likely. Big 12 championship game implications, college football playoffs. So that is a massive game, maybe the biggest game in the Big 12 all year. And all they got to do is just go on the road and play Kansas State as a touchdown favorite. I think K-State's live in this game. I like them plus the 7. I like the way Kleiman's teams just continue to get better and better as the season goes on. And, you know, the defense, the Kansas State defense is the concern for me in this game. But I think because Morton is coming back from the injury and maybe they're forced to rush him back a little bit sooner than they would like because the backup got hurt last week and he's out for the year. I think all these things kind of benefit Kansas State. So I like that we're getting the key number of 7. I think it's a 1-possession game. I think the Wildcats got a good chance of pulling off the upset. And, you know, the Big 12 we knew coming into the year was going to be a wacky league. We knew it was anybody's for the taking, and I think we could see an upset today, and it only adds to it. So I like K-State in that game, Rob. I didn't know if you had any plays in Texas Tech and Kansas State.
I got to tell you, I'm feeling a vibe today, Peach, because I'm with you on this one, too. I think we've made it almost all the way through the early slate. We've only had one we butted heads on. This, to me, feels like the definition of a classic trap game, right? Like this is a game where Texas Tech trounced Oklahoma State. They've got a top 10 game against BYU next week, and it would make sense that they might look ahead of Kansas State, a team that lost to Baylor by 1 point. It's the only L in the last 4 weeks. They're putting up 38 points per game as of recent memory. Look, they've also got, if I recall correctly, 2 of their last 3 games, 42-41, or excuse me, of their last 3 games, 42-41 and 38 points so far. And Kansas State has won 8 straight against Texas Tech. This is kind of a we got your number game in this spot. So it's kind of a narrative spot, PJ Glasser, but like every number says there's no reason Kansas State can't be within a touchdown. I'm with you on this one too.
When we come back, we'll look at that Georgia Tech NC State game, Oklahoma, Tennessee, USC, Nebraska, and then Utah and Cincinnati to wrap up hour number 1 inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
BJ Glasser and Rob Brown here with you Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. We got Matt Derrick coming up in 18 minutes to talk Chiefs and Bills game of the week in the NFL tomorrow. So we'll talk about that. Ohio State trying to score another touchdown against Penn State. They are up 7-0 as they're heading to the second quarter in that game, and Ohio State's got second and goal inside the 10-yard line. Texas with an absolute dominant performance at home so far against Vanderbilt as they lead 17-0, still with less than 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. West Virginia up 14-7 on Houston right now in the first quarter. Illinois 7-0 over Rutgers. Duke 14-7 over Clemson. Baylor 14-0 over UCF. UConn with a 7-0 lead over UAB. Army 7-3 over Air Force. North Texas 14-0 over Navy, and then Miami up 7-0 on SMU. So that's what we got going on right now in college football. Rob, let's look at some of the games we have coming up later today in the night slate, including Georgia Tech and NC State. Now, last time we were doing a show, we had a super stinky line with Georgia Tech laying 3.5 against Duke, and it just... You know, the number was telling you to bet Georgia Tech. It made no sense. You said it was your play of the day, week, year, mega whale, hammer. I mean, Rob, you were all over it with Georgia Tech. Well, we got another one of those games today with another one of those lines with 8-0 Georgia Tech against 4-4 NC State, and the line's only 4.5. So is this game giving you similar vibes to the Duke game where you think Georgia Tech just rolls today? Or NC State, who it feels like is always good for like one home upset a year? Do you think this is that game today where the Wolfpack could give Georgia Tech their first loss of the season?
I'm apprehensive that it is. I'm still going to take Tech. But I'll tell you what I actually like in this game more than I like laying the points with Tech. What I like more about this game, PJ Glasser, is the over 58.5, which feels like a real big number for this game, but there's a reason for that. The one thing you can't say is that NC State won't score on some explosive plays. They've been putting up 27 points a game. It puts them better than midway up the pack in college football overall. You're talking about a passing offense that is 18th in EPA on dropbacks right now behind CJ Bailey. It is a team that has been explosive, and the one thing that I have an issue with for Georgia Tech is that they are vulnerable to explosive plays. They are vulnerable to big plays. The teams that have stayed alive against Tech have done so by having a couple of 40-yard, 50-yard pop-offs here and there. CJ Bailey can do that with the wide receiver core they've built there. On the flip side, you know what Georgia Tech's offense is. And as much as historically it's been that grind it out, slow the game down, run it with Jamal Haynes offense, Haynes King has been big in this spot as well. NC State secondary, 106 nationally EPA against dropbacks. Everything in this game says we could be looking at like a 45-37 game. We could be looking at like a 38-32 kind of game. 58.5 feels like a big number for two teams that one has got playoff hopes. And by the way, this game's is going to matter to Brent Key and the Rec. If they win this game, PJ, not only are they 8-0, they're 8-0 for the first time since the 1960s. They want to put their stamp on history here. So I think you are going to see a wildly aggressive Georgia Tech offense. And behind Haynes King, they've got the justification for doing that against an NC State defense that will let you throw the ball around a bunch. But I think the opposite is true. I need maybe 2, maybe 3 big explosive plays out of the Wolfpack. And if you're Dave Doran, who I think, PJ Glasser, outside of Mike Norvell, Dave Doran might have the hottest seat in the ACC as a head coach right now. Knocking off Georgia Tech and handing them L1 might help him at least turn the temperature down a little bit. So I think they're going to be shooting every shot they've got in the big guns today as well. Everything lines up for the over 58.5 for me. That being said, that being my favorite bet, I'm still going to take Georgia Tech lay the points because at the end of the day, and I know that this is probably analytical over the heads of a lot of football fans, Peach, but I've done the research to break this down. Georgia Tech is a good football team.
They are, and they're undefeated, and right now they're in the driver's seat to win the ACC and make the playoff. Rob, it is a tricky game, right? I mean, the line just kind of sticks out at you, and again, NC State, it just feels like every year they win a game like this. They pull an upset. They have a game like this in the ACC. They've done it against Clemson the last couple of years. Like, it's just one of those places, man. They usually tend to pull off these kind of games. So it feels like we're getting some upsets today in the ACC, whether maybe it's Miami today, Louisville, whether it's Virginia, Georgia Tech. I think somebody's going down, and maybe it is Georgia Tech. I didn't bet the game, but it would not shock me in the slightest if NC State pulls off the upset. Another interesting game today in Knoxville, Tennessee, a 3-point favorite at home against Oklahoma. Total is 55.5. Rob, it's another one of these games where the line would probably tell you to bet Oklahoma. I think it's a lot shorter than most people would think. I just don't know how Oklahoma is going to keep pace with Tennessee's offense. Now, the Sooners' defense is terrific. It's one of the best in the country. But Ole Miss was able to move the ball and put up points against them when they were at home last week. Now you got to go on the road, a night game at Neyland, and you got to deal with that offense that's so explosive and hits you with so many big plays. Oklahoma's 7-1 to the under this season, Rob. And the reason for that is because their defense is so elite. And John Mateer's a good quarterback, but their offense isn't as good as maybe people think they are. And they don't score as many points as maybe you think they probably should. And that's just what it is, Rob. I think when Oklahoma plays against teams that can move the ball on their defense and score a certain amount of points, I just don't know if they're going to be able to keep pace. And I think that's one of these games. So I see this game as being like, maybe if you like Oklahoma, bet the under. I think it could be correlated because I don't think the Sooners win a shootout with Tennessee, but I do like the Vols tonight, -3. That would be my look against the Sooners.
I'm in a couple of spots with this one, PJ Glasser. I'm starting with Tennessee, who I really liked at the end of last year because it felt like Josh Heupel had finally built a very well-rounded football team, which is not what he had been for a while, right? Like historically, he had been a one-sided Tennessee team. They were going to be able to put up bunches of points, but they were going to let everybody else do the same thing and win a bunch of those shootouts. And so I got really excited about Josh Heupel. I got really excited about the Tennessee future because I thought, okay, if he figured out how to build defense, the Volunteers are going to be a problem. And I don't feel that way this year. It feels to me like they have gone back to being kind of a classic traditional Heupel team, a team that is, again, going to score a bunch of bunches of points, but they're going to let other teams do it as well. Tennessee has put up 40 in 5 of 7 games this season. The problem is, they have the 3rd worst defense in the Southeastern Conference. The only teams that they are better than right now are Arkansas, who's already fired their coach, and Kentucky, who very well might at the end of this year. Florida has a better defense than Tennessee right now, to put that into perspective. John Mateer, Heisman frontrunner for a good amount of weeks, came back from the injury. I got to think there's some lingering issue with the throwing hand, Peach, because the accuracy has taken a nosedive for John Mateer. He can still throw the ball hard enough. There's smoke coming off the back end of it, but the accuracy has taken a dive. Here's the problem. You look at the teams that the accuracy took a dive against, one of them being South Carolina, a team that is underappreciated in terms of their defensive backs and their pass rush specifically. Tennessee doesn't have that. I think the things that have caused John Mateer some level of concern since he's come back for the injury, I think those are gone. I think that's over. I think that for Tennessee, I do not think that they are able to keep John Mateer under the amount of pressure that some of those other teams have done. Give me John Mateer. Give me the Sooners on the outright money line at +122 is where I got them. That line might move a little bit. And I'm going to say, honestly, I like Oklahoma, and I'm gonna fade you on this one. Give me Oklahoma in the over, because I'll be honest, I could see Oklahoma putting 45 points on the Tennessee Volunteers today.
Wow, man, If Oklahoma puts up 40 on Tennessee's defense, I would be pretty surprised. Like you said, they do have one of the worst defenses in the SEC, but yeah, that's going to be a big game today for sure. Feels like an elimination game. Both teams have 2 losses. Rob, we got USC and Nebraska as well, which is a super interesting game because Matt Rule is 0-18 against AP top 25 teams. And then on the flip side, you have Lincoln Riley, who's 1-15 straight up and against the spread as the head coach of USC when he has to play a game in the Eastern or Central time zone. Something's got to give in this game today with USC and Nebraska. I got Nebraska at plus 6.5, Rob. They're down to 4.5 now. I'd still look at Nebraska because I think this is going to be a one-score game, man. I mean, again, USC usually really struggles in these kinds of games, and Nebraska, all they ever do is play people close, and they normally don't win these kind of games either. So it feels like a field goal type game either way. It feels like a game that's going to come down to the wire. Nebraska's still got one of the best home fields in college football with USC in town. I expect that crowd to be rocking tonight. So I'll take Nebraska, Rob, in a close game that comes down to the wire, plus the 4.5. I don't think I want to take money line. I don't know if they win, but I'll take Nebraska plus the points because I think it's going to be a close game.
I'm going to make this one probably the fastest breakdown I have. King Miller for USC has gone up against some of the better defenses in the Big Ten, and he's had a day against all of them. Nebraska is not one of the best run defenses in the Big Ten. This is going to be the break in this game. They are the 108th best rushing defense. I ordinarily would not like someone named King because someone named King is somebody I could not be friends with because they just feel like they'd have an attitude. I'll be friends with him today when he goes over 100 yards easy, pops a couple against Nebraska. Listen, I like Matt Rule. I actually kind of believe in the Matt Rule break it down and build it back up at Nebraska. This is year 3. This is the year you expected something to change. The only problem is the black shirts aren't back like Matt Rule tried to convince us they are on defense quite yet. I think USC, a team that we know behind Lincoln Riley for throwing the ball over the football field, they're going to run for 200 yards and a handful of scores today. Give me the Trojans.
All right, very good. From college, we go to the NFL next. Matt Derrick going to join us. We're going to talk Bills and Chiefs, one of the biggest games of the year in the NFL. Stay with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
the Duke Blue Devils.
The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser, Rob Brown here with you. Hour number 2 of Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. College football week 10 is underway. Real quick before we check in with Matt Derrick and talk Chiefs Bills tomorrow from Buffalo. Update on some scores right now around the country. Ohio State's up 10-0 on Penn State, but the Nittany Lions do have first and goal inside the 10. You have Texas up 17-3 on Vandy. Miami 7-0 lead on SMU. West Virginia 21-7 over Houston. Duke is up 21-7 on Clemson, and North Texas with a 14-3 lead on Navy. So that's what we have going on right now, week 10 in college football. We'll talk some more college later on in the show. But let's turn our attention to the National Football League and talk Bills and Chiefs with Matt Derrick, who joins us now. Give Matt a follow on X at Matt Derrick, beat writer at ChiefsDigest.com. Matt, really appreciate the time. As somebody who covers the team, knows the Chiefs really well, like, is Chiefs Bills kind of in its own tier for regular season meetings? Like, certainly when the Chiefs, play the Ravens, or when they have their divisional matchups, or maybe they go up against some of these NFC teams, they're big games. But over the last 5-6 years, with how often these teams have played regular season and certainly postseason, does it just feel like these games are a little bit different even in the regular season?
Yeah, it does, and even though the Bills have owned the regular season matchups, they're 4-1 going into this, and the Chiefs have owned the postseason matchups. They won every playoff game against Buffalo in this stretch. There's still the anticipation. I mean, Chiefs fans would like to see their team win a regular season game against the Bills for once, and that's why, at least in Kansas City, at least still gives it that kind of battle. I mean, they still anticipate, everybody still anticipates that there's a likelihood that these two teams will meet again in January, and that's the one that everybody does focus on. But anytime that Mahomes and Josh Allen are on the field together at the same time, I think it's a special matchup.
Rob Brown, Matt, great to meet you, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about some of the X's and O's in this game that I find very interesting. Obviously, Josh Allen has been able to do damage with his legs against Steve Spagnuolo's group throughout the career matchups. He's rushed for 39, 42, 55, 68, 72, and 88 yards in different games against the Chiefs over the past couple of years. We also know the Chiefs' defense has been a little bit susceptible to the run. Is it a matter of this game? If Kansas City wants to show, hey, we are back and we are still the AFC powerhouse, is stopping Josh Allen the key in this football game, or are there other things you're looking at as or more important than that?
No, it always, to me, starts and ends with Josh Allen. And, hey, there's guys you got to be concerned about. Like Khalil Shakir last year had a big game against the Chiefs and really exploited them. James Cook has had big games, and with him coming off his performance at Carolina, you got to be concerned. But everything revolves around Josh Allen. And the Chiefs, there's kind of a betting wager you have with Josh, and whether or not to put a spy on him, and and whether you keep 5 or 6 guys to try and contain him in the pocket. And what's really odd is that for a guy that can beat you with his legs, Steve Spagnuolo's pattern is usually keep that guy in the pocket no matter what. But against Allen, I mean, they're so concerned with his arm too that they kind of get away from that, and that's where you get into the danger of, hey, do you spy Josh Allen or do you not? And they don't typically do it full time, and when they don't, Josh Allen has absolutely run over them in the past, and they've kind of lost that wager. I'll be interested to again see, what is Steve Spagnuolo's pattern in this game and in the regular season. Does he try to contain him in the pocket, force him to beat him with his arm, or do they play him kind of the same way, just straight up a little bit, try to just contain him with 4, try to play perfect gap football, because that has not been necessarily an effective strategy in the past.
Matt, anything else, that the Kansas City defense has struggled with, maybe in this matchup in years past or so far this season? Has it been receiving running backs? Has it been tight end? Has it been, vertical passing game? Kansas City's been so good against the run for a number of years now, and they don't allow many rushing touchdowns, and their defense has been pretty solid this season. But outside of Allen's legs, is there any matchup from Kansas City's defense perspective that would worry you in this game?
Yeah, there's two in particular. I mentioned Shakir last year, and I think that's still one that you got to be concerned about. But it's James Cook and Dalton Kincaid in the passing game, because the running backs and tight ends have historically been the two positions that the Steve Spagnuolo's defenses can sometimes struggle with. And a little of that is because, Nick Bolton, who is the center of their defense and absolutely the quarterback of their defense, his one deficiency is pass coverage. And teams are always going to try and match up and see if they can get him isolated in the passing game. And, last week the Chiefs had two breakdowns in coverage. They had one mistake and one miscommunication in the secondary that led to big gains and big pass plays to the running back for Washington. You do that twice against James Cook, and that might be 2 touchdowns. So that's something to watch for sure. And, yes, tight ends have absolutely eaten up the Chiefs in the past. And that might be particularly of interest here because, again, coverage from Bolton. Leo Chenal, it's not his best. I think he's improved a lot. Drew Tranquil is their best coverage linebacker. But they also rotate their safeties quite a bit. And so, you don't always know which safety is going to be on the tight end. If it's, you get the right matchup, it could be a big hit because, Kincaid's had success against the Chiefs as well.
We are at a spot in this season where both of these teams are looking up in their division, which is not a spot that they've historically been in, at least as long as this rivalry has felt like it is the rivalry that it is, Matt. So how important is this game in the standpoint of getting one back up in the division, whether you're trying to chase down in the AFC West or the AFC East? How important is this game in terms of setting up for seeding down the line? We all know what it is in the rivalry. We all know what it means for these teams to try to build some confidence in the regular season. But now that neither of these teams necessarily had the start that they wanted, what is the weight on a win for Kansas City or for Buffalo this weekend?
Yeah, you've hit on it. That's the real difference. Usually you feel like this matchup is a battle for the number 1 seed, and right now this is a battle for both of these teams to try and claw their way back into first their own divisions. So the Chiefs absolutely. They need this. They can't slip any further back. Right now, the Chiefs are going to be a playoff team. It's hard to imagine that they're not, barring any injuries to a significant player like Mahomes. They're going to be in the playoffs, but they're not used to being a wild card team. So they need this win to just make sure that they continue to stay in it because they've got some tough games up ahead. Remember, they've got the Broncos and the Colts right on the other side of the bye week. There's 3 games in a row that are going to be tough battles for them. For Buffalo, I see it. They need this game too to just, I think, even for their psyche, because their schedule has been really weak this year. You could look at this and say that this team may just be undefeated or 1 loss. They've had some winnable games get away from them. I think they need this win to prove to themselves and to everybody that they continue to be one of the elite teams in the AFC. I think it means a lot to both of these teams, especially as far as just staying in the race for their own divisions, much less having home field advantage in the playoffs or even trying to play themselves back into contention for the 1 seed, which right now seems kind of far away for both of these teams and will be, I feel like, almost maybe impossible if you lose this weekend.
We're talking Chiefs Bills here with Matt Derrick, beat writer at ChiefsDigest.com. Give Matt a follow on X at Matt Derrick. Matt, you mentioned some of those other top teams in the AFC, Indianapolis, Denver, who Kansas City still has upcoming on their schedule. Look, coming into the season, it was kind of the big 3 in the AFC, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens. A lot of people felt like your AFC representative this year in the Super Bowl was going to be one of those 3 teams. Do the Bills and maybe even the Ravens, now that they're healthy, they've won a couple games in a row, they have an easy schedule, are those still the teams that worry you the most in the AFC, or is it a team like Indy? Is it a team like Denver? Maybe even New England with Drake May? As you kind of look at like the AFC as a whole, what's the team that would worry you the most if you're a Chiefs fan, you think, moving forward?
Yeah, it's a great question because, even though the Chiefs are 5-3, you look at them right now, especially the way they played the last 3 weeks, and I think you'd almost say, wait a minute. I mean, it's the Chiefs and a bunch of other teams that are kind of in that ballpark of trying to compete with them. And I do. I mean, I kind of feel that way. It's just, who could be the team that can challenge them the most? It's got to be a team with a quarterback. It's got to be a team with a good defense. That's why, Denver and the Chargers I think, are absolute standouts in the AFC West, and why one of these teams could absolutely win the division. I mean, the Chiefs have an opportunity, 2 games against the Broncos, 1 against the Chargers. If they beat the Chargers, they can level back the tiebreaker against them. So there's a race to get back into this, but I really want to see how the Chiefs stack up against the Colts. That's a team. They remind me a little bit of the Chiefs in their first year under Andy Reid. Remember when they started out 9-0? Right now, having a great season and a great run with Steichen at quarterback, the head coach, and Daniel Jones having a great season, but I don't know if it's for real or not. This could absolutely fall apart, especially if they get any injuries. And Jonathan Taylor's playing great. That's the team I want to see how that they stack up because, sometimes a team can just come out of nowhere and not really be intimidated by the likes of a Patrick Mahomes and those kind of guys because they don't have the history. They don't have it in the back of their head. Wait a minute, this is the team that's beaten us in the playoffs every year the last 3 or 4 years. If they don't fear the Chiefs, I think they could be a very dangerous team.
Completely agree. Looking at where Kansas City sits, we mentioned obviously a couple of times technically third in the division, tied for second with the Chargers. You mentioned the 2 teams above them, the Broncos and the Chargers. And obviously the AFC at large is kind of wide open. But this kind of does lead to the next question, which is, and I hate to be really simplistic about this, Matt, are the Chiefs back? And if so, do they play with the same mentality they've gone with in years gone by? As we've gotten later into the season, obviously, Andy Reid's still going to push. They're still going to be aggressive, but there's been plenty of seasons where they've just been able to go out, kind of play their game. Now as they play from behind with 2 teams ahead of them in the division, with a couple of other teams around the AFC all above them for the race to the 1 seed, does the mentality of this team change? Does Andy Reid coach in a different way? Does Patrick Mahomes play more aggressively? Will we see a different late season version of the Chiefs this year?
Yeah, right now, I mean, especially based on like the last 4 games that we've seen from the very 5 or 6 games, it's been a trend ever since the second half of the Giants team. I think this thing has started to kind of turn around. And other than Jacksonville, which is still a little bit of a mystery to me, we may look back at this later and just trying to figure out how the Chiefs lost that game, how in the world they lost that. But, we're looking at this now in the last 3 games for sure, that this team, I mean, I've been covering them for 10 years. This is the most fun that I have seen this team have since at least 2019. The last 2 years were a slog for this team. Patrick Mahomes will tell you that the last 2 years were not fun for him, that it was a challenge because, they had so many injuries, they had so many issues. Last year they had the pressure of the 3-peat, so they were so focused on that they never really had any fun. Right now, they're having a blast, and I think that's scary because when Patrick Mahomes is relaxed and having fun and just whipping the ball around, I'm not sure you can stop this offense. And the defense is having fun too, and that's really scary because, I mean, this team, as good as they've been, they've never had really a top 5 defense and a top 5 offense at the same time. If they can continue that, I try to be as skeptical as I can, but I start looking at this team, and I'm starting to wonder if they just may run the table. I mean, they could always stub their toe somewhere, but right now, if they stay in this mindset, I just don't know how you beat this team.
Matt, we got about a minute left. Who do you like to win the game tomorrow in Buffalo? Who are you going with?
Yeah, I should be going with Buffalo because they have really owned the regular season. But like I said, I just haven't seen the Chiefs play this well in at least 6 years. I think they may be able to pull this one out. I think they're the better team right now. They're playing better football despite Bills kind of getting back into it last week. I'm going to go with the Chiefs 30-25 in this one.
All right, there you go. Matt Derrick, beat writer for ChiefsDigest.com. Give him a follow on X at Matt Derrick. Matt, enjoy the game tomorrow. Really appreciate the time, and hope to catch up with you again soon.
I appreciate it, guys. Great talking to you. Take care.
All right, a lot of great stuff there from Matt Derrick. Rob Brown, if I gave you a free $100 right now to place a Super Bowl wager on any team in the NFL, would you place that wager on the Chiefs or would you look elsewhere?
Oh, man. The thing is, I don't want to say I'd put it on the Chiefs because there is still a lot of football left, and it could just be that the Chiefs are on a heater and that the first 6 weeks really are who they are. The problem is right now, I don't know who I would say is a better pick today. Like I would like to say Indianapolis at 7-1 feels like the layup pick, but we also know that this is a Colts team that, as good as Danny Dimes has been, is he a guy we trust to make a Super Bowl run? I think he's got a little more work to prove it. I'm so happy and proud of Danny Dimes for what he's done. Do we trust Drake May and the Patriots? I'm not there yet. Is Josh Allen back with the Bills? I mean, they played a mediocre Carolina team and coming off the bye. Is that who they are? PJ, I don't know that there is a front runner right now, in my opinion.
Now, look, the parity right now, college football, NFL, it's really, really good. We're going to talk some more college when we come back. Who's winning the Heisman Trophy? We'll let you know on the other side.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Ooh, Rob, we got a good one in Clemson today. Duke and Clemson all tied up at 21, 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. In that game, Illinois up 7-6 on Rutgers. West Virginia 21-14 over Houston. Miami and SMU tied up at 7. Texas a 24-3 lead over Vandy. And Ohio State up 17-7 on Penn State as well. Baylor 17-0 over UCF. And North Texas 21-10 over Navy. So that's what's currently going on right now in college football for week 10. And Rob, with the month of November now here, and we are final month of the regular season, time to take a look at the Heisman Trophy odds right now. Odds at BetMGM. Coming into the week, Fernando Mendoza was your favorite at plus 200, followed by Ty Simpson in Alabama, plus 325. Julian Sain was a couple of touchdown passes today for Ohio State. He's plus 450. And then you have Marcel Reed, Texas A&M, plus 550. Diego Pavia, who's probably going to take a hit after today. He was 8-1. Gunnar Stockton of Georgia, 15-1. Jeremiah Love, 18-1. Trinidad Chambliss, 20-1. Haynes King, 25-1 right now to win the Heisman Trophy. Rob, let's start with the favorite. Do you agree that Fernando Mendoza should be the favorite right now to win the Heisman at plus 200?
I don't have a problem with it. I would say that right now my pick is Ty Simpson. And it's not – what's going to be frustrating with this is that Ty Simpson isn't necessarily electrifying, right? Like, he's not the most exciting guy. But what Ty Simpson is, wildly efficient with the football, understands the offense he's running, runs it impeccably well, doesn't necessarily feel like he needs to stat pad in spots. And obviously, sometimes you've got to have guys stat pad. I think you can look at what Indiana has done. And they dismantled Illinois, hung 63 on them. They went to Autzen and got a 30-20 win over the Oregon Ducks. Outside of that, and the fact that they are undefeated, which is in and of itself impressive, let's not pretend that it's not. Outside of that, Indiana hasn't exactly had a who's who of teams that they have lined up against. And one of the teams that they did in Illinois has absolutely tanked since that happened. Unranked and falling. I'm sorry, Brad Evans. I love you, but things aren't great for the ILL, as he loves to break my radio earphones with sometimes. But then I look at Ty Simpson in Alabama. Led them to a win over number 5, Georgia, then number 16, Vanderbilt, then number 14, Mizzou, then number 11, Tennessee. Then on that road, like that game-winning drive on the road at South Carolina when Willie B was absolutely electric that evening. Now I've got LSU. And no, unfortunately, LSU is not the quality opponent that you had hoped it would be preseason. After that, Oklahoma. Still got Auburn down the path. And while Auburn's not a good football team, they're not as bad as a 1-4 conference record indicates. Like, they are a team that will be looking to play spoiler for Bama. This is going to be a spot that while Fernando Mendoza's numbers, and I have been on the Indiana bandwagon for 2 years now. Man, I love Curt Cignetti. I think he's the funniest and most interesting guy in college football. I said last year the problem Indiana had in the playoffs was that they did not have a quarterback. Now they do. I'm in. I think Indiana is a legitimate national championship threat. But for some reason, PJ Glasser, I'm higher than you on the Alabama Crimson Tide, and I think it is because of Ty Simpson. And when we get down to the end of the year, if Bama is able to win out, if this team is 11-1, especially if this team goes on to win an SEC championship game, as I absolutely think they can and, dare I say, will do, the resume Ty Simpson will have put together to me is going to be exponentially more impressive than the resume that was put together by Fernando Mendoza. The numbers won't be as eye-popping as Fernando Mendoza's will, but the list of teams that he beat, I mean, Ty Simpson right now has a very good chance of beating 5 top 25 teams and a few other teams that were at least at one point inside the top 25 at some point in the season. I just think the resume says Ty Simpson's the guy to me.
I agree with you. I mean, look, Ty, like you said, Rob, I mean, the resume, Bama's beaten more ranked teams. They've beaten 4 ranked teams. The next closest team has only won 2 so far this year. So Bama's resume compared to the other teams in the country is night and day. And Ty's been a massive part of that. And Rob, also, like, he's had to overcome adversity because the first game against Florida State was so bad, everybody and everybody was counting him out. And then ever since then, Bama's been on a roll. The thing, my problem with Mendoza in Indiana, Rob, is like Mendoza's not even in the top 2 things you think of when you think of Indiana football right now. Like you said, Cignetti's at the top of the list. People think Indiana and they think about him and what he's done. Then they probably think about that defense and how solid they are. They got a good running game. Like, Mendoza's been a great player, but he's not immediately what you think of when you think of Indiana. It starts with the head coach, and that's the reason that they're so good. And I wouldn't bet Mendoza either because I think he needs to beat Ohio State. I think if he wants to win the Heisman Trophy, and I don't think that he's going to. So I wouldn't bet him, especially as the favorite. Simpson does feel like probably the play at this point because they do still have Oklahoma, LSU, Auburn on their schedule. They're going to play LSU and Oklahoma at home. They have a potential SEC championship game as well. Maybe it's against A&M. Maybe it's a rematch against Georgia, whoever it is. But he's going to get another great opportunity. Julian's saying it's the same kind of thing with Mendoza where his entire team is really, really good and the defense is awesome and he's got the best receiver in Jeremiah Smith. Even though Saints having a great year, again, the level of competition, Rob, I don't know if it's worth a bet at that price. I kind of think the play is either Ty Simpson or I think the play is Marcel Reed. Like, if you are a believer in A&M, Rob, coming out of their bye week, they're going to be at Missouri next week. They still have to play. Against Texas. And then again, they have a potential SEC championship game. So if A&M runs the table, if they go undefeated, you think about the 3 biggest games that they've played in so far this season, Notre Dame, LSU, and then when they had to go on the road and play Arkansas in SEC play, they scored 40 points in all those games. Reed was terrific and the offense was terrific. So I don't see that slowing down, Rob. Like, if they continue to win these games, it's probably going to be because of the offense. So if you like A&M, I think Reed is a really good play as well. But yeah, I think Simpson would probably be the guy at this point just because Bama's got the resume. He looks like maybe the top pick in the draft. His receivers are awesome. And DeBoer, I mean, his track record in all these big games when he goes up against ranked teams, he's 19-3 against ranked teams. So I think it's Simpson or it's Reed. I would look at the 2 SEC quarterbacks before I would look at the 2 Big Ten quarterbacks.
I agree, and I want to add one more in there because I do like your addition of Marcel Reed, and I almost think to some degree you bet whichever quarterback you think is going to win the Southeastern Conference, or maybe you just split it between the 2 and take a good win either way. I want to add one thing about Marcel Reed. You mentioned at Arkansas dropping 45. PJ Glasser, Texas A&M just got Brian Kelly fired because they went to LSU at night. And I'm going to tell you this right now as somebody who, I'm from Louisiana. The very small number of my family that were smart enough to get into college, they went to LSU. I grew up around LSU Tiger football. That is, and this is not a question, it is not up for debate. LSU at night is the number 1 most difficult place to play in college football, even when that team's bad. Even when LSU is bad, Death Valley at night is a different animal from anybody and everywhere else in college football. Marcel Reed took the Aggies in there and put 49 on their ass at a point where you had to know Brian Kelly was desperate. At a point where LSU at number 20 when this game got played knew a loss here and any chance of making something happen is over. Now, granted, we can talk about the fact that the locker room was sour and Brian Kelly's the most fraudulent guy in college football and he killed the culture, and you can get into all the reasons that he got fired. But at the end of the day, they went to LSU at night in front of that fan base, in front of that, a team that has more night wins at home than any other team in college football because of how good of an arena it is. And Marcel Reed went and put a 49 spot on them. Now, they are playing Missouri next week off the bye. And the good news for them is they have the bye. But Missouri right now is in a spot at 2-2. This is an eliminator game for Mizzou next week. If they lose this game to A&M, they get bounced. So you're probably going to get the best shot you're going to get out of the run game. And without Bo Pribula, I don't think they're the same Mizzou team. But Ahmad Hardy and that Mizzou rushing offense can do what you have to do to beat a guy like Marcel Reed, which is keep his ass on the bench by just grinding this game into a slog all game long. If Marcel Reed goes on the road and beats Mizzou, if he beats South Carolina, and especially if he ends the year against Texas, if the Aggies end this year as undefeated, Marcel Reed is the layup bet there as well. And I think that LSU loss is the one that everybody had to pick up the microscope and go, maybe we lock in on Marcel Reed and the Aggies. I think that's a great call too.
Yeah, I mean, Reed was 40-1 at the start of the year, but again, Rob, like he is the kind of guy you want to bet because they're undefeated. They have big games upcoming, and he's going to have a chance potentially to play head-to-head against Ty Simpson in the SEC title game, which maybe the winner of that game decides who wins the Heisman. So I do think Reed's a really good play. Gunnar Stockton is interesting as well for Georgia at 15-1 because I think the path for Stockton, Rob, they obviously have to win out, but I think they have to play Bama again in the SEC championship because if Stockton can avenge his only loss, I think that'll obviously really help his case. And what also helps his case is that Georgia's defense is just not what we're used to. I mean, you can move the ball on them. Their secondary isn't very good. And in a lot of these bigger games that they've had to play so far against Tennessee and Ole Miss, Stockton's had to drop 40 against these teams. So the fact that there's potential for Stockton to play against the team and the quarterback that he lost to earlier this season, and the fact that he plays for a team where he's going to have to put up points if they want to win against a lot of these good teams, I think down the board, if you were looking for a guy, I think Gunnar Stockton would be the play at 15-1. I wouldn't be interested at all in Jeremiah Love because Notre Dame's schedule is fairly easy the rest of the way, and they lost to A&M in Miami, so I don't really know how you could give it to Love. And also his quarterback, C.J. Carr, is pretty good. Their backup running back, Jadarian Price, is pretty good. I just don't see Jeremiah Love getting there. Your guy Haynes King at 25-1, also interesting if Georgia Tech can run the table potentially and put himself in conversation. If you like Georgia Tech, though, to run the table, I just bet them to win the ACC. Like I wouldn't bet King to win the Heisman. I think the better play is just to them to win the ACC. And then guys like Jeremiah Smith, 30-1, Dante Moore, and C.J. Carr, 40-1. I'd probably pass on both of those as well. But, Rob, what do you make of Gunnar Stockton? Like, some things have to go right, obviously. That's why he's 15-1. But if they beat Texas and if they beat Florida today, if they beat Texas, if they beat Georgia Tech at the end of the year, and then if he gets a revenge game against Ty Simpson in Atlanta and they win that, I mean, Stockton's going to be right there, isn't he?
Yes, but that's a lot of ifs to try to stack money on, right? Like that's a large foundation of ifs that you're asking me to bet on. Now, granted, there's ifs attached to all of them, but like, what do I feel more comfortable right now? Do I feel more comfortable looking at Texas A&M, who just hung 49 on LSU, to beat Texas? And granted, Texas looks good today against Vanderbilt, but like, they look good against Vanderbilt, all right? Like, this isn't – and I like Vanderbilt a lot. I think Vanderbilt's a good team. Even I, lover of Vanderbilt, have not said Vandy's a national championship contender. And, oh, by the way, it is halftime. It's only a 2-touchdown game. Like, let's not pretend Diego Pavia can't pop off. But what do I feel better about? Do I feel better about A&M finishing off Missouri without Bo Pribula, South Carolina, who has been one of the biggest disappointments on the season, Samford and Arch Manning in Texas, and then the SEC championship doesn't for Heisman purposes, the SEC championship doesn't matter as much? Or do I feel better about Alabama with an LSU team with no coach, an Oklahoma team that John Mateer is not the same guy, Eastern Illinois, and at Auburn? Or do I feel better about Gunnar Stockton in the cocktail party today with Florida playing against an interim coach, against Texas, against a Georgia Tech team that is absolutely a legitimate playoff team, and have to get Bama in, and have to have a revenge game, and Gunnar Stockton has to outright, because, PJ, the setup for that is not just that Gunnar Stockton would have to beat Ty Simpson, like, on the scoreboard. I think he'd have to go out there and put out, like, sparkling numbers over Ty Simpson. So all of those ifs culminates with, hey, that other guy that we both think is the best bet to win the Heisman, He's got to have his worst game in this one particular game against Gunnar Stockton, and Gunnar Stockton's got to have his best game in that one particular game. That's just too many ifs for me to put $1 down on.
Totally fair. Totally fair. That's why it's a good conversation. I do think Ty right now is the guy to beat, and I think Marcel Reed is number 2. I think if both of those guys win out, whichever one does, I think they win the Heisman. And obviously, if they meet in Atlanta in the SEC title game, and whoever wins that game, I think is probably your winner. So we'll see. Going to be a fun final month of the regular season. Rob, it is official that Shohei Ohtani will start Game 7 tonight for the Dodgers. He's going to go up against Mad Max Scherzer. Game 7 is going to be a good one. Dodgers, Blue Jays. We'll talk about that next.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Jimenez floats one, left field. Hernandez makes the catch. Back to second. Game 7 tomorrow night.
The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, Rob Brown, PJ Glasser, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. That was Joe Davis on the call of last night's Game 6 of the World Series between the Dodgers and Blue Jays on Fox. Tonight, Rob Brown, we get the best 2 words in sports, my friend. What would those be?
Game 7.
Amen. Amen. Game 7, Dodgers and Blue Jays. And we got Ohtani on the mound, too. Were you shocked when they brought in Glasnow last night to get those final 3 outs of the game? Or did you First of all, Dave Roberts, I don't understand why he brought Sasaki back out for the 9th. I thought that was his first mistake. And then going with Glasnow to finish it off was crazy. But tonight we get Ohtani against Scherzer. What did you make, Rob, of how that 9th inning went down last night with the Dodgers? And do you think maybe we see Glasnow again tonight? Because he only, threw like 15 pitches or whatever it was.
I thought he threw like 3, didn't he? Like it was something stupid like that.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that in this spot, last night, like I agreed with you. I didn't get coming back with Sasaki, and it felt at that point that Davo had something like he had an emergency button that he was sitting on, and it turned out to be, you know what, we'll take our Game 7 starter, because here's the reality. In a spot where the last World Series walk-off home run was in 1993, hit by Toronto, right? In a spot where you've got the sluggers coming up for Toronto, and you've got 2 on, and you're in that spot, and a home run will walk it off. And I've said this a few times. PJ Glasser, you have walked me into believing in the narrative bet. That's a phrase you hit me with like last year. I think you did. You said it on Bet for the Cycle, and I was like, I love you, PJ, but that's dumb. And then I'm like, no, actually, that's a real thing, and it happens all the damn time, and I need to pay more attention. In that moment, had I not been completely locked into the game, and I could have found it on a market, I would have gone somewhere and I would have put a lot of money down on Toronto wins this game, bottom 9, no outs, 2 on, heart of the order coming up in a pitch right. And then they go with Glasnow. And it makes sense, because if you lose that game, there is no Game 7 start for Tyler Glasnow. What's the point of keeping him in that spot? Instead of, I've got Shohei Ohtani. And yes, the last time Shohei Ohtani went out, Shohei Ohtani looked like a mortal off the bump. 6.1, gave up, 6 hits and 3 or 4 runs, whatever it was. Did not look like Shohei Ohtani that we are used to seeing. But that's the exception, not the rule. And so if my question mark was going to be, all right, I don't think Shohei's in a point where I can throw him out there in the bottom of the 9th and get what I'm going to get out of Tyler Glasnow. But I have to survive. I lose this game, we're all going home on a plane tomorrow. If that is the case, I don't have a problem with bringing Glasnow out. I don't know why you wouldn't have brought him out to start the inning and just let him never get you into a position where you're sitting there clenched up tight enough to turn coal into diamonds. But once you got to that point, it's like there is no tomorrow if this guy doesn't run. So I didn't have a problem with it. In fact, I actually thought that might have been the best move that they could have made, because there wasn't anybody else in that spot. If Sasaki has gone down and just about everybody has been gassed, who else do you throw out there with 2 on, no outs in the heart of their order coming up and feel like you're giving yourself a shot not to have your video played forever as the last 2 walk-off home runs to win a World Series championship were both hit by Toronto in 93 and 2025. Glasnow was the play. I don't have a problem with the aggression, because if you show anything less than aggression and somebody goes in that spot, or hell, even if you get into a spot, and this is why one more reason to be positive about it. If Glasnow was fresh and he was ready to start and he says, I'm as good as I can be, okay, even if he gives up 2 and we go to extra innings, I got Tyler Glasnow on the bump. Who are the Jays countering with that matches up with Tyler Glasnow? The answer is probably nobody that was left at that point. I will take Glasnow because I trust if he was ready to start tomorrow, I can get 4 or 5 extra innings out of the guy And I still have Shohei Ohtani ready to go against Max Scherzer tomorrow. That's a matchup, if it happens in the regular season, I feel pretty good about, even if Shohei didn't have a great outing last time out. I thought it was handled about as well as they could have handled it in that spot. I really like the play.
I think that was well said, well broken down, made a lot of sense with Glasnow and going with him in that spot. Again, it'll be interesting if he's used again tonight. I think there's a scenario where that absolutely could be the case. Ohtani against Scherzer, again, as we mentioned, Dodgers minus 145 on the money line. Total in the game is 8 at BetMGM. The under is juiced to minus 120. Rob, I think before we talk about who we like to win the game, maybe if we like the total as well, World Series MVP, I think, is super interesting as well with this game tonight. Ohtani right now is your favorite, minus 105. Vladdy, plus 130. Yamamoto, 6-1. Trey Savage, 30-1. Addison Barger, 35. Mookie Betts, Alejandro Kirk, Will Smith, 80-1. And then you got guys like Freddie Freeman, George Springer, Ernie Clement at 100-1. My long shot sprinkle tonight at World Series MVP would be George Springer, 100-1. Because he already had that 3-1 homer against Seattle, and he's already had a couple of homers in this series. And if Springer comes through again in a big spot, even though Vladdy's had an unbelievable postseason, unbelievable World Series, I think they might just give it to Springer again, Rob. It's just like he had the moment against Seattle. He has another big one tonight. I don't think Springer at 100-1. I've made much worse bets at 100-1. I don't think that's a bad look at all if you want to take George. The other fascinating one is Yamamoto, Rob, at plus 600, because he's been so good in his 2 starts. And what if there's a scenario where he comes in tonight and pitches out a relief? Like we saw him almost do that in Game 3 when that went 18 innings. It was a little surprising, I think, to a bunch of us that Roberts pitched or pulled him as early as he did, but maybe it was so that he could come back tonight and maybe throw him again, potentially. So I think Yamamoto 6-1, super interesting. And then, of course, you got your 2 favorites, Ohtani and Vladdy. And, I mean, look, with Shohei, like if he goes out tonight and he throws 7 scoreless and he hits a home run, like he's probably going to win it. So I think the smart money would tell you to take Ohtani. I think an interesting angle would be Yamamoto, and I think the long shot sprinkle would be George Springer. But I think World Series MVP, like, super fascinating tonight too. Rob, how would you kind of break down that market?
I love everything you just said. I really do. I like the Springer pick because you're sitting on a spot where not only did he have a really good start to the series, but Springer has been a guy over his career that just has those postseason moments, right? Like he did it for the Astros. He's done it already a couple of times this postseason for Toronto. And then you build in, and granted, like the ding against George Springer is, well, he missed some time with whatever went wrong in his back, missed a half a game in that game, missed the full next game, made his way back. Maybe didn't look as good last night as he did in the first couple of games. But if George Springer comes up tonight and he has one of those Springer dinger moments, he hits something in the bottom of the ninth that wins this game for them or whatever, then I think maybe all of a sudden it changes into the narrative of this guy was hurt and he came back and he gutted it out and he left it all on the field. Now, is that enough for voters to decide that's enough to hand him the trophy? I don't know. I do think, obviously, it's coming from the winning team. Vladdy Daddy's got to be in the mix. I mean, that back-to-back shot that he had in Game 2, and that was his 8th postseason home run. Granted, it's only World Series, but he has kind of been heart and soul of that team. I think first you're banking on which team do you think is winning this game tonight. And as much as I have been Team Blue Jays, as much as I like Toronto, as much as there's a bunch of different narrative and storyline reasons I'd love to see Toronto claim its first title since '93, but it just feels like everything is Dodger blue today, right? Like it just feels like everything is Dodger blue at this point. And I think that, again, smart money, I'm with you on the second thing you said, which is Ohtani would be the play. Now, I'll say this. I don't know if this is a market you want to play live. If Ohtani comes up and he 1-2-3s the first inning, I might lose some of the juice on that, but I'm probably going to hammer that play. If he comes up and the Blue Jays did what they do, they've done the last couple of games, and they put 2-3 up on him early in the game, then at that spot, I'm going to start looking at the Jays. And I don't really know who is the best play. I mean, I would even go so far as to say like guys like Barger, he's got to be sitting at like 200 to 1. It's just one of those spots of, does anybody have their, pardon the expression, Heisman moment in Game 7 that when we talk about this World Series championship 2, 3, 4 years from now, there's that moment that is the replay. It is that, like, this is the replay that always gets shown, and is that enough to give them a dub? So, Savage would be an interesting pick. The guy has been absolute nails. Springer, if he has that big moment. Vladdy, because of the entire postseason run culminating in this. I think the interesting thing about this, Peach, is much like we talked about with the NFL and college football earlier, I don't think there is that one definite guy. Shohei's probably the guy, the closest we've got, but let's be real. He's had a bunch of offensive outings. That one pitching outing he had really put them into a hole and created the situation that we're playing a Game 7. Is that enough to overcome? And on top of that, last thing I'll say, and then I'll STFU, Peach, we talk about the concept of voter fatigue all the time. Are there people who would look and go, Shohei's got enough trophies. He doesn't need more. And now he's a back-to-back World Series champ. He's a multi-time MVP. He's a this, he's a that. Somebody else has to be given some credit here. I hate that is a thought some people will have, PJ Glasser. But Joel Embiid won an NBA MVP because of it.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Allen might have won an MVP because of it, right? People are like, Lamar's got 2, Josh doesn't have any, let's give it to him, right? So, I mean, it's a fair point. I can't wait. Rob, real quick, who you got tonight? Dodgers, Blue Jays, who wins?
Listen, my heart is with the Jays, buddy, but this just feels like a time the juggernaut comes alive. The bats wake up. Give me the Dodgers. I hate it.
I keep going back and forth. The bet I'm going to make is Blue Jays plus 1.5. I think it's a one-score game. I don't know who's going to win, but I'll take Blue Jays run line plus 1.5 minus 135. If I had to make a play, I'll go Dodgers. But oh man, that game it's a true coin flip. Can't wait. Game 7 tonight. Dodgers, Blue Jays. Rob's going with LA. I'll take Blue Jays run line plus 1.5 at minus 135. NFL Week 9. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. Hour 3. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown here with you inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Tyler Drake going to join us coming up in 20 minutes to talk Cardinals and Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Ohio State only up by 3 right now against Penn State. Starting the second half, the Buckeyes do have a 3rd and goal, however, at the 2-yard line, trying to push it back out to a 2-score game. Miami up 10-7 at halftime against SMU, so we'll take SMU first half plus 6.5 as that comes home. West Virginia and Houston tied up at 21 at halftime, and Illinois up 21-6 on Rutgers. Duke Clemson tied up at 28. Baylor up 20-3 on UCF, and then you have Texas up 24-10 on Vandy as they just started the second half, as well as Ohio State is going to get into the end zone. So a touchdown for the Buckeyes. They take a 24-14 lead. Rob, let's turn our attention to the NFL. We got Week 9 coming up tomorrow. We already talked about the Bills and the Chiefs earlier with Matt Derrick. We'll talk about that game coming up later on in the segment. But let's start with the Lions and the Vikings. Detroit, a 9.5-point favorite tomorrow against Minnesota. Total in the game is 49. This line has gone up from 8.5 to 9.5. Rob, I would still lay it with Detroit, man. They're coming off a bye. It just feels like the kind of game that they would roll in. Against Brian Flores, this offense is really, they've scored a lot of points here as of late. And, you know, J.J. McCarthy, who knows if he was really injured all this time or if it was a soft benching. I kind of think it was a soft benching, and O'Connell really didn't want to play him. So now here you are going up against this Lions team. It feels like a Lions smash spot. It feels like Lions teasers minus 2.5 are a good look. It feels like if you want to take them in Survivor, they're a good option. But I like Detroit tomorrow, Rob. I like a minus 8.5. What are your thoughts?
I like the minus 8.5. I'm also going to go with the Lions over team total. I grabbed it at 28.5. I think it's bumped to 29.5. I would still take it. This is a Lions team that loves to roll up points at home. This is a Vikings defense that gave up 419 and 37 points to the Chargers last week. The week before that, Jalen, is he one of the best quarterbacks, and can he really throw the ball? Hurts went for 326 passing yards the week before that. We know Brian Flores loves the blitz. More importantly, Jared Goff over the last 2 years has been one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League against the blitz. He sits around 5th in terms of EPA against the blitz, which I think is a number that jumps off the page at me. On top of that, the Lions are getting 30 or more every time they play the Vikings, even when the Vikings were in that, maybe Kevin O'Connell is the greatest coach of all time phase. They've put up 30 in the last 5 consecutive times these teams have gotten together. I'll go ahead and take them to do it 6 in a row. My favorite bet in this is the Lions team total over 29.5, but I'm also going to lay the points with you on this one. And hey, if you like the Lions to get 30, maybe it's worth a little parlay to stick those two things together, Lion over team total and lay the points, and let's get that thing to, probably around 2-1 if I had to guess. That's probably the way that I'll attack that one.
I like the team total look with Detroit as well. Feels like a good bet because, Jahmyr Gibbs had some big days against the Vikings offense. Last couple matchups against them, he's gone for at least 115 yards. Vikings are bottom 10 against the run this year, Rob, so they can't stop the run. We know that's what Detroit wants to do. I like that look. Bears a 3-point favorite on the road tomorrow against Cincinnati. Total in the game is 51.5. Rob, this is a tricky game, right? You have Cincinnati coming off just a horrendous loss to the Jets at home where they gave up nearly 40 points. But Flacco with these receivers, Rob, I mean, they're going to put up some points offensively. Caleb Williams on the flip side, he's had his moments. He's been up and down this season, but I look back to what Caleb did against the Cowboys, who are probably one of the worst defenses in the NFL along with Cincinnati. Caleb threw for 280 yards and 4 touchdowns in that game. So Caleb can take advantage of bad defenses. I think both teams are going to put up points in this game, but I think it's going to be close. So the fact that you're giving me 3 with Cincinnati, I'd lean in that direction. Ultimately, I don't think this is going to be a play for me tomorrow, but I would look towards the Bengals plus the points against Chicago. Rob, what would be your thoughts?
Yeah, this is probably going to be a prop bet game for me at best. That -2.5 or 3.5, depending on the book you're looking at number. I don't particularly love it either way. I'm probably going to look at a Caleb Williams prop in this spot. This is a Cincinnati defense, and this is one of those spots that like everybody's hung up on, as you should. Everybody's hung up on Flacco, and everybody's hung up on Jamar Chase, and everybody's hung up on the Bengal offense, and that's great. The Bengals defense is giving up 408 yards per game, and they give it up to everybody, man. Like it's just not a good team. It's a team that is the only team to take an L to the Jets, and I understand there was a lot going on with the Jets, with Woody Johnson and Justin Fields and Aaron Glenn. I know there was a lot going on there. This Bengals defense is bad. Like it's the definition of bad when it comes to NFL defenses. So this feels like a game that if Ben Johnson wants to say, my offensive genius is the reason you hired me, let me put it on full display, this is the game that you can exploit matchups all over the field. So I'm going to probably take a few Chicago props. I like Ramadunze over 62.5 receiving yards in this game. I'll probably play Caleb Williams over passing yards in this game. A little less confident in it, but I do like it in that spot. I don't like the number, Peach. This is going to be a game where I'm just going to look and see if I can get the Bears against the worst defense in the league to have a couple of guys have a big day and win a few prop bets on this one.
I like the look. Yeah, this does feel like a good prop game. And I was talking about Caleb and what he did against the Cowboys earlier this season. So I think his passing yards number, it's gotten bet up from 237.5 to 245.5. So I think anything under 250, probably a nice bet there with Caleb. But I do like that play in the game. Panthers and Packers tomorrow. Green Bay is a 13.5 point favorite at home against Carolina. Total in the game is 44.5. Does feel like the line is a little inflated, Rob, but I don't care. I mean, look, you know this Panthers team well. I don't have to tell you, it is night and day, this team, when they play at home and when they play on the road. Now, I know last week at home against Buffalo wasn't great. They couldn't stop the run. Andy Dalton looked horrendous. But Bryce Young, Rob, whatever it is, you put him at home in Carolina, and he looks fine. He looks really good. They score points. You put him on the road. I mean, this season, it has been a disaster for Carolina. So I just think Carolina, when they go on the road, are one of the worst teams in the NFL, and the Packers at home are one of the best teams in the NFL. I just think it's a bad combination in this kind of game. So I think Green Bay is going to destroy them. I like the Packers minus 13.5. I'm interested to see what your thoughts on the game are.
Yeah, I think you're right, but that number just, it feels like a trap to me for one reason or the next. And I don't have anything to back that up because everything you just said is correct. The Panthers are bad away from the house. Bryce Young is coming off of an injury. Now, one of two things is happening here, PJ Glasser, because the initial injury report was of a high ankle sprain. Mm-hmm. Buddy, that's a 3 to 5 week injury. Bryce Young missed one game, and now all of a sudden he's back, which means that either A, it wasn't a high ankle sprain, in which case the Panthers were not being truthful about that, and now I have questions franchise-wise, or it was a high ankle sprain, and Andy Dalton was so gosh dang bad that they're going to rush Bryce Young back out there and take the shot with BY9. Either way, I'm not super comfortable. On the flip side, you had Rico Dowdle. You have Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard might very well be a part of a trade package by the time Tuesday rolls around. And if they lose this game, then yes, I think Chuba Hubbard becomes a part of a trade package. We'll worry about keeping Rico Dowdle and getting John Brooks back and healthy, and we'll see what happens with that down the line. But I think this is a game where Chuba Hubbard, which, by the way, if you want to prop in this game, Chuba Hubbard's rushing yards are like 18.5. My guy's averaging 4 yards a carry. He needs 6 carries to get, if he's just average, 6 carries to get to his rushing total. So that's a layup prop for me. Also give me Tucker Kraft to score a touchdown because tight ends have been kicking the ass of the Carolina Panthers defense so far this year. So give me a Tucker Kraft touchdown. It's only plus 115, but that's where teams are killing Carolina right now. Look, this feels to me like a game that Dave Canales and Bryce Young can come out and they can do the things that have worked and they can say, okay, we probably lost the game, but we showed you we're fine. You've seen Teteroa McMillan emerge on the scene. Xavier Legette has missed some practices this week, but he's looked dramatically better the last couple of weeks. And then it really comes down to Rico Dowdle. Can Rico Dowdle go for another 200 yards like he did the 2 games before the last one? So Man, I agree. Everything points at Packers lay the 13.5 and do it before the line moves to the 14.5. But there's something in the back of my brain, and I acknowledge that perhaps it is just because I cover this team and I'm overthinking it. But there's something that's screaming at me that 13.5 line is a trap number, PJ Glasser. So I'm real hesitant on this.
I mean, look, it is a massive number in the NFL. We all know 2 touchdowns is a huge spread, so it makes sense. The back door definitely could be open in that game. I do not bet the Panthers on the road, and against a good team like Green Bay, I don't think, the number really could be big enough for me to look towards the Panthers. So I like the Packers tomorrow, minus 13.5. Chargers travel to Nashville, Rob, to take on Tennessee. And speaking of teams you don't want to bet, I mean, the Titans, they just don't cover any kind of number. This line is inflated. Like, this line should be 7.5. The value definitely is on the Titans. But, Rob, every week the value's on the Titans. Every week these lines are inflated, and it just really doesn't matter. I will say the Chargers, this is now kind of their third trip going across the country a little bit into like the Central Eastern time zone. They lost outright to the Giants, struggled and came away with the close win against Miami. But they have Joe Alt back, and Joe Alt is kind of like the Lane Johnson for the Chargers, where when he's out there, they just win, and when he's not, they lose. There's something about this game. Like, Rob, you just look at a game sometimes and there's vibe-wise, like there's something off. Like, the Chargers should roll, but like something about it, you're just like, it makes you kind of second guess it. So the Chargers are going to be popular in Survivor this week. They're going to be popular in teasers. People are probably going to lay the points with them as well. I just am completely staying away from this game. Like, I would only be on the Titans, but I don't want to bet the Titans because usually that doesn't go very well. So I'll stay away, but it's just one of these games. Like, I would not be shocked if we were watching it in the fourth quarter and it's only a 3-point game.
This is, last time I was with you, PJ Glasser, we talked about it earlier. Last time I was with you filling in on Saturdays. I told you Georgia Tech is the lock of the day, of the week, of the month, of the year, of the century. I am going to, for the second time, make some takes here on this game that are either going to help me fund my retirement account or ensure that PJ Glasser never invites me back onto this show. That's where I'm at with this game. Give me the Chargers lay the 9.5. If you want to have a little fun with it, as that is a minus money bet, move it to the Chargers minus 10.5. Get it to even money. I feel good about it. Let me give you a few more in this one. Give me Justin Herbert over 242.5 passing yards in this game. The Tennessee passing defense is beyond embarrassing. Quarterbacks are completing, PJ Glasser, 73% of their passes against the Titans this year. That's not okay. Combined, even the bad ones, the combined quarterback rating against the Tennessee Titans is 103. 103. They're letting quarterbacks, all of them, combine for a 103 QB rating in this spot. I don't know how Tennessee does anything. And if you want to flip it to the other side, Tennessee is dead last in offensive yards per game. They are dead last in scoring per game. They are averaging less than 14 points. They have scored 20 points twice in the total season. So unless Cam Ward turns into Michael Vick in this game on Sunday, I'm going with the Chargers minus 9.5. I'm going with the over 43.5 because I think the Chargers might put up 35 plus by themselves. I'm going Justin Herbert's over passing yards. I'm going Ladd McConkey over 60.5 passing yards. I'm going Keenan Allen over 47.5 passing yards. He's gone for 50 in 5 of his first 8, and he's up against the worst secondary in football. Give me damn near every Chargers over prop and the cover and the total over and the team over. Like that, PJ, this is one of those games, and it happens about once a year. This is one of those games where I may not bet another NFL game on Sunday. I may take every dime on the roll and put it divvied up on like 12 different bets in this one game. And if I get it wrong, and if the Titans make it weird, then yes, I will drop the whole bankroll in a game. But if I think what happens, which is the Tennessee Titans are a wonderful example of institutional failure at every level. The Chargers are going to roll this game, and I'm going to be texting you on Sunday night, PJ Glasser, saying, I'm not coming back to host anymore because this game allowed me to buy a yacht, and I'm leaving.
I see, this is the beauty of betting and gambling right here, Rob, is two people can look at a game and I really see nothing, and you just see like every prop imaginable that you want to bet. And that's just fantastic. So I wish you the best. I hope the Chargers score 1 billion points tomorrow, and I come visit you on that yacht that you purchased. So we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow, Chargers and Titans. Tyler Drake is going to join us next to talk Cardinals and Cowboys. Good game coming up Monday Night Football. Talk about that.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Ohio State turning it on the second half, 31-14 lead now over Penn State. Texas with a 21-point lead over Vandy, 31-10. After SMU scores a touchdown to take the lead in the second half against Miami, Canes answer right back, 17-14. West Virginia and Houston right now are that's a 3-point game. I think West Virginia maybe just got a pick six, though, to take a 10-point lead. Illinois 28-6 over Rutgers. Clemson 35 and now 35. Duke just scored again. Yeah, Rob, talk to me about that game. What is going on real quick?
So this game, wildly interesting because Duke came out, built up a lead. Then Clemson decided offensively and defensively they were going to go back to being the preseason top 5 team. They run the game back to 21 apiece. Duke goes up 28 on a long over-the-middle pass that Dabo Swinney to end the half, I thought his head was going to pop off his shoulders like a rock'em sock'em robot. It is the angriest I have seen Dabo Swinney since like 2020. Clemson comes back out. They drive the length of the field. They score on a trick play. They put Peter Woods, the outstanding edge rusher, in as a fullback, a direct snap touchdown. Clemson goes back up in that game. And then on the kickoff after that touchdown, Duke goes 102 yards back to pay dirt. And now we're at 35-35. This game is absolutely insane. And we are now sitting at 70 total points scored. I asked Peach going into the break, if I'd have told you back in like 2020 that there was going to come a day where the Clemson Tigers were having to run trick plays to try to take a lead over the Duke Blue Devils in Clemson, what would the reaction have been? And here we are. They do that. They score. They go up 7. And then they let Duke go a $102 back on the kickoff return. Guys, we may be adding. We've talked about the fact that there are 10 open head coaching jobs in FBS level football right now, which is the most there has ever been open in season all time, right? And we sat here earlier in the show and said the coaching carousel is going to be wide open. You might have to add Clemson to the mix because Dabo might have an aneurysm on the sideline.
It's crazy, man. What a game that is. All tied up at 35. Another game where we might see a ton of points is the Cowboys and the Cardinals. That total is 53.5. And to talk about that game, we welcome on Tyler Drake, Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter, editor, and co-host of Cardinals Corner. Give Tyler a follow on X at @TDrake4Sports. And Tyler, right now, the big story, the big news is who's going to play quarterback for Arizona. So we're over 24 hours away from this game kicking off. What can you tell us, Tyler, right now? Is it looking like Kyler Murray, or are we going to see potentially Jacoby Brissett again?
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be Jacoby Brissett again this week. Kyler Murray is not going to start. Head coach Jonathan Gannon confirmed to us today, actually this morning. But adding to that, Kyler Murray is not officially ruled out. He could potentially have a role still, so they'll have to see how the next 48 hours go and see how his foot issue is going and progressing. But very interesting, to say the least, that there is still the open possibility that he could still have a role, even though he is still dealing with that foot issue. So sounds like Jacoby Brissett's going to be the guy once again out at practice today. It was him and Kyler splitting reps like they have throughout the week. Mainly Jacoby working with guys like Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, guys who are higher up on the 53-man roster, whereas Kyler was working more with the guys on the lower end of the totem pole. So that's another indication that, yeah, expect Jacoby to be the guy. And really, I mean, he's had this offense churning the past couple of weeks. The results haven't been there with the losses, but he's had this unit looking better than it has been with Kyler running the show.
Tyler, Rob Brown, great to talk to you, bud. Real quick, if you don't mind, talk to me about Kyler Murray. Like this, we've seen flashes where it looks like he's the guy they want him to be. We've seen runs where he's not. I've read everything from split to he's going to get the start and is expected to go at. Obviously, you would know more about that than we do, but going up against a Cowboys defense that you're going to have to put points up in bunches to run with, a very good offense, but a terrible defense, so they open the door for you to be able to do that. Whether it's Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett, is Arizona's offense working at a click right now that they can make this game against Dallas, a team that has lost to the likes of Carolina in weeks gone by, an interesting contest?
Yeah, I do think so, and I think you have to look back at what Jacoby's done with this offense, and really on short notice, kind of the last couple of weeks there, they've been pretty decent defenses. Green Bay, I mean, you can see what they're doing defensively. Then you've got Indianapolis, who hasn't been giving up a ton of points, and Jacoby went in there and kind of delivered. He threw a couple of touchdowns and really stayed in the pocket longer, was able to really utilize being under center more and in play action looks, and that was really the big difference that I saw between what Kyler Murray's been doing with the team, and that's kind of been a thing with him. But yeah, I mean, it's a golden opportunity for Jacoby, and I hate to say it, but really stoke the flames of the quarterback conversation out here, controversy, whatever you want to call it, because yeah, the Dallas defense is rough. And to see what some of these other teams have done against them, some of the other quarterbacks who might not be the same caliber of quarterback as Jacoby or Kyler, there's points to be had and opportunity to be had. That's why I think it's such a missed opportunity for a guy like Kyler, because he's 9-0 at AT&T Stadium. He knows how to take it to Dallas before in 2 games, and it just seems like it was all lining up for Murray to come back, silence a lot of that noise, silence a lot of the chatter that's been going on between if he should be the guy or not moving forward. And unfortunately, it doesn't sound like that's going to be the case, and that's a huge knock, I think, on what he's trying to prove to people.
Tyler, it's been a crazy season so far for Arizona. They're 2-5 on the year, but all 7 of their games have been decided 7 or fewer points, and their last 5 losses have been decided by 4 points or fewer. It's just crazy to see how close all their games have been. In the last 2 weeks, they've played 2 of the best teams in the NFL in Indianapolis and Green Bay. So what's been the difference, Tyler, in all these losses? Why haven't they been able to find a way to win one of these games that have all come right down to the wire?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways you can really break it down. One, the defense just cannot get off the field, it seems, to close out these games. A lot of them have been walk-off wins, and it comes down to the defense. And I think some of that's been the sputtering offense, which has made the defense have to stay on the field a lot longer than they should. But when you look at the point differential with the defense, they are so good across 3 quarters. And in that last 4th quarter, they're just awful. And it's coming down to, and it's really cliche, but guys just have to make plays. I mean, Calais Campbell, very frustrated after the last loss. He talked about guys just needing to go like 8 of 8 plays. You need to go the whole time. Don't take one play off. Just keep going at it. And I also think it's part of a team trying to take that next step. I mean, you've got to win these close games. The one stat that's been talked about day in and day out for the past couple of weeks here has been, 70% of these games are going to be 1-score games. And how do we get on the other side of that? I think you've got to learn how to win these 1-score games. That's the next step, I think, between a team trying to get a wild card spot or a playoff spot, between a team that's just fighting to be 500. So I really do think that's where they got to take that next step. But then you look at the run game. Opposing run games have been giving it to them in the back end. If Josh Jacobs, I think, had a couple of scores there late. You look at Jonathan Taylor and what he did late. So that's where it starts. But then, I mean, offensively, I think it really just, you've got to continue to be consistent. And I think we're still needing to see more of that. But Jacoby's at least getting closer to that mark. So it'll be very interesting to see what we see on Monday Night Football. But I think with another week under his belt, I think Jacoby Brissett's going to give this defense a good run for its money.
This Cowboy defense, we've talked about it a couple of times, and I think you kind of have to. They send Micah Parsons away in the preseason. Dallas fans, well, I shouldn't say Dallas fans. I should say general manager and owner Jerry Jones just out there trying to convince the world that they will still be a very good team. What can Arizona pull out of the bag? What do they do well that you like in terms of matchups against this Dallas defense, which will give up some points? What can Arizona do well? What should we expect to see to take advantage of a weakened Dallas Cowboy defense?
Yeah, I really want to see what Trey McBride can do with another game with Jacoby. I think that's one area that I'm really looking at as, I mean, Trey McBride had his single best game of his career with a couple of touchdowns, and he has not done that since he was in college. So I would look for Trey McBride to really get going early on. And then another guy, Marvin, I think they really just got to focus on passing the rock. The run game, they've had a lot of injuries. Bam Knight's expected to get the start, but it could be very much a committee with Michael Carter and Amari DeMercado. But then, yeah, I mean, that's going to be another thing to watch. If they can just be efficient enough, I think that'll give Jacoby enough time to when he does have to go into play action or get more under center, they can really keep the defense guessing and really beat him over the top. Because I really do think at the end of the day, that's where this team's going to win this week. I know they're a run-heavy team, but the efficiency hasn't been there. The injuries have been there, so they've really got to try to throw in another wrinkle. So I'm really looking at a guy like Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison to get going, but also look for a guy like Michael Wilson, I think, on third down or those later downs as a potential guy, because he's been coming up big in crucial moments and could easily be a red zone target this week.
We're talking with Tyler Drake here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Give Tyler a follow on X at TDrake4Sports, Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter and editor and co-host of Cardinals Corner as well. You brought up Marvin Harrison Jr., Tyler, and this was a guy who was a top 5 pick, just an unbelievable receiver at Ohio State in college. It's been a bumpy road so far. There have been some ups and downs. He's played a lot better here as of late. Do you feel like Marvin's starting to settle in as a pro? Do you think that, through the rest of this season, next couple of years, he's going to turn out to be the wide receiver that Arizona hoped he would be when they selected him in the top 5?
Yeah, I do. I think right now, I think you're starting to see, or you're seeing some growing pains. I think they're going a little bit away now, but obviously, early in the year, you could see kind of just his frustrations post game after a couple of tough losses, couple drop balls. But I think he's really turned it around and really has started to kind of get more comfortable, get more consistent. I think that's been the big thing, is comfortability for him. So, just talking to him in the locker room, you can tell his demeanor is a little more chill. Not so much drinking out of the fire hose that you do when you're a rookie. So, yeah, I think everybody out here is expecting him to really take that next step and not really look back. So it's obviously, yeah, some things have not gone the way that everybody thought. They didn't. I mean, I think a lot of people thought he'd be a 1,000-yard receiver year one with a ton of touchdowns. He did have a ton of touchdowns, but the 1,000 yards wasn't there. So I think that's the next step, is people just want to see that production on a consistent basis, and I think we'll get there eventually. I also think the quarterback situation and going back and forth, that might also have a thing to do with it this year.
This is a team coming off of the bye that lost 5 games going into it, but they lost to a healthy San Francisco team by a point, a good Seattle team by 3, the Titans by 1. They lost to the Colts, a 7-1 team, by 4. They lost to the Packers, an NFC frontrunner, by 4. This team is in every game, but they just haven't been able to close them out, Tyler Drake. What have they done on the bye? What can they do coming off the bye to kind of change that narrative and get to where these 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 point games are going the other way?
Yeah, I think one of the big things, and Jonathan Gannon talked about having projects last week, I think it starts with having a little bit more of aggressive defense. And I know I just talked about they might be gassed out by the sputtering offense there late, but you can send another blitzer, you can send another guy, add up that quarterback pressures. I think you can make them make more mistakes. Don't have everything stay in front of you to where they can get into field goal range or get into a red zone opportunity where they can score and win the game. I think that's really the thing that I'm looking for, is how can you send more heat to make the offense make more mistakes to where you can really close these games out, because they're close. But they're also close to having no wins, because those first 2 wins were also very down to the wire. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they can really flip the script. But that would be one way to start. And if they can get a guy like Garrett Williams back, who is their best cornerback and nickel option too, that should help with that pass rush late in the games as well. So that's the big area that I'm looking for. If they can bring a little more heat late, I think that's going to bode well for them to turn this tide and start getting some wins.
Tyler, how do you see this game playing out on Monday night? 2 teams that really need a win. The Dallas defense has obviously been terrible all year, but Dak's been playing terrific football, especially at home. Do you see a shootout on Monday night? And do you think the Cardinals can win the game, or do you like Dallas?
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a shootout, and I'm just going to go with the Cardinals. I think they are at the point where these close games just keep stacking. They've got to be on the other side of them. I expect it to be close once again. I know it's going to be a shootout. Dak's been doing his thing, so it'll definitely be a fun battle between the quarterbacks. I'm going to give the slight edge to the Cardinals, though, and I think they can finally get over the hump. But with that, it's only going to open up another can of worms of whether or not Jacoby should remain the guy moving forward for the rest of the year, or if they want to go back to Kyler. So there's going to be a lot of talk if it goes the Cardinals' way, which I think everybody's expecting some fireworks, to say the least, on Monday Night Football.
Definitely. Again, the total is at 54 right now. Dallas a 3-point favorite, so should be a good one on Monday from Jerry World. He's Tyler Drake. Give him a follow on X at TDrake4Sports, Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter and editor and co-host of Cardinals Corner as well. Tyler, really appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the game on Monday, and we hope to catch up with you again soon.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
All right, really good stuff there from Tyler Drake. Rob and I will talk about that game coming up in a little bit. But to update everybody on some scores going on right now in college football, Arizona State and Iowa State. Arizona State's actually up by 17-16 in that game. Miami up 17-14. They got a fourth down in SMU territory they're getting ready to go for here in a little bit. Duke and Clemson finally have started to slow down a little bit as it's still tied at 35. Ohio State up 31-14 on Penn State as they've started the fourth quarter in that game, and it's all Texas in Austin today, 34-10 over Vandy. We'll keep you posted on what's going on Week 10 college football, but when Rob and I come back, we will continue talking Week 9 in the NFL. Stay with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser and Rob Brown here with you. Week 10 college football. Hope everybody had a nice Halloween last night. Month of November is here. Rob, is this the best sports month on the calendar? A lot of people love October. March is certainly a good one. December and January, not bad, but November is pretty strong, man, especially for college sports. We got college hoops starting on Monday. You get feast week around Thanksgiving. You got so much good college football, NFL, NBA, NHL. I mean, there's a lot. Addie's going with October. I would go with March just because of how much I love March Madness, but what do you think is your favorite sports month?
Man, listen, I love March Madness. I really do. It's a great event. But October, Addie's absolutely right. October baseball is elite. College football, you're usually kind of in the separation phase, right, where you're starting to see the cream rise to the top, and the teams that maybe were a little bit advanced in the hype kind of fall off a little bit. You're kind of getting into the meat and potatoes of where the NFL is. It's kind of separation NFL time as well. You've got the very last day, a couple of days, but you've got the kickoff to the NBA season. October is, to me, the best month. And let's keep it a buck, man. If the World Series ends in 6, the entire World Series is in the month of October too. So I think you got to give it the credit for that to October. So yeah, I think October is the best sports month. You got the NASCAR championship that's getting handed out today. Or tomorrow, pardon me. I think October is absolutely lit. I'm not going to give events that happen on November 1st credit to November. All right. It's October 32nd. We're all still hungover from Halloween. We haven't rolled the calendar over yet until tomorrow when I wake up without a headache and a need for Alka-Seltzer and Gatorade.
I love it. October is fantastic. I mean, no argument there. I think that's totally fair. A development to watch, Rob, in this Miami and SMU game is Kevin Jennings, visibly frustrating. Might be actually trying to go back into the game, but he was off for a play. He's hobbling around. SMU only down 3 to Miami with a minute and a half to go in the third quarter, but the backup quarterback is in. So we'll see if SMU's offense can keep it going without Jennings, but something to monitor there. Again, Texas all over Vanderbilt, 34-10 in that game. And Ohio State starting to separate from Penn State as that is 31-14. Ohio State on top. West Virginia looking for the upset today. They're up 31-28 on Houston in that game as well. And North Texas 31-17 over Navy. Rob, let's get back to the National Football League, a game that I'm very interested in tomorrow that is one of my bets that I like for tomorrow. Patriots and Falcons. New England a 5-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. Now, why this game is so interesting, Rob, is because I just think it's classic NFL. You got an Atlanta team that just got embarrassed at home last week as a touchdown favorite against Miami. They lost by 24. Going up against New England, who is as hot as you can be. People are talking about Drake May as MVP. They got a great chance to win the AFC East, especially with how easy their schedule is. And Atlanta's a 5-point dog on the road. Penix should play. Drake London, we'll see what his status is for tomorrow as well. If the injury report is good with Atlanta and Penix and London are both playing, I'm going to be on the Falcons tomorrow, Rob. The only concern I have is how Penix has looked this year in some of these games outdoors. Against the Panthers, he looked horrendous. Against the 49ers, he didn't look very good as well. Atlanta being a dome team, obviously, and playing all their games at home indoor. Even though Penix played his college ball at Indiana, Washington, so far this season, I've not liked what I've seen when he has been outdoors. And going up against Vrabel and a Patriots defense that has been getting better each week. And Drake May obviously has been playing terrific. Definitely some concern. Now, New England has not been good against the run this season, and I think Atlanta's going to use the game plan that they did against Minnesota when they went on the road into Minnie on that Sunday night game, and they just ran it down their throat with Bijan and Algier, and I think they're going to try and do the same thing. So, Rob, I mean, these are the kind of NFL games I tend to look for, right? You got a Patriots team that's on fire, a Falcons team that just looked horrendous last week. I think Atlanta keeps this game close. I think Atlanta has a chance to win this game outright. So I do like the Falcons tomorrow, plus the 5 against New England. Do you have any plays in this game?
I could be talked into Atlanta plus 5.5. It didn't jump off the page at me as something that I love. This is another game I'm looking at a prop game. I'm looking at Drake May over 1.5 touchdown passes. The last 4 times out, the Atlanta Falcons have given 3 of those quarterbacks 2 touchdown passes or more, including Tua Tagovailoa, who without Tyreek had 4 of them last week, and that was in Atlanta. That was in the Dome, and now they have to go outside, as you pointed out. Give me Bijan Robinson anytime touchdown. He had, I believe, a 3 or 4 game touchdown streak come to a conclusion last week, but as we pointed out, it's because the Dolphins' offense suddenly turned into the friggin' 99 Rams against Atlanta for no reason, so they weren't able to throw or to run the ball the way that Raheem Morris wants to. I think you get back to this, and I think if you're Atlanta, you try to ground this game. That's Bijan Robinson. And then I'm going to add one more, and I'm going to go back to the well. Give me Drake May over 30.5 rushing yards. Atlanta has been susceptible to running quarterbacks this year, especially if they are going to dive off to try to take the pass away from Drake May. He can pick up 15, 20 on any given one run. Now I need 2 more of 5 yards elsewhere to get me there. And I'm going to put all of that together. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson for a touchdown, Drake May over 1.5 passing touchdowns. I'm going to go Drake May with a rushing touchdown. That, by the way, or excuse me. I took that one off. I'm adding Drake May over 30.5 rushing yards. If you want the Drake May touchdown, I think that's an interesting prop. I would play that one separate. That's like plus 320 right now. If you put those other 3 together, you're probably going to be checking that one somewhere around 8-1, and I feel really good about all of them. You could talk me, PJ, if you really wanted to. You could probably talk me into Atlanta plus 5.5 because I do think there is a chance this is a shock one-score game. I like my props a little bit better, though.
I like your props, too. I love you're diving deep into the prop market with a lot of these games. So that could be a good prop game tomorrow. Total is 45. I definitely want to bet the Falcons just opened. The Penix in London are available tomorrow for Atlanta. 49ers and Giants tomorrow at MetLife, Rob. San Francisco 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 48. Going to be Mac Jones once again for San Francisco. I haven't bet this game yet. I would lean towards the Niners, though. Look, the Scatterboo injury, I think, is just so big for the Giants, Rob. And, last week was a bad matchup for San Francisco against Houston because Houston's offense is terrible, but the Niners don't get any pass rush, and C.J. Stroud was able to make some plays down the field, and then vice versa. I mean, Houston's front 4 and their defense is awesome, and they just made life miserable for San Francisco. But I think off of a loss, I trust Shanahan. I think they get CMC going in this game as well. So I would look towards San Francisco minus the 2.5 against the Giants. I don't think I end up playing that game, but my lean would be towards San Francisco. I think getting them under 3 is a good bet. Any play for you?
Yeah, another prop game for me, and you brought up the big reason why. The Giants are the worst team in the league at stopping the run. And the San Francisco 49ers have Christian McCaffrey. If I put those 2 things together, I don't need to be a Harry Potter wizard to know what potion that's going to look like. It's going to look like this being a slow, dragged-out game. But there are 2 more things, and this is going to be another 3-leg parlay. And this is more parlays than I've cooked up in the NFL in a long time, and I'm questioning my sanity and belief in myself as a person right now because I got one more I built up here. Give me San Francisco minus 2.5. You're telling me I got one of the best running backs in football up against a defense that can't stop the run. And McCaffrey runs hard. I'm going to take that. If I have a team that I know is going to lean on the run, if they want to throw it, PJ Glasser, that is where we see tight ends start to come massively important, right? Because if I've got linebackers who are playing up and aggressive to fill in and run support, now those little tight end curls behind them become a threat. George Kittle's very good at that. Give me a George Kittle touchdown, plus 120, add into that one as well. And then I'm going to go with Jackson Dart over on rushing attempts in this game because I do think they will try to be a very aggressive San Francisco defensively to try to rush the rook into making some mistakes. And Jackson Dart, maybe a little sometimes over-aggressive in being ready to pull it and run it. Give me Jackson Dart over on rushing attempts. Give me George Kittle to score a touchdown, plus 120. San Francisco minus the 2.5. Cook them all up. You're sitting at about 9-1 on that one, and I actually feel pretty good about that 3-legger as well. There is one more thing I'd like to say. America, we suffered a national nightmare with the loss of Cam Scadaboo, because I feel like Cam Scadaboo, PJ Glasser, was a great unifier. I know friends of mine who were Steelers fans, Cowboys fans, Saints fans, Falcons fans, Panthers fans, and the one thing and the only thing that I have found that we all agreed on in the National Football League in years has been that Cam Scadaboo is bleeping awesome. He's entertaining. He's an absolute psychopath. He's fun to watch. My man ran in a touchdown and went full speed 4 yards deep in the end zone to hit another guy after he had already scored. I love this little lunatic. Cam, take care of yourself. Get yourself back together, because America is as divided as it's ever been. We are as polarized as we have been since 1865, and I am now of the firm belief that the one unifying force that can bring this country back together again, it's not a politician, it's not an entertainer, ladies and gentlemen, it is, and it only is, the iconic Cam Scadaboo. We are worse for losing Cam, PJ Glasser, and I want him back because he might be the hope that we want to see in this country. And I say that because he made Philadelphia Eagles fans nice for a day. No one has ever accused the Philadelphia Eagles fans of being nice, but they had my man Big Dom bringing him cheesesteaks in the hospital as a get well soon gift. If they can make the Eagles fans nice, PJ Glasser, Cam Scadaboo can save this country. Scadaboo Dart 2028. Let's fix America, people.
I like it. I like it. And well said on Scadaboo. Terrific player. I think anybody that watched him at Arizona State, too, knows what a stud he is. So just sucks that he got injured. Hopefully he comes back stronger than ever and we get to see him next season. All right, we got some good games to break down. We come back for the fourth and final hour. Bunch of tight point spreads, Colts, Steelers, Broncos, Texans, Jags, Raiders. We'll get into some of those games. Still got to break down the big one as well between the Chiefs and the Bills. So a lot to get into, and we'll update everybody on what's going on right now, Week 10 in college football. Stay with us, PJ Glasser, Rob Brown, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, final hour. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown here with you inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We got this early slate of college football games winding down in the fourth quarter. Ohio State up 38-14 on Penn State. However, Penn State is a 3rd and 1 inside the Ohio State 10-yard line, so they are trying to get the backdoor cover. Texas 34-16 over Vandy. They're reviewing to see if there was a touchdown on the play, but regardless, Texas looks like they're going to win and cover today's game against Vandy and keep their college football playoff hopes alive. Miami did just kick a field goal 45-yarder to take a 20-17 lead over SMU, and we'll see if Kevin Jennings is back out there for the Mustangs. West Virginia up 38-28 on Houston in the fourth quarter. Illinois 35-6 over Rutgers. Clemson 45-38 over Duke. Baylor 23-3 over Central Florida, and North Texas 31-17 over Navy. So that's what we got going on right now in college football. Rob, let's once again turn our attention to the NFL and roll through the rest of these games that we have coming up in week 9. And we will start with the Colts and the Steelers. I think this is the biggest trap of the week, Rob Brown. I think a bunch of people are taking Indy -3.5 this week. I will not be one of them. What was going to be part of my handicap is what Kenny put into the chat. This is the 4th road game this season for the Colts. 2 of their road games have been at SoFi against the Rams and the Chargers, and their other road game was against the Titans. A lot of people talked about how Sunday Night Football last week was such a Tomlin spot for Pittsburgh against Green Bay. Like, those are the kind of games the Steelers just muck it up. They find a way to win. And in the first half, it was looking good. And then in the second half, they were just a complete no-show. But, Rob, there are a lot of Steelers fans that I think kind of want Tomlin gone. They want to change. And I think this is kind of the game where if you don't see the Steelers bring Indianapolis into the mud and muck this thing up, then I think maybe it is finally time to make a change for Pittsburgh. But this just feels like the kind of game, man, where over the years, you got the number 1 offense in the NFL coming into your building. You're struggling as of late. The Ravens have won a couple games in a row. If they lose this game, they only have a 1-game lead in the AFC North. Like, this is the kind of game where the Steelers just show up, Rob, and their defense plays really well, and I've seen it for years. So I'm willing to go to battle with Pittsburgh one more time because it really is a must-win. The Colts are on fire, and I think this is a tough situation for the Colts that they got to deal with in this game. So I'll take Pittsburgh plus 3.5, and I think I might take some money line in the game as well.
We find ourselves at odds once again, PJ Glasser, and good because it got a little boring there agreeing on everything. Let's flip the script a little bit. I'm going the other way. I'm a believer in this Colts team. I said this to Ryan Horvat and Brad Evans back on Tuesday when Brad asked me if I was a believer in this Colts team, and I said yes. And the reason why is I made a realization. The realization is the Colts were already a good football team. The Colts were already a good football team, and I think that's part of the reason why so many Colts fans were upset, even more obviously by Anthony Richardson being a failure, but then with the prediction and prognostication that Anthony Richards would be a failure again this year, that the move to supplement that was to go get Daniel Jones out of the New York Football Giants. Here's the thing. They didn't need a star. They didn't need a guy to come in and be the best quarterback in the NFL. They just needed somebody to come in and be good enough because they've got a good enough team around him. Then I went in and I decided to go full nerd and look up a stat. I didn't go look it up. It was placed in front of my face earlier this week. This has got to be one of the wildest things that anybody's pointed out. Because it's one of those spots where once you take a stat and then you start dividing the stat up into like different criteria, you're like, it seems like you're going a little out of your way to try to prove a point. But I think this one's interesting, PJ Glasser. The Steelers have allowed 3.9 yards per carry so far this season and minus 27 rushing yards on runs to the offense's right. On runs to the left, 4.7 yards per carry, and 15% of runs to the left have turned into an explosive play. That is effectively, if you run away from TJ Watt, you will pop a few against the Steelers. It is maddening how that number breaks down. Here's what I like to add to the equation. Jonathan Taylor has added 7 yards per carry when he runs to the left this season. Of his 23 explosive runs, 17 of them have come to the one spot that is a vast weakness for the Pittsburgh Steelers defense this year, which means John Taylor, who in these past few weeks has obviously turned back into prime Jonathan Taylor, is set up to have a day, and you don't even need to worry about Danny Dimes. Breece Hall went for over 100. Kenneth Walker went over 100. Chase Brown went over 100. All 3 very good young backs, PJ, but all 3 of them have one thing in common. They're not Jonathan Taylor. Give me the Colts, give me the cover, and give me... I'm probably not going to play the total in this game because I think Indy can slow it down in the fourth and be fine. I'm out on the Steelers as a threat. Give me the Colts.
If you like the Steelers in this game, I think you got to correlate it to the under. I think if the Steelers cover and they win, it'll be because it's a low-scoring game. I don't think they can win a track meet with that Indianapolis offense. Rob, next game up, Texans 2.5-point favorite over the Broncos. Total is 40.5. Second straight week we've seen Houston as a favorite, as a team with a record below 500 against a team with a record above 500 against Denver. No Pat Surtain. I do like Houston in the game again. I liked him last week against San Francisco, and I like him again in this game. I think no Surtain's going to be huge. I think they'll be able to make some plays down the field, and I just like Houston a lot better at home this season than I do on the road. Their defense is terrific. So give me Houston minus 2.5 against the Denver Broncos. Rob, anything for you in that game?
When this line dropped, PJ, I genuinely was having conversations on my show where I'm like, I don't understand this. I don't get it. How is a team that is sub 500 favored over a team that is not just the division leader, but is a division leader and a team that has the Kansas City Chiefs in it at this point? And then I went and I really kind of started to think about it. They beat the Eagles. They squeaked by, and the Eagles had to make a bunch of mistakes for that to happen. They beat the Jets. Granted, it was in London, big European game, by 2 points with a score of 13-11 in what I think may have been the ugliest NFL football game of the 21st century. They got by the New York Football Giants, 33-32. Good team, especially when they were fully healthy. Good team. Still not what you expected at the crib. The only team that they have convincingly beat in the last 5 games is the Dallas Cowboys. And as we talked about earlier with the Chiefs, Cardinals reporter, really, really bad defense for the Dallas Cowboys. Bo Nix has been good. They've been running the ball well. But I think when you look at the Texans and the fact that they can pop off some big plays, they are now 1 game at this point below. They have won 3 of their last 4. The only loss they've taken was to a very good Seattle team. I've kind of turned this around. I don't know, PJ, that it's turned me around enough to say I'm going to bet this team to beat the Denver Broncos, who are division leaders. I am saying I'm glad it turned me around from what I thought I was going to do in the line hit earlier this week of throwing all my money at Denver to cover.
You like Denver plus 2.5. All right. Interesting. We'll see how it goes.
No. I'm not touching this. No. I'm not touching this game. What I'm saying is the Texans have turned me around from when I thought earlier this week, give me $1 billion on Denver to cover. It is now turned around to Texas playing pretty good football. Denver's been squeaking by some teams. I'm not touching this game.
Makes sense. What about the next game up with a 2.5-point spread? Jacksonville at Las Vegas. Would you do anything in that game?
I really want to believe in the Jags, PJ. Like, I really want to believe in this team. Travis Hunter going on the IR is going to kind of change that up a little bit. I don't know what to do with this because the Raiders are a bad team. And that makes me really want to jump all over the Jacksonville Jaguars. But I can't do it here because they just haven't taught me into it yet. And the line has adjusted a little bit. The Jags were 3-point favorites. I think it's now down to 2.5, so I think they gave you the hook back with that loss. I will say this. This game is the game that I think Jacksonville either proves we're a real football team now with Liam Cohen or proves that they're not. If they don't win this game and win it comfortably, I think all the goodwill they built up over this offseason goes, okay, you're just a regular team. And that's okay. New head coach, new weapon in Travis Hunter. Like, it's fine to think that the reset was going to take more than 1 year. I really thought, in fact, I said on this show at some point before the season with the old host of this time slot, PJ, real good dude, really handsome in my opinion. But I said with the old host a long time ago, give me the Jags to win the AFC South. This might be one of the most disappointing teams. They have to prove to me this week that they are a good football team, because if they are not, the rebuild may go deeper than Trevor Lawrence at that point.
You know, I like Jacksonville in the game. I don't think I'll end up betting it. My concern is Trevor Lawrence. I've just never been a fan of his and thought people were going to be, and I never thought he was going to be as good as people did. But I think this is a good matchup for Jacksonville, Rob, because when they've won games this season, they've forced turnovers. In all their wins that they've had, they've forced at least 3 turnovers in every game. And then the other game, they had that pick 6 against Kansas City on Monday night that helped turn the tide. And now you're going up against the Raiders and Geno Smith, and that's all he's done this season is turn the ball over, and he's been terrible for the Raiders. So I think it's a good number for Jacksonville. I think it's a good matchup, and I think Lawrence against this defense should be able to make some plays as well. So give me the Jags -2.5. Your New Orleans Saints are taking on the Rams, Rob, as a 14-point dog. Total is 44. It's gross, but I actually do like your Saints plus the points in this game. Now, I don't think they're going to win, but the Rams under Sean McVay, they're not a very good, large favorite, right? We've already seen them lose to San Francisco this year at home as a big favorite. I remember a couple years ago when they lost to the winless Jets as a 17-point favorite at home. And off of a bye week, Rob, if you're the Rams, right? How motivated, how hard were you watching film this week, off of a bye, getting ready for the 1-7 Saints? Meanwhile, New Orleans, they know they're competing for jobs, and Kellen Moore is making a change, and he's going with Tyler Shucks. So I think the Saints they're going to have Shucks back. They're going to want to give him every opportunity to try and succeed. And for the most part this season, they have been a competitive team. So I look at a game like Packers and Panthers, and I think that game could get really ugly. Obviously, this game could get ugly, but I think the Saints are going to hang around and they're going to keep it close. So I like New Orleans plus the 14 tomorrow against the Rams. What say you?
PJ, I'm happy to come in and fill in anytime you need me to. There is no need to try to sweet talk me and butter me up and give me what's that weird word we don't have down in New Orleans anymore? Hope. That's the word I'm thinking of. LA is coming off the bye against a Saints team that can't stop the pass, with a quarterback in Matt Stafford who has a 17-2 touchdown to interception ratio. You were coming up against a Saints team that has not just a starting quarterback getting his first start in Tyler Shuck, a rookie quarterback getting his first start, but he's doing so with Chris Olave, who, as far as I'm concerned, has checked out entirely. With Raheem Shaheed is only a threat if you have some other threat that can hold a safety from running over the top with Shaheed, which isn't the case right now. The LA Rams have one of the best front sevens in football, and Alvin Kamara is a shell of his former self at this point. This is the same Saints team that got blown out last week by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers without Evans and without Godwin. And you're trying to convince me that with a QB with a 7-2 TD to interception ratio and Puka Nacua, who is rapidly becoming an MVP threat in the National Football League, with a run game that is non-existent and a rookie quarterback going into the teeth of one of the best defensive front sevens in football, buddy, there is no chance the Saints may lose this spread at halftime, pal. It's just not going to happen. This is a 5-star bet. And I've told you before, PJ, rule number 1 for Wagertainment Rob Brown is don't bet your own team. Don't bet your own team because the heart will overrule the brain. I'm betting my own team to get it handed to him by a lot more than 2 touchdowns. This is not going to be fun. I will not enjoy this.
Rob, we got about a minute left. We'll save Chiefs and Bills for when we come back on the other side. But do you have any strong thoughts on Seahawks, Commanders, or Cardinals, Cowboys? I don't really have any strong thoughts on Cowboys, Cardinals. I think I want to tease that game just because Arizona plays everybody close. So I think Cardinals +9 is a good look. And I like under in Seattle, Washington, because Seahawks defense is terrific. And whether it's banged up Jaden Daniels or Mariota again, I think that's a low-scoring game. But any plays for you in either of those games?
Yeah, the only thing I'm looking at with Jaden Daniels coming back, give me Deebo Samuel's 51.5 receiving yards. He's got to be the number one. If Washington's going to have a chance to win this game, it will be because Deebo looks more like San Francisco 49er Deebo. This is more I believe the game plan has to go to Deebo, so get it while this number is here. That's really all I've got that jumped off the page at me.
All right, there you go. Bills, Chiefs, we'll discuss that when we come back. We'll talk survivor pool strategy, and we'll update the college scoreboard when we come back.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Ohio State 38-14 winner over Penn State. So they cover once again today. Ohio State, I think they're 7-0-1 against the spread this season. They're 8-0 on the year, and they should remain the number one team in the country for Week 11. Texas 34-24. They're up on Vanderbilt right now as that game is winding down. Miami up 20-17 on SMU, and they just converted a huge first down trying to put that game away. West Virginia 45-35 over Houston as the Mountaineers are going to pull off an upset today. Illinois 35-13 over Rutgers. Clemson 45-38 over Duke. That's definitely been the most entertaining game of the early window. Baylor 30-3 over Central Florida. UConn 38-19 over UAB. And Navy's undefeated season has come to an end as they fall to North Texas 31-17. Arizona State without Sam Leavitt trying to pull off an upset against Iowa State today. They're up 23-16 as Iowa State's season is just is falling apart right now after 3 straight losses. Virginia and Cal getting ready to kick off in 20 minutes. UVA a 6-point favorite in that game. And you also got Indiana and Maryland getting ready to kick off in 7 minutes as well. So Rob and I will update our plays coming up in the 3:30 window in just a moment. But Rob, one more NFL game to discuss, and that is the Chiefs and the Bills. Kansas City, a 2-point favorite tomorrow on the road. Total in the game is 52.5. I don't have any strong feeling on the side or the total in this game. But Rob, probably my favorite play of Week 9 in the NFL is going to be a prop in this game. And that is Josh Allen over rushing attempts. And I bet this every time he plays Kansas City. I got it at 7.5 plus 102. It's now minus 145 at BetMGM. I wouldn't be surprised if that closes at 8.5. But Allen in 9 career games against Kansas City, whether it be regular season or postseason, he has rushed 8 times or more in 8 of those 9 games. And it makes sense, right? Because look, I mean, against the Chiefs, we know those are the games that Josh Allen wants to win the most. We know he's willing to put his body on the line in those games. And Allen also is the king of, getting those 1-yard QB sneaks. He loves doing that on the goal line, so you'll get a bunch of that. And also this year, Rob, he's been selective about running the football. And I found it interesting that the 2 games that Josh Allen has had 8 or more rushing attempts was against the Ravens in Week 1 and the Patriots on that Sunday night game as well. 2 Sunday night games in prime time, one where you're playing a team you're battling with the division, another one with the team that you figured in the beginning of the year you would be battling for a 1 seed. So Allen loves to run in these big games, in these marquee matchups, and he loves to run against the Chiefs. So whenever I see the Bills play the Chiefs, I'm always refreshing all the different apps to see when the rushing attempt number pops up because I know I'm always going to bet it. And this week is no different. So Josh Allen over rushing attempts, 7.5. I absolutely love it against Kansas City. If you had to make me pick the game, I'd probably take Buffalo. But I don't feel strongly about it. I'm just betting Allen rushing attempts. Rob, is there anything that you like?
Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you said that because I said a few segments ago I was looking at Josh Allen's over rushing yards, which if I recall top of my head, I think it was like 27.5, and he's getting around 30. But I think I'm actually going to change that out and follow you on the attempts, and I'll tell you why. And I think the reason, or excuse me, I'm going to leave it at the yards, not the attempts. Sorry. I'm going to leave it at the yardage because Josh Allen has been getting about 2.5 designed rushing attempts per game. Now, obviously, that number is going to go up if the Bills are able to get deep into the red zone. You know they love to use Josh Allen as a running threat, and that might change the game. If they don't spend a lot of time in the red zone, especially if they're getting some big explosive plays, then Josh Allen could lose as many as 3 carries in this game, and that might change it up a little bit. The reason that I feel the way I feel about this is because of how damn good James Cook has been. And I'm going to take James Cook over rushing yardage of 75.5. First half is that the Chiefs have not been good about stopping the run so far this year. And James Cook has been very good at the running. 19 carries, 216, 2 touchdowns last week. That is the 5th in 6 games where he's gone over 80 yards. He has gone over 100 yards in 4 of those contests. James Cook is averaging over 100 yards per game. You're asking me if I want to take a line of 25 yards below his average. Yeah, I do. And the other reason that this impacts Josh Allen, I think, is if I was giving Allen 2.5 attempts per game, which is absolutely enough, PJ Glasser, to catch the hook on the over or the under for the rushing attempts bet. If I got James Cook back there and I cannot have Josh Allen running into the teeth of a Kansas City defense in a rivalry game, yeah, I'd rather take the risk with James Cook, who's designed for that, which means if I can, I'm probably taking 2.5 to potentially 3 runs off the board for Josh Allen. Still means he can pop a 15, a 16-yarder somewhere down the line. Now I need 5 more carries of 3 yards, and we're going to be in a good spot. I feel better about the James Cook rushing line. I feel if you're going to go Josh Allen, I would say the yardage prop is the way to go. But also, because the Bills' defense is Charmin soft across the middle, the other line I'm looking at here is another plus money bet. Travis Kelce over 4.5 grabs. You saw him wake back up last week, kind of got back to being classic Travis Kelce. If Mahomes is going to get back on the same page with Travis Kelce, and if the Buffalo defense is softest in the middle, that's where Travis Kelce lives, I feel pretty good about the 4.5 receptions, number 2.
All right, I like it. Another potential good prop game tomorrow between the Chiefs and the Bills from Buffalo. So that's what we got for the NFL slate. Rob, looking at survivor pools, if you were left, I am left in one of them. I've already used the Packers, and I am between the Lions, the Rams, and the Chargers. I'm going to go with the Rams tomorrow. Now, we talked about it. We both like the Saints plus the points. I do think they're going to cover. I don't think the Rams are going to lose, though. And with the division that they play in and none of those games being easy, there's really not too many easy games left on the Rams schedule. Lions are a juggernaut. There are plenty of other times I can use them throughout the season. And I don't know. Again, there's just something about that Chargers game that makes me a bit iffy. But if you were in my boat and you were between the Chargers, the Rams, or the Lions as one of the teams to use for Survivor this week, who would you take?
I would pull the trigger on the Rams. I would pull the trigger on the Rams because while I'm not with you on Tennessee's going to make this interesting. I think the Chargers are going to dominate this game. I think there are a few more spots down the line that the Chargers look like a better football team on the schedule. I don't feel that way. Scratch that. I'm not saying that there are none for the Rams. I'm saying strategically speaking, I think you're better served to just go ahead and burn them. They come off the Saints. They've got the Niners, Seahawks, Buccaneers before you get to the Panthers and the Cardinals. I wouldn't feel great about picking them against the Cardinals. And to be honest with you, that, as you pointed out earlier, the Panthers are best at home. That's a road game to Carolina. Then the Lions, Seahawks, Falcons, and Cardinals to end. I think you're right on. I don't know that you're going to have another spot that you feel comfortable using the Rams in that spot. I think that it feels to me like the Chargers are potentially about to become a wagon. And on top of that, assuming I'm right about the Steelers, I'm just out on them. You've got the Steelers, then the Jags, then the Raiders. You got Eagles, Chiefs, tough run, but then Cowboys, Texans down the line if you need them. I think you will have more versatility out of the Chargers down the line than you would the Rams. And of the 3 you gave me, those are the 2 that I feel most confident in this weekend.
I like it. All right, Rob, very good. SMU and Miami, they've hit the 2-minute warning. SMU down by 3 with the ball. They can tie the game with the field goal and likely send it to OT, or they have a chance potentially to win the game if they can score plus 375 on the money line if you think SMU pulls off the upset. But as for the games we got starting right now here in a little bit, Indiana laying 21.5 at Maryland, total 50.5. Any play or pass for you on that game?
Give me the Hoosiers to cover. There's a lot of teams, PJ, that you look and you say, oh, it's a 3-touchdown plus the hook. It's a weird spot. Do they let it? Kurt Cignetti does not let off the gas. He will score 60 on you if he can score 60 on you. Fernando Mendoza, I think once the Heisman, you've heard the comments that he's made after some of the last couple of games where he's specifically quoted people and been like, oh, so-and-so wrote this and doubted me. I came out here to prove that one guy incorrect today. This team has no chill. They show no mercy. They raise the red flag and provide no quarter. And Maryland is not good at football. I don't ordinarily bet 3 touchdown plus the hook spreads, PJ Glasser. Indiana is sending a message week in, week out, and I think that continues today.
Certainly could. I mean, look, I grew up a Terps fan. My dad went to Maryland. That's the college team I grew up rooting for, and I still root for them, and I still watch them. And, like, these are the kind of games that maybe Maryland can keep it close. They'll never win this game. Like, if you're betting them 10-1 to pull an upset, like, you'll just won't win that. Like, that's not going to happen. But these kind of games, like I have seen them in the past, maybe keep it a little close. But you said it, Cignetti's the key. They're just so well coached, and they don't play down to the level of their competition, and they out-execute just about everybody that they play. I didn't end up betting it. This line has been moving down, though, and it seems like some people are on Maryland, but I ultimately did not bet it. Georgia and Florida, Rob, I do like the over in this game at 50.5, as we were talking about earlier. Look, this Georgia defense is not what you think Georgia's defense is. I mean, you think Georgia, you think Kirby Smart, and you think about the defense and how great it normally is. That's just not the case this year with this team, and you've been able to move the ball against them. Florida on the flip side, or I should say Georgia's offense on the flip side, I think should be able to put up some points. They've put up 34 points or more the last 4 meetings between these teams. So, you know, these lines in these Georgia games have been a little too short, and I don't think they're quite adjusting for the fact that Georgia's kind of been an over team this season, Rob. I think that continues. So I like over in the game, but that spread feels about right at 7. So I'm staying away from that. I am hoping that maybe the Gators get off to a good start and we can get a cheap money line price on Georgia.
Yeah, I'm with you. I lean Georgia to cover the 7.5, but I'll tell you what I'm going to live for here. I'm going to live for Florida gets the ball. Florida's inspired out of the gate for their interim head coach. Florida out of the gate. And they go get me an early 7 or they go get me an early 3, and they drop this line down to, Georgia -2.5, Georgia -3.5. Then I'm going to slam that thing like it owes me money at that point. This is I will say this. I'm sorry, PJ Glasser, you're never going to get me to bet an over in a game where DJ Lagway is playing. His lack of development might be one of the top 4 or 5 most disappointing things in college football today. The reality is this. If you want to beat Georgia, you have got to go to the air. That's how Georgia's been in spots this year. It's what Ty Simpson did when Alabama went to Athens and beat them. You have to beat them through the air to stretch the defense out, and I just don't trust DJ Lagway to do that. They are like the 75th or 76th best passing attack in college football, which is what you have to do to beat Georgia. So with all of that being said, I will ride this one out because I like the 7.5, but I don't love it. So I am going to hope that there's some inspiration from Florida early, try to go out there and win one for the Gipper, win one for the interim coach. Maybe they get an early touchdown. Maybe they get an early field goal. Maybe that drops to, 4.5, 3.5, and then I'll go hard for the Georgia line. But as it stands right now, nothing on this game. This is going to be my Bet It Live game of the afternoon.
Rob, we have some chaos right now going on in college football. First off, Vandy with an all-time backdoor cover. We talked about them closing as a 3.5-point favorite. Rob, that game is 34-31 now. They've come all the way back to cover that spread. Then we just had an onside kick, and Vandy had multiple opportunities to recover. And let's see, did they stay in bounds? Oh, they did not. So Texas is going to hang on, and they're going to win the game. But they were that close. For anybody that's listening to us and watching along with the game, I mean, Vandy had multiple cracks at it to try and recover that ball. They had 33 seconds left, and again, all they needed was a field goal to send the game to overtime. So it looks like they're just going to come up that short, almost a all-time collapse for Texas. But it looks like they're going to hang on. And then in the Miami SMU game, Rob, we had a 4th and 9, and the referees blew the play dead. And the Miami defensive end decided to continue through the play, and he roughed the quarterback for a 15-yard penalty on 4th and 9. So now SMU gets a fresh set of downs on 1st and 10. And again, they just need a field goal to tie the game, or with the touchdown, they can win it as well. It is official, though. Texas 34, Vandy 31. So Texas, their season is still alive. And Rob, who knows? That was a big fourth quarter comeback for Vandy, right? If they win out, beat Tennessee, have those 2 losses, maybe they find themselves with a chance at making the college football playoff. But a great win for Texas. Both of those teams 7-2 on the season. All right, we come back. We're going to take a shot. We'll tell you which underdog we like outright in either college later today or the NFL tomorrow. We wrap up the show. PJ Glasser, Rob Brown.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
We're wrapping up the show here. Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser and Rob Brown here with you. SMU in Miami, 29 seconds left to go in the game. Miami's up by 3. They're reviewing to see whether or not we have a completed catch on the field. Regardless, it's going to be 4th down, and Miami is going to, or SMU, I should say, is going to have a field goal attempt to try and tie the game, and it looks like that field goal is good. So SMU and Miami tied up at 20. We'll see if Miami wants to try and move the ball down the field and put themselves in field goal range. You're going to have one timeout, about 24 seconds left. But looks like we could be headed to overtime there in Dallas. Indiana, Maryland underway right now from College Park. Louisville and Virginia Tech tied at 7 for a minute to go first quarter there in Blacksburg. Georgia and Florida getting ready to kick off. Notre Dame, Boston College, and Texas Tech, Kansas State as well. So the 38-yard field goal is good for SMU. And with 25 seconds left, Miami with one timeout. We'll see if they can get themselves in a field goal range. The Terps have a pick. And this might be a pick 6. Nope, down to the 10-yard line. So there you go. A nice little start for Maryland today against Indiana. Rob, I'm telling you, like, these kind of games, like, sometimes the Terps make it interesting. But, man, if we can get a short money line price with Indiana, that would be unbelievable. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Rob, any big takeaways, though, from this early slate of college football that we've had?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I at this point, I think, and I know this is going to sound hot takey, it's not. Man, if I'm Miami, like, I know you can't say you're running Mario Cristobal after a 6-2 start, but, like, you know what Mario Cristobal is? He's ACC James Franklin. I think we just have to understand that at this point. Like, he's just never going to win the biggest games that matter. He's ACC James Franklin. You got a team that just consistently finds a way to be completely undisciplined in the final moments of games and cost them. And if it's not the team doing it, it's Mario Cristobal himself. I've said to you before, I believe, PJ Glasser, that decision last year to run the ball when you could have just taken a knee and won against Georgia Tech, when Georgia Tech picked it up, went the other way and scored, and it cost you a playoff spot if you're Miami. It cost you a playoff spot with a good team, and a number 1 overall draft pick at quarterback cost you a playoff spot. I will never believe in a Mario Cristobal team ever again. I think the Houston loss is very interesting. That was a group of 5 contender that just probably cost themselves. Same with Navy, by the way. Like, I really liked Blake Horvath and Navy. I picked Navy as my group of 5 contender this year to go down, and it's a good North Texas team, but to get run by the North Texas Mean Green, I found that one pretty interesting as well. So I think Ohio State still right now looks like the best team in football. Good win for Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns at the crib. Vandy did what Vandy did. They made it chaotic as hell down the stretch and made them sweat just a little bit. So, it's been a good first window. Now I turn my attention to Indiana because I told Denton Day earlier this week, I think there's really like 3 teams in football right now. I would say these are the 3 clear-cut best teams, and they're Ohio State, Indiana, and Alabama. And Indiana, not the start they wanted, is going to have some work to do to prove that they deserve to be in that group.
100%. 3rd and 4 for the Terps, who are trying to score off of that interception, and they're going to come up empty. So Indiana's defense does the job. Miami's going to take a knee and send this game to overtime. So all tied up at 20 between SMU and Miami, and we'll see who gets the ball first in overtime and how that game plays out. But yeah, this is what we got going on right now in college football. But Rob, let's take a shot and try and find some underdogs that we think are going to win outright, whether it be in college football or in the NFL. So I will start as Kenny. Let's take a shot. Oh, yeah. There we go. Rob, I'm going to the NFL, and I'm taking the Atlanta Falcons, the Dirty Birds, 2-1 tomorrow against the New England Patriots. I get it. Drake Mays look good. Patriots have looked good. I think they've covered like 5 straight weeks or whatever it's been. I mean, they've been playing great. They look strong. Atlanta's coming off a embarrassing performance against Miami. Folks, this is the NFL. You're never as bad as your worst game. You're never as good as your best game. And Atlanta, if nothing, they are inconsistent. They are consistent with being inconsistent. And whenever the Falcons have a bad performance, they usually tend to play well the next week. And when they have a good performance, they tend to play bad. And everybody's down on them right now. But you know what, Rob? Like, after that Dolphins game last week, with how awful it was, and you see the matchup on the other side, you got one of the best players in the NFL. You got one of the best running backs in the NFL. Give it to Bijan. Let him do his thing. Give it to number 7. Give it to Drake London as well. Hopefully he's playing. Kyle Pitts is having a decent year. So I like the Falcons tomorrow to get the outright upset at plus 200. So give me Atlanta tomorrow. That is who I will take a shot with here on Inside the Betting Lines. Rob Brown, who are you taking a shot with?
I will give you one more if you want it, PJ, but I'm only going to do it if I can get one more of those "aw yes" in my ear, please.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's perfect. It's just art.
Ladies
and gentlemen, I'm going to go with a team that I have been absolutely poo-pooing for the hot last couple of weeks. Last week, the South Carolina Gamecocks gave Alabama everything they wanted and just a little bit more on the field at Williams-Brice Stadium. We affectionately refer to it as Willie B in Columbia, South Carolina. And I believe there is a reason for that. I believe the reason is that defense is underappreciated for how good it is and can be. But I also think it was because Mike Shula, who is the offensive coordinator of this football team, has been ass all year long. It's been real, real bad. And last week, all of a sudden, we started seeing play calls out of the Gamecocks that we have not seen all year long. I believe the reason why is because Sean Elliott, who was recently promoted to offensive line coach, kind of took over the playbook or at least the game plan. And then what happened? For 3.5 quarters, Mike Shula's playbook didn't look like a boring old playbook from the 1930s. Didn't look like he was trying to turn Lenora Sellers into Drew Bledsoe for no good reason at all. For 3.5 quarters, Lenora Sellers looked a lot more like prime Cam Newton than he did not-so-prime Drew Bledsoe. And then in the late fourth quarter, something happened. Mike Shula went right back to doing the things that didn't work all the weeks in a row before that. Mike Shula right now, and we're talking about head coaches that are on the hot seat. Mike Shula's hot seat is at about a 14 right now. Mike Shula's hot seat is absolutely cranked to the max, which means Mike Shula has one of two options. He can keep doing everything that he's been doing. The Gamecocks can lose a handful more games. Or, number 2, he can take a playbook from Sean Elliott. He can do what they did last week, and they can go try to win a football game. I'm looking at a team that gave Alabama, who is better than Ole Miss, everything they wanted. Granted, this one is in Oxford, Mississippi. But I also look at two things. Number 1, we have seen some games where Trinidad Chambliss has gone up against good defensive front sevens, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and been held to less than 20 yards rushing. Less than 20. South Carolina's got the best defensive front seven of any of those teams that I just mentioned. Number 2, Lane Kiffin can say all he wants. Well, I'm not worried about the money, and I'm not looking. You're not mentioned in the same breath for the LSU job, the Florida job, the Penn State job, and have your agent in your ear going, hey, boss, you could become the highest paid head coach in the history of highest paid head coaches, and not have at least a little bit of your brain space occupied by what might be coming down for the pipe. A little bit of distraction from Lane, Trinidad Chambliss being kept in the pocket and being made to throw with the arm, and the biggest caveat, if Mike Shula opens up the playbook, the South Carolina Gamecocks, I'm definitely taking them plus 12.5. I'll take them as my upset pick in college football Saturday, too.
So I love the thought, Rob. I absolutely love the thought because it kind of reminds me a little bit of last year. Notre Dame played A&M week 1, right? And Notre Dame upsets A&M. And after that game, we were all congratulating Notre Dame on making the playoff. We said they're good. Rest of their schedule, like they're chilling. Notre Dame's in. Don't need to worry about them. What did they turn around and do the following week? They lost to Northern Illinois, right? Well, after that win against Oklahoma, Rob, last week, everybody, congrats, Lane Kiffin. You're finally going to make the playoff. Great win. You guys are good. You're an easy schedule the rest of the way. So it makes sense. South Carolina, Rob, Do they have enough left in the tank? I mean, we know what a gauntlet their schedule has been. All the top 10 teams they've had to play. They had Bama last week. They had them. They should have won that game. And psychologically, I just don't know where South Carolina is. And like you said, Rob, the offense has just been abysmal. And Ole Miss's offense is really good, man. Shambles has been playing really good. So I don't know if they're going to have enough South Carolina offensively to keep pace with Ole Miss. If you like South Carolina, I think you bet the under in the game. I think it's correlated. I think their defense, like you said, has to stand up, make some plays, keep them in it. Sellers in that offense have to chew up clock. They got to go on some long drives. They're capable of doing it. I don't know, man. After that Bama game, I couldn't pull the trigger on the Gamecocks, even though I wanted to. But I like the call. I could see it happening. So it'll be a lot of fun. Carson Beck just got picked off, Rob, in the first overtime. So now all SMU needs is a field goal to upset Miami. And, I mean, this would be it for the Canes, right? Obviously, if they win the ACC, they're good. But any at-large bid, they're probably cooked at this point with a loss.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Listen, I said a minute ago, this team, Carson Beck throws big-time interceptions. We knew that. This team was a team that could not win if Carson Beck was in tight games. He needed leads. Number two, this team constantly finds ways to discipline themselves out of games. You go back to, you mentioned that penalty call when they had a chance to not just put the game away, but go up by 10 and cover the 9.5 that some of us were looking for. Mario Cristobal teams constantly find ways to get into games and then punch themselves in the groin in the fourth quarter for no good reason, and they did it again today. Mario Cristobal is ACC James Franklin.
I love that. I've never heard that, but you know what? You're so right with all that. It's why I could never believe in Miami. Their team is so talented, but you're right. It's Cristobal. You can't trust them. So looks like Miami is going down today against SMU. Maybe it's just going to be one of those days in college football. Maryland's off to a nice start. We had West Virginia upset Houston. We'll see if we get some more chaos. For PJ Glasser and Rob Brown, did a great job today filling in for Paul Aspen. Have a great rest of your Saturday. We'll see you guys next week.
You've been listening to Inside the Betting Lines. If you missed any of the action, listen back on the Odyssey app. Coming up next is The Better Angle on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P. When that's MGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
We have the Breeders' Cup today. We have a horse race, which is basically like the Super Bowl of. I know everybody gets excited for the Kentucky Derby and the Triple Crown, but like Breeders' Cup is essentially the biggest race in horse racing. We had Mike Somich on You Better You Bet last night or yesterday afternoon, whatever you want to call it, depending on where you live, I guess. But he gave us a superfecta. He's awesome. Shout out to him at Samobom on Twitter. So I'm going to be sweating a lot of stuff tonight, and
Be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Check out Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniatovich. Weekdays 9 to noon Eastern on America's home for Wagertainment, the BetMGM Network.
Let's talk Chicago-Baltimore. This is the game we get our Bears money back, fading them. Like, they get blown out here, don't they?
Yeah, this is the game. This is the game.
It's got to happen. They've been such a freaking luck box, man. Again, you give them credit, but give me a break. 4 turnovers again against the Saints. They against Washington. They blocked a field goal to beat the Raiders. You win 4 in a row. It's awesome. It's hard to win games in the NFL. I think they get smacked.
Off a bye, 1 win on the year. Lamar likely coming back. Come on. This is going to be the best effort all year, you would think, out of the Ravens.
Bet Sweats, 9 to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Wrap up your day with BetMGM tonight, featuring Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on America's home for Wagertainment, the BetMGM Network.
And let's go ahead and start off with Tyrone Tracy. Again, expected to be the lead back in that RBBC in light of the unfortunate Cam Scattaboo injury. Long gone in challenging formats, but 47% rostered right now, which tells you 10-team leagues, some 12-team and like short bench leagues probably available out there. Next 3 games, San Francisco number 8 in rush EPAD, Chicago at number 14, Green Bay at number 10. So it's not the greatest schedule here in the short term, and the schedule down the stretch is rather rough, but he's a guy who can catch some balls, so it doesn't really matter. But script agnostic, if you will, only forcing a missed tackle 11.4% of the time, but volume speaks, volume cranks, so it's probably going to take, again, 40 to 60% of your fab budget.
BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
The knockoff Final Countdown music is crazy. That's crazy.
You know, I've never played this one, and I
We're talking with Mike DeFabo, covers the Steelers for The Athletic. Mike, if that deep run doesn't happen for the Steelers, what's the temperature on Mike Tomlin?
Well, I mean, I think that there's a big difference between his job security and the approval rating. The Steelers do business a certain way. They've had 3 head coaches since 1969, and Mike Tomlin is under contract through 2027. The Steelers really, the way they do things philosophically, they don't like paying coaches not to coach, and they typically have a really long leash for coaches. And it served them well in some cases, in other cases not so much. So, barring something dramatic, I would actually be pretty surprised if Mike Tomlin isn't coaching for the Pittsburgh Steelers through 2027. Now, that said, it doesn't change the fact that here in Pittsburgh, a lot of fans are fed up with the fact that they've now gone 8 years without winning a playoff game. If they don't win a playoff game, that's 9 years, nearly a decade. For a franchise that's used to competing for Super Bowls and being a legitimate contender in the playoffs, they just aren't. They've been this team that can scratch out 9 or 10 wins, barely squeak into the playoffs, and then get smoked in the playoffs. And fans are just kind of fed up and frustrated by that, and rightfully so. And I think the other part of it is Mike Tomlin has a tremendous influence on player acquisition and on defensive schematics. And he more or less handpicked guys like Slay and Ramsey to come in here and remake this secondary. And structurally, he has a lot of say in terms of how those guys are deployed. And so the fact that they're still playing so poorly after all the repeated investments in the defense, and that's Mike Tomlin's side of the ball, I mean, fans are really frustrated. If they lose this week, I think the noise is going to get louder than ever for Mike Tomlin.
Well, let's talk about this week then, Mike. The Steelers playing Indianapolis at home. The Colts road favorites, though, 3.5, more than a possession. How do you evaluate this game? The Colts have been the surprise of the NFL so far this year, Daniel Jones' career revival. But how do you evaluate this game? How do you make this game out? What do you think happens this week against Indy?
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if the Colts don't put up at least 30 points, if not 40, just based on all the matchups that I talked about previously. I think for the Steelers, really their only way to win this football game is to lean into what they do well as a defense. They do 3 things well. They're top 10 in sacks, top 10 in takeaways, and top 5 in red zone. And so their whole defense is kind of built upon, getting after the quarterback, creating havoc, forcing him into bad decisions, and turning them over. Or if the offense is able to put together a drive, standing up in the red zone. And I just don't think that that's going to be a sustainable formula. The only way I see the Steelers winning is Jonathan Taylor, earlier in his career, did have fumbling issues. That was like his one Achilles heel. They're going to need to force a couple fumbles. They're going to need to turn Daniel Jones over if they're going to win this game. If not, I just don't know that this offense, the way that it's built, is built to win in a shootout, and that's what it's going to have to be. So, I think that the Colts are going to end up putting up 30 to 40 points, and I think that they're going to end up. I think they're going to end up with a win. I would be pretty surprised if the Steelers can pull this one out, just based on all the tough matchups and how the defense is playing right now.
Mike, how would you evaluate DK Metcalf so far this season?
I think DK Metcalf has been pretty much what they signed up for. I like to say, in the NFL, everybody has won the genetic lottery, but most of the guys, it feels like they won scratch-offs compared to DK Metcalf won the Powerball, because he is as big as a tight end. He's as strong as offensive lineman. He's as fast as their fastest wide receiver. And really where he's meshed with Aaron Rodgers is on those quick routes. He can win off the line of scrimmage with slants or with outs, quick patterns like that. And that's why you've seen him be so productive, especially in the red zone. And so, since this is a betting show, I really like in pretty much every game an anytime DK Metcalf touchdown, just because when they get into the red zone, Aaron Rodgers wants to throw the ball, and he's looking for DK Metcalf as his top target. The one knock on DK, throughout his career, his hands have been somewhat inconsistent. We've definitely seen some of that in Pittsburgh. I think Aaron was a little frustrated in the last game when he went long to DK that he wasn't able to bring down that contested catch for what would have been a touchdown. But other than the occasional drop or the occasional, missed opportunity on a contested catch, I think DK Metcalf has been everything that the Steelers signed up for.
Mike, I'm going to put you on the spot for a second. End of the year, if we're at this point next year, are Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, outside of a Rodgers surprise retirement, are Tomlin and Rodgers back? Are they going to run this back next year?
Well, so, coming into this year, Aaron Rodgers was asked if this was going to be his last year, and he said he was pretty sure about that. But I think he's having a really good time in Pittsburgh, and at least when they were winning, they really enjoyed it. And, I think that the Steelers, even if they were to go and draft a quarterback in the first round this year, which was the plan coming into this year, it doesn't hurt to have a guy like Rodgers mentor that young rookie quarterback. So, I think that there's certainly a scenario where, Rodgers comes back and Tomlin comes back. I think the biggest factor is going to be, what does Aaron Rodgers want? Does he want to keep playing football, and does he want to keep playing for the Steelers? If he does, I think the Steelers would be happy to have him back.
Mike, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Love the insight as always. Enjoy the game tomorrow. We'll talk to you down the road.
All right, sounds great. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
That is Mike DeFabo, Steelers beat reporter for The Athletic.
I can't wait to bet the Colts team total this weekend. On my show on the reset, ping. Anyway, on the score 670 early odds, 8 a.m. Central every Saturday, by the way. Colts team total is 26.5.
Yeah. I think you go over on that.
I think I'm way good on that over.
My favorite play this entire week, Alec Pierce, Colts wide receiver, longest reception, over 21.5 yards.
Love it.
His total yardage is also 38. It's under 40.
Oh my God.
Take both of them. He could hit this almost in one. He has catches of 40, 50, 58. I'm sorry. Let me start that over.
Yep.
Reset. What did you just do? Beep.
Yeah.
50, 48, 26, 44, and 36 so far this year.
Seems good.
I think that's going to be pretty good
against this defense. The Steelers beat reporter for The Athletic is telling you that they are paper mache.
Yeah.
So, it's all Colts over.
It's also concerning if you're a Steelers fan,
yes.
if your path to victory in this game is Jonathan Taylor fumbling.
When he started saying that,
there's no way.
He goes, early in his career, and Mike's great. Mike DeFabo is awesome. He does really good work. But just when he goes, early in his career, Jonathan Taylor wasn't great with the fumbles. I'm like, yeah, but that was also 5 years ago.
That sounds like Mike covering the Steelers and wanting to be positive for the team that he
hoping
covers.
For the best.
But really, they're kind of screwed tomorrow because the Colts have been really good. Really good.
Watch them just win out right now.
Which is probably,
they will.
Just watch. Yep. This makes me want to play the Steelers.
Do we bet the Steelers tomorrow?
Daniel Jones' first outdoor game besides the Titans. That's all. SoFi Stadium and the Titans are his only 3 road games.
Daniel
Here comes
Jones
Renegade.
Outdoors.
Pittsburgh.
Here comes Renegade. I mean, immediately no.
More college football and NFL Week 9 on the other side. You're listening to The Better Angle with Jake Hassan and Kate Constable. Take a look around college football right now. Some afternoon games going on. Kansas State, who Jake has a bet on, and it's just a straight bet, Jake.
Money line.
Wow, that's
So that's
different
the Kelly
for
in
you.
Vegas system play.
Oh, really? What is that?
Kansas State. She bets them every week because
Right.
she's
She
an
went to
alum.
Kansas
Yeah.
State. Yep. They're up right now on Texas Tech, who has had a great season so far. But
Number 13 in the country, some would say.
some might say that. 6 minutes left in the first half. It's 7-3, so it's still a very tight game. The Gophers, Minnesota, is up 10-0 on Michigan State right now. 2 minutes left in the first half there.
Indiana just scored again.
Indiana is looking really good. Indiana's up 16-3 on Maryland. Not a surprise.
Number 2
there
team
at
in the
all,
country,
right?
some would say.
Like,
Hard to say who.
Indiana, number 2 team. I know they've been good. Not good. They've been great for the
They've
last
been
few
great,
seasons.
yeah.
Like, yes, but that still is just so weird to see. Like, they have the second best odds to win the national title right now.
I mean,
it's just weird to see.
They have the
Indiana.
Heisman favorite right
They
now.
certainly do.
Fernando Mendoza is a plus 185 favorite for the Heisman. The next closest, I think, is 4-1.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Diego Pavia, after today, kind of out of that
Dead,
race.
yeah.
Yep. If you have a ticket on that, you can kind of rip that up.
See ya. Perfect
Florida.
fire starter. Fall weather in
It
Chicago,
is.
at least.
Nice little bonfire. I don't know where you have a bonfire in downtown Chicago,
You can figure it out.
but yeah, parks, sidewalks.
Parks?
I don't know. Where else do you do it?
I don't know, a yard?
Well, who has a backyard in Chicago?
Have you been to any of the neighborhoods? Have you been to Lincoln Park and or Lakeview and or literally anywhere outside of the loop?
Yeah. Well, I don't have a yard.
Well, that's your fault, kind of. You live in a high rise.
That's true. That is true. Florida is leading Georgia. Whoa. 10-7.
For now.
Yeah, for now. This is Georgia will come back and win this one.
As somebody
with
that laid the
ease.
7.5, though, I would
With
like-
Georgia?
Yeah.
Georgia on the road.
Not awesome.
No, but that's fine. I would not be concerned if I had a 7.5 ticket.
No.
Georgia.
Lagway will do something at some point that just tanks Florida. There will be a pick six coming for sure.
Yeah, I think he can probably count on that. And then Fresno State, Boise State. Fresno State is up 7-0 on Boise State. Those are kind of the big main ones. Oklahoma State, actually. Holy cow, pump the brakes here. Up 7-3 on Kansas. Granted, we just started the second quarter. Plenty of time for them to...
Because who could have forgotten about that game?
Right?
Oklahoma
That's a big
State,
one.
Kansas.
Whew. Oklahoma State.
Clear the schedule.
I just love betting against Oklahoma State because right when you think they can't get any worse, they do. But hey, a good start to the game for them. Again, we're in the first quarter, so we'll see how
This
that
makes
one
me want
goes.
to bet Kansas live.
Well, Oklahoma State's driving right now, and if they score, we might have to bet Kansas live.
I could be into that.
I could
very much be into that.
Yeah. Okay, let's go over to the NFL. Week 9, halfway through the season. We just talked about Colts and Steelers.
Yep.
What other games, Jake, do you have your eye on for this weekend?
Oh, unfortunately, I do have to say the Bears because
Okay.
against the Bengals, that this has been a hot button topic, if you will. Flacco's not going to start. It's going to be Jake Browning. Everyone's like, well, how can you lay 3 with the Bears? Because Jake Browning is atrocious.
Yeah.
I know the Bears have a ton of injuries in the secondary. I know that Caleb Williams has not looked awesome, and we'll talk to Mark Carman a little bit about that, but Jake Browning's so bad. Like, even catching 3 at home, I'm way good on the Jake Browning experience.
The Jake Browning experience not only failed, but just like went up in flames.
Yes.
It was awful. The amount
It
of
was so bad that they had to trade for Joe Flacco, who had gotten benched by the Browns.
So Jake Browning has 6 touchdowns on the year, 6 touchdown passes, and 8 interceptions.
Seems bad.
That seems bad. For a Bears team that, yes, they're missing some players defensively in their secondary, they're still turning teams over at an extremely high rate.
Yeah.
If you can turn the Bengals over once, twice, maybe 3 times, this Bears team should be able to win this game by a field goal. Well, you have to cover the 3.5. I say they can do that.
They should win the game by a touchdown. Like, I just, when you think Jake Browning, versus, let's just call it versus Dennis Allen, the defensive coordinator for the Bears. Does anyone think that's going well? I don't see. I know, Jamar Chase is really good. Yeah, no kidding. You know who can't throw the football? Jake Browning. He might as well be Jake Hassan.
I would love to see you get back there.
I wouldn't, because
No, we got to clip that just in case Jake Browning has a legacy game tomorrow.
Kenny, think about what you just said.
I mean,
think about the words that just came out of your mouth.
To be fair to him, he is bad. He was bad this year, but the time he came in for Burrow, last time Burrow got injured, he actually did play very well.
Yeah, he did.
That was 365 days ago.
That was a long
did
time
anybody watch the games?
No, I agree
this
with you. He's
year.
been bad. I'm just saying it's not out of the realm of possibility he beats the Bears tomorrow. So just slow your roll just a little bit.
It's not.
Kenny's back on the let's hate the Bears train.
Kenny's on the Bengals.
Did we not watch the Bears last week?
I will say there is a way that the Bengals win the game. It's just you run Chase Brown 40 times. Like the way that the Bengals win the game is not because of Jake Brown.
Right.
That's not what happens. It's Chase Brown rushes 40 times and Jamar Chase has a handful of carries as well. Like that's how you win.
Some notable names out tomorrow for the Bears offensively. DeAndre Swift and Roschon Johnson both out. So a Kyle Monangai game incoming.
Speaking of legacy games.
It could be for Monangai. Also the Bengals run game. Their run stopping abilities. Fairly good. Like that's okay. If there's a bright spot to their defense, it's downfield that they struggle to defend.
If you're talking about legacy games, like this is the spot for a Caleb Williams legacy game. Like,
Caleb Williams needs a
legacy game.
Yeah, in order to get some. Like if he has 3 straight poor games.
Yes. Like Caleb Williams, there's no reason for him not to throw for 300 yards tomorrow.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's plus 300, by the way.
Ooh,
not bad. We kind of like.
I do like the Bears in this game, to be fair. I'm not as confident as you, Jake. I'm surprised you're as confident given what we saw last week from the Bears.
Well, part of last week is like all week the Bears were planning on Lamar Jackson playing. Like they were game planning for that, and then all of a sudden last minute you get the switch in quarterback, and it feels like human nature, almost kind of like you let down your guard a little bit and think, okay, Lamar's not playing. Yes, we can exhale a little bit. We're going to be fine. And then you go out there and get punched in the face early, and you have to recover from that.
My thought, too, like I wasn't even disappointed in the Bears last week because I always thought that they would rip off 4 wins. I said it on Bet Sweats when we did our 10 toes down.
5 straight in the NFL.
And I said, the Bears are going to win 4 straight. They're going to beat the Cowboys and the Raiders and the Saints, and then they're just going to get punched in the mouth by the Ravens with Lamar Jackson or without, because every one of the Bears fans, all the meatball fans, all the Kevin Lapkas out there would be like, Bears, playoffs, 4 straight wins, they're back, give us Lamar. And even without Lamar, it's just, bam, you get your teeth kicked in. Like that was so expected. And now I think they win because, I mean, again, like has anybody watched these Bengals games? Like their defense is so atrocious. If Caleb Williams can't dice up this defense and make it even without DJ Moore, even without Cole Kmet, like if Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze can't figure this defense out, just trade everybody. Like set the whole thing on fire.
39, 31, 27, 37, 28, 48 points given up in their last.
That's it?
7 games, 6 games. Yeah.
Seems bad.
Like they're giving up, averaging 30 points a game allowed. For a Bears team that everyone was like, oh, they're the highest scoring team in the league. They've gone over their team total in all 6 games this season.
Oh, trends.
Like maybe the Bears offense, goes over 21 once again.
Get the Sammy P. Bell out. Ding, 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 ding. Got to do it.
Yep.
Oh God. Now I'm doing this makes me want to bet the Bengals tomorrow now.
No, I don't think so. No.
Over? Do we just go over 51 and a half?
I think you could go over.
51 and a half. There's a lot of high totals this week.
50, actually thinking about that, 51 and a half for a Bengals offense that has Jake Browning is, I would prefer to go Bears team total.
Bears team total?
We have 2 team totals already on the board.
I mean, Colts, one Bears. I like much. I like the Colts team total much more, but let's just for the sake of argument, let's see. As I'm going to filibuster here and pretend that, Bears total points, 26 and a half.
I say over.
I would rather lay Bears alts than do that, because at that point,
that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
See, but the thing is, we've spent this whole segment saying, oh, well, Jake Browning can't throw. This offense stinks. And now watch them just cover. I mean, people, like, we have the graphic up on the screen. Like, people are betting the 3. It's minus 115 at BetMGM. Make it legendary. So
it was 3.5 earlier in the week. It's coming down a little bit. Real quick, we are going to talk to Mark Harmon of CHGO. He covers the Bears next segment. So coming up in about 10 minutes. But another NFC North matchup, like, the Vikings have no shot tomorrow, right? Against the Lions in Detroit. JJ McCarthy back under center. Like, I think this is just an absolute beatdown spot for Detroit. I am laying the 8.5 with the Lions. You're going Vikings.
Kate, I'll give you one guess what the number one bet in the room is this week.
It's the Lions. Yes.
It's the Lions.
Yeah. I know.
Kate, don't be in the room.
Good, but I am in the room. I'm strongly in the room tomorrow.
Kate, you don't want to be in the
room. Why do you think J.J. McCarthy, talk about Jake Browning stinking this year, they were literally talking about, like, J.J. McCarthy being on paternity leave because he had so much going on. He had a baby recently. You know how many guys have babies in the NFL and you don't hear about them and they don't take time off? Maybe they take, a practice off to go to the hospital when their wife's delivering. But then they're right back on the field, and we're like, oh, J.J. McCarthy has an ankle injury, and he had a baby. We're going to give him a couple weeks off.
And then he leaped over Justin Jefferson, signaled first down as the emergency quarterback.
I'm not saying that J.J. McCarthy is good. I'm just saying I don't want to be in the room. I don't want to be in the observation chair in the room. I'm good.
The room could go. What do you have, like five room bets every week?
Five I think for NFL and college every week.
Room goes 1-4. And the Lions.
That's so. You know what, Kate? That's such a good point. The room occasionally does find one.
And it's going to be 8.5 at home for this Lions offense, unless they're dealing with a whole lot of injuries, cluster injuries that I don't know about, which I don't think is the case. I don't see this Vikings team having much success. Here's another angle.
The better angle, some would say.
Some might say that. Lions team total.
Stop. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing this with the team totals.
Mark Harmon of CHGO joins us next to talk Chicago Bears. That's coming up on the Better Angle with Kate Constable and Jake Hassan. Kate Constable, Jake Hassan here with you on The Better Angle. We're going to continue talking some Bears football. They're in Cincinnati this week, taking on the Bengals. And to do so, we bring in our good friend Mark Carman, who covers the Bears over at CHGO. You can also hear him on WGN Radio. Mark, how you doing on this Saturday?
Kate, Jake, I'm doing great. Always fun to be on with you guys. Feels like a Super Bowl level game for the Bears this weekend, right? They got to get it if they want to.
Stop! You don't mean that, Carm. You don't mean that.
Well, I'm not saying it's the Super Bowl. I'm saying that
you can't lose to the Bengals.
Yeah, well, right. Yeah, let's keep the positive vibes going here. And that's even too strong what I'm saying. So it's a fair pushback. But how's this? If they lose the next two, that wouldn't be good. But if they win the next two, they might even be talking Super Bowl in Chicago. What do you think of that? How about that comment?
People will certainly be talking Super Bowl in Chicago. You know how Bears fans are if they win the next
They could lose by 1 tomorrow, and people will still say Super Bowl. People will say, oh, last second loss.
Everyone will be off the Caleb Williams train. We need a new quarterback, all that talk. But, Mark, talking about Caleb Williams, he's kind of had 2 rough games. He hasn't played his best. How does he change that in this game he has a good opportunity to, because you're playing a Bengals defense that, quite frankly, stinks.
Yeah, so bad against the run, bad against the pass. Caleb's got a ton of talent. We all know these things. How does he change it? I mean, to me, this goes back to all the way into training camp when I asked Ben Johnson, not to shout out myself here, but like, if he plays on time, is that going to be the key to him taking off? And he kind of, didn't want to put all, limit it down to one thing. But he also didn't completely shy away from it either. And to me, that's it. Like, look, if he can just get into some level of rhythm, and him and DJ Moore, for whatever reason, last year into this year, it's never really taken off. If that thing can hit a different level where he's using DJ and he's using Rome and Colson keeps coming along, Kyle Monungai's got a lot on his shoulders this week. But like, I would think that if he could, start getting a little bit more comfortable with more of his weapons, the offense would look a ton better.
Well, Carm, we were talking in the last segment about if there was ever going to be a time, it would be against this Bengals secondary and this Swiss cheese defense. It sounds like you're kind of in the same boat as us. Like, if Caleb Williams was ever going to have a, quote, legacy game, it would be this week. I mean, let's just put you on the spot. Do you think that Caleb Williams can go for, let's call it, 300 yards and a couple touchdowns this week?
Yeah, sure, Jake. I think he can, and maybe he will. I thought about betting him last week for the record. His even money was like 225 yards for him, and I was like, and you were getting 7.5 to 1 on 300 yards, and he ended up throwing for 285 in a game that most people thought he didn't play particularly well. So, like, I think he can do it, but outside of like, gambling in this week and just, the narrative that'll be after the Bengals game, to me, it's like, are you going to be able to be a consistent quarterback who's not going to, be up 1 week, down the next, play well, have great games against bad teams, and then when you face a good defense, it just doesn't look good, which if you go back to his college days, he put up huge numbers in, against the lesser lights, and then when they played Notre Dame, it didn't look as good. So, I just think there's a lot of work left to be done here. I don't know how nobody knows how it's going to end. But, I'm not one of those people saying, like, don't worry, he's definitely going to make it. I don't have that opinion.
Carm, we are, through 8 weeks of the regular season so far. How do you kind of gauge Ben Johnson in living up to the expectations that either you or just the fan base in general here in Chicago have had for him?
I mean, I give Ben Johnson an A++++. I think he's been fantastic. Not only, I mean, they started 0-2, and it felt like 0-4 was on the table going into the bye, and he wouldn't have it. He was just like, we're trying to get our first win this week. Like, he was pretty stern about it, and then good, better, best. The way the Bears are celebrating, it just shows how much he's resonated with that locker room. And then when they're doing scripted plays, the offense looks phenomenal. He can't script the whole game for him. So from a leadership standpoint, I think he's been fantastic. From the play calling standpoint, I mean, it hasn't been perfect. He's called himself out a million times, so that's never going to be perfect. But he certainly has shown his chops. So, like, to me, it's an absolute miracle that Ben Johnson, for whatever reason, wanted to come to Chicago and try to save the Bears, and I think he's on his way for sure.
When we first started talking to you, Carm, you mentioned that if they win the next 2 weeks, this week against the Bengals, then of course next week as well, as that's how 2 wins in a row would work.
Yeah.
But do you expect them to win both these games? Then, furthermore, secondary question: is this a playoff team?
So if I had to bet my considerable fortune that I've amassed here on whether they would win the next 2 weeks, I would probably bet somehow, some way it would end up being a split. The Bengals have scored a ton of points. Flacco's going to play. Are the Bears going to be able to keep up? I picked them to win, but I didn't do it with any real confidence. Can they beat the Giants at home? I would think so. But it's then the schedule gets a whole lot tougher, but this has softened up because this Bengals game, everybody had that marked down at the beginning of the season as a loss. Joe Burrow's going to roll and the Bears are going to lose, and that's just super tough schedule. They'll finish 7-10, 8-9. Now they are. I think the team has gotten better. The schedule's gotten at least a little bit softer. Can they be the 7th team in the NFC, 6th team in the NFC? I certainly wouldn't rule it out. But if they're going to get there, they obviously have to play a lot better. The pass rush is going to have to be better. And the other, fact we haven't, really haven't talked about the defense. They're hurt. Missing Kyler Gordon, not good. Tyreek Stevenson's coming back this week. That's sweet, but Jalen's obviously not back. So they've been playing at a deficit, and it's a good roster, but it's not an elite roster.
And they're without DeAndre Swift and Roshan Johnson this week. So, like you
Right.
mentioned, Kyle Monangai is going to get plenty of run. Does that kind of derail the progress that they've made in the run game over the last 3 weeks?
I am a little bit interested just to see, can Kyle handle the whole role here, because he's shown an ability to get downhill. I think it's looked better the last couple of weeks. Like they put him in a bad position down by the goal line in the Ravens game where he had no momentum when he got stopped for a loss. That didn't look great, but he can catch it out of the backfield. He's been solid blocking. I'm not saying he's the number one back in the NFL, but I do, and they'll miss Swift for sure. So it's going to hurt him, but I am interested. Like for 1 week, could Monangai against a bad defense pretty much make you think that they missed Swift, but they didn't miss him a ton.
As well as I do, Carm, that no matter what, the Bears, no matter what happens tomorrow, there's going to be fans out in the street. You go ask Joe Meatball on the street, hey, are you disappointed by the loss? And they'll say, the injuries. Are we grading this Bears performance regardless on a curve this week because of the injuries? Or do you still think that even with like good teams adapt no matter what?
Yeah, I don't think there's much of a curve because you still have Caleb out there, bottom line. You still have Rome Odunze out there. You still have Montez Sweat out there. Like look, teams deal with injuries all over the NFL. So I think, where Bears fans tend to grade on a curve is when it comes to the quarterback, not when it's to the overall team. It's the narrative around Justin was super interesting. The narrative around Mitch was super interesting. And it's,
interesting is one word for it, Carm.
Yeah. Well, challenging. A nightmare would be another one if you're trying to, be objective is how I would put it. But, we don't have a great, understanding of what good quarterback play looks like here because we haven't had it. So, and Jay Cutler was the greatest quarterback that ever played. I mean, I couldn't stand Cutler. I know that.
Don't care.
Yeah, just like that you can't win with him. You just can't do it. But they did get off for close. So I could have been proven wrong.
Carm, we appreciate you jumping on with us today. As always, enjoy the rest of your Saturday and the game tomorrow. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
That is Mark Carman, covers the Bears over at CHGO. Does a great job. Always love having him on the show.
One thing that I really appreciate about Carm, among other things, and his many great qualities, is just like his willingness to just be like, yeah, nightmare. No, that's one word for it. Like,
he
yes,
keeps it real.
correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Kate, as well as I do, when it comes to the Bears, a lot of people are very willing to be swindled and convince themselves and talk themselves into situations when it comes to the Bears. Like
1 week, the Bears are the best team in the league, and the next week, it's like, what are we doing? We have not made any progress over the last 3 decades. Like, that's what it's like to be a Bears fan.
Kate, so I was at a bar last week, as I'm known to do for the Bears.
Yeah.
And just the vibe just watching it go down throughout, like, and I was like, who cares? It was last week. I was at Gracie O'Malley's, and they had an MC, and you just like the host at the bar, you could just feel his energy. Like he's trying to get people riled up for the game. It's just,
that's a tough job to do.
It's not great. It's not what you want.
At a Bears bar when the Bears aren't playing well. That is tough.
At one point, he started just asking people to buy him shots.
He probably got plenty.
Oh, he did. Yeah,
Probably
that
got
was
plenty.
another very
Didn't have to
interesting
pay for his own drinks that
thing
day.
to watch as the afternoon progressed last week. But
I will agree with Mark Carman. Ben Johnson, A++. Like, what more could you really want from a first-year head coach coming into this type of situation where it's just been fail?
I mean, Kate, I've heard dialogue, if you will,
Ooh.
of Ben Johnson Coach of the Year. Like on this network, like Femi Abebefe of You Better You Bet fame was talking yesterday about, like I think Ben Johnson at a longer, because he was the favorite coming into the year, remember?
Yeah.
Like people are saying that Femi, his argument was bet Ben Johnson now at a longer price, because if the Bears, like Carm was kind of alluding to, if they win 2 straight again, they would have won 6 out of 7. I hate that I just...
I mean...
I just did the 6-7 thing.
No, we can't do 6-7. I'm done with it, and I don't even have children.
It's so bad. It's so brutal.
What does it mean?
I don't know.
Does anyone
Jake,
know?
it's interesting you brought... Let's forget about 6-7. It's interesting that you
thank
brought
God.
up...
I thought I wasn't sure where that was going for a second.
No, it's interesting you brought up Coach of the Year for Ben Johnson, because I have been thinking for about 2 weeks now that this might be a 2-horse race. A lot of ball left to be played, but might be a 2-horse race between Steichen and Vrabel. And really the only things taking away from Steichen is that, number one, Jonathan Taylor is likely to be Offensive Player of the Year and in the MVP conversation. Mm-hmm. Number two, the Colts won 8 games this year. Let's say they only win 12 or 13. Good enough to win the division, but still that's only a 4-win improvement. Vrabel's taking over for a 4-win New England team. Of course, Drake May's in the MVP buzz, but Ben Johnson's not a terrible look. What's his number right now?
I'm looking at one book at 40-1.
Yeah, I just think that number's way too long. I think it's definitely worth a look, unless it is just a
Brian
two-horse
Schottenheimer's at
race.
40-1 too.
Oh God!
How?
Well, if the Cowboys were to get in the playoffs or win their division, I mean, they won't though.
No,
I like the thought of Ben Johnson at this point in the season grabbing him because the Bears could rattle off a couple wins. The Colts' schedule also gets more difficult. It's not like a gauntlet for the rest of the season, but they've had an easier path up until this point. So maybe the Colts lose a couple, and all of a sudden that number on Ben Johnson shortens a ton. Like Mike Tomlin's also 40-1. Why is Mike Tomlin 40-1?
Because it's the Mike Tomlin effect. You can't
Probably,
make him 100 because people will bet it just because of the name value. I will say, to Kenny's point, I mean, Steichen and Vrabel are your most likely winners. That's why they're at the top of the board. But what do we know about NFL awards? Like, they don't, the proverbial Big Vegas, if you will, they don't like to give out multiple awards to multiple teams. We saw it a couple years ago with Stroud and Anderson when they won the Rookie of the Year awards, both defensive and offensive respectively, or flipped rather. But anyway, I think that if Taylor wins Offensive Player of the Year, Drake May is going to be in the MVP conversation. He already is. Okay, so the Colts and the Patriots both have their awards there. Then maybe you talk about Ben Johnson. Because again, the big part of the calculus there is that he was the favorite. And it's the Bears conversation. Yeah. Voters are going to want to reward Ben Johnson and the Bears because it's a good story as well. Not to say that the Patriots and Drake May aren't, but if Drake May wins MVP, they're going to say, okay, we could give Coach of the Year to somebody else. And the Colts are, no offense to Colts fans, no offense to the Mario Herons of the world, but the Colts are the Colts. Nobody really cares that much if the Colts get snubbed for Coach of the Year. If it's between Steichen and Ben Johnson, I would lean Ben Johnson if you're splitting hairs.
Steichen won it a couple years ago too, didn't he? Or am I thinking of Stefanski? I know Stefanski has won.
No, you're thinking of Stefanski.
Okay. One other look here, Mike McDonald. He's 14-1 right now.
Yes.
I think that is someone that maybe it's too short right now to jump in on. Maybe you've lost most of the value there, but
14-1's still a good number.
If that team, Shanahan's 11-1, and that's because of all the injuries, and they're still winning. But if the Seahawks win that division, I think Mike McDonald could be among the top 2 names that we're talking about. Again, assuming that the Colts possibly lose a couple games towards the back half.
Well, and Mike McDonald, you think about, because we were just talking about Jonathan Taylor, Drake May, the Seahawks don't have that type of player. Like Jackson Smith and Jigba, you can make the case for Offensive Player of the Year. Not likely to win, though, ahead
Not
of
over
Jonathan Taylor or even a Drake May. Like that's why JSN is further down the board. I think that when people are going to want to reward the Seahawks, because Sam Darnold can't win Comeback Player of the Year. He's not coming back from anything. He just moved teams, and he was good last year, so that's not going to happen. JSN Offensive Player of the Year, not going to happen. He's not going to jump the guys ahead of him. So if you want to reward the Seahawks, it's okay. Well, the head coach, and they're a lot better than people thought. What's their win total? 7.5, 8.5.
Yeah,
they might win 12, 13 games.
Woo. We'll talk about a team we haven't touched on in this segment, the Bills. Matt Perino joins us next. He covers the Bills for NYUP.com. We will talk to him coming up next. Buffalo. Matchup in Buffalo. The Chiefs and the Bills. It's a big matchup. It's the biggest of the week.
It is the game of the week.
It is. Kansas City is a little favorite on the road. Famously, Jake, to use one of your
I appreciate that
words.
I appreciate the attribution.
It's Bills in the regular season, Chiefs in the playoffs when these two teams play each other.
Yep.
Like that's just bet the Bills. They're what 4-1 against the Chiefs,
Historically,
and the Chiefs are 4-0 against the Bills in the playoffs.
Seems good.
I still think I might bet the Chiefs this week.
I don't know how you don't. I mean, I already did. I like the Chiefs a lot. The way that they've looked over the last couple of weeks, like they've been the Chiefs. Like they've looked like themselves again. Patrick, I mean, I don't want to attribute it all to Rashee Rice coming back, but when you get your number one receiver back in week 7, it's going to help your offense quite a bit. And it's looked like it. I mean, the Chiefs have made a complete turnaround, and I mean, people on this network and #gambling Twitter have all been saying, oh, got to start betting the Chiefs because they look good again. I can't disagree.
Yeah, I kind of can't either. And as good as Josh Allen is, the collective of that team as a whole hasn't wowed me this year. Like,
there was going to be natural regression. Like, Josh Allen wasn't going to win MVP again. I mean, he could have, but the likelihood wasn't very high.
And maybe it's like the lack of the schedule that they've played so far is that he really hasn't been all that tested. I mean, you did lose 2 games and won to a Falcons team that just got blown out by, what was that, the Dolphins last week? Yeah. Yep. I was on Atlanta, -7.
Oh, you laid 7 with Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, Kirk Cousins, his first week back. He's trying to win a job back, Jake.
Kate.
You don't think Cousins is going to be locked in? Alert, he was not.
Yeah, spoiler for the game that happened last week, he wasn't.
No.
He stunk.
So, yes, you do have 2 losses to a good Patriots team, Drake May, but still a young quarterback. I'm not sure.
Still a good team.
Yeah. But you played, speaking of Miami, you played the Jets, you played the Dolphins, you played the Saints, and you played Carolina.
Ugh.
Those are your wins outside of week 1, Baltimore.
I just did the verbal meme of that guy's, ugh. God.
Yeah, gross. Outside of the game in Baltimore where you needed like a historics from Josh Allen late in the game to come back and win that one, and you got it. But this is like the first big test, I think, for Buffalo
100%.
this season.
And it's in Buffalo, fine, great, cool, awesome. But I mean, Kate, like Mike Shope follows me on Twitter, brag, at Jake_Hassan, by the way. And, he's a local host in Buffalo. And on his show, they're saying, oh, well, Chiefs to maybe miss the playoffs. Like, no. That's where Buffalo fans are at, though, where they're trying to convince themselves, like, they're already taking the copium in week 8, 9 that, oh, well, if the Chiefs miss the playoffs, then we're walking to the Super Bowl. Bills fans are already convincing themselves that all they need, Kate, to make the Super Bowl is for the Chiefs to miss the playoffs. Oh, that's it. That's all.
No. I don't think so.
But I agree with you for the record. But that's what
Bills fans.
As a delusional Bears fan myself, like I'm very familiar with the idea of trying to gaslight yourself into these ideal situations. I do it in my personal life too. But I'm just saying that's what Bills fans are doing. They're gaslighting themselves that, oh, well, all we need to make the Super Bowl is for the Chiefs to miss the playoffs. Hello? Does anyone think that's happening? Like, come on. What are we talking about here?
Right now, you'd have to beat the Colts.
Yes.
Yes, they're not as scary sounding as the Chiefs.
I mean, I'm not going to be laying Daniel Jones in
I
the
would
playoffs.
probably take Josh Allen over Daniel Jones in the playoffs. I would probably take Daniel. I shouldn't say probably. I will take.
Probably. No, I'll say it. I will.
I will take Josh Allen over Drake May in the playoffs.
Yes.
Over Bo Nix in the playoffs.
Very bold of you.
Over Aaron Rodgers. Those are the 4 teams above them. Obviously, the 4 teams winning their division. So maybe it is as simple as that. The Chiefs, but the Chiefs aren't missing the playoffs. That's the spoiler alert here.
Right.
That's not happening. They're 5-3.
You could have convinced me earlier in the year with the AFC West that they would maybe not win the division, and when the Chargers started hot, especially after that Week 1 game. But like the Chiefs are winning that division.
Yeah, like you had 2 losses to start the year, and that's not something that happens to Kansas City.
Nope.
And so the world is burning down, and the Chiefs are missing the playoffs, and they're not winning the division. Well, you rattled off five wins over your last 6 games, and really, like, you kind of blew that one in Jacksonville.
In the last 2, you've looked great, too. Your offense has looked
You've
awesome.
given up 7 points, 1 touchdown in the last 2 games.
Oh, that's it?
Yep, that's it. And you've scored.
Oh, and by the way,
can I
Rashee
do
Rice
fast
and
math?
Travis Kelce have looked like
59
themselves.
points and given up 7.
Seems good.
I think they beat Buffalo.
I laid the Chiefs earlier in the week when it was 1.5. Brag. CLV.
We're working on getting Matt Perino on with us. He covers the Bills, so we'll get his thoughts and maybe a counter argument to ours. But and then the Chiefs go to Denver, like back-to-back road games, and against the
Denver
Bills
stinks.
team and a division opponent. That's tough.
Denver stinks.
But it's
not worried about them.
Yeah, especially Patrick Surtain probably won't be back.
For at least a month, sounds like. Reigning Defensive Player of the Year, by the way.
He was. Do we have Kenny?
1.
Do we have Matt?
Randy's trying to help behind the scenes. He said that he was ready, and then I called him again. He went straight to voicemail, so
Okay.
still working
Well,
on
keep
getting
us posted. If we can get him on, great.
Randy on his day off, putting in that work.
Randy, I think it's Parents Weekend up in Illinois. Is it? If you're an alum.
Kate, I'm not a parent.
You don't keep track.
Kate, I'm not a parent, nor am I a student. I wish I was, but I'm not.
I just thought, you kept track of the Illini calendar.
What Parents Weekend is. As far as I know, I'm not a parent. And if anybody has any counter arguments, keep it to yourself.
Into the Better
No,
Angle.
do not.
We would love to hear that.
Please do not.
All right, we have Matt now. So we are going to go to Matt Perino, who covers the Bills for Syracuse.com and NYUP.com. Matt, appreciate you taking the time to join us. Jake and I here on the Better Angle, we're just making an argument for the Chiefs to win in Buffalo this week, unfortunately. What is your argument for the Bills to get the W and to defeat Patrick Mahomes?
Well, this is what they do. I guess that's where I would start. They beat the Chiefs in the regular season, and then they can't beat them in the playoffs. And, I think that part of that is when they've played most of the playoff games on the road in Kansas City, which is an extremely tough place to play. But even the one in Buffalo a couple of years ago, they didn't find a way to win. Now, these are the last couple of years. Every game that these two teams play is ultra close. So it comes down to which team is going to make more mistakes, very likely. Now, this is also a Chiefs offense that has looked supercharged over the course of the last couple of games, and Patrick Mahomes looks like he did in his MVP season, and he's got weapons galore, and this is a Bills defense that has a lot of question marks. But maybe the best player in this game, arguably through the first 9 weeks of the season, is James Cook, and the Bills run the ball as good as anybody in the league, and I think they're going to try to do that. This is a Chiefs defense that hasn't given up any 100-yard runners, but where they've been susceptible is in between the tackles, where the Bills have the number 1 ranking in terms of EPA per play and success rate when James Cook runs in between the tackles. And I think they're going to try to spam that a little bit. Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, has been criticized, I think, throughout the course of the season, despite the 5-2 record, that maybe he's not using James Cook enough. I'd expect this to be a game where they really rely on what's become the identity of their team, and that's James Cook.
Matt, I want to ask you, because we were having a conversation about Josh Allen as well. I made the argument that he most likely wasn't going to put up an MVP or again, and that it was maybe a little unreasonable to expect that. But there have been some concerns about Josh Allen this year, and especially when the Bills were losing games. What has been your evaluation of Josh Allen? Have you been disappointed at all by his performance this year?
Yeah, I think to a degree. It's hard too with the way that they set this thing up. And if you think back to a couple years ago when even before the MVP season, this was an offense that was built with the weaponry that was put around Josh Allen. It started with Stephon Diggs, and that iteration of the offense was so successful for years that when you go to this new identity, trying to win games on the ground with physicality, and you're relying on a receiver group that is without a true number 1, at times the passing game is hard. It's hard on Josh Allen. That's my biggest observation this season is like he's had trouble navigating things when it has been hard. He hasn't had any easy button options outside of maybe like a Dalton Kincaid, who's been banged up the last month. And he missed the Falcons game, which they lost in prime time. And you could see the difference in this offense without him out there. And so I think getting him back this week healthy is going to help Josh Allen look a lot like he probably did, if you remember, in week 1 against the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, that to me is what you're hoping for. You're hoping for a really solid run game. I know that they don't want defensively to give up the points they did against Baltimore in week 1, but if you do, this is an offense and a quarterback that's capable of going blow for blow with Patrick Mahomes. It's just about, in any given week, do they have enough firepower clicking around Josh Allen?
So is that maybe an explanation or part of one as to why against the better teams that they've played, and their schedule has been fairly soft. It's not the Bills' fault. It's just how their schedule played out. But against New England, against Atlanta, lost both of those games, whereas, the Dolphins and the Jets and the Saints, those were kind of no problem. Is what you just explained kind of the issue against the better teams that they've faced?
It's hard to say because, if you take that New England Patriots game and put it aside for a second, it's a division game against an upstart team that was coming on the road with a new head coach and, really with an ex-teammate in Stephon Diggs. There was a lot that went into that game, and they barely came away with a 3-point loss. And, yeah, the Bills didn't play their best game, but I kind of throw that one aside. I think we'll have a better picture for what those two teams look like when they play the rematch in a couple of weeks. The Atlanta game was just – it felt like a little bit what I was talking about. Like when Josh Allen needed to make some plays, whether it was not going through his progressions properly, not having guys win and getting open, not having his offensive coordinator scheming to get guys open. I feel like when it hasn't been right for the offense, that's been the three key contributors. And it's why Josh Allen hasn't maybe looked like the player that he did a year ago. And, you rely on a guy like Khalil Shakir, who's one of the best slot receivers in the league, but he's not going to dominate a game. When he has big stat lines, he's consistently helping the Bills move the ball down the field. He'll occasionally, 3 or 4 times a year, put out a highlight reel touchdown where he goes 30, 40 yards and he's bouncing off tackles, and he's a special player in that way, but consistently winning on the outside where I think you're going to have to win a little bit in this game against Kansas City. Amari Cooper did that a little bit last year. Mac Hollins, who's now in New England, did that a little bit last year, especially in the playoffs. They're asking themselves the questions inside the building right now, like who are the guys that are going to win out there? Curtis Samuel's available. Josh Palmer's injured. All eyes are on Keon Coleman, their second-round draft pick last year. He's been underwhelming since the opener. Steve Smith went on a bit of a tirade on a podcast this week, basically calling him not it and not the guy. He doesn't have the goods. I think the quote was, you can't teach a dog how to bark, and he's not the guy. And you wonder if within the building, the noise that made resonates at all, and you don't see maybe Keon Coleman go out there, and whether it be the Bills trying to force the issue with him or him kind of taking over and having the kind of performance that he's had a few times in his career, but it's just been a little bit too few and too far between.
Matt, just about a minute left, so going to keep this one brief. Do the Bills win this week? Can they pull off the upset at home?
I'm picking them to win. I think the run games are going to be a factor, and without Isaiah Pacheco on the other side, there's going to be a lot on the plate of Kareem Hunt. And I do think the Bills' run defense, although the numbers don't show it, they've gotten some guys back. They have a guy back from suspension, Michael Hoyt, who was a real game changer for them last week. And the Chiefs have never played this iteration of the Bills' defense with Hoyt in the mix, and I think Josh Allen's hearing a little bit of it. I think that he got back to smiling like his grandma asked him to do last week, and he also got back to making more plays. And I just think he gets up for these big time games. The last one, regular season in Highmark Stadium, I think the Bills do pull it off.
Matt, appreciate you taking the time. Good luck tomorrow. Enjoy the game. We'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
That is Matt Perino, covers the Bills for NYUP.com and Syracuse.com. Smiling's good medicine.
Anytime in the middle of the NFL season, you have to start taking advice from your grandma as the reigning MVP. I've always said you got to do it.
You have to. Are grandmas ever wrong?
I don't know. Mine died 10 years ago.
Oh gosh. Make me feel bad.
It's true. That's
what
happened.
Did your grandma ever give you great advice back in the day, Jake?
Probably, but...
Don't date the crazy girls?
Well, unfortunately, if that was the advice, I have not taken it. But we don't have to get into that. That's better angle after dark.
Yeah, right.
Which, because it's in Chicago and it's daylight savings time soon, happens at about 4 o'clock now.
That's right. So we get an hour back tonight. So we get an extra hour of sleep. Right?
Yeah, but
Spring forward.
Kate, then it's going to be dark.
I know.
All The time.
It's dark at like 3:30.
It's going to be horrible. And granted, I live in a shoebox in this studio, and I never see the sun anyway. But I would like to just not go outside and it's immediately pitch black. That'd be really nice.
Oh, right, because by the time you leave the studio here, you get here when it's dark and you leave when it's dark and you don't have windows in that room.
Sure do, Kate.
Yeah, that's
It's great for my mental health, in case you were wondering. If anybody was wondering why I'm like this, there's your answer.
Blame daylight savings. All right, coming up next, we'll play a little glitch in the system here on The Better Angle. Jake Hassan, Kate Constable here with you for the next a little over an hour here as we continue talking college football and the NFL Week 9. We also have World Series Game 7 tonight.
Yeah.
Jake.
Woo! I'm just going to start doing the Colby Mar show where like we come back and I'm just going to clap for no reason.
Yep, he enjoys that. It's a good time. It's a good time.
The kid's such an idiot.
It's also very loud whenever you host with Colby Mar show.
It is. You are going to have to sit in a quiet room for about 20 minutes after.
Yep.
He's big phone call guy, Colby Marcio.
Really?
It's infuriating.
Wow. Okay.
You send him a text, you get a phone call 3 seconds later.
Well,
I hate
maybe
it.
that's just
It makes me want to throw my phone out the window.
Yeah, famously, I don't really enjoy phone calls.
I get like when people say, why text and have a 10-minute conversation when you can make a phone call and have it be 2 minutes. I get it, but also I texted you for a reason. If I wanted to call you, I would have.
Well, I don't want to have a text conversation. Those I don't care
Sure.
for.
Is that why you never answer my texts?
You never text me.
I know. That was the joke, Kate.
You
Thank
literally
you.
never text me.
Well, I text you sometimes, but you usually don't like those texts because...
I just thumbs up them, and you hate the thumbs up.
Yes, I do hate the thumbs up. But the subject of those texts is usually bad anyway. So.
Yeah, those I'll respond to. Those are fine. Okay, check around college football. We talked about Georgia being down to Florida.
We're just making stuff up right now.
It is 10-10 right now, tied at the half. See how the second half plays out here. Notre Dame is
Georgia.
up 12-7 on Boston College on the road, but Boston College is second and goal right now at the Notre Dame 7, so they are hoping to punch this one in. We have about 4 minutes left in the third. Texas Tech.
I kind of think Notre Dame stinks.
I don't.
No?
No, I kind of think Notre Dame's pretty good. I think they're not playing very well today. And I have not had this game on in front of us, so don't know the exact flow of this game. Yeah. But their offense, having only put up 12 points,
it's not awesome.
All game is not great. Although CJ Carr, 13 completions, 237 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Okay, that's good.
That's not too bad.
Some would say good even.
Yeah.
Kansas State, don't do this. Okay, thank you.
It's the run game, 49 yards for Notre Dame. That not great.
So Jeremiah Love's not going to win the Heisman is what you're telling me?
He's definitely not.
That's crazy.
All right. We'll go through some more college football scores on the other side as these games get a little bit deeper into the second half. But for now, we got to bring Kenny in and play a game of Glitch in the System.
Is Vegas right?
I'm right.
Or did we find a glitch in the system?
Glitch in the system.
Now, on the better angle. Yeah, baby, it's on!
We will start in this Chiefs-Bills game. We all like the Chiefs. I'm on the Chiefs as well, but I'm finding a different way to play this game, and I'm adding Mahomes 25 or more rush yards. So a two-leg parlay, Chiefs money line, Mahomes 25 or more rush yards gets you plus 175. I know the Chiefs are about 2.5 point favorites in this game, so instead of just taking the money line at minus 135 or taking the 2, I think you add Mahomes rushing 25 plus, something he's accomplished in 6 out of 8 games this year. This is going to feel like a playoff game on the road with a lot of attention going to be on these receivers with Rashee Rice back. Mahomes is going to scramble it when he needs it, especially late in the game. I think if you like the Chiefs, this is a great way to play it. It gives you more value. Like I said, plus 175. Mahomes pick up 25 on the ground. Chiefs win. What do you guys think?
I like it, Kenny. How many times this year has Mahomes been the leading rusher in the game? Like their run game is
leading rusher?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not their leading rusher on the season, but at one point he was, and he's been their leading rusher, I think, in 2 or 3 games, I want to say.
Pacheco's out. You have Kareem Hunt, Rashard Smith. I think 25 yards for Mahomes. What?
You might be onto something with the leading rusher. Wait.
Can you bet him leading rusher for the Chiefs in this game?
Oh, yeah.
I think there's probably just a market for leading rusher in the game. That would
I believe
be a complication with James Cook on the other
you
side.
have James Cook. Yes.
But if we think the Chiefs' defense is good and they're going to stifle
Mahomes
James.
is not rushing for more yards than James Cook.
Why not?
I would just take the alts on Mahomes, 50 plus, 75 plus. He's done 50 plus 3 times this year.
Yeah, I would certainly take Mahomes 25 plus yards. I think that's a great play, Kenny.
I do like that, especially with Pacheco out. Pacheco, whatever. English, really good. Only talking is what I do for a living.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are haters. Hold on, I'm looking up this Mahomes leading rusher in the game number because I would like to see what it is.
Absolutely not. I will not be joining you on that.
Game leaders.
I just think
most rushing yards.
There's a lot of interesting ways to play the Chiefs money line tomorrow, or just the Chiefs period. I think there's obviously futures markets involved too. I wasn't going to go that far. And I wasn't just going to give you guys Chiefs money line. We talked about that, and so I think you're getting great value here. And something that Mahomes might have to do for the Chiefs to win this game is run it himself. Let's go to the Falcons and Patriots game, and I'm going to change the segment for a segment, and we're going to call this "You Guys Pick Which Glitch This Is," because I don't know what's going to happen. It's either Falcons money line at plus 200 or Pats by 14 or more at plus 280.
Wait, I'm sorry. Give those one more time.
Falcons money line at plus 200, so either the Falcons win outright or the Patriots win by 14 or more at plus 280, because I cannot figure out this Falcons team out right now. I basically got to the point it's either they're going to lose by 30 or they're just going to win. So
Yeah.
which one is it?
I mean, as someone who bet the Falcons last week and laid 7.5 with them and got destroyed, the only way to go is to bet them again this week.
You're doubling down.
When you think they're going to win big, they lose.
New segment alert. Touch the stove.
They lost. They lost by 30. They got shut out by the Panthers. They got crushed by the Dolphins. They beat the Bills. They beat the Commanders. Yeah, they lost. Like, when you think they're going to win, they lose. And when you think they're going to lose big, they win. I would go with the Falcons.
So all of that to say, I do think 2-1 on the money line is the glitch here. Especially with Penix back, especially if Drake London plays. I think 2-1 is a little disrespectful to the Falcons, and I think it's a little too much respect for Drake May, Mike Vrabel, the Patriots, because everybody's just getting all caught up in their quote-unquote revival.
Buy low, sell high. It's a low spot for the Falcons coming off that loss, and it's a pretty high spot for where the Patriots are at winning their last 5.
I'm gonna bet the Falcons, aren't I?
Well, yeah. Where's the room on Patriots?
The look ahead on this game was 2.5. So there's a lot of value on the Falcons here, but for whatever that's worth, it's like it really just depends on what team shows up. Is it the team that we saw against the Panthers or the Dolphins, or is it the team that we saw against the Bills? And if it's the team that we saw against the Bills, plus 200 on the money line, like Jake said, great value there. But also, I'm very tempted to take Pats. Might just take both. Pats by 14 or more. If it somehow lands in the middle, then I have to live with that. Falcons to either win the game or just Patriots to crush them. Both.
The likely scenario is it lands in the middle because
I know.
It's probably just the Pats win by 10 and you just lose everything.
Maybe I'm willing to take that risk because I think one of those two things is happening tomorrow. That's why I got asked you
that
where the
bet
glitch
right
is.
there that you just laid out is not a glitch. It's not a glitch. Certainly not a glitch.
Well, obviously, placing two different scenarios is never a glitch. I'm just saying, like, that's what I'm not going to do it. I'm just saying, like, that's what I basically come to if I'm ever going to play the game is those two scenarios because that's all I see happening.
You go one way or the other.
Yeah.
You go one extreme or the other.
Fair.
Yeah, right. So, because that's why you're getting the plus 200, plus 280. All right, let's go to the Bears-Bengals game. I talked about Caleb Williams passing yards, but we're going to do Rome Odunze receiving yards. For him to have 100 or more in this game, DJ Moore banged up, no Swift, no Luther Burden. He's obviously Caleb's number one guy. It's plus 300. We talked about how this is a big game for Caleb. Cincinnati defense is terrible. I think given the circumstances, it's a great opportunity for Rome Odunze to have 100 yards, and we're getting 3-1. What do you guys think?
He's Caleb's favorite target.
Yep.
Has been basically going back to last season as a rookie, and it's only grown this season. Cincinnati's defense is awful. Caleb needs to have a good game. Glitch. Easy as that.
I agree, and now this is making me want to see what room talking about the room too much. Rome Odunze. Oh, give me the weekly leader, you jerks. Wow, this is really good radio right now.
Yeah.
Weekly specials. There we go. Hello, a weekly leader and most receiving yards on Sunday. Rome Odunze 25-1.
Receiving leader, 25-1?
Yep. I could be into that.
I could be into that.
I mean,
that's
way into that.
It's 25-1 because Jamar Chase is on the other side.
Well,
Higgins is on the other side.
I believe
but
Jamar
at
Chase is
25-1,
the favorite.
Puka Nacua exists.
That is also true. Yeah.
for leader
for the week.
leader.
For the week.
Oh,
for the week. For the week. Yes.
For the weekly leader, that I'm not sure I could get on board with.
Fine. You guys are haters.
I was going to make a case for the Steelers, but I'll just leave it.
I mean, JSN 2 plays this weekend, Sunday Night Football.
I know. I know, Kate.
Just saying.
You're a hater.
A little bit. A little bit.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Like I said, I was going to make a case for the Steelers, but we'll
Please
just
don't.
leave it. Yeah.
No.
I know you guys are very much on the Colts. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm expecting Colts regression because I'm not to say they're a bad team and I'm not bought into what they're. It's just this is going to be their first game outdoors besides the Tennessee game.
Yeah, so they run the ball a million times.
Yeah,
They've Jonathan Taylor.
Coming into the
Daniel
season.
Jones played in New York. Like,
Ooh, ding!
It doesn't even have anything to do with that as much as just like
so stupid.
Coming into the season. If Daniel Jones is a 3.5-point road favorite against Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, I know the defense has not been as good, and the Colts offense has been historical, but you'd expect. I mean, we're all the way out to 3.5 and a total of 50.5. Where the look-ahead lines had the Steelers favored and the under closer to 40 than 50. So I just think it's way too much of an adjustment. And if there's any betting value, it would be the Steelers. And that was what my case was going to be. We'll see what happens in the game tomorrow because the Colts look like the way better team so far this year. So.
I think that's a fair argument when you have a team that's been heavily exceeding expectations.
Yeah, I just think the time to buy the Colts is not now.
I'm still not going to bet the Steelers, but I
and this
understand
is like the
what you're
peak
saying.
that like 3.5-point road favorites at Pittsburgh, something that we probably never, like I said, preseason Daniel Jones, like you'd imagine TJ Watt sacking him a million times in this game, but that's not what's probably going to happen, and we'll see, like I said. But the last one I was going to mention, Jake, I mentioned World Series MVP earlier, just as a long shot in case he hits a walk-off homer tonight or has a monster Game 7, George Springer World Series MVP, and I know you need the Dodgers, but it's 100-1. I just think like the player that he is, like that's basically betting on him to have a monster Game 7 or hit a walk-off home run because Vlad would be much in the lead. But I just think at the price, 100-1, is it worth hedging a Dodgers bet, or even if you don't have a Dodgers bet, just putting a few bucks on in case he has a huge night?
So I actually did this before the series. I bet some Springer 25-1 World Series MVP before the series. It's just, yeah, I mean, I see the theory that if it's not Vlad, it's probably Springer, but just how he looked yesterday, like he can't run. So he's not going to do anything defensively. You would need, like you said, Kenny, a walk-off. And
yeah, that's basically what you're betting. You're betting 100-1 for a Springer walk-off home run.
If you have nothing, fun, it's not bad.
That's so much fun. I think it's
if you do think the Blue Jays win, then yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot.
For sure.
Pony mid-segment is crazy.
It was. I kept playing with my hair. My bangs weren't working, and we just, threw up in a pony. We mean business now.
Right. Oh, we're locking in.
It's the final hour of the show, and yeah, we're locking in. NBA talk. Spurs and Wemby. Chicago Bulls.
And yeah.
Coming up on the other side. This is the Better Angle with Kay Constable and Jake Assad.
The Better Angle will be right back on the BetMGM.
What time is this game, Jake? You got me all sort of confused.
I'm confused because now on
It's
the
at
MLB
7
app,
p.m. It says 7 p.m. Central. That graphic just said 7 p.m. Eastern. No one knows.
the MLB app says 7 p.m. Central.
I bet you the
What
graphic,
time is this damn game?
I bet you the graphic
I don't know,
is-
but Yamamoto's available to pitch.
That was the news
That-
we were going to be coming
that's
back
shocking.
with.
Good. I mean, it has to be. It's Game 7. All hands on deck. I'm sure your Savage is available, too.
96 pitches yesterday.
But, I'm not shocked. Like, he almost came into that extra inning game. In
No,
the
I
19
know.
innings.
That's crazy,
He's
though.
insane. He's awesome. I mean, that's how the Dodgers win. Like, it has to be Ohtani, Glasnow, Yamamoto, Sasaki, and just win. If you go to any of those other bullpen arms, you're done. You're cooked. It's over. But also, I trust that combination way more than I trust Scherzer, Varland, Bieber, Hoffman, unless they pitch you Savage, which is
You don't think Scherzer's going to pitch well tonight?
I think he'll pitch fine, but he only went 4 innings in his last start. Like, I don't think you're even if he pitches well, you're not getting a lot of hashtag value. You're not getting a lot of run out of him, at least in my opinion. I could be wrong.
I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. He's older, but I mean, he's had a solid year. I mean, this is another thing to stamp his Hall of Fame career.
What time is
Ohtani's hitting 500 against him in his career.
Ohtani first plate appearance home run? Question mark.
Maybe. You
Lead
might
off
have
the
to
game?
do it.
The winner takes
Who has
all.
Ohtani not hitting a home
Yeah.
run off?
Okay, now the MLB Twitter account says 8 p.m. Eastern time. What time is this
It's 8
damn
p.m.
game?
Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. The graphic on Fox. We're going to call it wrong.
I want heads. I want heads to roll. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, the intern, the graphic people might be getting a slap on the wrist today.
Well, because that was up last night too, so this has been like 24 hours almost of just
No
the
one has
wrong
caught it
graphic
except
running.
the two of us here on the better angle. We're the only smart people. Okay, we got to talk a little NBA. There's zero transition. We're just going over the NBA.
Nothing matters.
Right now, the Bucks and Kings are playing. Bucks up 60-54. We're in the second quarter. Plenty of game left.
Is the NBA the only sport that schedules their games appropriately? Like baseball is trying to go up against college football and the NFL constantly. Like the NBA is the only sport I feel like that actually schedules appropriately. Like they know when they're not going to be competing with other sports.
They are very good at that.
They spread it out. They do these international games at 11 o'clock Central AM instead of 8 a.m. Central at NFL, you doofuses.
Yep.
But this is a stupid rant after we just talked about time zones and what time a stupid game is starting. But I feel like the NBA is the only league that consistently gets that right.
I would agree with that. And the fact that now there's NFL on Christmas Day and stuff, not the NBA's fault. They were there
Oh,
first.
yeah, no. They got Willie pipped.
Well, Jake, you say that, and the Pistons are playing a 9 o'clock home game tonight.
Yeah, but it's the Pistons. Nobody's watching. It's Saturday on Halloween weekend.
Mexico City tonight, which is why.
Oh, there you go.
We got a little Mexico
I had
City
no
game.
idea. Kate.
Oh, Kenny's like,
well, in that case, hey,
Kate
you know
knows
what?
something.
Lapka, clear my schedule. I can't come to your party. I'm watching Pistons in Mexico City.
Total's 226.5. Does the elevation of Mexico City make this a lower scoring game because players are going to be gassed, or a higher scoring game like it typically is in football?
Well, we
Obviously,
had one last
football's
year.
played outdoors, so you get the.
We had a game in Mexico City last year, didn't we, in the NBA?
I think we have the last
I think
couple of
it
years.
flew over.
That's kind of what I wanted to say too, but
I feel like
elevation. I guess.
Can we get the research and development team on that?
Yeah, I don't know the elevation compared to Denver.
at
Maybe they're
Kenny.
used to this, and it's like, what did you say?
Well, that's probably at Kenny because he's
Kenny would do that,
the only other person that could really talk about. Well, not talk about this, but get that. Whatever. Not the point.
Yep.
Just gonna reset my brain for a second. Ah. Anyway.
Oh, he was giving me credit, and then he wanted to back up. It's fine.
No, I was giving you I was saying, can you find the score of last year's Mexico City game? I was actually asking you something for something.
All right, we're gonna get back on track here.
Don't you love when I host the show?
The
with
Spurs,
you?
I really do. I really do, Jake. I enjoy it a lot. I just have to keep you in check every once in a while.
Yeah, that's fair.
You go off the rails a little bit in the final hour, which is fine. Don't mind it. But I just got to reel you back in.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Wembanyama.
That's what happens when you have like 1,000 milligrams of
Yeah,
caffeine
you've
in
had.
your blood.
It was not a beer you just cracked. If
No.
anyone heard that, it's a Celsius. and
Sponsor
this
us.
is like his third energy drink. This.
Okay, it's only 2.
Well, the Ghost was a tall boy.
That is
counts
true.
as 2.
That is true.
So quite like 700 milligrams of caffeine.
My heart's gonna explode when I'm like 37. It's gonna be awesome.
Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. They're 5-0.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Guess what other team's 5-0?
The Chicago
Your
Bulls.
Chicago Bulls.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. I mean, you could have put a little more heart into it.
Chicago Bulls. Little Tim
Second
Sinclair.
one was worse.
The Heat beat the Wizards by 20
last year
in Mexico.
What was the
118 to 98.
Yeah, I think it's going to be lower because they're gassed. Higher elevation.
It's also the Wizards.
That's a great point.
That is also true. The only other undefeated team. So you have the Thunder at 6-0, you have the Spurs at 5-0, and then you have the Bulls at 5-0. We were just talking in the
One
break.
of those things is not like the other.
Jake, that is true. Is that Wemby and the Spurs might be ahead of schedule from where we thought his development would be. Like we always knew that Victor Wembanyama was going to be essentially the face of the league at some point in his career.
Yeah.
One of the best players, an MVP candidate. But he played his rookie season, and then he played about half of last year.
Yep.
He has a year and a half in the league, and he's already, I want to say he's second favorite right now for MVP behind SGA.
Yeah.
And he has a Spurs team at 5-0. When was the last time the Spurs
never
were 5-0?
It's never happened. First time in franchise history.
Well, there you go.
And you may have heard the Spurs have been pretty good for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
So that's shocking that they have never been 5-0. And oh, by the way, De'Aaron Fox hasn't played yet.
I mean, that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, we were talking about it where like this Spurs team, I think we all thought eventually they would be this, but not in 2025. Like their win total was 41.5. Like the books were expecting them to be about a 500 team. And now here we are, and they're looking like they might be the second seed in the West. And Wemby is going to probably finish second in the MVP voting. Just like the clips of him are so insane too.
Insane.
And I know this is belaboring the point because you watch the games, you can see this, but the fact that he can just do everything, like
the fact
the
that he can
dribbling,
shoot
the handles,
threes,
all of it.
Yes, the step back threes with the between the legs, all that to get space.
And he's 7'5".
7'5" is absurd. He had 27 points, 18 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 blocks against the Heat the other night.
Jesus. He's going to have a quadruple double at some point this year.
Yeah, he probably will. What is that priced at?
You know who? No, I'm going to text him right now because I'm sure. Because I was talking to Rick Camp at Rick C. Camp on Twitter. Awesome NBA bettor. He bets like sicko stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I had him on Early Odds, which runs on the Score 8 a.m. Saturdays, by the way, Central Time every Saturday. At Jake_son on Twitter. But I was talking to Rick, and he like bets stuff like that. Like he bet Wemby to have a 50-point game at some point this year.
I mean, that's going to happen.
Exactly, 1,000%. And that was like a good. It was like 8-1 or something. Like he bets stuff like that. So I'm going to text him and ask him if there's a market for quadruple double.
I mean, we need research and development on this one as well. But has there ever been a quadruple double in the NBA?
I think
there has to have been at some point.
I want to say Rajon Rondo did it. Like,
that's random.
When he was still on the Celtics, like he had like your usual triple double points, rebounds, assists.
Yeah.
And I want to say like steals or something.
But getting it with blocks, that would be crazy.
That'd be pretty awesome.
That would be. So I like the direction. Clearly, the Spurs are going. If you bet their team win total at the beginning of the season, you're probably feeling pretty good about that. Same with the Chicago Bulls. 32.5 was their win total.
Do you think they sustain it though? Do you think this is real?
I don't. I think it's I think it's real to an extent. I don't think they're one of the top 5 teams in the Eastern Conference come middle of the season. Do I think they're going to make the play-in? Absolutely. Do they have a shot of making the actual playoff and not being a play-in team? Absolutely. Kobe White still isn't back.
Yeah. I mean,
you're still missing a couple pieces. Zach Collins. Not that Zach Collins is like a game changer, but he's another piece of depth and I mean the starter.
Yeah. No, and I mean, shout out the University of Illinois. Ayo Dosunmu has looked awesome.
Yeah.
He's been getting some hashtag buzz for 6th man of the year. We'll see if that actually happens. Probably not. But this Bulls team, I mean, I don't think it's super sustainable. I think, like you said, Kate, I think they'll be 42-40 and they'll make the play-in and they'll probably lose to the Heat in the play-in for the 3rd year in a row. But they've been fun to watch. It's too bad you can't watch them because, they're on a network that nobody gets. But they've been surprising, and if you've been betting them, it's worked out really well for you.
And the reason that if the Bulls have continued success this year, it's because they continue to play the style of basketball where it's by committee. Because you don't have a number one, you don't have a true Kobe White. Yeah, but he's not
you don't have a guy.
He's not a number one as a Jokic is or an SGA is or anything like that. So you have 5, 6, 7 guys in double figures every night. You're going to win a lot of games.
It's just the power of friendship.
It really is. It really is.
Dudes rock.
And their defense has been good. They're leading the league in opponent 3-point percentage, opponent 3-point attempts, makes, all of that stuff. So they're defending the perimeter really well. You continue that. The only problem is, as Bulls fans living in Chicago, it's kind of like the Bears. Are they going to? Can this continue? Can we continue to be happy on Sundays?
What's more likely, Bulls playoffs or Bears playoffs?
Bulls.
Bulls.
1,000%.
Because the East is open.
No, I agree, but I think it's close. I think it's more likely Bulls play in and Bears miss playoffs, but that's just me being pessimistic.
Yeah.
The Bulls will make the play in.
They'll make the play in for sure.
1,000%.
I just, at some point, there's going to be a time to fade them. And it's honestly probably when Kobe White comes back. Because, and again, this is the jaded Chicago fan theory. Everyone's saying, the Bulls haven't even hit their stride yet. Kobe White back. And we're saying, Kobe White's fine. He's not a superstar. Then you fade them. Where's the room on the Bulls?
The dynamic of their offense is going to change a little bit.
Right. You're cooking right now, and then you add an unknown commodity to that equation. It's probably not going to work out, at least to start, super great. You're going to hit some skids at first. Ooh, now I'm talking myself into betting against the Bulls when Kobe White comes back. Hell yeah.
They play the Knicks tomorrow, by the way, on the road. So,
but they also just smoked the Knicks last night.
They did. I wonder what the line is. I don't think it's come out yet, because NBA lines don't like to come out until 7 hours before the game. But
the other thing with where the Bulls are at in the standings right now, they're number one in the Eastern Conference, 5-0.
See in red.
You have the Cavs who are 3-3. You have the Knicks who are 2-3. Those teams aren't going to stay at the 8th and 9th best spots in the East. 100%. They're going to climb. You have the Miami Heat that are playing.
Last night. That was pretty awesome.
3-4. What?
Bet the Raptors last night against the Cavs.
Nice.
It's pretty awesome.
Good for you.
Thank you.
The Heat are going to drop in the standings.
Will they?
Yeah, I don't think the Heat are good, the team this year. You have Bam, Tyler Hero's out for the foreseeable future.
But Eric Spoelstra is one of those coaches where he just elevates.
Yes, I would agree with that. But I don't see them playing team. I don't see them staying at the fourth best team in the East. I'm not saying they're going to
win the Eastern Conference, but I think they'll be.
You also have the Magic, who are.
They've been atrocious.
Yeah, they have been bad.
They've been so bad.
But we're 6 games into the season.
Yeah, I know.
And an 82-game season,
I bet Charlotte against them the other day.
I mean, I don't hate that bet.
Well, the Magic won by 20. So.
Okay, then I do hate that bet.
It wasn't awesome.
That was an awful bet you made, Jake.
Yeah, it was. I agree. Especially because I had Charlotte outright, and it was never close. God.
So things will fluctuate, and
if you had to pick one team near the bottom of the Eastern Conference, and your answer is probably going to be the Knicks or the Cavs, but if you had to pick one of those teams, let's play it that way. Would you rather pick the Cavs or the Knicks to make a comeback and win the Eastern Conference?
Probably Cavs.
I think I'm the Knicks.
Yeah.
They're way hurt right now.
Cat's playing. Brunson's playing. Bridges is playing.
Yeah, everyone's
Mitchell
playing.
Robinson's out on Sunday.
And Josh Hart's been hurt too.
Josh Hart's been hurt.
I don't know. I also think it's new coach.
Yeah,
bump
they're
for the Knicks.
figuring
They're figuring things out. That's the only reason I say the Knicks, because I feel halfway through the season, let's call it Christmas, I feel like it's going to be.
Well, also, I guess an argument against my take of 5 seconds ago is that the Cavs were a regular season team.
Yep.
Last season, won a ton of regular season games, and it feels like until a team has to do that before they make the next step of being we don't really care about the regular season. We'll get into the playoffs just fine. We'll have a good seed, and then we'll blast off in the playoffs. And that kind of feels like where the Cavs are.
So yeah, the Cavs are the Ravens of the NBA right now.
It's a really good comp.
Yeah.
It's a
So
really
like,
good
I'm
comp.
not concerned if the Cavs are 3-3 right now.
Well, it's
I'm
also
not
just so
concerned if
wide
they-
open. Like, there's
Yeah.
no Celtics, there's no Pacers because
Like, do
their
we
stars
really
are
believe in the Bucks this year either? I know you with a Giannis team, you kind of have to believe, but like that roster is not a
They got to
championship
acquire
roster.
somebody. Yeah,
So I'm not sure about that. Whereas
put Giannis on the Spurs. Let's do it.
Giannis on the Spurs would be awesome.
They would allow like 50 points a game.
Yeah. No one would be scoring in there. You'd have to shoot threes all day long.
Yes.
And you wouldn't even get them off because Wemby's arms would be there.
Word. Is that an urn that they're showing in the Boise State game right now?
I don't think so. I think it's the trophy between the two teams, and
Oh.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's not an urn.
But you can see how I got there. Like, it looked a lot like an urn.
I could see it.
In college football, they do weird stuff. So would it really be that out of the question?
I think it's just a rivalry trophy is what that is for Fresno State and Boise State. We'll look that one up in the break.
My bad.
We come back. We'll
My
talk
bad,
a little bit more NFL with Week 9. What can we expect in the NFC North? a reason to panic for Georgia Bulldog fans.
It wasn't 2021, I'll tell you that.
No, it was not. 17-17, end of the third. We're starting the fourth in Gainesville. If Georgia loses this game, 6-2 on the season.
They still make the playoff.
Do they?
I mean, you know how the committee works.
Yeah,
they're going to want as many SEC teams in as possible.
The rest of their schedule is Mississippi State. Texas, still think they beat Texas.
Yeah, agree.
Charlotte, Georgia Tech, they beat Georgia Tech.
100%.
Tech's going to be a good game, though.
That will be a good game, I agree.
But I think that...
I still think Georgia wins. Well, because now you think about it this way, even a 2-loss Georgia team, like, Vandy's not going to make it anymore. If they beat Texas, like, that game might be for a playoff spot, Texas-Georgia. Like that, if you think they lose to Texas, then
well, yeah, exactly.
Then they probably don't make the playoff.
Georgia will likely, hypothetically, they lose to Florida today.
Sure.
They beat Mississippi State next week. They're sitting at 7-2.
Yeah.
Going into Texas, who's also 7-2.
Right.
That would likely be the tiebreaker for the playoff.
That would be a playoff spot for sure. Because Vandy's not going to make it. Alabama is going to make it.
Texas A&M.
A&M's going to make it.
Going to make it.
So yeah, I mean that it's basically who's the fourth team.
There might be 5 because Ole Miss might make it too.
So you know what? True.
Yeah.
It's a great point. But I mean, like, there's only going to be 2 teams in the Big Ten. Indiana.
There might only be one ACC and one Big 12.
How do you leave Oregon out?
Indiana and Oregon.
What about
and Ohio State. I'm dumb.
Yeah, you have to have 3 teams from the Big Ten.
You're right.
1 team from the Big 12, 1 team from the ACC. Group of 5.
Oregon's got to take care of business, though. They play Washington and USC still on their schedule. They got to take care of business.
Oregon's on thin ice for sure. If they lose one of those games, it's over. They're probably out.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I would agree with that.
And then you only have 2 Big Ten teams, which would open the door for a 5th SEC team.
Yeah. And Florida just had a go-ahead field goal, 2017. I really wish we could get that on one of the TVs in front of us, but maybe we can, and I just don't have it.
No, because they're on ESPN, right?
No, it's ABC.
Oh.
That would be an ESPN property.
Oh, yeah,
Disney
so we're cooked.
So we can't. Because you need every single streaming service known to man right now in order to watch sports.
I was going to check the...
other scores right now. Notre Dame's up 18-10 on Boston College. We're in the 4th quarter there. Indiana up big on Maryland, 48-10. No surprise there. Texas Tech took the lead over Kansas State. They're up 29-20. And Virginia, entering the 4th quarter, is up 24-14 on Cal. No surprise there. What is surprising is, like, just seeing a 15 next to Virginia's name. Like,
that's fair.
They've been a good team this year.
They've
had some good wins.
Yeah.
This Cal win is not a good win. Cal's not good, but, like, they've beaten some good teams.
We about to watch a little Ireland, New Zealand rugby? Is that what's about to happen?
I have no idea.
Paul Aspen's at that game. The rugby game. I'm not kidding. I'm being so serious right now.
In New Zealand?
Oh, no, it's here. It's at Soldier Field. It's down the street.
Oh, you know what? Kevin wanted to go to that game. He asked if I knew anyone who could get him tickets. I said, rugby? Excuse me, sir?
Kevin, it's a rugby game at Soldier Field. The tickets probably aren't that expensive.
It was sold out.
Huh. I mean, I know Ireland and New Zealand are like supposed to be really good at rugby.
But I don't have a connect for rugby.
You don't have a rugby in?
No, I don't.
Were there betting odds on this game?
More than likely, yes.
I'm sure somewhere. Not that I looked for.
A Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown? I'm kidding. I say that because of the tush push, of course.
Yeah. Oh.
And that was talking rugby.
Coming up tonight, though, Ole Miss, speaking of Ole Miss, they host South Carolina. They're 13.5-point favorites. Mm-hmm. They should win that one. I mean, Shane Beamer and the South Carolina team have not been great this year. Michigan plays Purdue. Michigan, again, hypothetically, 21-point favorite, should win that one. Georgia Tech plays NC State. And then the top 25 matchup that we have, actually we have 2 later tonight.
We have a real late. The last game of the slate is top 25.
It is. Cincinnati at Utah. I kind of like Cincinnati in this one. The line has been going in favor of Utah, 10.5, but I kind of like the.
You're going to zigzag?
I want to zigzag.
You're going to
get crazy.
Buy late?
Yeah.
I don't hate that. I could be in on that. Wait till the last second, bet Cincinnati.
Oklahoma, Tennessee?
I'm way in on Tennessee.
Okay.
Mateer still can't throw. He still has one hand.
I would agree with that.
And Tennessee, like, their offense is awesome. So I like more so than Mateer. Like, I don't think Oklahoma's offense can keep up because Mateer still isn't right. And maybe he switches the flip. Maybe he flips the switch tonight and looks like himself. But I still think this Tennessee offense is way good, and the Oklahoma defense has been very pedestrian. So I think Tennessee's going to put up points, and I don't think Oklahoma's offense is in a place where they can keep up.
Total net game is 54.5. No thoughts on that one. 58.5 for Cincinnati, Utah. I would almost look towards the under there. That seems really high.
That seems very high.
And 59.5 for USC, Nebraska. I would lay the 4.5 with USC on the road, even at Nebraska.
Matt Rule, new contract bump, though?
No.
Just saying.
No.
At home. I'm not doing the Dylan Raiola thing. That guy stinks. Fat Mahomes. Get him out of my face. He's bad. I'm so sick of the Dylan Raiola experience.
Like the whole Mahomes shtick would be good if he was not.
If he was good, right?
Like it would be like, okay, I get it.
But he
good.
stinks.
But yeah.
That being said, I do kind of like the 4.5.
Part of that is like the hype of him going into his first season. I know he's been in college football for a couple of years now, but like it was so strong last year, and it just kind of didn't live up to it.
And he sucks.
Well, I don't know if you could say he sucks.
Okay, sorry, he's bad.
Does the Mahomes cosplay? Then you like he has a Mahomes cosplay. Then you watch him. I mean, that's basically what it is.
No, it is. It's just very.
Then
funny.
you watch him and you're like, this is way worse than who he's cosplaying to be.
Yeah.
Then that's
Right.
that's where you get the. We're not that we're holding him to a Mahomes standard. Just like you're gonna cosplay the best quarterback, you better play like it.
Exactly. Like if you're gonna do this whole shtick and pretend that you're the second coming of the greatest quarterback in the NFL, you got to be good, man. Like you can't be throwing goal line interceptions against Michigan. I'm
He has
sorry.
negative 86 rushing yards on the season. Well, he's taken 26 sacks.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'll walk it back a little bit. Like the team around him is not very good. Like the offensive line is just getting him killed. That being said, I do kind of like the 4.5 with Nebraska tonight.
Okay, fine.
Because USC, like everybody was trying to convince themselves, and I think I said it on this show, like USC could be a dark horse, and their quarterback's awesome. Maeva is a dude.
I like their quarterback.
But like more than a possession, I think that because Maeva, as good as he is, he makes mistakes sometimes too. And this is his first year as the full-time starter, so like he's figuring some stuff out. But I think when you have a quarterback who is similar to Raiola in the same way that makes similar mistakes, I think Nebraska can keep it close in that sense.
Another Big Ten game right now that we have not been keeping an eye on because it's Michigan State, Minnesota.
It's a bad game.
Minnesota went up 10-0 in the first half, and now it's Michigan State up a touchdown with 1:35 left. Can Minnesota, they're driving right now, can they score? Can we get a little overtime action in Minneapolis?
I don't care.
No, I don't.
I don't care.
Free football in Minnesota.
Yippee. Yeah, great. Well, it's Minnesota, so it's not like they have much else to do.
Hey. Minnesota's a great place to live.
Is that why you live here now?
It is. Certainly why I live here. Yeah. All right, let's go over to some NFL talk. We touched on this game briefly earlier in the show, but for those that maybe are just tuning in now, you're listening to The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Jake Hassan. The Lions are going to absolutely roll the Vikings tomorrow.
I don't know. The room, Kate. The room.
The room, which for those that
the uninitiated
aren't familiar with the room is the top 5 bets that are the most public bets over at BetMGM.
Yes.
And the Lions laying 8.5 is the number 1 most public bet, which typically, like you hear the phrase, fade the public.
Yep.
Because the public's typically wrong. I am heavily on the public in this one. I joined the public here.
Sometimes you just everybody wins.
Yeah. I mean, the favorites, what was it, even last week?
Favorites were 11-2. Favorites and overs, I think, last week were 11-2-1 or
crazy.
Something. Yeah, it was something insane.
What's your case for, or, I mean, I know you don't necessarily have to bet this game, but if you were to bet the Vikings, what would
I did
be
bet the Vikings. I took the 8.5.
Okay, well then please enlighten me. What's your case for J.J. McCarthy?
So it's the biggest part of this for me for betting the Vikings is I want to be against the room in all things all the time. I do not want to be in the observation chair in the room. But I think that McCarthy, I think we've gone too far, to use a you better you bet term. Like, I think we've gone too far with the McCarthy. I'll call it what it is, slander. Like, he hasn't played, and yeah, he had a good game against the Bears, and he had a bad game against the Falcons.
No. He had a good quarter against the Bears.
Sure, but in his defense, it was at the most critical quarter. So
That's true.
I think McCarthy, am I saying he's going to be all pro? No. Am I saying he's going to be an MVP? No. Could he be? Sure. It's within his range of outcomes. But I just think that 8.5 is too much for a Brian Flores-led defense, a Kevin O'Connell coach team against in a divisional matchup. Can the Lions just boat race them here? Sure. But I think now going from Carson Wentz, 73 years old, to J.J. McCarthy, I just think the ceiling is way higher. And at more than a touchdown, I'm willing to bet on that.
I think the Vikings soft, what do you call it? A soft benching.
A what? Oh, soft bench.
Soft benching for J.J. McCarthy.
You believe that?
I 1,000% believe it.
I don't believe that. I think he was actually hurt.
I think it's Kevin O'Connell's ego saying, I can win with Carson Wentz. I'm not sure if I can win with McCarthy. I don't have any patience to really get him
I don't hate
going.
this point.
I think that's what this is, because Kevin O'Connell, you think about it, he went 14-3 with Sam Darnold last year. His ego's got to be super high. He's coach of the year. Everyone loves him. He doesn't have patience right now to develop a young quarterback, and that's where that comes from. He's got to give him a shot now, because he basically didn't kill Carson Wentz, but he could have. Because you watch that Thursday night game, and Carson Wentz is like, fighting for his life.
And also bad. Yeah, I mean, that's my whole thing. Like, Carson Wentz is bad. He was hurt. He had a torn labrum. And I don't hate the point by Kenny that it's Kevin O'Connell's ego, which is why he was soft benching J.J. McCarthy. I just don't believe that. I think he was actually hurt, and I do think maybe it was, hey, J.J. McCarthy's an unknown commodity. I'd rather at least know what I'm getting with Wentz. I do kind of believe in that, because he's a rookie quarterback. Like, it's going to be ups and downs. He's going to make mistakes.
Rookie quarterback, but if he continues to play poorly,
he's your 10th overall pick.
Like, we got to give him time. He's played 2 games, and one of them he came back and beat the Bears on the road in his first NFL game, as bad as the Bears
National
are, and
television.
they played in that game. Yeah, I mean, that was impressive, and the locker room was behind him. The second game was terrible, but we just have to give him time. Not that he's going to be this great player, just that, like...
Yeah.
And,
he doesn't have to be all-pro. He just needs to cover 8.5. That's all I'm asking for.
Backdoor should be open, but it is the Lions, though. The Lions just kill teams. That's what
I mean, the Lions have been doing their thing. I think there's some regression coming for the Lions, too. I don't think they're going to do this all year. Like, there has to be a point. And isn't this always the calculus? Use that word 2 times a day. I need to stop that. Don't make it a third. Otherwise, I am going to walk off the show. Good thing we only have a segment and a half left. Less than a half. Anyway, the Celsius is really going right to my frontal lobe. But I just, like, isn't that part of the process when we handicap divisional games, too? Like, they're generally, we think, usually closer. And this Vikings team, let's be honest, they've played not to the level we expected. We all thought that they were going to be a playoff team with double-digit wins. Their win total was, 9.5, 10.5? So I think there's positive regression coming for the Vikings. Not saying, again, that J.J. McCarthy has to be awesome or that he has to be played at an all-pro level, but I think he can cover 8.5.
I think if you're worried about a backdoor cover at all for the Vikings, you take the Lions in the first half to cover.
That I'm not opposed to. I think that's
that we could agree on.
I think Lions first half, Vikings full game would be, if you wanted to do both, or try to middle, or whatever you want to do. But
if you want to try Kenny's theory, where you
Kenny's theory, let's do the alts Pats on the Lions and the alts on the Vikings.
Pats minus 14.5, and
let's do
the extreme outcomes. That's a Nick Kostos loves doing that too, right?
Yeah, that's true. Let's do Lions 19.5 and Vikings to win.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, other games that we have not touched on throughout the league. I'm fine laying the 14.5 with the Rams over the Saints. Tyler Shuck making his first start.
Yeah, I don't like it, and I'm not betting that because it makes my skin crawl to think about laying 14.5 with anybody.
Yep.
But yeah, I totally get it. Like the Tyler Shuck bump. I mean, he looked so bad when he came in. Like the overthrow, and I mean the interception was not super his fault. Like Antoine Winfield just kind of ripped it out, but still, Tyler Shuck is 2 years younger than me.
Yeah.
And he's a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Just let that sink in for a second.
Maybe the maturity shows through, Jake. Although you're not all that mature.
Okay. All right, man. I was going to make the joke, but it's a little hurtful coming from you.
Yeah, when I realized the Bears quarterback, the team I've been cheering for 20 years, their quarterback is 3 years younger than me, that's when I realized I was old.
Yeah.
Kenny, you're like 22.
Yeah.
I'm 26, but...
Still.
Yeah, it's still pretty young.
No, but that's an old feeling, though. Like, the team you grew up cheering for, now their starting quarterback is younger than you, and that's
how about being 10 years older than almost any NFL player right now? That would make
Hey, Joe Flacco's older than you.
This isn't a competition.
And Aaron Rodgers.
That's true.
Got that, and by a pretty big margin, too.
That's true. All right, I feel a whole lot better now. Wow, thank you so much.
Hey, okay, after the maturity comment, let's just call it even. How about that?
Perfect. I'm not sure the Raiders 9.5 underdogs on the Broncos. I'm not sure the Broncos. It's gross, but I almost feel like you have to look at the Raiders there.
It would be Raiders or nothing for me. I'm not trying to lay 9.5 with Bo Nix.
Speaking of Bo Nix, he was an older rookie quarterback.
That is true.
It's
but also,
happening.
he had an all-time defense behind him.
He really did.
And the reigning defensive player of the year.
Mm-hmm. Who is out?
Who is out?
Week, and for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to wrap things up on the other side. We'll give you some final bets for tonight and tomorrow in the NFL.
World Series Game 7.
Game 7. Jake will have you covered.
Which apparently is at 7 Central.
Next, here on The Better Angle. wrapping things up here on the Better Angle. We're going to build a show parlay here in a couple moments. We also have some anytime touchdown bets from Kenny coming your way. Game 7 coming your way tonight.
That's embarrassing.
In the MLB in Major League Baseball.
The Major League Baseball.
Yep. So Jake, I mean, you're our baseball guru here at the BetMGM Network. I certainly am not. Give us a rundown on what we're looking at Game 7 tonight and any bets that you would make at this point.
Well, Kate, here's the deal. It's Game 7. Some would say it's a can't lose spot for both these teams.
Must win.
Must win even.
Can't lose.
Some would say that. The best minds in baseball would say that, I think. I still think it's going to be the Dodgers. I said on Bet Sweats, I said on You Better You Bet, I said all across this network that I think that even after the Blue Jays won Game 5, I thought the Dodgers were going to go and win 2 in Toronto and still win the series. I still believe that. I think Kenny told us earlier that Yamamoto's available after he threw 96 pitches yesterday. He's a psycho, but I think that's what you need to do.
I mean, it's Game 7.
It's Game 7. It's all hands on deck. You have to throw the kitchen sink at the opposing team. For me, it's just the Dodgers have been this monster all year. They're the most talented team. I appreciate and can respect what the Blue Jays have done, getting here and going on this run and winning with the power of friendship and powered by Vlad Guerrero Jr. He's awesome. But you have the reigning World Series champs from last year, famously the Dodgers. You have MVP winner Mookie Betts. You have MVP winner Shohei Ohtani. You have best player in all of baseball historically, possibly ever, probably ever, Shohei Ohtani. MVP winner Freddie Freeman. I look at this team and I still think that they're the better team. Doesn't mean they have to win, but I think they will. I'm leveraged on the Dodgers futures wise already. If you missed it earlier in the show, I talked about my very stupid parlay of Torrey Holden unders from September with Team Europe Ryder Cup. And now the last leg is the Dodgers. Have some Kike Hernandez 500-1 World Series MVP. Don't think that's going to come through. Would be really awesome if it did. But yeah, I mean, if I was making a bet tonight, it would be the Dodgers. I think the under is a good play as well. Both these offenses can explode, but the under has been a play for me all week long, all series long, and it's going to continue to be as far as it goes, especially because the Dodgers offense has been non-existent.
I mean, big-time games and unders typically go hand in hand. Is that fair to say?
Sure. Yeah.
In baseball?
I mean, yeah, it's also because you figure, like, you're not going to see any pitcher
that you haven't already
more than
seen.
Like, Shohei Ohtani and Max Scherzer are starting the game. They're not going to see the other lineup more than twice at most, if even that. And then you're just going to get the best arms and you're going to just get new pitchers every time. And so that generally doesn't mean it has to, but generally portends to an under. So I've been on the under first 5. If you're a little scared of the bullpens, I think the first 5 under would be a play. But just Dodgers, please win.
All right,
That'd
Dodgers,
be really
please
awesome.
win for Jake's 30-1 ticket. If you hit that ticket tonight, Jake, I may join you in betting those very strange parlays going forward. Every once in a while, I'll dabble.
Only if the Dodgers win, though.
Only if
the Dodgers lose, I'm 0 for 2, and that
Yeah,
sucks.
And then I'm not joining.
But
you on
hey, never stop firing. Never
That's
look
right.
away.
That's right. Hey, if you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see if we can hit a show parlay here. Historically, our record is not great for those listening. Proceed with caution. But we always build them because you got to keep trying. Kenny, what is your leg?
I really like the Texans tomorrow to beat the Broncos, so we'll just go the money line. I think that this is going to be a pros versus Joes game, and I'm trying to side with the pros. I think that given the spot being at home, I think you have the better quarterback and even the better defense, especially with Surtain out. I mean, he was the defensive player of the year. So we're going to go with the Texans at home on the money line in a spot that they need more than the Broncos because the Broncos sitting pretty right now at 6-2. I believe they're a 5-game winning streak. So, yeah.
I like that because I hate the Broncos. So I laid the 1.5 with the Texans. Not that it has to win, but, I'm way with that. I think Bo Nix is aggressively mediocre.
Yeah, if the Broncos don't lose this week, then I'll have to start admitting that maybe they're just pretty good and I'm wrong. So
No,
we'll see.
Go down with the ship, Kenny.
Yeah,
Bet against them every week.
Texans tomorrow, I think, is my best bet. So
my leg is just going to be Dodgers money line. I'll keep it simple. It's -145 at BetMGM. Make it legendary. Keep it legendary. I don't know. Whatever. I like the Dodgers. Am I a little biased? Yes. Yes, I am.
That's okay.
As one Lauren Rose would tell you, but I am Very biased, but I think the Dodgers win. So I think minus 145 is a fine price.
All right.
Parlay. Masters. Shuffler.
Number has been coming down.
Ooh.
Bears minus 2.5 right now.
They're betting the Bengals.
They're betting the Bengals. I'm taking Bears money line. No arguments? Great.
No, I do think they win.
I think they
Plus 400 for that three-legger.
I think that game is going to be so ugly.
I mean, likely. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool. We're all in agreement.
Like, any Bengals game has not been pretty this year.
That is true.
Would you take the under 51.5?
Yes. I don't
know.
I don't think the Bengals are going to score. Jake Browning sucks.
They do every week.
Bears by 40?
Oh, God, no. Okay. Lapko, back in your cage. No. I think the Bears win, but like it's not going to be the Bengals. Like Jake Browning is so bad. He might as well be Jake Hassan.
So, and I know we talked Browning earlier, but like we're positive Browning is starting tomorrow. That's been announced. Flacco's officially out.
It was. Let's see. I don't know. We got what?
Because
we got 5 minutes to kill. 6 minutes.
Questionable. I'm looking at a questionable.
Last I see is Joe Flacco planning to start Week 9.
Yep.
Set to start.
Oh, okay. So that would that makes sense why the Bengals are getting bet then.
Because
if they're expecting Flacco to play.
So then I'm not taking the under in that.
If Flacco plays, I might take the Bengals.
So, Kate, does that information make you want to take that away from the parlay, or are we still right? I think the Bears are going to win.
Kenny doesn't want the Bears in the
parlay.
No,
I do, actually. I like the Bears. Honestly.
No, I'm riding with the Bears.
The element of surprise in what Browning was going to bring, I just think Flacco's old and hurt.
The element of surprise with Jake Browning. Think about the words that just came out of your mouth.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, Jake Browning could go out and have a legacy game. You've talked about legacy games way too much in this over the last 3 hours, Jake, that like...
And it was about Jake Browning the first time, too.
Give Jake Browning a chance.
No! Why on earth would I do that? Did anybody watch the games at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, they were awful.
He stinks.
Okay, he's had a little time to sit on the bench, reflect, get better.
He's got Jamar Chase and T.
Learn
Higgins
from a veteran.
What is this? Confession? Like, no, it's not the church. He's not healed. I'm not sure why I'm going down a Catholicism road right now.
I don't have faith in Jake Browning, but I do have faith in the Bears. I'm leaving the Bears in the parlay. I don't always agree with your guys' legs. You don't always have to agree with mine, but we have to win together. And it's 4-1.
Everybody play nice. We have to do this together.
It's part of the show. Kenny, what touchdown bets you have for us?
Yeah, I have 4 guys. I didn't like a lot of guys this week, so I just picked some guys I thought were priced wrong. Kayshon Boutte, who I think is the best receiver for the Patriots, he's plus 250. The guys like Stephon Diggs and Hunter Henry have a shorter price. I think that's wrong. Tyler Warren's plus 140. You guys think the Colts are going to score a lot of points against the Steelers. He's playing in Pennsylvania, where he went to college at Penn State. He's also just...
The college play.
Yeah. Also, he's just really good.
Yes.
Ashton Genty plus 105. I don't know why he's plus money to score a touchdown. They're playing the Jaguars, and I know Brock Bowers is back, but still, Ashton Genty at plus money. And then Josh Allen at plus 110 again. Game against the Chiefs, he's going to need to use his legs. I don't know why he's plus money. Plus, they like to do the.
Am I insane, or did a door just open somewhere?
I heard something.
Am I the only one that heard that, or am I losing my mind?
I thought that was you. I wasn't watching.
Oh.
My phone fell on the ground, so maybe
that is definitely where that was then. Okay, anyway, continue.
Yeah, no. So my 4 guys, just to repeat it: Kayshon Boutte, Tyler Warren, Ashton Genty, and Josh Allen, all at plus money.
Okay.
Ooh, I like all of those.
I can get more with that.
What's a parlay of that, Kenny? Just for
funsies. Give me about 10 seconds.
I like one of my favorite bets. I mentioned it earlier. Colts receiver Alec Pierce, longest reception over 21.5 yards against the Steelers defense. I know you guys like the Texans this week. I could see / I like it. CJ Stroud under his passing yards. That offensive line is just so bad for the Texans that I wonder how much time Stroud is going to have to throw with that defense in his face 24/7.
I don't hate that, but no Surtain, though, really scares me off that.
That does.
I know somebody that laid it with the Texans as well.
Especially if Collins is playing tomorrow?
I believe so.
I mean, yeah, that's 50-50.
God, Indiana's so good. Jesus Christ.
They are. They are
55
winning 55-10.
That touchdown parlay is the same as your Dodgers parlay, 30-1.
Ooh.
That must be a sign.
Which way? A sign which way?
Only if the Dodgers win tonight.
If the Dodgers win tonight, I will.
Then you take some of that Dodgers 30-1 money and put it back on 30-1 touchdown parlay.
On the touchdown parlay.
Am I the only one that has bets on this horse race later too?
Yeah. Give us your.
Well, it's not me.
Your super.
So this was on You Better You Bet yesterday. Shout out Mike Somich. He's awesome with horse racing. Let me pull it up. He likes the 15 horse, or no, he likes the 10 horse. I believe that was 15-1 at Blue Book, where I got it at. But his superfecta, if you will, is this is race 9. It'll be 1-10 with 1-7-10 with 1-3-5-7-10 with 1-3-5-7-10. That is race 9. That is a superfecta, courtesy of the great Mike Somich at Samobombs on Twitter.
Awesome. I have nothing for that.
I'm also going to be on the Dodgers tonight. I like the Vikings plus 8.5. I like the Texans minus 1.5. I will also be taking the Raiders on the money line to upset the Jaguars. That is a little bit of a shameful admission, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I talked about the Raiders earlier. I was looking at Week 10. Raiders against the Broncos. I was. Yep. I just realized that. You know what? Mistakes happen. I like Ole Miss tonight, laying the points against South Carolina. I like Tennessee. Not one of my favorite bets.
I like Tennessee.
Tennessee minus 2.5. And I really like Cincinnati getting the points, 10.5. So you're getting over the key number of 10 with Cincinnati. Yes, they're on the road.
Yeah, I like
that
too.
Utah's a tough place to play. But I think that's quite a few points for a Cincinnati team that's 7-1 this season.
I was really hoping you would drop the microphone there. That would have been really funny.
Mike almost just fell. On that note, that's going to do it for us.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about for 30 seconds?
We did it all. We went through all the games. Week 9 in the NFL. Good luck to everyone tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in today. And
I'll be back next week.
Back here. Jake Hassan will be back here next week. Thanks to Max in the back. Kenny, of course. Jake. I am Kate Constable. We will see you back here next week.
Bye.